Chapter 4870 Being Conned. This seemingly ordinary rock contained astral energy, and the fact that it was put out for sale here indicated that it was not ordinary. While Mo Nian was at another booth selecting items, Long Chen discreetly inspected the wares at this booth. It was noticeably larger than the others, and only one person was managing it. He was deeply engrossed in his tasks. The shopkeeper was a stooped elder, not very tall but appearing even smaller due to his hunched posture. He sat there, occupied with rubbing a violet crystal. "Senior, did you profit a lot this time?" Long Chen couldn't help being shocked at the pile of violet crystals in front of the elder. These were primal chaos amethysts, the highest level of currency that Long Chen knew of. Primal chaos amethysts contain the innate essence of the world, with each one containing a trace of grand mist violet chi. This grand mist violet chi was the natural energy that originated at the moment of the world's birth, and Earth's saints needed it to break through and become heaven saints. Primal chaos amethysts were exceptionally valuable because they were formed at the beginning of the world. Unlike other spirit stones, they couldn't be produced. In other words, the number of primal chaos amethysts in the world was limited. A single chunk was equivalent to 1 million top-grade primal chaos spirit stones, but it was a conservative estimate. In reality, very few people were willing to exchange primal chaos amethysts for primal chaos spirit stones because the former was just too precious. Once traded away, it was very difficult to get them back. Seeing this elder with dozens of primal chaos amethysts in his basket, Long Chen was stunned. The elder raised his head slightly. Contrary to the rest of his appearance, his face didn't look that old. With a hint of frost, he indifferently said, "What profit? Does your family's business not have costs? Renting a booth doesn't cost money. Just pick out what you want. The price is the price, no haggling here." His cold indifference suggested that he didn't care if people bought from him or not. Perhaps he had made so much money that he couldn't be bothered to make more. It even seemed like he might pack up and leave early. Long Chen eyed the stone with a tag beside it. However, when he saw the price, he couldn't help but gasp, 3 million. Long Chen was speechless. A piece of rock at 3 million. Why not just rob people? "Can I pick it up and examine it?" asked Long Chen. "You can. One touch is 1 million, replied the elder, not even raising his head. Long Chen had the urge to curse this elder. What kind of money grubber was he? Even examining it required money. Then how could Long Chen tell whether or not this thing was a fake? What's going on here? At this moment, Mo Nian, Yu Tong, and Yu Fei walked over curiously. "It's nothing. Let's go," replied Long Chen. He simply shook his head and walked toward them. Seeing Long Chen eyeing the rock, Mo Nian couldn't help being curious. He came forward to look at it, but that elder suddenly barked, "If you want to look, use your eyes. Don't get so close. You old fogey, I gave you too much face, is it? Why don't you take a look at this?" Mo Nian narrowed his eyes as a violet light appeared in his hand. It was a primal chaos amethyst. Upon seeing this, the elder's pupils contracted. Although he did his best to conceal it, Long Chen clearly sensed a shift in his emotions. "Ah, young friend, you might have money, but I'm not greedy. I'd ask you to be a bit more respectful," said the elder, his tone still aloof but now lacking some power. "I didn't even bother exposing you, but you still look down on me. The city lord is my brother, so how about I report you right now?" Mo Nian snorted. Hearing that, Long Chen realized that he had been conned. The wily old fox's primal chaos amethysts were most likely fake. Regrettably, Long Chen had only heard of primal chaos amethysts and had never seen them before. As someone was trying to use this to their advantage and con him, his anger immediately flared. Seeing quite a few people drawn over by the disturbance, the elder grew nervous. He stopped rubbing those amethysts, put them away, and forced a slight smile. "Junior brother, don't be angry. Isn't this also a method for doing business? Why don't you pick out something you like from my booth? I'll give you a satisfactory price." The elder's change of expression was shockingly fast. Even when he was nervous, he was able to smile so brightly. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly, thinking that he was still lacking experience. Long Chen didn't say anything and just picked up that rock. It was a foot long but shockingly heavy. When Long Chen picked it up, the elder's eyes shrank as he was well aware of its weight. Normal experts wouldn't be able to make it budge without accumulating power beforehand. Seeing this scene, he realized that he had provoked a terrifying character, so he instantly became much more obedient. Pointing at the handprint on the rock, he explained, this rock was struck by a supreme expert. Look at the irregular pattern and the granules that seem like water drops. Their one palm had such power that it blasted apart a boulder the size of an entire mountain, and this bit that remained was definitely its purest essence. Although I am an earth saint, I've never been able to open it. Let me tell you, this is definitely a priceless treasure. If it is used to forge a weapon, it might even be able to reach the level of a heaven saint divine weapon. I didn't pick this price for nothing. A mountain-sized boulder. How big is the mountain? Scoffed Long Chen. This fellow certainly had an active imagination. It should be very big, replied the elder, smiling awkwardly. Holding the rock in his hand, Long Chen sensed the astral energy fluctuations clearly. However, after a while, he frowned. You really are a snake oil salesman. At this moment, the elder looked embarrassed. In truth, he had noticed that the rock contained astral energy, but the fluctuations were so weak that he had stealthily added more to make it easier for people to sense its extraordinariness. This small action had deceived countless people, and he had made quite a bit of money by charging them to look at it. He was simply a conman. Wait, this astral energy doesn't come from the surface of the stone. Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. As he reached out and pressed his hand against the handprint on the stone, the starry sea in his dantian felt a summons. Heavens, this is... Long Chen was shocked. Just then, a group of people surrounded Long Chen and the others, and a sharp voice rang out. Long Chen, you've finally come out of your tortoise den. Chapter 4871. This firecracker really is loud. A total of 9 people had come, flame marks on their robes indicating they were from the Flame Divine Hall. However, their robes were different from those of Zhang Yibin and the others, as they lacked any inscribed runes. These 9 were powerful 9-star doyens. The air twisted around them, and waves of heat made it feel like everyone was standing in a furnace. Their leader, a fair-faced young man with a word on his back, swaggered over to Long Chen with a sinister expression. Long Chen, I thought that you would keep hiding forever. Who would have thought that you had the bravery to come to my Sao family's territory? Your guts aren't small. At first, Long Chen's attention was on the stone. However, seeing these 9 people, he suddenly smiled and pushed the rock toward the old shopkeeper. Having a bad feeling, the old shopkeeper retreated a few steps. While he didn't know Long Chen and Mo Nian, he recognized the robes of the Flame Divine Hall in existence that he couldn't offend. You are Cao Yuyong who sent the challenge letter? Asked Long Chen. That man laughed. You received the challenge letter. Ha ha ha, how did it taste? In truth, that letter was from my family. I don't care. Just answer me, are you Cao Yuyong? Are you the one who sent the letter? Long Chen impatiently interrupted him. Yes, I am Cao Yuyong. That challenge letter was sent on behalf of my family's young master. Then there's no mistaking it. Long Chen glanced at Mo Nian. What are you waiting for? Responded Mo Nian. Long Chen struck as quick as lightning, slapping Cao Yuyong across the face. At such close range, he had no chance to react. It was forbidden to fight in Devil Fall City. Even as the son of the leader of one of the 4 noble families, Cao Yuyong had to abide by that rule. But unexpectedly, Long Chen directly attacked him. Cao Yuyong was stunned by the slap. Long Chen had held back as he was afraid of killing this bastard in one slap. Taking advantage of Cao Yuyong's shock, Long Chen grabbed his hair and then seized his jaw with his other hand, pulling it down forcefully. Cao Yuyong's jaw dislocated, causing his mouth to open wide. Be gentler. You might tear off his jaw, scolded Mo Nian. He reached out and stuffed a sphere in Cao Yuyong's mouth. Seeing that sphere, Yu Tong covered her mouth. It was the sphere that Mo Nian had compressed Cao Yuyong's exploding letter into. Long Chen slammed Cao Yuyong's mouth shut, while Mo Nian took out a talisman and used it to seal his mouth. The talisman instantly dissolved into a sealing character. Long Chen and Mo Nian then dragged Yu Tong and Yu Fei to the side, covering their ears as they started counting down together. Cao Yuyong had yet to recover from the shock of being slapped before Long Chen and Mo Nian finished their actions. Meanwhile, the other disciples of the Flame Divine Hall had taken out their weapons but were unsure whether they were supposed to attack or what. Cao Yuyong's head exploded, and blood rained down, leaving the disciples of the Flame Divine Hall splattered by it and completely stupefied. Originally, Cao Yuyong and the others had arrived with great confidence and attention. However, they didn't even get to say much before Long Chen and Mo Nian made their move, directly killing Cao Yuyong. They had not just attacked someone inside Devil Fall City, but they had also killed the son of one of the four noble families' leaders. Damn, this firecracker is really loud. When Mo Nian and Long Chen lowered the hands that covered their ears, Cao Yuyong's corpse slowly collapsed to the ground, raising a puff of dust. When you try to hurt others, you are hurting yourself. If you weren't so malicious, placing spiritual fire into these flames, you would have only been injured, not dead. Long Chen shrugged at Cao Yuyong's corpse. Actually, Long Chen hadn't expected Cao Yuyong to die because he hadn't known that these flames contained spiritual fire. After all, Mo Nian had sealed them himself, using a method unfamiliar to Long Chen. One of those Flame Divine Hall disciples roared, "How dare you kill someone from the Flame Divine Hall?" You, holding a strange weapon, Mo Nian waved his hand. In an instant, a flash of divine light streaked through the air, and 8 heads flew off their bodies. The action was so swift that even Long Chen couldn't discern what weapon Mo Nian wielded. "If you're going to be so angry about it, you can accompany him," said Mo Nian indifferently. Everyone around them was stunned, staring at Long Chen and Mo Nian like they were monsters. Even Yu Tong and Yu Fei were baffled. After all, they normally saw Mo Nian laughing like he would never get angry in this lifetime. However, he had killed those people without batting an eye. Long Chen waved his hand, dissipating the bloody air around them. He then turned to the shopkeeper and asked, "Shopkeeper, how much for this stone?" Right after he said this, 8 heads and bodies fell to the ground behind him. Seeing this scene, the shopkeeper was green with terror. No, it's free. You can take it," replied the shopkeeper with a hoarse voice. He directly gave Long Chen the rock and then waved his hand, putting away everything else on the table and fleeing. "I'm buying, not robbing," remarked Long Chen. After putting the rock, he waved his hand, sending a small bag flying to the elder. After catching it, the elder didn't even examine it or thank him. He simply vanished without a trace. When Long Chen looked back, he saw that the other vendors were putting away their wares as well. Long Chen hastily said, "Hey, everyone, there's no need to be so nervous. Don't leave, we still want to buy some things. How dare you kill my son? I'll kill you." Just then, a furious roar erupted, and Cao Guofeng came charging in like an angry lion. He directly attacked, swinging a blood-colored broadsword at Long Chen. Unexpectedly, a large figure appeared in front of Long Chen and punched the broadsword. Due to the collision, a chi wave exploded, and Cao Guofeng spat out blood, flying back. "City Lord!" Startled cries rang out. The spectators didn't dare to believe it. City Lord Xing Wuzhong had personally emerged to protect Long Chen and the others. "Xing Wuzhong, I don't care who you are. If you're still going to protect Long Chen, I'll bring you down with everything I have." Cao Guofeng seemed to have gone insane with grief over his son. His blood seemed to ignite, and flames wrapped around him. Cao Guofeng really is going for broke. The crowd was shocked to see Cao Guofeng igniting his own essence blood to temporarily boost his power. After all, to use this move at his age, he had to pay a great price. "As long as I, Xing Wuzhong, am present, no one can harm a single hair on my brother's heads. You aren't a match for me, so I'd advise you to endure it," remarked Xing Wuzhong as he clasped his hands behind his back, looking at Cao Guofeng indifferently. "What if you have to face all of us?" 3 voices rang out at the same time, causing the entire Devil Fall city to tremble. The 4 noble families are targeting the city lord together. The shocking and sudden turn of events dumbfounded everyone in Devil Fall City. Chapter 4872 Devil Fall City's Revolution. At this moment, the 4 noble families openly went against Xing Wuzhong, their leaders surrounding him with raging killing intent. The entire Devil Fall City trembled from their power. Heavens, Devil Fall City is going through a revolution. The Violet Palace sect's Gao Jianli pointed his sword at Xing Wuzhong, shouting coldly, "Xing Wuzhong, as the city lord, you have constantly broken Devil Fall City's laws. Today, you must abdicate no matter what. Pay, after losing the last half of your face, your courage has certainly grown. If the 4 of you don't want to submit, then go ahead and attack," Xing Wuzhong retorted with a hint of disdain. Even though Xing Wuzhong was alone, he exuded powerful pressure on his enemies. He hadn't even drawn his weapon, simply standing there. It was clear he didn't regard the 4 of them as threats. Suddenly, Gao Jianli waved his hand, and a golden seal flew into the sky. At this moment, Cao Guofeng, the Heaven Heart Hall's master, and the Yellow Spring Pavilion's master also summoned their golden seals. These 4 seals came from the east, south, west, and north, floating in the sky above Devil Fall City. When the four of them lit up, the entire Devil Fall City trembled once again. After that, the gates of the city slammed shut, and a screen of light enveloped Devil Fall City, locking down this giant marketplace. Seeing this scene, countless people panicked. Xing Wuzhong, do you see? Even without your master seal, we can still control Devil Fall City. Your position as city lord has long since become an empty title. Shouted Cao Guofeng. Usually, locking down Devil Fall City required the consent of the 4 golden seals and the master seal. In special circumstances, just 3 seals would be enough, but amongst them had to be the master seal. However, today, they managed to do it without Xing Wuzhong's consent. This one point proved that the master seal's power had diminished. Xing Wuzhong, hand over the violet gold master seal. Due to our many years of friendship, we will spare your life, declared Gao Jianli. Millions of experts within Devil Fall City quivered with fright, unable to escape. They could only watch the battle for the city lord position unfold. What they feared most was Xing Wuzhong being pushed to the brink of madness. He might drag everyone in Devil Fall City to accompany him in death. However, Xing Wuzhong remained calm and smiled lightly as if everything was under his control. Their provocation actually made him feel a sense of pity. What are you smiling about? Shouted the Heaven Heart Hall's master. He's smiling about how you look like ghosts but still covet the position of city lord. Countered Mo Nian from below. Mo Nian's mouth was indeed vicious. He knew it was taboo to mention the looks of the Heaven Heart Hall's master. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been so jealous of race leader Yu Luo back then. Hearing Mo Nian's taunt, the Heaven Heart Hall's master trembled with rage, her face twisting into an ugly expression. She shouted, "You idiots of the Flame Divine Hall, how long are you going to wait? You're the idiot, your whole family are idiots, you ugly, dead, old bitch." When this furious roar rang out, a group of figures appeared. They were Zhang Yibin and the others from the Flame Divine Hall, and they looked enraged. Their goal was to kill Long Chen, so they had avoided the detection of the main seal and stayed hidden in Devil Fall City. Their plan had been going well. After Cao Yuyong lured Long Chen out, Zhang Yibin and the others would capture him. If Xing Wuzhong tried to interfere, the 4 of them would stop him. Zhang Yibin feared Xing Wuzhong partly because of the latter's power, so he preferred not to confront Xing Wuzhong directly. However, the most dangerous aspect was that Xing Wuzhong could harness the power of the Square Heaven Seal. If he were to use that trump card, Zhang Yibin would have no chance of winning. Now that things had developed to this point, they didn't know if it was due to Long Chen's lucky break or Cao Yuyong's misfortune. At first, they had been in the middle of a strategy meeting, with Cao Yuyong present. However, while they were ironing out the finer details, Cao Yuyong left, and the news that Long Chen and Mo Nian had come out reached his ears. Cao Yuyong immediately acted according to the plan. However, Long Chen and Mo Nian easily dealt with him. He didn't even have a chance to display his strength before he kicked the bucket. Perhaps Cao Yuyong was still crying on his way to the Yellow Springs. According to the plan, the moment Long Chen made a ruckus, the real experts would capture him. If Long Chen dared to attack, the 4 noble families' experts would have an excuse to capture him, which would definitely disturb Xing Wuzhong. Once Xing Wuzhong emerged, the 4 heads would seal him, and they could capture the big fish and the small fish at the same time. However, Cao Yuyong wasn't aware that his father and the other heads were in the midst of discussing the finer details. They wanted to make sure that their plan went perfectly. Hence, when the bait known as Cao Yuyong was destroyed, Cao Guofeng practically went crazy and immediately rushed over. At that moment, the 4 family heads and Xing Wuzhong had torn off all pretenses. According to the plan, the Flame Divine Hall's people were supposed to take action, but they refused, which enraged the 4 family heads. After all, as long as Zhang Yibin and the others attacked to capture Long Chen, Xing Wuzhong would be forced to save him. This would then create an opening to attack Xing Wuzhong, giving them an upper hand. The 4 of them were waiting for the right time to catch Xing Wuzhong off guard. Although it was a 4 against 1, they didn't dare to rashly take action as they knew how strong Xing Wuzhong was. Hence, when the Flame Divine Hall's experts refused to attack and Xing Wuzhong acted like everything was under control, they felt very nervous. In the end, the Heaven Heart Hall's master snapped when Mo Nian cursed her. Due to her intense anxiety, she directly cursed the Flame Divine Hall's people, forcing Zhang Yibin and the others to reveal themselves. Attack! shouted Zhang Yibin as he waved his hand, sealing the space around Long Chen. 4 heaven saints from the Flame Divine Hall then summoned their flame chains and charged toward Long Chen and Mo Nian. Flame Divine Hall, have you really considered the consequences of your actions? Asked Xing Wuzhong. You should worry about yourself. Do you not know what kind of situation you're in? Can you afford to worry about others? Countered Zhang Yibin, shaking his head. All right, then you can't blame me. When Xing Wuzhong raised his hand, a violet gold seal appeared in it. Gao Jianli and the others looked at him scornfully, thinking that his violet gold seal was already obsolete, unable to control the square heaven seal. But then, all the old fogies were shocked to see countless runes surge out of the ground, forming a giant wave that condensed into a pillar of light shooting toward those 4 heaven venerates of the Flame Divine Hall. Shit! Zhang Yibin's expression completely changed, and Gao Jianli and the others' scornful expressions vanished without a trace, replaced by dumbfounded horror. Chapter 4873 Terrifying Square Heaven Seal. Shocked and enraged, Zhang Yibin roared crazily, "It's the Square Heaven Seal! Retreat!" However, it was too late. The pillar of light devoured the 4 heaven saints of the Flame Divine Hall, leaving them with no chance to react. Completely powerless in front of its might, they instantly turned into bloody pulp, even the weapons in their hands disintegrated to dust. Long Chen and Mo Nian jumped in shock. Although they knew that the Square Heaven Seal was a terrifying existence, they hadn't expected it to be this powerful. The 4 terrifying heaven saints didn't even have the slightest ability to resist in front of the Square Heaven Seal. Fuck, what a pity. Their power was completely devoured by it. Evilmoon's cursing rang out in Long Chen's mind. After all, Evilmoon coveted this energy. Seeing someone else get its feast, it was naturally unhappy. Evilmoon's words made Long Chen's heart sink. If Evilmoon was right, that meant the Square Heaven Seal's bedevilment was even deeper than expected, and it would be much more difficult to drag it back. After all, the Square Heaven Seal was the legacy divine weapon of the Xing family. As the head of the 4 divine generals of the Grand Shah, the Xing family had the 4 noble families under their ranks. The Square Heaven Seal was the karmic luck divine weapon that all of them worshipped, and it relied on their faith energy to grow stronger. For the Square Heaven Seal to take the initiative to absorb the power of these 4 heaven saints, and to do so in such an open manner, demonstrated that it was now fearless. You fools, didn't you say that if you were present, he wouldn't be able to use the Square Heaven Seal? Cursed Zhang Yibin. Gao Jianli and the others were also dumbfounded, not knowing what the problem was. They had long since started secretly communicating with the Square Heaven Seal, stripping the power of Xing Wuzhong's Master Seal. Why would the Square Heaven Seal suddenly betray them? The Pillar of Light suddenly continued onward after killing the 4 of Heaven Saints. Run! Zhang Yibin roared and fled. However, to his astonishment, he had been locked onto by the Square Heaven Seal. Damn you, Xing Wuzhong! Are you challenging the Flame Divine Hall to war? Roared Zhang Yibin. I can't handle all 4 of them, but that doesn't extend to you. If you want Long Chen's life, then I want yours first, Xing Wuzhong sneered. The violet gold seal in his hand trembled. Devil Fall City quaked in response. Pillars of light erupted from the ground, weaving into a net in the sky that enclosed Zhang Yibin and the others. Just you wait, Zhang Yibin roared. Forming hand seals, he summoned a golden pill furnace, and its majestic divine might enveloped all the Flame Divine Hall's experts. Day-Night Furnace, exclaimed Long Chen, his heart trembling. Not only had the Brahma Divine diagram appeared, but even the Day-Night Furnace had also emerged. However, this wasn't the true Day-Night Furnace, it was just a projection. Yet, the might of this projection was enough to crush the 10,000 Daos. Zhang Yibin and the others started fleeing, protected by the Day-Night Furnace above them. When the Day-Night Furnace struck the barrier, Zhang Yibin and the others spat out blood and had to go all out. Zhang Yibin formed more hand seals, and the other experts of the Flame Divine Hall shouted in unison with him, Day-Night Divine Radiance. The Day-Night Furnace above them blazed with light, its divine might erupting like a volcano as it smashed into the barrier again. This time, the Day-Night Furnace exploded, and blood sprayed from Zhang Yibin and the others' mouths. However, they had successfully blasted a giant hole in the void. Zhang Yibin and the others then charged through the giant hole, only leaving behind a furious roar. Just you wait for the Flame Divine Hall's wrath. Once Zhang Yibin and the others passed through, the barrier recovered. If they had been the slightest bit slower, they would have never managed to escape. TCH, do you think I'm a pushover? I no longer have any misgivings. If you have any guts, let's see whose wrath has more of an impact. Sneered Xing Wuzhong in front of Zhang Yibin's threat. At this moment, Gao Jianli and the other heads' expressions were exceedingly ugly. They still held their weapons in their hands, but they had no idea what to do. Seeing the four of them standing there like fools, Mo Nian couldn't help but taunt, "Put away your fire pokers. If it weren't due to your ancestors, you would have long since been turned into meat cakes by my big brother. I really don't understand how the heroes who followed the Xing family managed to give birth to unfilial trash like yourselves." Mo Nian was entirely correct. The only reason Xing Wuzhong refrained from killing them was due to the ancestral teachings of the Xing family. During the Xing family's golden age, they received full support from the four noble families, which led to the Xing family. Viewing them as kin, the Xing family then instructed their descendants to treat the four noble families well. Thus, unless the four noble families attempted to harm members of the Xing family, Xing Wuzhong could not kill them. As long as they didn't initiate an attack, he was also unable to confront them. When Mo Nian shouted, interrupting their deadlock, the four heads had extremely ugly expressions. They were unable to understand why their flawless plan had ended up like this. How did Xing Wuzhong make the square heaven seal help him? Before understanding this, they couldn't go against Xing Wuzhong. Anyway, Xing Wuzhong had fully offended the Flame Divine Hall, and that was a good thing for them. "Xing Wuzhong, you indiscriminately kill people to protect Long Chen. The calamities Devil Fall City has to face in the future will be on you," declared Gao Jianli coldly. He was a bit smarter than Cao Guofeng and directly placed the blame on Xing Wuzhong. Smiling lightly, Xing Wuzhong answered, "Are you done? If so, scram." Gao Jianli simply snorted in response and vanished, followed by the other assholes. Only Cao Guofeng remained here, gritting his teeth. "Do you want to take your son's corpse? If you want, I can help you find its dregs. When you go back and bury them, it will at least still be acceptable. After all, having something is better than nothing," asked Mo Nian, sounding as if he really wanted to help. Cao Guofeng's teeth creaked, and flames almost burst out of his eyes. He was unwilling to leave because he couldn't accept his son dying just like this. "All of you, just wait. I will make you regret coming to this city," Cao Guofeng hissed between his gritted teeth before vanishing. Once Cao Guofeng had departed, Xing Wuzhong nodded to Long Chen and Mo Nian, then left as well. With nothing else to do, Mo Nian cleared his throat and shouted at the remaining vendors, "Hey, everyone, don't be in a rush to pack up your wares. I still have a lot of stuff to buy. Come, show me your products." Chapter 4874 Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. Despite Mo Nian's loud shout, the people who had already packed up didn't return to open their booths. Instead, those who hadn't yet packed started to pack quickly. They had been genuinely terrified moments ago. Devil Fall City was now in chaos, and no one wanted to be caught up in the turmoil. The previous sealing of the city by the Square Heaven Seal had left a lasting impact. The feeling of being trapped with nowhere to escape was something they did not wish to relive. Moreover, Xing Wuzhong had just killed people from the Flame Divine Hall, provoking a huge calamity. As the Flame Divine Hall would not permit someone to challenge them like this, they would definitely come for retribution. Hence, these people wanted to leave before the retribution arrived. In their minds, Devil Fall City was no longer safe and could be wiped off the map at any time. At this moment, Mo Nian quickened his pace and wantonly purchased everything he wanted. Knowing that Mo Nian had a relationship with the city lord, some of the vendors were in a rush to get rid of their wares, so they didn't bother playing any games with him. They directly offered him the real price, saving them time. In the end, Mo Nian managed to get everything he wanted, and by this time, even the experts throughout the city had started leaving. The Feather Spirit race was aware of what was happening and had started packing up. They also called Yu Tong and Yu Fei back. Left with nothing else to do, Long Chen and Mo Nian decided to stay at the City Lord Mansion. Mo Nian checked his inventory. It seemed that he was planning on making something odd. Long Chen didn't disturb Mo Nian and found a secluded place for himself. Taking out the stone he purchased and examining it, Long Chen couldn't help being overwhelmed with emotion. "Your luck isn't bad this time. This is definitely something good for you," said the Earth Cauldron. "Senior, do you know what this is?" asked Long Chen. "It is the corpse of a stone spirit," replied the Earth Cauldron. "A stone spirit's corpse?" Yes, this powerful stone spirit was obliterated by a single palm strike from a 9-star line expert. What remains here is the stone spirit's purest essence, along with the power of that palm strike, explained the earth cauldron. It was no wonder Long Chen could sense astral energy from it. It was the astral energy sealed within by that palm strike, not the artificial astral energy applied by the old shopkeeper. Senior, what cultivation base did the stone spirit have? Asked Long Chen. Why don't you examine the rock more closely? Use your bloodline to sense it. Long Chen listened and slowly rubbed the stone with his hand. Curiously, when he raised his senses to the limit, he could sense 3 auras within the rock. Some people call it a heaven vein, and the others call it dragon chi. There are many special ways to call it, but these 2 names are the most common. Do you know why Xing Wuzhong is capable of dominating Devil Fall City? Even without the square heaven seal, he isn't afraid of the other heaven saints, remarked the earth cauldron. Big brother Wuzhong said he touched upon some kind of gate, answered Long Chen. Yes, he has cultivated half of a heaven vein, so he now has dragon chi protecting him. As a result, ordinary heaven saints are unable to compete with him, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen's heart shook. No wonder Xing Wuzhong was so domineering. Even facing the formidable square heaven seal, he still had the confidence to confront it. It seemed that this half-heaven vein dragon chi was his reliance. Wait, are you saying? Long Chen's jaw suddenly dropped as he looked at the little stone in his hand in disbelief. The earth cauldron didn't reply and stopped answering his question, but this silence was enough of a confirmation. Long Chen could guess it, but he didn't dare to believe it. Yet, the earth cauldron's mention of heaven veins in connection to the faint auras within the rock left little room for doubt. Long Chen suddenly thought of when race leader Yu Luo had brought him to the Star Cloud martial stage. During their encounter with Cao Guofeng, he had mocked her about cultivating a heaven vein after years of seclusion. It seemed that cultivating a heaven vein would allow heaven saints to break through their shackles. However, Long Chen still found it hard to believe. After all, this stone spirit had cultivated 3 heaven veins, while Xing Wuzhong had only cultivated half of it but was already beyond all other heaven saints. This stone spirit had to be absolutely terrifying. To crush a 3 heaven vein expert in one blow, that 9-star heir had to be incredibly powerful. Long Chen was gobsmacked and then felt confused. Isn't the stone spirit race kind? Why would they have enmity with a 9-star heir? Well, I suppose I can only test it out. Long Chen looked over at Mo Nian and declared, Brother, I'm going to commune with this rock. Guard me for a while. Not waiting for Mo Nian's reply, Long Chen directly pressed his hand on the handprint. In an instant, the world around Long Chen changed, and he found himself at the peak of a mountain. Flames and lava were flowing around him, while countless giants were rushing over to him. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated from behind him, so powerful that Long Chen's soul almost shattered. Long Chen then turned back to see a black stone giant over 300 meters tall standing behind him. This stone giant was surrounded by 3 colossal dragons, with heaven and earth seeming to distort around it. Its gaze was filled with a malice that could suppress even the heavens. As the stone giant approached Long Chen, it swung a massive fist toward him. The instant it raised its fist, Long Chen was overwhelmed with excruciating pain, as though his very soul was being torn apart. Shit. Long Chen was horrified. Although he was in an illusory realm right now, this attack carried the power to penetrate spacetime as it possessed the power of karma. Hence, it posed a genuine threat to his life. Just as Long Chen tried to escape, he found that he couldn't move, and even his spiritual strength froze. Helpless, he could only watch as the fist bore down on him. Suddenly, a large hand appeared in the air, adorned with stars and bearing a star ring composed of 8 stars. This starry hand intercepted the fist cleanly. Following this, a deep voice resonated, all that awaits traitors is death. Suddenly, a series of strange runes appeared on the hand, and millions of stars on it transformed into a giant cross. Star Ocean, God-slaying cross. The deep voice let out a domineering shout, and the hand slammed down. The hand shattered the stone giant's fist and continued to slam its chest. The stone giant exploded, disintegrating in front of this fist. All that remained was a small stone with a handprint on it. The moment the stone rolled to Long Chen, the surrounding scenery and roars faded away. As the stone slipped from Long Chen's hand, he realized he was drenched in sweat. He felt as though he had expended all his energy in an instant, almost as if he had overexerted himself. What happened? Asked Mo Nian. He reached out and caught Long Chen just as he swayed unstably. I gained plenty, answered Long Chen excitedly. You spent hours studying the stone, and we're almost out of time. Big brother is waiting for us outside, grumbled Mo Nian. Without asking what Long Chen had gained, Mo Nian dragged him out in a frenzy. Chapter 4875. Once more descending upon Heaven's Screen Mountain. What? How long has it been? Asked Long Chen, startled. It felt like only a few minutes had passed, so how could hours have gone by? When Long Chen and Mo Nian walked out, they saw a golden chariot waiting for them, and Xing Wuzhong was standing beside it with no one else around. Normally, the city lord mansion was bustling with activity, but now it appeared deserted. Long Chen and Mo Nian hurriedly approached, not dwelling on the absence of people. Mo Nian quickly apologized, "Big brother Wuzhong, sorry for making you wait." "Long Chen, are you all right?" Xing Wuzhong exclaimed, startled by Long Chen's pale face. He appeared as if he had just been rescued from drowning. "I'm fine," replied Long Chen with haste. Gazing into that scene had sucked away all his energy. Luckily, this was just a kind of emptiness, not an actual wound. As long as he rested, he could recover. Xing Wuzhong said, "Get on then. You can rest on the chariot. The time for the opening of Heaven's Screen Mountain has passed." "What?" Long Chen and Mo Nian both jumped. "It's fine. I've had the square heaven seal stall. Heaven's Screen Mountain will not open before you arrive," added Xing Wuzhong. There was an optimal time to open Heaven's Screen Mountain, but due to Long Chen, Xing Wuzhong delayed it. However, no matter how long he stalled, he couldn't push it beyond a few hours without exhausting a significant amount of the square heaven seal's power. Opening Heaven's Screen Mountain was not a casual task. Even with the square heaven seal's power, it required careful preparation and attunement with the mountain's laws. Once their energies merged harmoniously, the ideal moment for opening would present itself. Missing this optimal opening window would likely require the square heaven seal to recuperate for several decades before it could attempt to open Heaven's Screen Mountain again. Mo Nian and Long Chen hastily boarded the chariot, which then rose into the sky and departed from the city lord mansion. From the chariot, they could see the full scope of Devil Fall City. However, Long Chen and Mo Nian were shocked by how deathly silent it was. Other than the unending buildings, they couldn't even find the shadow of a person. Was this really the Devil Fall City that they knew? The square heaven seal will enter a weakened state after expending its core energy to open Heaven's Screen Mountain. Many people are concerned about the impending battle, so they've left, explained Xing Wuzhong. Has the feather spirit race left? Long Chen asked anxiously, as they were the ones he was most concerned about. Yes, they were amongst the first to leave, and they even moved their sacred mountain, answered Xing Wuzhong. Hearing that, Long Chen and Mo Nian relaxed. All of a sudden, Long Chen looked at Xing Wuzhong and waved his finger up and down. Xing Wuzhong looked into the distance. "In a bit, I will borrow the square heaven seal's power to send you in. You'll have to endure the pressure. Prepare yourselves." "All right." Long Chen and Mo Nian both nodded, exchanging a look. They both knew that from this moment on, they couldn't speak freely. Outside of the city lord mansion, everything they did was under the observation of the square heaven seal. They shouldn't inadvertently raise its suspicions. When they had flown a certain distance out of the city quivered, and a ray of golden light shot through the void. The golden chariot then entered that spatial channel. In a short moment, the channel closed behind them, and Long Chen's pupils shrank. Just before the channel closed, he saw a giant head quivering beneath Devil Fall City. Devil Fall City had now become an empty city, and even Xing Wuzhong had been sent out. Now, the devil head could do whatever it wanted with no one being the wiser. Perhaps it was so obedient because of this fat chance. Long Chen glanced at Xing Wuzhong. His expression was completely calm, and he even gave Long Chen a faint smile. Long Chen and Mo Nian both felt a sense of pressure. If Mo Nian could not take the corpse, the fully bedeviled square heaven seal would be a lost cause. If that were to happen, the divine weapon that generations of the Xing family's ancestors had worshipped would turn traitor. This result was unacceptable to any of them. What a pity. If only the square heaven seal could wait a bit longer, Evilmoon sighed. If you give me a bit more time and let me get stronger, once I refine the Emperor Blood Silk Net's power, I can consume it directly, replied Evilmoon. Once you refine the Emperor Blood Silk Net, you mean you will be able to devour the square heaven seal? Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. Didn't that mean the Emperor Blood Silk Net was a treasure on the same level as the square heaven seal? If it was in its strongest state, perhaps it wouldn't work. However, it is basically half dead. Consuming it is nothing difficult. Long Chen, work hard. Get that corpse and don't let it merge with the head. Once I get stronger, I will feast, remarked Evilmoon. Mo Nian already views the corpse as a must-have. Ignoring everything else, even if it was just for Big Brother Wuzhong, we'll definitely do everything we can to not let the devil creature resurrect. TCH, this really pisses me off. I have so much power but don't have the ability to unleash it. I feel like I'm going to go crazy, cursed Evilmoon. When Evilmoon devoured those dragon souls and came to control its new body, becoming its master, it learned how terrifying this weapon was. However, Evilmoon was still too weak to control this divine weapon, so it needed to rely on Long Chen's power every time, which caused it to feel like trash. This situation was even worse than when it was sealed in the mortal world, which was unacceptable to an entity as prideful as Evilmoon. Don't worry, I believe it won't be long before the name of Dragonbone Evilmoon resounds throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands, reassured Long Chen. He could understand Evilmoon's feelings, but in the end, their path had to be taken one step at a time. Some things couldn't be rushed. The more they hurried, the more likely there would be problems. At this moment, space quivered intensely again as the golden chariot tore through the void. They then saw a mountain range covered in a black heavenly screen. Even from inside of the chariot, they could sense an air of decay coming from it. This place was filled with the aura of death. Heaven Screen Mountain. Hee, I'm back, Mo Nian chuckled with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Chapter 4876 Chinwu. A black heavenly screen completely blocked this mountain range. As far as the eye could see, there was only a dark haze, and beyond that haze was only darkness. This darkness had the power to draw out the most primal fear in people's hearts. It felt like this darkness had bloodthirsty devils hidden within it. This was Heaven Screen Mountain, a realm that never saw the light of day, a tomb burying an entire era. An ethereal barrier prevented this place from ever welcoming the dawn. This was a forbidden land, shunned by all. The black heavenly screen served as a curse barrier, and even heaven venerates didn't dare to get close to it lest they provoked a massive calamity. However, today, this place was packed with people. Countless young heavenly geniuses had flocked to this place, waiting for Heaven Screen Mountain to open. Within Heaven Screen Mountain was an entire era, a buried battlefield within its vast expanse. Who could guess how many divine weapons lay hidden in its depths? It was a land of both dangers and opportunities. Whenever it opened, hordes of adventurers would flock to test their luck. In the past, many adventurers had to pay a certain fee to Devil Fall City to buy a spot to enter Heaven Screen Mountain. Rogue cultivators or poor ones who didn't have the money could either contribute to Devil Fall City by completing certain tasks or trading devil crystals. However, this time, the sudden opening of Heaven Screen Mountain came without any demand for fees from Devil Fall City. Everyone was free to come without hindrance. Devil Fall City would normally start making a registration list 10 years before the opening of Heaven Screen Mountain, overseen by the 4 noble families. However, due to the intense conflict between the noble families and the city lord escalating to the point of weapons being drawn, they weren't in the mood for such a thing. As a result, the participation this time was 100 times greater than usual, as no one wanted to miss this rare opportunity. Countless heavenly geniuses arrived, accompanied by their elders who would guide them into the mountain. When the golden chariot representing the city lord appeared, the impatient experts immediately stomped over. Xing Wuzhong, what are you up to? The set time has passed. Cao Guofeng was the first to shout angrily. Cao Guofeng wasn't standing at the very front this time. Instead, he stood behind an elder with a sword on his back. This elder's robes had flames moving on top of them, pulsating with life. His eyes contained flame totems that appeared and vanished intermittently, surrounded by swirling flame runes. This person stood out even amongst the powerful old experts. All on his own, his aura shook the world. Shut your mouth. Does your face itch for another slap if you don't talk for a few days? Scoffed Long Chen, also coming out of the chariot. You. Cao Guofeng was about to curse him back, but the elder in front of him suddenly raised his hand. Long Chen eyed that elder. Although the latter wasn't showing his aura, Long Chen's sharp senses discerned that this person was incredibly terrifying. Most likely, he was someone on the same level as Xing Wuzhong. Looking behind that elder, Long Chen spotted Zhang Yiban and the others, who had clearly called over reinforcements. This person's position in the Flame Divine Hall had to be even higher than theirs. The elder looked at Long Chen and said, Long Chen, due to your cultivation base and talent, I am willing to use my status as the Vice Hall Master of the Flame Divine Hall to accept you as my disciple. Your enmity with the Flame Divine Hall can be. Ha ha ha. Long Chen went through a laughing fit, like he had just heard the world's funniest joke and simply couldn't hold back. Mo Nian couldn't contain his laughter either and pointed at the elder. My brother is the youngest branch dean of the world's #1 academy. You want him to join your Flame Divine Hall as a mere disciple? You really know how to raise your own status. Vice Hall Master, it's just as I told you. These people are wildly arrogant and don't understand your kind intentions. These sick people should be eradicated as quickly as possible to prevent their disease from spreading, said Cao Guofeng. This elder was the Vice Hall Master of the Flame Divine Hall. His prestigious status was matched only by his terrifying power. However, to everyone's surprise, Long Chen and Mo Nian openly mocked him in front of the crowd. As a result, chilling intent started to gather in the elder's eyes. Vice Hall Master, I will personally take this person's life. Just then, a figure walked out from the ranks of the Flame Divine Hall, a woman whose beauty was shrouded with arrogance, as if she felt that all others were beneath her. My God! Upon seeing that woman, Mo Nian couldn't help exclaiming in shock. This woman's aura was sharp and powerful, as if a slumbering beast was hibernating within her. She was a heavenly doyen, but her doyen power was different from all other doyens that Mo Nian had ever encountered. Others had their doyen power manifest in a gaseous state around them. However, this woman's doyen power was shockingly condensed, like a screen of water flowing around her. It was even vaguely possible to see doyen runes prostrating toward her, which shocked Mo Nian even more. So today's the day I see a heavenly chosen. With an open mouth, Mo Nian was staring at her as if trying to see through her. If you keep up that rudeness, I'll dig your eyes out, threatened that red-robed woman. Mo Nian turned back to Long Chen to whisper, this girl doesn't look like a good person. Brother, I leave her to you. I feel like you can take her. Although he was whispering, it was still loud enough for everyone here to hear. As the red-robed woman wasn't deaf, she naturally heard it, and her killing intent erupted. Just as she was about to attack, the Vice Hall Master stopped her. Qingwu, calm yourself. Why bother quibbling with some random commoners? You'll lower your own status. Commoners, I am a master archaeologist. Raged Mo Nian. Ha ha ha. Long Chen chuckled, amused by Mo Nian's sweeping gaze and sudden claim. The Vice Hall Master paid them no mind, shifting his focus instead to Xing Wuzhong. After killing people from my Flame Divine Hall, do you have any explanation for me? Chapter 4877 Heaven Screen Mountain opens. Explanation. Xing Wuzhong looked at the Vice Hall Master with disdain. Your Flame Divine Hall has been secretly supporting the 4 noble families to target my Xing family. You've secretly killed quite a few of my people. If someone deserves an explanation, it's me. Even in front of the Flame Divine Hall, Xing Wuzhong didn't back down at all. In truth, whether it was the Flame Divine Hall or the Brahma Pill Valley, they had both been secretly supporting the 4 noble families behind Xing Wuzhong's back, encouraging them to fight the Xing family. Although Xing Wuzhong was well aware of it, due to the Flame Divine Hall's power, he had had no choice but to accept it. However, it was different now as Xing Wuzhong no longer had any misgivings. Even against the Vice Hall Master, he refused to take a single step back. If you want to accuse someone, you should show some evidence first, replied the Vice Hall Master with a cold tone. Feeling impatient, Mo Nian said, you should just give it up and stop playing these childish games. No need to make excuses for your actions. No one believes them anyway. In truth, Mo Nian or Long Chen disliked this kind of worthless banter. Even after doing countless wicked things, they still had to act like the victim. How disgusting. Had the world ever truly known justice? These civilized bastards would simply put a veil over their faces when they did bad things. In truth, everyone was very clear on their doings. Long Chen and Mo Nian had encountered such motherfuckers countless times, those who committed wicked deeds yet cloaked themselves in self-righteousness. Sometimes, the two of them would rather deal with devils and fiends than them. These people were far more sinister and treacherous than devils. Long Chen indifferently said, do you understand? If you didn't, I'll make it clear. He's saying to let out whatever fart you're holding back. Mo Nian also added, quickly. Long Chen and Mo Nian's banter combo was practically flawless, not giving the Vice Hall Master any chance to interject. At this moment, everyone from the Flame Divine Hall was raging with killing intent. These two had so brazenly insulted their Vice Hall Master while ignoring them, it was simply unprecedented. Who would dare to be so rude to the Flame Divine Hall? Countless experts stared at Long Chen and Mo Nian in disbelief. Only a small fraction of the gathered individuals here were from Devil Fall City, so most did not recognize the two of them. Witnessing the audacity with which they openly mocked the esteemed Vice Hall Master of the Flame Divine Hall, these experts were utterly stunned. That girl called Qinwu was quivering, barely suppressing her rage. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master still didn't let her attack. He looked at Mo Nian calmly. And you are? Mo Nian smiled slightly and took a step forward. After taking a deep breath, he looked up at the sky. Seeing that, Long Chen instantly rolled his eyes. This again. As expected, Mo Nian waved his hand through the sky, loudly proclaiming, "The limitless palace in front of the limitless mountain, the limitless tree before the limitless gate, the dreams of heavenly geniuses vanish without a trace as soon as they encounter Mo Nian. That's right, I am the hero of justice, the one who seeks the truth, the one who shuttles through endless space and time. I swim through the river of history and pursue the essence of life. I am the great scholar who is restoring the world's truth." Mo Nian. Mo Nian's long introduction flowed off of his tongue smoothly, causing even Long Chen to wince, goosebumps rising on his skin. He couldn't help but shiver as Mo Nian spouted the most shameless thing he had ever heard. Although Guo Ran was similar, when it came to flashiness, as expected, no one could match Mo Nian's level. It was like they were constantly competing to be flashier than each other. Without exception, every expert stared at Mo Nian with mouth agape. Those present were either remarkably talented young heavenly geniuses or influential figures like sect masters. Yet, they had never heard such brazenly arrogant words uttered aloud, especially in the presence of the Vice Hall Master. Saying such a thing required more than just simple bravery. The reactions varied among the experts. Some were astonished, some scornful, while others, like those from the Flame Divine Hall, gazed at Mo Nian with contempt and anger. However, the Vice Hall Master's expression remained surprisingly calm. It went without saying that the Vice Hall Master possessed great restraint. He shook his head and replied, "The Limitless Palace. Never heard of it, Mo Nian, never heard of that name either. Compared to the youngest dean in the history of the High Firmament Academy, your light is like that of a firefly." Ha ha ha. Long Chen and Mo Nian both laughed. Mo Nian barely suppressed his laughter as he said, "It seems wisdom doesn't grow with age. How dare you use such a childish play against us? Someone with your intelligence is capable of becoming a Vice Hall Master. It seems that I should go to the Divine Flame Hall when I have time. I'll be your Hall Master in no time." While such a tactic might seem naive against the likes of them, for some heavenly geniuses, especially the prideful ones, it could be truly fatal. All it took was one sinister seed planted in the heart for it to take root deeply. However, this kind of seed couldn't survive against Long Chen and Mo Nian. Even though both of them liked to con each other occasionally, it didn't affect their brotherhood. Thus, when they heard the Vice Hall Master's words, they laughed so hard that tears almost came out. The Vice Hall Master's composure was remarkable. Despite everything, his expression remained unchanged. Calmly, he replied, "It's just the truth. I've never heard of your name. You haven't heard my name, but maybe you should ask your friends if they recognize me." Mo Nian said, looking around. Instantly, countless people started avoiding eye contact, and their expressions had grown extremely odd. After a moment of silence, someone cursed Mo Nian, "What dogshit are you? Who would recognize you? Fuck off." Although he said that, based on his furious gaze, it was obvious that he did recognize Mo Nian. He just refused to admit it. In truth, quite a few people here knew Mo Nian. After all, he had visited the final resting place of their ancestors. Yet, if they admitted it, it would be like telling everyone about the awkward incident in their families. Thus, they weren't willing to admit to it. Suddenly, the space behind Xing Wuzhong twisted, forming a spatial gate that slowly opened, revealing an ancient city. That city was Devil Fall City. "Brothers, prepare yourselves. The square heaven seal is about to open Heaven Screen Mountain," transmitted Xing Wuzhong. He then placed a hand on both of their backs. Suddenly, a streak of light shot out of Devil Fall City, passed through the spatial gate, and smashed into the barrier around Heaven Screen Mountain, forcibly ripping the barrier apart. "Now!" Xing Wuzhong shouted and pushed Long Chen and Mo Nian straight into the hole in the barrier. Chapter 4878 Blaze Dragon Bone. Long Chen and Mo Nian felt a powerful pressure crash into them, pushing them forward. Both of them nearly spat out blood from the impact. At this moment, a powerful resistance tried to stop them, almost crushing them. This gap in Heaven Screen Mountain's barrier was actually the entrance gate, and since it hadn't fully formed, the remnant runes still posed a large issue. Long Chen and Mo Nian were straining against this resistance. Xing Wuzhong had long since calculated the right timing, wanting to send Long Chen and Mo Nian in before anyone else. Mo Nian, in particular, needed to reach the devil corpse as quickly as possible. Any delay could introduce unpredictable variables. Xing Wuzhong acted quickly, but the Vice Hall Master also wasn't slow and immediately sent Qinwu in. However, in the end, she was a bit slower than Long Chen and Mo Nian. Regardless of whether the Vice Hall Master was actually stronger than Xing Wuzhong, in terms of opening Heaven Screen Mountain, Xing Wuzhong had far more experience. However, just as Qinwu moved, 4 more figures shot out like bolts of lightning, following behind her. When the 4 figures shot out, even the Vice Hall Master was startled. After all, those who dared to charge in the moment Heaven Screen Mountain opened had to have someone of their caliber assisting them. Otherwise, they would be sending them to their deaths. Only experts of their level could block the resistance enough to send others through at this critical time. In other words, there were 4 more powerful beings hidden within the crowd, at least as strong as the Vice Hall Master. Flames ignited around Qinwu, transforming into a pair of giant wings. With the Vice Hall Master's assistance, she accelerated, disregarding the immense pressure. "You pieces of trash, if you have guts, come and fight me, Huo Qinwu." Only now did Long Chen learn this woman's full name. However, her words were rather venomous, making Long Chen and Mo Nian find them both laughable and infuriating. Mo Nian couldn't help but respond, "Are you an idiot? Who would stay behind to fight you? Are you sure your head isn't full of crap?" Mo Nian wasn't in the habit of indulging others. So, it didn't matter whether it was a man or woman, he directly cursed back. "You don't dare to fight yet still spout such arrogance. Are all men cowards like you? You've disgraced all the men in the world," shouted Huo Qinwu, her mouth not pausing even as she chased with all her power. "Just like us, your dad's a man too. I don't think you should talk to your father like that," retorted Mo Nian without hesitation. Long Chen almost slapped his leg in praise. Mo Nian's wit was anything but ordinary, his reaction speed was incredibly fast. Huo Qinwu almost choked at his response, unable to find a retort. Gritting her teeth furiously, she watched as the exit of the channel drew closer. Suddenly, she swung her hand, and a flame whip shot toward Long Chen and Mo Nian. The appearance of the whip caused the entire channel to shudder. Seeing this scene, Long Chen and Mo Nian both were worried. If the channel collapsed, everyone within it would die. Clearly, Huo Qinwu was capable of using some unknown power to compress this channel. If they didn't want to die, they had to turn back and face her. "This woman is crazy, I'll kill her," raged Mo Nian. Her provocations had pushed him to his limits. She was absolutely shameless. "You have something important to do. Leave this crazy woman to me," said Long Chen, shaking his head. Mo Nian's target was the devil corpse, and this matter was critical to Xing Wuzhong's life. They could not afford to be careless. Every bit of time Mo Nian gained increased their chance of success. Just as the flame whip was about to reach them, Long Chen caught it with his left hand and shoved Mo Nian's back with his right hand. Long Chen suddenly blazed with light and sent Mo Nian flying like a shooting star. Long Chen had borrowed Huo Qinwu's power to directly throw Mo Nian into Heaven Screen Mountain. Long Chen had been planning on mocking her for failing to stop him, but then, he was shocked by the flame whip's power. If Mo Nian hadn't helped him bear the brunt of it, he would probably be badly injured. Long Chen released the whip as the recoil force slowed him down after pushing Mo Nian forward. At this moment, Huo Qinwu reached him. Snorting, Long Chen aimed a kick at her face. Normally, he wouldn't use such humiliating techniques against a woman, but this crazy woman didn't deserve any mercy. Long Chen's attack enraged Huo Qinwu, and her whip coiled around his foot like a rope. "Rude brat, I'm taking your leg," exclaimed Huo Qinwu, her whip moving with shocking speed, instantly binding Long Chen's leg. Just as she was about to rip his leg off, she was startled to realize that Long Chen had intentionally let her bind his foot. By pulling on the whip, she caused his other foot to whip toward her cheek. Huo Qinwu's reactions were fast. She managed to raise her hand to defend, but the force of Long Chen's kick was just too much. Her hand slammed into her own face, and she was violently forced back. Though the kick didn't land directly on her face, the impact through her hand was nearly as effective. Huo Qinwu was sent flying. However, Huo Qinwu didn't panic. She twisted her whip, causing countless bone spurs to emerge out of it. Even after being kicked, she still wanted to tear off Long Chen's leg. Unfortunately, these bone spurs were unable to pierce Long Chen's skin. They let out an ear-piercing sound as they scraped against his dragon scales. Numerous white marks were left on Long Chen's leg where her whip passed. Some blood oozed off from between his scales. In this exchange, although Long Chen had the upper hand and sent Huo Qinwu flying, he was utterly shocked. He stared at the flame whip in her hand. Through the raging flames, he saw a whip made of bone. Blaze Dragon Bone. Long Chen finally recognized the origin of this whip. Chapter 4879 Long Chen vs. Huo Qinwu. To be able to block my Blaze Dragon Bone whip spurs, you can count as decently powerful. However, you will still die in my hands. Unable to beat Long Chen in one exchange, Huo Qinwu's expression finally changed, and she no longer looked at him with such disdain. Her Blaze Dragon Bone whip was made from a Heaven Saint Blaze Dragon of ancient times. Furthermore, after being nourished by countless generations of experts, it now possessed an absolutely terrifying power. It was definitely top grade amongst top grade when it came to Heaven Saint Divine weapons. This weapon fit her status as a peak genius of the Flame Divine Hall. Huo Qinwu's affinity with flame energy led her to gain the recognition of the Blaze Dragon Bone whip at just 8 years old. This Heaven Saint Divine weapon resonated remarkably well with her. Even in the Divine Venerate realm, Huo Qinwu could unleash 50% of its full power. Due to this, with the Blaze Dragon Bone Claw, Huo Qinwu possessed the qualifications to challenge Heaven Saints all on her own, which was also why Huo Qinwu had never looked up to anyone in the same realm. She was qualified to be arrogant. Just as Long Chen and Huo Qinwu exchanged blows, multiple figures shot by the two of them, charging toward Heaven's Screen Mountain. Normally, Long Chen would have done his most to stall them. Even if he could only hold them back for a moment, it would reduce the danger for Mo Nian. However, with Huo Qinwu gazing at him, he knew that the slightest distraction would lead to a devastating blow from her. Long Chen was truly pissed, bone-chilling aura flickering in his eyes. This time, he entered Heaven's Screen Mountain not for treasures or a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity but solely to aid Xing Wuzhong. 1. Ignoring Xing Wuzhong's connection with the Grand Sha imperial family, Long Chen's deep friendship with him was enough for Long Chen to walk through fire for him. By blocking Long Chen, Huo Qinwu was essentially putting Xing Wuzhong and Mo Nian in danger. In an instant, Long Chen's killing intent solidified on her. As an intense sensation of danger enveloped Huo Qinwu, she suddenly felt her hair stand on end. She swung her whip out defensively under Long Chen's pressure. Long Chen was about to summon Evilmoon and kill her when he suddenly thought of his mission. Gritting his teeth, he summoned lightning wings on his back and shot toward Heaven's Screen Mountain. Fuck, what's the point of fighting a woman? I have more important things to do. Just as Huo Qinwu thought that Long Chen was about to go all out against her, he chose to flee. Having been tricked, she exploded with fury, and her flame wings turned her into a blazing shooting star chasing after him. It was at this moment that the other heavenly geniuses outside started to squeeze their way in. Without the support of powerful experts, they could only wait for the barrier's energy to disperse before they could enter. By this time, Long Chen had long since vanished from their view, followed by Huo Qinwu's figure. Countless heavenly geniuses poured into the channel. Xing Wuzhong smiled after seeing Mo Nian and Long Chen enter. "Good brothers, I wish you luck," remarked Xing Wuzhong with a satisfied smile. He hadn't expected to gain two new hot-blooded brothers at his age. Turning back, he gazed at the spatial gate behind him leading to Devil Fall City, which stood like an immovable boulder. However, at that moment, black spots started to slowly grow out of the cracks in the city gates. Once the heavenly geniuses had entered, the seniors who had been guarding them remained in their positions, patiently waiting for them to return. At this moment, Gao Jianli, Cao Guofeng, and the others didn't pretend anymore and openly walked toward the Flame Divine Hall's camp, clearly showing their hostility toward Xing Wuzhong. Xing Wuzhong simply ignored them and sat in his golden chariot, staring into the distance with a peaceful expression. It was as if all these mundane battles had nothing to do with him, and he was just patiently enjoying what he saw. When Long Chen charged out of the channel, a vast wave of devil chi crashed down upon him. The area was thick with resentful spirits, and the air was heavy with the scent of death. It felt as though he had entered hell itself. Once Long Chen was inside, he neither saw Mo Nian's figure nor any marks he had left behind. Mo Nian clearly hadn't had any time to waste, rushing straight to his target. Before Long Chen could fully orient himself, the void behind him erupted with rage. A flame whip surged toward him like a sword. She's fast. Long Chen hadn't expected Huo Qinwu to be so difficult to deal with. He was actually unable to throw her off. Most frightening of all, her attack froze the space around him. If he wanted to dodge, he would have to deal with the spatial bindings first. Gutless coward, now where are you going to run? Huo Qinwu appeared in front of Long Chen, wrapped in flames. Seeing that the other 4 people had vanished and Huo Qinwu still continued to cause trouble for him, Long Chen lost his patience. Today, if I don't beat you until you cry for your mommy and daddy, you won't know who Boss Long San is. When Long Chen extended his hand, a sinister aura filled this space. Evilmoon appeared in his hand, slashing onto the whip. With one clash of divine weapons, the ground was set ablaze. Long Chen and Huo Qinwu were both knocked back. Just as they exchanged blows, some unlucky fellows charged through the channel. Before they could even grasp what was going on, they were devoured by those powerful flames. Fortunately, they were all powerful geniuses. So they survived, albeit hairless and charred. As Long Chen swung Evilmoon once more, a giant saber image crashed down from the sky like a falling river of stars. 6 forms in one. Having repeatedly failed to get the upper hand against Long Chen, Huo Qinwu was unable to accept this loss of face. Blaze Dragon Heaven Breaking Attack. Huo Qinwu's whip moved rapidly until it suddenly formed a dragon head, its bone joints clattering. A powerful force flowed through her hand and into the whip, intensifying as it passed through every joint. The bone whip boasted a total of 36 joints, and as the force flowed through each one, her strength multiplied many times over. When the dragon head opened, and a globe of light shot toward Evilmoon. 1. Yeah, who are we kidding? Chapter 4880 Heavenly Fate Disc. 2 destructive forces smashed into each other, causing the experts who had just come out of the channel to flee for their lives. Seeing those wild chi waves, the experts who were still crossing the channel immediately turned around. The collision echoed through the air as the 10,000 Daos wailed, causing the barrier around Heaven Screen Mountain to shudder. The next moment, the channel exploded, expanding hundreds of times over. The experts inside the channel screamed as astral winds buffeted them, sending them shooting out. At first, the experts outside the channel were clueless about what was happening, but they soon witnessed the experts going before them expelled from the channel, followed by chi waves erupting like a volcano. The power of these chi waves startled even the Heaven Saints. Seeing those talented disciples coughing up blood from the impact, they were all concerned. What happened inside? Long Chen and Qinwu started fighting. We can't get in, answered one of the disciples. The majority of them actually had no idea what had happened, as only those near the exit of the channel had seen the 2 of them fighting. Originally, they thought there had been a change in the laws of Heaven Screen Mountain. However, it turned out that this big disturbance was caused by Long Chen Huo Qinwu. Just then, the channel started to shake, forced to expand again until it looked like a collapsing ice hole. Now, the spectators were vaguely able to see 2 figures through the channel. Suddenly, the channel exploded, and the barrier around Heaven Screen Mountain shattered, becoming as thin as a cicada's wing. Now, they could clearly see what was happening inside. They saw Long Chen, who seemed like a heavenly god, repeatedly attacked Huo Qinwu with his saber. Every clash caused ripples to erupt in the void, distorting the very laws of the world. Heavens, what kind of power is that? Seeing Long Chen fighting, most of the experts here were stunned. Long Chen wasn't displaying any divine abilities, nor had he summoned any heaven and earth manifestation. He was fighting purely with the power of his physical body. For the power of the physical body to be able to exceed the laws of the world, it was practically the stuff of legends. The spectators had not witnessed it before. Xing Wuzhong smiled when he saw this. In truth, he had been extremely worried for Long Chen and Mo Nian. What concerned him wasn't their ability to obtain the corpse, but their ability to contend with someone of Huo Qinwu's caliber. He was well aware of how terrifying experts like her could be. However, seeing that Long Chen could still gain the upper hand against Huo Qinwu, he finally relaxed. Although this was just a temporary advantage, it demonstrated that Long Chen wasn't intimidated by Huo Qinwu's Doyan power, nor did he fear her status. After all, Huo Qinwu was a heavenly chosen, an existence that all Doyans felt a natural inferiority toward as. They had no choice but to submit to her. It wasn't that they weren't brave enough, but they just couldn't go against her. This was an example of the unfairness of the heavenly Dao's doyens had no choice but to submit to heavenly chosens. Seeing that Long Chen could still fight so freely and ruthlessly without being affected by this pressure, Xing Wuzhong finally felt less worried. However, Huo Qinwu could not be looked down upon. Her blaze dragon bone whip repeatedly tore the void apart, turning this world into a sea of flames. Even through the barrier, the spectators could feel the heat. It was absolutely suffocating. A portion of the flames gushed through the channel, causing even Heaven Venerate's expressions to change in front of that tongue of fire. With Long Chen and Huo Qinwu fighting in front of the channel, those disciples couldn't get in, so they could only watch. "I'm begging you, fight somewhere else. We want to search for treasures," cried a disciple with a pleading tone. When Long Chen and Huo Qinwu started fighting, tens of thousands of lucky experts had managed to squeeze their way through. Although they were burned, it wasn't a serious wound. They hurried off in search of treasures, leaving the remaining disciples to fret like ants on a hot plate. However, Long Chen and Huo Qinwu completely ignored everything happening outside, unable to hear their pleas. The two of them were peak experts, so none of them was using anything beyond their basic energy and weapons. After all, they had their pride as peak experts. As long as the other side didn't use another kind of power, they also wouldn't, or it would be like admitting their inferiority. This kind of fighting style was an unwritten rule in clashes between peak experts. With just one saber and one whip, they transformed the surrounding world into a scene straight out of the apocalypse. The Blaze Dragon Bone Whip and Dragonbone Evilmoon once more clashed. Long Chen and Huo Qinwu glared at each other with killing intent. "I possess a heavenly flame body. As long as this world's flame energy exists, my power is bottomless. What can you use to win against me?" sneered Huo Qinwu. "I don't have any other strong points other than beating people who think they're unbeatable," replied Long Chen. Evilmoon and the Blaze Dragon Bone Claw clacked against each other, emitting ear-piercing sounds that raised people's goosebumps. All of a sudden, Long Chen pushed down with his hands, and with an explosive sound, both of them retreated. When they regained their balance, Huo Qinwu's expression changed. "Do you admit defeat yet?" asked Long Chen as he rested Evilmoon on his shoulder, looking at her coldly. Just now, the two of them competed in pure power, and when they knocked each other back, Long Chen took 5 steps back, while Huo Qinwu took 7. It was only a small difference, but the result was unacceptable to Huo Qinwu. Her face was ashen as he shouted, "Ignorant fool, I'll show you a power that you could never control even if you trained for 10,000 years. Huo Qinwu spread her hands, and the space behind her twisted, revealing a full moon. At this moment, heaven and earth changed, seemingly becoming an entirely different existence after this moon emerged. "That's a heavenly chosen's heavenly fate disc," the experts outside the barrier shouted in shock. Chapter 4881 Beating the Unbeatable. A full moon emerged behind Huo Qinwu, and countless runes flowed on top of it, its sacred light shrouding the heavens. Standing before it, with the sacred light shining on her, Huo Qinwu appeared like a holy goddess. Regrettably, her expression looked rather ferocious, contrasting with the sacred light. As Xing Wuzhong observed the intense battle unfolding before him, he sighed. "This is the heavenly fate disc, a symbol of status for heavenly chosen, and it's synonymous with the word unrivaled. Long Chen, my good brother, are you prepared?" Seeing it, Xing Wuzhong knew that Huo Qinwu had started to fight seriously. As Long Chen wasn't deterred by the pressure of a heavenly chosen, even if he couldn't win, he should be able to flee. At the very least, he wouldn't easily die at her hands. However, Xing Wuzhong fretted over the possibility of Long Chen refusing to retreat and instead choosing to fight Huo Qinwu to the death. The heavenly fate disc was something countless people dreamed of possessing. The heavenly chosen seemed to have an unfair advantage in life with it, as they became unrivaled beneath the heavens. At this moment, countless people stared enviously at the heavenly fate disc. Other than those few people from the Flame Divine Hall, no one else present had seen a true heavenly fate disc. This Doyen power, Huo Qinwu's Doyen power had reached a legendary level, condensing to the point of being liquid. Normally, Doyen power of heavenly Doyens was gaseous, akin to a mix of smoke and mist. Yet, despite its ethereal nature, it augmented the Doyen's abilities exponentially, akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, the Doyen power emanating from Huo Qinwu was different, forming ripples of energy that transcended mere quantity. There existed a dimensional disparity between the Doyen power of heavenly chosens and that of heavenly Doyens. With the heavenly fate disc activated, Huo Qinwu looked at Long Chen coldly. Do you see? This is the heavenly fate disc that many people never get to see. It symbolizes unrivaled power, a testament from the world that I am invincible. An insignificant ant like you could never hope to grasp this power, even with 10 lifetimes of training. Now that you've witnessed it, you may die without regrets. Huo Qinwu's voice echoed throughout every corner of the world, commanding authority as if she were a deity reigning over her domain. Everywhere her Doyan power touched became her domain, and even the experts outside the barrier were unable to move under her terrifying pressure. According to normal standards, the one at the core of a domain had to be under 1,000 times the pressure. Yet, Long Chen remained remarkably composed even in the presence of her formidable power. As I said, I specialize in beating people who think they are unbeatable. Even if you have this bullshit heavenly fate disc, I can still beat you, said Long Chen lightly. Now that he was stalled and unable to assist Mo Nian, Long Chen was also in no rush. He didn't hold much hope for finding treasures, given his bad luck. Instead, he preferred to have a proper fight with Huo Qinwu. Encountering such a formidable opponent for the first time ignited his competitive spirit. Previously, Long Chen had been reluctant to fight her, partly because he didn't want to engage in battle with a woman. However, he now realized he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps it was due to constantly being targeted by the heavenly Daos, or perhaps it was because he wasn't a Doyan, but he wasn't very sensitive toward the fluctuations of Doyan energy. Even when Huo Qinwu used the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip, Long Chen didn't view her as a real opponent. He only wanted to get rid of her to help Mo Nian. However, when she summoned the heavenly fate disc, Long Chen finally recognized her as a real opponent. He also understood why Xing Wuzhong would repeatedly warn him to be careful with heavenly chosens, even subtly hinting that it wasn't embarrassing to run when facing them. Long Chen appreciated his concerns, but what Xing Wuzhong didn't know was that the stronger the opponent, the more easily Long Chen's fighting spirit was ignited. Long Chen's blood started to heat up, and his fighting spirit blazed. Huo Qinwu coldly said, "Frogs at the bottom of a well have no experience, so they are always blindly ignorant. You will pay the price for your foolishness." Unexpectedly, Long Chen stuck Evilmoon under his armpit and clapped for a moment before putting it back on his shoulder. He taunted, "Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to say something so correct. It's rare for someone to have such an accurate judgment of themselves." Hearing this provocation, Huo Qinwu exploded with rage. Clearly, in terms of cursing people, she couldn't compare to Long Chen. The heavenly fate disc behind Huo Qinwu quivered, and flames appeared all around it. In an instant, this world became a sea of fire. What kind of flame is that? Startled cries rang out. Even through the barrier, they felt like they would melt. If they were inside, even if their bodies could survive, their souls wouldn't. That's the Doyan flame, a terrifying flame that can amplify any flame within the heavens. Even an ordinary beast flame can unleash hundreds or thousands of times its original power when boosted by the Doyan flame, explained a heaven saint. All of them knew that Huo Qinwu was a heavenly genius of the Flame Divine Hall, which possessed countless heavenly flame seeds. Hence, whatever flame she controlled had to be absolutely terrifying. However, what Huo Qinwu was displaying was merely the Doyan flame, and that was enough to ignite the very world, turning it into a blazing flame sea. They couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be when she summoned her core flame. Unexpectedly, Long Chen just looked at Huo Qinwu indifferently. "Don't blame me for not warning you. You shouldn't bother with any senseless probing blows. Don't think about beating me with the tiniest bit of power. Make sure to deal a thunderous blow from the start while I still haven't figured out your techniques. That's your only chance." Ignorant fool. Huo Qinwu was enraged by Long Chen's expression. She had thought that this Doyan flame would be enough to crush him mentally, but he completely looked down on it. Countless runes lit up on the heavenly fate disc behind Huo Qinwu, condensing into a golden bird. When it appeared, startled cries rang out. Chapter 4882 Golden Crow Flame. Startled cries rang out when they saw the divine bird within Huo Qinwu's golden disc. This divine bird was completely golden, as if it was made of gold. Its wings covered the sun, and its sharp claws had 3 talons. The 3-foot golden crow. Her core flame is the golden crow flame. The golden crow flame was a branch of the sun flame. When cultivated back to its origin, the master of the golden crow flame could understand the sun and transform it into the sun flame. Whether it was the Fusong flame from the Fusong tree or the golden crow flame, they were all parts of the sun flame. However, before transforming, they were merely supreme yang flames. In truth, both the golden crow flame and fusang flame had to be cultivated to the very pinnacle to have a chance to become the true sun flame. Before transforming into the sun flame, they would always produce a manifestation of the fusang tree and golden crow existing together. For example, a legend said that when a fusang tree grew to the pinnacle, it would produce a golden crow totem. Once the golden crow was born, they jointly produced the sun flame. In the same vein, the golden crow would produce a fusang bone after cultivating to the peak. It was said that every golden crow had a fusang seed inside of it, and when the fusang bone reached maturity, it would fall from the golden crow and become a sapling of the fusang tree. The golden crow race used the fusang trees as a resting place. They grew and multiplied there, cultivating the Tao of the sun. Some said that the fusang trees and golden crows were actually one body, and their ultimate goal was the sun flame. The golden crow flame was already famous enough. Hence, when boosted by the Doyan flame, its power grew even more. When the golden crow manifestation spread its wings, a rain of fire fell. These flames burned right through the barrier around Heaven's Screen Mountain, causing countless people to cry out. However, the scene they expected didn't occur. While the rain of flame might be capable of burning small holes into the barrier, the holes quickly recovered as soon as they appeared. This golden crow flame is actually capable of piercing the barrier around Heaven's Screen Mountain. Even Heaven's saints would have to avoid it. Sighs rang out from the crowd, stating that Huo Qinwu was absolutely terrifying. Long Chen, do you have any final words? Huo Qinwu stood there like a flame goddess, looking down on Long Chen. If this is your strongest trump card, I can't even be bothered to speak to you, Long Chen snorted. As he clenched Evilmoon in his hand, his black robes billowed despite the absence of wind. His long hair slowly started to flutter, and a sharp murderous aura rose around him. With death at hand, your mouth is still tough. HMPH, I won't kill you in one move. First, I'll let you savor the feeling of regret and despair. Huo Qinwu extended her arm and clenched her hand toward Long Chen. The sea of flames behind her then raged as a giant hand emerged from it, instantly covering the entire world. This move elicited countless startled cries. No one had ever seen such a large-scale attack before. Dodging it seemed impossible. The scope of the attack was immense, with the giant hand covering everything in sight, including both Long Chen and Huo Qinwu. However, Huo Qinwu passed right through it. The hand ultimately only grasped Long Chen. Is it over in one move? Even the Heaven Saints thought like this. If they were in Long Chen's position, they wouldn't be able to dodge this enormous attack. They could only rely on their Heaven Saint power to fight head-on. When this giant flame hand rapidly condensed around Long Chen, a thunderous roar rang out from within him. When this majestic dragon cry rang out, the giant flame hand quivered and exploded. A blood-colored divine radiance spread, pushing back the flames. Seeing this, the other experts knew that Long Chen's powerful blood qi was forcing the sea of flames back. They then saw Long Chen wreathed in flames, his body covered in blood-colored scales, and a blood-colored cloak draped over his back. His technique. Xing Wuzhong's pupils shrank. He had seen Long Chen use the Scarlet Dragon battle armor before, but the aura of his dragon blood was completely different this time. Every scale on Long Chen was now ablaze, with dragon-shaped runes flowing within it. At this moment, a sacred dragon might scoured against heaven and earth, even surpassing the pressure of the heavenly fate disk. Blood-colored dragon runes flickered in his eyes, and the flames burning around him were also the color of blood. This is the Scarlet Dragon battle armor in its strongest state, and it's my first time using it. To use your words, after seeing this, you can die with no regrets. Long Chen's voice echoed throughout heaven and earth. His aura did not lose out to that of Huo Qinwu, who was backed by the heavenly fate disk. In fact, he appeared even sharper and more domineering than her. When Long Chen destroyed Huo Qinwu's attack, even the Vice Hall Master was startled. Long Chen's power far exceeded his expectations. Zhang Yibin and the others' expressions also changed. None of them had expected Long Chen to be this powerful. They now realized that Long Chen would have been able to charge through their blockade without Xing Wuzhong's interference last time. Without enough preparation, they wouldn't have been able to stop him. In fact, some of them might die if they were caught off guard. Thinking of this, Zhang Yibin and the others secretly wiped off some sweat. They had underestimated the power of the youngest dean in the High Firmament Academy's history. Their contempt toward him almost cost them their lives. Seeing this scene, Xing Wuzhong clenched his fists. Although he knew that Long Chen had been holding back the whole time, he hadn't expected it to be this much. What Xing Wuzhong didn't know was that within the dragon soul body forging art that Long Chen trained in, there was a technique involving burning dragon blood. The dragon blood battle armor activated with that technique simply could not be compared to the ordinary one. However, this technique posed such an immense burden on the body that Long Chen had never wanted to use it. He was worried about injuring himself and couldn't maintain this state for long. Once he exhausted his dragon blood, he would enter a weakened state, and then he would be unable to deal with the other dangers. Another reason was that while burning his dragon blood power was easy, replenishing it was much more difficult. It took a great deal of time to recover. Long Chen wouldn't normally use this move so lightly. However, having cast aside all his misgivings, he had stopped always taking the long view and restraining himself. Now, free of those worries, he only cared about the present. He would deal with the consequences when they came. Blood-colored flames burned around Long Chen, scouring the world like waves. Most terrifying of all, his aura continued to rise as if there was no limit. Pointing Evilmoon straight at the shocked Huo Qinwu, Long Chen declared, "Let me see just how much power a so-called heavenly chosen has." Suddenly, Long Chen swayed, leaving a line of afterimages and a trail of blood-colored flames as he charged straight at Huo Qinwu. Chapter 483000 Phoenix Feather Dress. Evilmoon quivered, and a blood-colored divine radiance slashed out of its edge. Long Chen's dragon blood power fully erupted at that moment, merging with Evil Moon. This attack was neither a magical art nor a divine ability, it was a simple slash. Yet, all of Long Chen's dragon blood power was infused into it. In his blood ignition state, power was swelling within Long Chen, threatening to make him explode if he didn't release it. While Evilmoon couldn't assist Long Chen directly, it could withstand any amount of power he channeled through it without the risk of being damaged. After all, this wild dragon blood power would have instantly crumbled a different divine weapon. Even a Heaven Saint divine weapon might not necessarily be able to endure all his power concentrating on its edge. Just like that, Evilmoon cut open the heaven screen, severing the bindings of space and the laws of the 10,000 Daos. A wave of power crashed toward Huo Qinwu. Huo Qinwu had not expected such a thunderous attack from Long Chen. Her blaze dragon bone whip quivered, instantly coiling around her arms. No one understood what she was doing as binding her hands seemed like surrendering to them. However, at the next moment, her heavenly fate disc quivered, and divine radiance blazed out of it, flowing into her back, then her arms, hands, and finally into her blaze dragon bone whip. Blaze dragon heaven roar. As a brilliant dragon cry rang out, millions of runes lit up on the bone whip, condensing into a giant flame dragon that roared at Long Chen's incoming attack. Long Chen's merciless snort rang out. A mantis trying to stop a carriage. You overestimate your own power. Evilmoon slashed into the giant flame dragon. Despite its majestic might, the flame dragon instantly crumbled, transforming into specks of light, while Evilmoon continued onwards, unimpeded. Zhang Yibin and the others from the Flame Divine Hall were completely shocked. How can that be? The Blaze Dragon Heaven Roar is one of the divine abilities engraved on the Blaze Dragon's bones, and its power isn't inferior to the original Dragon Roar, exclaimed one of their heaven saints. The Blaze Dragon Bone Whip was a supreme flame weapon, and in order to preserve its dragon nature, the Flame Divine Hall had invested countless resources into it. However, the simple swing of Long Chen's saber had easily broken its strongest divine ability, causing the Vice Hall Master's expression to change. His dragon blood power. The Vice Hall Master muttered. He had noticed where the problem was. There weren't any flaws with the Blaze Dragon Heaven Roar, it was simply crushed because the two dragon powers were not on the same level. In other words, the Blaze Dragon couldn't roar in front of Long Chen. The Vice Hall Master's sharp vision instantly caught the issue at hand. This was precisely why Long Chen mocked Huo Qinwu for not knowing her place. By igniting his dragon blood, Long Chen summoned an unprecedentedly powerful Scarlet Dragon battle armor. The eruption of his dragon blood unleashed a vast and formidable dragon might that even he hadn't anticipated. Huo Qinwu, however, foolishly chose to use a divine ability of the dragon race to block this attack instead of employing her strongest Doyan power. That was incurably foolish. Evilmoon was already in front of Huo Qinwu. To everyone's astonishment, even with her counterattack destroyed, Huo Qinwu didn't dodge or use other divine abilities. She directly raised her arms to block Long Chen's attack, and Evilmoon descended on the dragon bone whip wrapped around her hands. The barrier cracked, almost exploding because of their power. However, Long Chen was surprised to see that Huo Qinwu was unharmed. When his attack landed, her robes were blasted off, the tatters flying through the air like butterflies. Even her heavenly fate disc quivered and flickered. Beneath her robes, she wore a dark red dress that appeared to be made of countless quivering flame feathers. A powerful divine might emanated from it. Jaws dropped in astonishment. Unexpectedly, in addition to the blaze dragon bone whip, Huo Qinwu possessed another supreme divine weapon of flame feather dress. Moreover, this dress seemed even stronger than her blaze dragon bone whip. Countless experts gasped. As expected, geniuses were supported by a mountain of resources. She actually possessed 2 Heaven Saint divine weapons. Even if she weren't a heavenly chosen, who could possibly beat her? After all, 99% of the heavenly geniuses here were unqualified to possess a Heaven Saint divine weapon. In fact, even amongst Heaven Saints, many of their Heaven Saint divine weapons were incomplete. This was because even a Heaven Saint wouldn't necessarily be able to afford a complete Heaven Saint divine weapon. They would need to buy their own materials and request someone to forge it. Then, they would use their soul to nourish it, sacrificing their blood to strengthen it. After investing countless resources and years of careful nurturing, they would have a Heaven Saint divine weapon with spirituality. A Heaven Saint divine weapon's spirituality was related to its resonance with its master. Amongst Heaven Saint divine weapons, they could be classified as low grade, middle grade, high grade, and top grade. Among the Flame Divine Hall's experts, only Zhang Yibin's weapon was considered high grade, and the others only possessed middle grade weapons. As for rogue Heaven Saints, most of them only possessed low-grade weapons. On the other hand, Huo Qinwu possessed 2 top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapons, sparking jealousy among the young disciples. Just then, the red feathers from her dress quivered, and Long Chen felt an immense force push him back. Long Chen was forced back 7 steps, each step causing the void to collapse. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself. As expected, you have some ability. Unfortunately, you aren't qualified to compete with me. No matter how strong you are, you won't be able to escape death today. Huo Qinwu glared at Long Chen, clenching the blaze dragon bone whip. Seeing Long Chen staring at her dress, she sneered, "This dress's name is the 1,000 Phoenix Feather Dress. It was made from 1,000 ancient phoenix true feathers that had reached the Heaven Saint level. Go ahead and look carefully. This kind of divine object is something an ant like you won't get to see again in this lifetime." Hearing this dress's origins, the experts outside gasped. No wonder she was so confident. This dress was terrifying. This dress really isn't bad. Long Chen eyed the feather dress, his eyes slowly turning blue with greed. Chapter 4884,000 Phoenix Fall. When Huo Qinwu saw Long Chen's greedy expression, her sneer grew more prominent. Someone as aloof as she had never regarded anyone with significance, especially poor commoners like Long Chen. She innately looked down on them. However, the fact that Long Chen had repeatedly thwarted her completely enraged her. Seeing Long Chen's expression, she finally regained her confidence. The 1,000 Phoenix Feather Dress's divine light flowed around her, its beauty beyond description. Even disregarding its power as a Heaven Saint divine weapon, the dress alone was captivating enough to attract countless admirers. "How about you take off that dress? Then I can consider not killing you," remarked Long Chen as he set Evilmoon on his shoulder. You're courting death." Huo Qinwu's rage instantly exploded. Realizing he had misspoken, Long Chen quickly waved his hand. "I'm not interested in what you look like without the dress. I'm just saying that you can hand the 1,000 Phoenix Feather Dress to me, and I'll spare your life. Exchanging a dress for your life is worth it, you know." Huo Qinwu laughed furiously. "You really are a frog. Do you think someone like you can touch my 1,000 Phoenix Feather Dress?" Long Chen shook his head. "No, I'm not planning on dirtying it. I just feel like your looks are too ordinary to wear such a beautiful dress. That's practically a blasphemy toward it. I know a beautiful girl like a heavenly fairy who's more suitable to wear this dress." Huo Linger was immediately moved after hearing that. In truth, the moment that she saw the blaze dragon bone whip, she started to get excited. But when the 1,000 Phoenix Feather Dress appeared, she practically went crazy. Let alone her, its beauty was something no one could resist. However, she was always very obedient. Knowing that Huo Qinwu was extremely powerful, she didn't dare to release any spiritual fluctuations for fear of affecting Long Chen's battle. However, now that Long Chen had said that he wanted the 1,000 phoenix feather dress, she was so moved that she wept. Average looks. Xing Wuzhong stared at Long Chen oddly, speechless. Mo Nian's tongue was sharp, but Long Chen's words were just as fatal, especially towards someone like Huo Qinwu who was so conceited. She instantly exploded and swung the blaze dragon bone whip toward Long Chen. The 1,000 phoenix feather dress fluctuated, and phoenix cries rang out, merging with the dragon cry of the whip. A complete set of divine weapons. Long Chen was startled by this and swung Evilmoon down. The impact blasted Long Chen back, causing the void behind him to collapse. Relying on the rebounding force, Long Chen barely managed to stabilize himself. His hand was bleeding and almost numb. He was injured. Heavens, 2 Heaven Saint divine weapons capable of complementing each other. Even a Heaven Saint would meet their end against such a combination attack. Exclaimed one senior expert. For 2 top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapons to be capable of complementing and assisting each other, merging both of their powers, this was something they had never seen before. 1,000 Phoenix return, shouted Huo Qinwu. Long Chen had barely stabilized himself when the space around him exploded, revealing many multicolored phoenixes surrounding him. Shit. Long Chen instantly activated all 7 split the heaven runes on Evilmoon. Not waiting for their full power to activate, he instantly swung his saber to stop these phoenixes from surrounding him. A heaven-shaking explosion erupted, creating an open space in the phoenix encirclement. Long Chen's palm was covered in blood, but not bothering with it, he charged out. 1,000 phoenix fall. Following that, Huo Qinwu formed hand seals, and the 1,000 phoenix feather dress unleashed what seemed to be a watery light curtain, within which ancient phoenix souls flowed. Suddenly, the 1,000 phoenixes around Long Chen exploded. This was a world-shaking attack, with black cracks spreading through the world. The barrier was left riddled with holes. Everyone was stunned by the destructive might of this attack, thinking that Long Chen had definitely been wiped out of existence. Just as everyone was stunned and wanted to see if Long Chen really had miraculously survived somehow, one of the senior experts shouted urgently, "Quick, enter Heaven Screen Mountain, or the barrier will heal." People quickly reacted. Huo Qinwu's attack had blasted thousands of large holes into the barrier, which were big enough for them to enter. Their chance had come. The heavenly geniuses quickly shot out like arrows loosed from a bow. If they missed this chance, who knew how long they would have to wait? The holes were closing quickly, as if they would recover in just a few breaths. As soon as these geniuses flooded into Heaven Screen Mountain, startled cries rang out. They had essentially charged into Huo Qinwu and Long Chen's battlefield. Although it was just the outer edge, the intense heat here set them on fire. Some people, unable to resist this heat, instantly turned to ash. Seeing this scene, some of them quickly fled for their lives, trying to escape from Huo Qinwu's domain. Only now did they understand just how terrifying a heavenly chosen was. Previously, they had been separated by the barrier, unable to sense her true might. Now, they understood just what kind of existence Long Chen had just fought. The seniors remained outside, watching as their disciples charged into the depths of Heaven Screen Mountain. Their gazes fixed on the twisting space at the core of the battlefield, they couldn't shake the feeling that Long Chen couldn't possibly die so easily. Just then, they heard footsteps. A figure walked out of that destroyed space. Chapter 4885 Dragon Phoenix Space Piercer. A figure soaked in blood walked out of that twisting space, with a pitch-black saber resting on his shoulder. Every step he took made the world quiver. He really didn't die. Xing Wuzhong sighed with relief. Long Chen's power had far exceeded his expectations. Others didn't understand just how terrifying Huo Qinwu's last attack was. Just now, the 1,000 phoenix feathers had lit up all at once, and the will of 1,000 phoenixes merged together, capable of destroying not only the physical body but also the soul. For a normal person, a single phoenix's will was already something they couldn't endure. However, Long Chen had endured 1,000 times that. The pressure was unimaginable for outsiders. Each feather represented the supreme power of a phoenix. In her fury, Huo Qinwu had unleashed her mightiest blow, merging the power of 1,000 feathers that could even annihilate a heaven saint. Yet, Long Chen survived. Despite being covered in blood, he showed no signs of weakness, his gaze remained sharp. Instead, he resembled an injured wild beast in existence at its most dangerous state when wounded. Blood oozed out of Long Chen's scales, staining his battle armor red. However, Long Chen didn't use the primal chaos space's energy to heal himself. Strangely, he actually felt a kind of pleasure in this pain. Though his body and soul throbbed from enduring the attack, fear didn't grip Long Chen. Instead, excitement and a formless power silently rose, rising within him. Your last attack wasn't bad. I haven't encountered such a powerful attack in a long time. After all, not many people in the same realm can injure me, said Long Chen, the blood around him burning. His voice was like a quiet thunder shaking the world. Long Chen continued to walk forward, his footsteps getting heavier, the flames around him growing brighter. Previously, his dragon blood had been burning within him, but now, the essence blood on the surface of his skin was also ablaze, increasing the exhaustion rate. Long Chen had never tried it before, but being injured today brought him a newfound awareness. As the dragon blood on the surface burned, Long Chen felt an invisible energy entering him, something he couldn't quite grasp. It was a kind of exchange through burning his essence blood, some kind of energy within heaven and earth flowed into him. It was an entirely novel sensation. This energy was indescribable. Empowered by it, Long Chen felt like an unrivaled battle god, unafraid of any adversary. Long Chen was in no rush to attack, nor was he afraid of his dragon blood being fully exhausted. At this moment, he was immersed in that mystical sensation, feeling as though everything within heaven and earth was under his command. What wild ignorance! Your blind arrogance only reveals your foolishness. Do you think barely surviving my attack means that you're qualified to challenge me? Keep dreaming. After Huo Qinwu recovered from her shock, her blazed dragon bone whip stood erect, and her 1,000 feathers fluctuated. Then, a dragon and phoenix cry echoed. Dragon Phoenix Space Piercer. Huo Qinwu's voice reverberated as feathers streamed over her whip. The power of these two divine weapons merged into one devastating attack. Seeing this, all the experts outside of the barrier felt suffocated. Just as everyone was guessing how Long Chen would block it or just what kind of life-saving trump cards he would take out, Long Chen simply grabbed the blazed dragon bone whip with his hand. This time, even the Vice Hall Master was stunned. Did Long Chen just grab the blazed dragon bone whip barehanded? The bone whip quivered, attempting to bite Long Chen, but its neck was ensnared in his hand. His grasp resembled that of a dragon's claw, unyielding and unbreakable. No matter the bone whip struggled, it couldn't break free. Long Chen had entered an entirely different state. Power surged within him, seemingly limitless. He even harbored the feeling that, should he choose, he could gather all his strength and crush the blazed dragon bone whip barehanded. The effortless manner in which Long Chen held the blazed dragon bone whip left everyone stunned. My name is Long Chen, the possessor of the dragon sovereign's blood. How dare a little blazed dragon act wild in front of me? Remarked Long Chen as he eyed the blazed dragon bone whip struggling in his hand. When Long Chen pulled the whip, Huo Qinwu felt an irresistible power pass through it and pulled her toward Long Chen. Meanwhile, Long Chen raised Evilmoon with his free hand. Huo Qinwu was pulled toward Long Chen's saber. At this moment, the most logical reaction was for her to release the blazed dragon bone whip and stabilize herself before attacking again. However, she refused to let go. Having her weapon taken, that was an unacceptable humiliation to her. Heavenly Fate Rotation, 1,000 Phoenix Revolution. Huo Qinwu intoned, forming one-handed seals. The Heavenly Fate disc spun as 1,000 phoenix claws burst forth from her dress, hurtling toward Long Chen. Huo Qinwu's reaction speed was amazing. Even in a disadvantageous position, she reacted quickly. These greenhouse flowers simply couldn't compare to her, she was a true expert. However, nothing more than a flashy technique, Long Chen snorted. Blood-colored lines appeared on Evilmoon, brimming with his purest dragon blood power. Evilmoon descended upon Huo Qinwu, and those 1,000 claws exploded into oblivion. Multicolored light burst forth, engulfing the battlefield. Evilmoon slashed Huo Qinwu's shoulder, but Long Chen was surprised that his attack didn't cleave her in two. Nevertheless, her shoulder buckled under the force, her bones broken. Suddenly, Huo Qinwu spat out blood, which condensed into an arrow aimed at Long Chen's head. Despite her injuries, she turned the blood she expelled into a deadly counterattack. Long Chen blocked the blood arrow with Evilmoon's hilt, causing blood mist to permeate the surroundings. Unexpectedly, Huo Qinwu's attack contained a berserk Doyan power that was enough to send Long Chen flying. Experiencing this, Long Chen truly understood the Doyan power of a heavenly chosen. The power behind this quick attack of hers was not inferior to that of a heaven saint divine weapon. Long Chen instinctively let go of the blaze dragon bone whip, and Huo Qinwu pulled it back. But just then, her pupils shrank. The pitch-black Evilmoon swung toward her neck. Chapter 4886 Heavenly Fate Treasure Robe. Outside the barrier, countless experts were stunned. Just as Long Chen was blown back, Evilmoon flew out of his hand and slashed Huo Qinwu's neck. This move exceeded everyone's expectations. While Huo Qinwu's reaction speed was amazing, Long Chen's bizarre attack was just way above it. After all, Long Chen had just used Evilmoon to block Huo Qinwu's attack. For him to suddenly be able to counterattack with it defied the common sense of the martial world. No one could fathom how he managed such a feat. When Huo Qinwu spat out the blood arrow, her Doyan power surged like a flood. Yet, Evilmoon pierced through it and struck her. In front of countless shocked gazes, Evilmoon slashed Huo Qinwu's neck, causing blood to splash around. Long Chen's smile turned cold. Just as he thought it was over, his smile froze. Evilmoon slashed across Huo Qinwu's neck, yet it failed to slice through completely. Instead, it left a cut about an inch deep, and beneath her skin, countless threads became visible. Resembling lotus silk, these threads emanated Doyan power. Astonishingly, Evilmoon was unable to sever them. Long Chen couldn't believe his eyes. Although he knew that Heavenly Chosen was strong, he hadn't expected one to be this abnormal. Even with Evilmoon's sharpness, it couldn't cut through Huo Qinwu's bare neck. The experts outside were equally baffled. While they didn't know Evilmoon's origins, the fact that it could compete with the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip without sustaining damage showed that it had to be on par in terms of power. The fact that such a formidable weapon couldn't sever Huo Qinwu's neck when it was exposed left them dumbfounded. This battle had already transcended the scope of their understanding. Despite their countless years of existence, they had never seen such a scene before. Those should be Heavenly Fate lines. Heavenly Chosens are blessed and protected by the heavens. Other than the Heavenly Daos, no one can kill them, commented a Heaven Saint. It is the Heavenly Fate treasure robe. Rumor has it that when a Heavenly Chosen is born, the heavens bless them with a battle cloth to prevent them from dying young, added another expert. Does that mean that Heavenly Chosens cannot be killed? The first Heaven Saint answered, not necessarily. It is said that the Heavenly Fate treasure robe can help them survive 3 calamities and 6 disasters. As for what those 3 calamities and 6 tribulations are, no one can say for sure. However, the majority of people assume that they can survive 3 deathly perils and 6 cultivation bottlenecks. After that, the Heavenly Fate treasure robe will vanish. None of us know how many times Huo Qinwu's Heavenly Fate treasure robe has been used. If that was the last time, shut your mouth. Qinwu has never used the Heavenly Fate treasure robe before. Before today, we didn't even know that it existed. Barked Zhang Yiban. The Heaven Saint's expression darkened at being chided, but because the other side was from the Flame Divine Hall, he kept his mouth shut. After all, he wasn't Xing Wuzhong, he didn't dare to provoke such a mighty existence. Amidst the hush, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Heavenly Chosens do not possess an undying body. In this world, true immortality is non-existent. If one's power vastly surpasses the Heavenly Chosens, it's possible to easily defeat them. However, such actions incur the wrath of heaven. On the other hand, when everyone is within the same realm, the slight power disparity makes it nearly impossible to crush Heavenly Chosens with absolute force, as they rely on the Heavenly Fate treasure robe as their life-saving talisman. Even so, this life-saving talisman can only protect her for a maximum of 3 times. If Long Chen cuts her neck 2 more times, this protective talisman will vanish. The speaker was Xing Wuzhong. Not caring about the Flame Divine Hall's wrath, he simply said whatever he wanted to say. Moreover, he was incredibly excited now. He hadn't expected Long Chen to be unparalleled when it came to power, strategy, and experience, a perfect all-rounder. As a result, Xing Wuzhong was no longer worried. He could tell that Long Chen's power was not inferior to Huo Qinwu's, or at least not by too much. In any case, when it came to mental strength and experience, she was a far cry from Long Chen. That point alone placed Long Chen in an unbeatable position. The Vice Hall Master sneered, even after living for so many years, you are still so naive. In a clash between experts, a slight difference in power can decide life and death. Qinwu has the Heavenly Fate treasure robe protecting her, while Long Chen will directly perish if he makes one mistake. Xing Wuzhong had clearly spoken for the Flame Divine Hall to hear, so the Vice Hall Master naturally had to counter him. Xing Wuzhong indifferently answered, Huo Qinwu might be strong, but she is ultimately a flower grown in your flame divine hall. My brother is different. He is a true expert tempered by a great deal of tribulations. Perhaps he doesn't have as many treasures as Huo Qinwu, but his experience and wits are enough to make up for that. The Vice Hall Master snorted, is that so? Then we'll just see. Just how long can Long Chen burn his blood? The Vice Hall Master's sight was sharp. Although Long Chen's dragon blood power shocked him, he also knew the shortcoming of igniting essence blood for power. Once Long Chen exhausted his essence blood, his power would plummet. There was no way to maintain this state for long. As long as Huo Qinwu managed to endure, the one to lose their life would ultimately be Long Chen. The moment Evilmoon returned to Long Chen's hand, his blood chi raged, and he attacked. While Huo Qinwu wasn't severely injured after being slashed in the neck, she was terrified, as well as enraged. As a result, she cowered. The Blaze Dragon Bone Whip danced before her, forming a shield formation. When the Vice Hall Master and Xing Wuzhong saw this, both of them smiled. The Vice Hall Master smiled because as long as Huo Qinwu was in no rush, she could just stall until Long Chen was exhausted. For him, defending was the right choice. On the other hand, Xing Wuzhong knew that Huo Qinwu was afraid, her sharpness deteriorating. In this state, she wouldn't pose any threat to Long Chen at all. Although Xing Wuzhong didn't understand Long Chen that deeply, he knew his brother's character. His battle style was attack, attack, and attack, turning offense into defense. The minute he passively defended, it meant defeat. Just then, Evilmoon collided with the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip, and with a strange spinning slash, Long Chen somehow emerged behind Huo Qinwu, bringing Evilmoon down on her. Seeing this scene, Huo Qinwu was startled. She hadn't expected Long Chen's mighty attack to actually be a feint, so she hastily turned around to defend. However, it turned out to be a feint again. Long Chen repeatedly danced with Evilmoon, blinking toward Huo Qinwu's blind spot, causing her to defend against phantom attacks. Suddenly, the Vice Hall Master's expression changed. He extended a finger and struck the barrier, creating a fist-sized opening. Qinwu, this is a linked attack. You have to interrupt him, roared the Vice Hall Master. Too late for that. Split the heaven's 7 forms in one. After unleashing 6 slashes, Long Chen launched a giant saber image that tore through the world, merging all 6 slashes into a final, devastating attack aimed at the panicked Huo Qinwu. Chapter 4887 World-Shaking Clash. Finally feeling afraid, Huo Qinwu strengthened her defense. She was unaware that against someone like Long Chen, defending was like taking the first step toward defeat. Thanks to the Split the Heavens runes on Evilmoon, Long Chen could unleash Split the Heavens at will and even launch their merged slash almost instantly. Back then, Evilmoon had helped Long Chen with the creation of the runes. One reason was to reduce the time for the dragon blood energy accumulation, while another reason was so that once it could control its own power, these runes would be the bridge for its power to merge with Long Chen's. Unfortunately, for the greatest power, they could only accumulate power 1 slash at a time. This was exceedingly difficult in a clash against experts, as the opponent would easily notice the buildup and interrupt it. Nevertheless, if the opponent failed to interrupt, the power of this technique would far surpass that of an attack unleashed simply by activating the runes. When Long Chen finished channeling all 7 slashes, every drop of his dragon blood power was absorbed by Evilmoon. After that, Evilmoon's dragon runes lit up, and a strange flame blazed out of it. While the Vice Hall Master had shouted out a warning, he was too late. Huo Qinwu's soul quivered with terror as an intense sensation of impending death made her hair stand on end. It was her first time feeling the true sensation of death. Even when Long Chen's saber had cut her throat, she hadn't experienced such a feeling. Heavenly Fate Cycle, Heaven-Earth Lock. Forming hand seals, Huo Qinwu moved the Heavenly Fate disc in front of her to turn it into a giant shield. At the same time, the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip transformed into a Blaze Dragon diagram and appeared on top of the Heavenly Fate disc. Meanwhile, the 1000 Phoenix Feather Dress emitted 1000 rays of divine light that illuminated the Heavenly Fate disc. Under the threat of death, Huo Qinwu unleashed all her power, no longer holding back in the slightest. She operated the 2 Heaven Saint divine weapons and Heavenly Fate disc to their fullest. When Evilmoon collided with the Heavenly Fate disc, a black spot appeared at the point of contact, rapidly expanding into a black hole that devoured all colors from the world. Darkness spread, accompanied by a heaven-shaking explosion. The black domain then struck the barrier of the mountain, causing it to bulge. The experts outside the barrier were horrified and hastily fled. Even the Vice Hall Master and Xing Wuzhong retreated, unwilling to be touched by the encroaching darkness. Moreover, the barrier possessed terrifying curse energy that would instantly afflict those above the divine venerate realm upon contact. Even heaven saints wouldn't necessarily survive it. Once they retreated, their gazes remained locked on the battlefield. As the darkness slowly faded, they saw two figures flying back. Both Long Chen and Huo Qinwu spat out blood, injured in this exchange. Heavens, is Long Chen a monster? He's actually able to press a heavenly chosen to this extent. People were amazed, unable to believe this result. After all, Long Chen's opponent was a heavenly chosen, an unrivaled existence beneath the heavens. Truly heaven-defying. Even most of the heaven saints were shocked. The stronger they were, the more they understood just how terrifying a heavenly chosen was. The heavenly fate disc is damaged. When they looked at Huo Qinwu's heavenly fate disc, they saw that not only had it lost its light, but it was even cracked. A heavenly fate disc represents the laws of heaven and earth, the karmic luck of the heavens, and the function of the 10,000 Taos. How could it crack? The shocked Vice Hall Master suddenly shouted, "Qinwu, run! The weapon in his hand definitely isn't ordinary. You forgot to pierce the barrier first." "She can't hear you," mocked Xing Wuzhong. After enduring the last collision, the barrier was as thin as a cicada's wing. However, as long as it wasn't broken, no voice could possibly go in. At this moment, many experts hastily retreated from the deformed barrier. If the Vice Hall Master were to pierce it again, it might even explode, and all of them would be wiped out of existence. Indeed, the Vice Hall Master raised his hand, but he halted midway. If the barrier really did explode, even Long Chen and Huo Qinwu would also die. Hence, he decided not to do it. Within the barrier, Long Chen and Huo Qinwu hacked up blood again, their auras plummeting. Unable to maintain the dragon blood battle armor any longer, he transformed back to his usual appearance. Meanwhile, Huo Qinwu's heavenly fate disc creaked, on the verge of shattering. Hastily forming hand seals, she caused it to become illusory and return behind her. "Now you're out of energy. As I said, I'm the ultimate victor," said Huo Qinwu. Wiping off some blood, she retrieved the blazed dragon bone whip and looked at Long Chen coldly as she started walking toward him. Are they going to keep fighting? Facing Huo Qinwu, Long Chen lazily brought Evilmoon back to his shoulder and said, "That plate of yours is pretty tough. It didn't break, but I feel like it'll break with one more attack. I'm curious, if that plate breaks, will you still be a heavenly chosen?" Long Chen wasn't the only one curious, as everyone else wondered the same thing. Other than the Flame Divine Hall's people, the others hadn't seen a heavenly fate disc before. They were curious about what would happen if it was destroyed. "I'm also curious, but I don't think you have that ability," sneered Huo Qinwu. She suddenly quickened her footsteps and remarked, "Although I don't have much energy left, the Blazed Dragon Bone Whip and Thousand Phoenix Feather Dress still have some. It's enough to kill you." The Blazed Dragon Bone Whip rose, accompanied by a resounding dragon cry. Flames soared as the whip pierced toward Long Chen like a spear. Suddenly, a hand covered in stars firmly caught the whip in its grasp. Chapter 4888 Three Feathers. He still has energy. They're both monsters. The two of them had just fought a world-shaking battle. According to normal sense, even heaven saints would be completely exhausted by such exertion of energy. "You are just acting tough after using up all your energy. Are you trying to scare me?" "How naive," sneered Long Chen. In truth, Huo Qinwu was already exhausted, but she was unwilling to admit defeat. Her powerful appearance was just an act to scare Long Chen away. As long as he fled, she would be the victor. In other words, she was gambling on whether or not Long Chen would continue to fight her. Regrettably, Long Chen was more aware than Huo Qinwu of just how little energy she had left. Against her in this state, he didn't even need to summon his 7-star battle armor. With just a bit of his astral energy covering his hand, he could grab the Blazed Dragon Bone Whip. Long Chen then pulled the Blazed Dragon Bone Whip and swung Evilmoon down. It was the same move as before, with even the exact angle. However, this time, Long Chen directly swung it at her neck instead of her shoulder. By the time Huo Qinwu reacted, Long Chen's saber was already right next to her, shocking her. She wondered how Long Chen still had so much power. Now, it was already too late for her to dodge, but she also couldn't just let go of the Blazed Dragon Bone Whip. Gritting her teeth, she raised her arm to block Long Chen's attack. She was betting on the 1,000 Phoenix Feather Dress's defenses to block it. The 1,000 phoenix feather dress was fine, but Huo Qinwu's arm was cut off. As for Evilmoon, it went flying. By igniting his blood, Long Chen managed to push the Scarlet Dragon battle armor to its peak state, but he had reached his limit. His physical body was no longer able to endure it. Meanwhile, Huo Qinwu endured the pain as she fled, channeling all her energy into the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip to get Long Chen away from her. "Big brother Long Chen, grab her hair, one!" cried out Huo Linger. Just as Huo Qinwu turned around to run, her hair swung through the air. Without even thinking, Long Chen grabbed it. "No, I want the 1,000 phoenix feather dress's feathers," prompted Huo Linger. Just then, Huo Qinwu's 1,000 phoenix feather dress lit up, and Long Chen felt her hair become like molten metal, burning and slipping out of his grasp. Clenching his teeth, Long Chen's other hand swung out. Focusing his astral energy on his hand, he reached for Huo Qinwu's back and yanked. 3 feathers were forcibly ripped off of the beautiful dress. Huo Qinwu was completely enraged, but she no longer dared to fight Long Chen in her state and rushed off. As she left, her furious roar echoed, "Damn you! Just you wait, I, Huo Qinwu, will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces sooner or later." "Wait, your feathers." Long Chen raised the feathers in his hand, but she was already gone. Suddenly, those 3 feathers grew from around 3 inches long to 3 feet and started to burn, trying to escape his hold. They are 3 original true feathers. Only now did Long Chen get a clear look at the feathers. Every single one of them gave off the might of a heaven saint. However, they seemed to be restrained by some strange energy, causing them to be unable to unleash their full potential. If they could unleash their full power, in Long Chen's state, he wouldn't be able to hold them. "Big brother Long Chen, toss them in here. I'll subdue them," urged Huo Linger excitedly. Long Chen had no choice but to toss them into the primal chaos space. After all, he was already out of energy. If he didn't do this, they'd fly away. After sending them into the primal chaos space, he looked outside the barrier. He then gave Xing Wuzhong a signal of victory and shrugged at the Flame Divine Hall's people. His expression seemed to be saying, "So heavenly chosens are only at this level." After that arrogant display, Long Chen delved deeper into Heaven Screen Mountain. The moment he escaped their sight, he almost collapsed. With haste, he took out a medicinal pill and looked for a place to rest. "Fuck, heavenly chosen really are monsters," cursed Long Chen as he sat down. That girl had yet to fully awaken. "Once heavenly chosens fully awaken, they will truly be terrifying," said the Earth Cauldron. "Senior, you shouldn't have stopped me. If I went all out, she definitely wouldn't have managed to get away," grumbled Long Chen. In truth, the moment Long Chen decided to kill her, he was willing to pay any price to eliminate her. However, the Earth Cauldron did not let him do so. As a result, she managed to get away. "I was going to get her Blaze Dragon Bone Whip, the 1,000 phoenix feather dress, and her life. But now I didn't get anything," grumbled Long Chen again. "I was going to get her Blaze Dragon Bone Whip, the 1,000 phoenix feather dress, and her life. But now I didn't get anything," grumbled Long Chen again. He got angry just thinking about all this effort ended up with him getting just 3 feathers. "You wouldn't be able to kill her," said the Earth Cauldron. "I don't believe it," retorted Long Chen, shaking his head. He was clearly stronger than her. He had far more combat experience, and their intelligence was not on the same level, so why wouldn't he be able to kill her? "She's not an idiot. If she couldn't beat you, wouldn't she run? If she wanted to run, you wouldn't be able to stop her. Let's disregard the Heavenly Fate treasure robe that can help her escape 3 calamities. If you really force her, she can detonate the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip or 1,000 phoenix feather dress, and you'll end up dead or close to it," replied the Earth Cauldron. "How could she possess the power to detonate a Heaven Saint divine weapon?" asked Long Chen, jumping in shock. "Divine venerates don't normally have that power, but she is a heavenly chosen, and those 2 divine weapons have also been refined into her weapons. How else could she draw out such power from them? She only fled just now because her remaining energy was not enough to detonate one of them. Otherwise, with her temper, she'd definitely sacrifice a Heaven Saint divine weapon for your life," answered the Earth Cauldron. Hearing that, Long Chen couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. If a Heaven Saint divine weapon were to self-detonate, it could genuinely take his life, especially while he was holding the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip. The Earth Cauldron added, "If that were to happen, even if you did survive, you'd be severely wounded. Then you'd be the one fleeing. Most importantly, If she were to really go crazy and detonate both divine weapons, what could you do? Even if I were to appear and help you block it, she would have lost both divine weapons. What would you get out of it? Long Chen nodded. Knowing he was wrong, he immediately started sucking up. Senior really is wise. I should learn more from you. Just then, a loud sound came from the primal chaos space, making him jump. He hastily checked on it. 1. This word can mean both hair and feather. Chapter 4889 Huo Linger's Plan. Within the primal chaos space, Huo Linger was holding one of the ancient phoenix true feathers. At this moment, flames rose on top of it, and it was vaguely possible to see a phoenix flying within each flame. Huo Linger, what are you doing? Asked Long Chen. Big brother Long Chen, I'm awakening its spirit and using the sun flame to commune with it. It has already submitted to me. Now I'm giving it some benefits so that it'll be fully loyal to me, explained Huo Linger. You're getting smarter. You even know the power of kindness, praised Long Chen as he rubbed Huo Linger's head. As a result, the phoenix figure inside the flames spat out a wave of fire at him. Hey, Huo Linger raised her hand, sucking in the flames so that they didn't hurt Long Chen. That's my big brother. If you dare to be rude to my big brother, I'll destroy you right now. Hearing this, the phoenix figure became calm. However, its gaze still wasn't very friendly. Perhaps it had a grudge against Long Chen because he had ripped it off of the thousand phoenix feather dress. It was now absorbing the Fusong tree's flames to strengthen itself, its aura growing increasingly powerful. The feather's light was shining brighter, like it was a phoenix being reborn. The original masters of these true feathers had perished, but their wills remained. As long as their true feathers lasted, their wills would not disperse. Before this, these feathers were nourished on the thousand phoenix feather dress. However, the Flame Divine Hall never managed to fully satisfy their hunger. After all, the flame energy they provided was split into 1,000 portions, which was only enough to maintain the feathers' divinity. Strengthening them was impossible, as Huo Qinwu couldn't feed them that much. However, in the primal chaos space, there were 3,000 Fusong trees creating an ocean's worth of sun flame. Finally, these feathers had an inexhaustible feast before them. Why aren't you subduing the other two as well? Asked Long Chen. Huo Linger smiled. Those two are very prideful and refuse to submit. But this fellow is smarter. I'm going to raise it as my core flame feather. Later on, I'll use it to subdue the other two. That will make it easier. Once all three of them are completely under my command, Big brother Long Chen, you should release them. Release them? Long Chen cocked his head at her. Hee, that's right, release them. I'll make it seem as if they managed to escape on their own. Then they'll return to the thousand phoenix feather dress, and the three of them will incite a rebellion among the other 997 ancient phoenix true feathers. Huo Linger giggled, a crafty light in her eyes. Haha, you really are a little minx. You're getting smarter. However, are you not afraid of them not returning? Asked Long Chen. Not at all. In truth, they're very pitiful. Huo Qinwu can't even fill their stomachs. As a result, they can't release their full power. We have what they need right here, so why would they refuse? The main problem is that the ancient phoenix race is very prideful. They won't submit so easily. However, I'm sure that in front of this enticing bait, they'll make the smartest decision for themselves. Hee, and it won't just be the thousand phoenix feather dress. I believe the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip will make that choice as well, replied Huo Linger, her smile like that of a beautiful little fox. Long Chen hadn't expected her intelligence to grow so high. However, Long Chen did feel like this was a bit dangerous as Huo Qinwu had absolute control over the thousand phoenix feather dress. It wouldn't be so easy for it to defect. Even so, he didn't say anything further about his worries. He viewed Huo Linger and Lei Linger as his little sisters. If they wanted to do something, he let them. Although those three feathers were precious, he didn't mind losing them if things didn't turn out as planned. Long Chen focused on his recovery. While the Scarlet Dragon battle armor he summoned by igniting his blood was shockingly powerful, it also placed a large burden on him. Long Chen spent 3 full days to fully recover, yet he believed that Huo Qinwu was definitely no better off. Even with her Doyan power aiding her, her recovery speed wouldn't be faster than his. Long Chen's wounds healed slowly due to the Doyan power ravaging his body, which made it more difficult for the primal chaos space's energy to heal him. However, the power of his dragon blood also contained some wild laws. Huo Qinwu would need to first expel them before she could start to heal. The previous battle had shown Long Chen just how terrifying Heavenly Chosens were, and it also made him realize who his true opponent was. Long Chen believed that Huo Qinwu still had some trump cards up her sleeves, but he wasn't afraid of them. In the end, a powerful trump card needed to be held by a true expert, otherwise, it would be worthless. Still, this battle gave Long Chen a sense of alarm. If Huo Qinwu had possessed more combat experience, it really would have been a bitter fight. By the time Long Chen recovered, Huo Linger had finished refining the 3 feathers, her spiritual seal placed on them. This spiritual seal was not a slave seal and was more like a contractual seal. Moreover, since Huo Linger was not human, her seal was almost impossible for others to sense. When Long Chen released the 3 feathers, they immediately tore through the void but put on an extremely weak appearance. Seeing them acting properly, Long Chen knew that they had been fully won over by Huo Linger's enticement. He was unsure whether the 3 feathers would manage to incite a rebellion within the 1,000 phoenix feather dress. He could only wait until the next time he encountered Huo Qinwu. Long Chen took out a piece of paper with a rather sloppy map drawn on it. This was given to him by Mo Nian. There was a marker on the map, and according to Mo Nian, it indicated the location of a great hidden secret. I wonder what he's up to right now. Well, I should get to work. If he ends up with all the treasure while I'm empty-handed, he'll definitely laugh at me. Long Chen looked at the surroundings before summoning his lightning wings and shooting off like a bolt of lightning. He focused entirely on speed, not concealing himself. His divine sense recklessly scanned the surroundings as he traveled. After an hour of flying, he sensed some fluctuations. Then, he heard a powerful roar, and a surge of powerful devil chi gushed out. A group of people had managed to reach this place by following a secret treasure map. Due to the presence of devil creatures guarding this location, they were approaching stealthily. However, Long Chen's appearance instantly disturbed a devil creature, causing these people to flee for their lives. Any one of these devil creatures would be more than enough to wipe them out. It's him. Damn, how is he here? Startled cries rang out. They were amongst the first group to get through the barrier. Having been burned half dead, they had to recover first before they could treasure hunt. However, as soon as they recovered, they ran into Long Chen again, so they cursed their bad luck. Just as they fled, a black saber fell from the sky, cutting a mountain in 2, and when Long Chen's figure flashed by, the roaring devil creature fell silent. Did he just? Those people quickly ran back and saw blood splatters covering the land, with no devil creatures in sight. Those people stared in disbelief. Had they watched Long Chen and Huo Qinwu's battle until the end, they wouldn't have been so shocked. Without decreasing his speed, Long Chen killed the devil creature and threw the corpse on the primal chaos space's soil where it would slowly devour the corpse. After that, Long Chen continued onward, slaying any devil creatures he encountered on his way. However, he chose to go around the territory of Heaven's Saint devil creatures, not because he was afraid but because he was rushing for time. After several days of flying, Long Chen saw that the mountains faded away, replaced by an endless prairie. Long Chen eyed this flat plain of grass. For some reason, his nerves instantly tensed. It seems that this place really isn't simple. Chapter 4890 Ghost Nether Rat. The green grass was like a mattress stretching as far as the eye could see. It would have been a beautiful and peaceful sight if not for its strange green color, which induced nervousness. Each blade of grass stood 3 inches tall, identical in height. They resembled swords pointed towards the sky, forming an eerie uniformity. Even more unsettling, a glimmering light danced atop the grass. While it should have been a sign of thriving vitality, it made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Something's wrong. Long Chen's instinct directly detected that this grass was dangerous, too bizarre. After all, there weren't any other weeds within this lawn of grass, not even trees or any rocks. Long Chen reached out to grab one stalk of the green grass. Just then, the tiniest of thorns sprouted from the grass, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. It stabbed Long Chen's finger, causing a tingling sensation to appear on his fingertip. Amazing, Long Chen remarked, surprised. Although he wasn't in his combat state, his tough skin was not something an ordinary weapon could penetrate easily. While the thorn wasn't able to break through, just the light glimmering on it was enough to make his finger feel slightly numb. It was highly toxic. If it were to actually pierce the flesh, it could be fatal. Furthermore, the entire plain of grass was composed of the same toxic variety. This grass has corrosive power and also contains the chi of corpse devils. the roots go deep into the ground, so there must be something there. Mo Nian was right about there being some kind of treasure in this area. Mo Nian hadn't even come here, but he still managed to sense that there was something extraordinary here. If he wasn't pressed for time, he definitely would have come here himself. However, he ended up leaving this mission to Long Chen. Long Chen let go of the blade of grass and started walking deeper into this area. The further he went, the more bustling this strange grass became. After 2 hours, it had gone from being 3 inches tall to being a foot tall. The stalks were as sharp as blades. Although Long Chen was walking across the air, he didn't dare to go too fast and was paying attention to any changes in the surroundings. Just what kind of terrifying existence lay hidden here? Long Chen spent over an hour walking through this place, and the surroundings gradually grew dark. He was like a tiny boat on the sea, looking incredibly minuscule, like he would be devoured at any moment. The further he went, the darker it became. This nameless grass was now 3 feet tall and swayed in the wind, seemingly concealing something. Someone else would have long since fled in fear, but Long Chen didn't care. His attention was on what lay beneath the grass. As he was traveling, without any warning, a black bolt suddenly shot toward him. It was a rat the size of a fist. Its entire body was black, and it even had a pair of tiny wings. Long Chen instantly reached out to catch the rat, but he abruptly took out a sword to block it. The rat's sharp teeth punctured the sword, causing sparks to fly and 2 small holes to appear in the blade. Long Chen jumped in shock. This was a saint weapon, but this rat had essentially destroyed it along with its item spirit. Long Chen examined the rat more closely and suddenly exclaimed, "It's a ghost nether rat." Just then, the rat lost its ferociousness and fled. "You think you can run now?" When Long Chen waved his hand, the surrounding space twisted, and the ghost nether rat bounced back. Long Chen caught it this time. The ghost nether rat screamed and struggled with all its might, but Long Chen was holding its neck so it couldn't bite him. "My luck's not bad. I managed to run into a ghost nether rat," said Long Chen as he eyed it. There was something strange under the rat's belly, like a sinister face. Seeing it, Long Chen was delighted. This thing was a treasure. The ghost nether rat was an extremely rare beast. Its teeth were venomous, and its wings were not there for flying purposes but to store its venom, which was as precious as immortal metal. However, in comparison to its essence blood, its venom was practically worthless. The ghost nether rat's essence blood was a supreme yin essence blood from which heavenly yin water could be extracted. Heavenly yin water was a kind of divine water from the primal chaos era, and it had long since vanished from the natural world. Heavenly yin water could now only be refined and synthesized through other means. It was something necessary for refining supreme yang pills or supreme yang weapons. This was based on the principle that yin and yang could not exist without each other. Whether it was yin or yang, they could not be 100% pure. If it was, it would either disperse or explode. At the peak of yin was yang, and at the peak of yang was yin. This was a necessary law of the heavenly Taoes. Long Chen had refined supreme yang pills before, but they were all beneath the level of saint pills. He had yet to refine any supreme yang saint pills because he couldn't find the necessary ingredient capable of balancing the energy of the pill. Both Long Chen and the Earth Cauldron had been unhappy with this. Even the best cook could not make anything without ingredients. Thus, Long Chen was exceptionally excited to run into a ghost nether rat. He quickly examined it to confirm that he hadn't falsely recognized it. "Your luck is taking a turn for the better," said the Earth Cauldron, a trace of excitement creeping into its voice. "Hee, new year, new me," Long Chen chuckled. He let the ghost nether rat struggle in his hand. However, after struggling and screaming for a while, it suddenly started twitching. Long Chen then took out a dagger and cut it open, causing a translucent liquid to pour out. With a jade cup, he caught all of it. That was its essence blood. Once Long Chen was done bleeding it, the surrounding grass started to move wildly, and streaks of black light shot toward him. Chapter 4891 Ghost Nether King Rat. As expected, the stories are true. The ghost nether rats live in packs, remarked Long Chen as he saw many black figures shooting out of the grass. He hadn't directly killed the first ghost nether rat exactly to let it scream and draw its comrades over. It was said that their characters were ruthless, and once their venom sac was full, they would feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to use their venom immediately. If they didn't have a target to attack, they would unleash their venom on each other, which wouldn't matter much because of their resistance to venom. Once they released their venom, their berserk state along with their guts would instantly bottom out. The smallest disturbance would make them run. On the other hand, when their venom was maxed out, they became nuts. Even though their essence blood was priceless, someone who wanted it had to at least manage to survive the encounter with them in their crazy state. "Lightning cloud storm," shouted Long Chen. At this moment, a streak of lightning exploded, striking millions of ghost nether rats, causing them to stiffen. Evilmoon then appeared in Long Chen's hand, and a wave of divine light sliced through the air, turning those ghost nether rats into blood mist. Long Chen didn't have to do much. The earth cauldron directly sucked their blood into the primal chaos space and refined it into heavenly yin water. The earth cauldron couldn't intentionally kill other beings, but it could help Long Chen deal with many other things. After all, this heavenly yin water was extremely important to both it and Long Chen. "Careful," the earth cauldron shouted. The next moment, the space around Long Chen collapsed, revealing a black hole that threatened to devour Long Chen. Long Chen sensed it as well, but before he could do anything, he was already sucked into the vortex and unable to escape. 6 split the heaven runes then lit up on Evilmoon, and Long Chen swung it at the center of the vortex. The vortex exploded. Within the dissipating heavenly Dao runes, Long Chen saw a certain figure, and he couldn't help but gasp. It was another ghost nether rat, yet it was enormous. An ordinary ghost nether rat was about the size of a rabbit, but this one was like a bull, and its eyes were scarlet. "This is a ghost nether rat king," Long Chen exclaimed in delight. A ghost nether rat king that had reached the heaven saint realm. Its essence blood was invaluable, and even heaven saints would go crazy for it. It really is a ghost nether rat king, with an extremely pure bloodline to boot. "Heavens, why is your luck so good today?" wondered the earth cauldron with an amused tone. Suddenly, the ghost nether rat king let out an ear-piercing screech that caused Long Chen's soul to shudder. He was shocked to find himself being forced back. But just then, he realized that he hadn't moved at all. "Shit, it's a spiritual attack." Long Chen was horrified. This ghost nether rat king could actually force his soul out of his body. Just then, the ghost nether rat king pounced on Long Chen, its giant teeth chomping toward Long Chen's head. "Stop right there," shouted Long Chen, his soul rushing back into his body. However, the rat king was just too fast. Furthermore, Huo Linger and Lei Linger were shocked to find that they couldn't come out of the primal chaos space to save him. The ghost nether rat king's teeth slammed down at earth cauldron and somehow gnawed off a layer of skin of the earth cauldron. After that, the ghost nether rat king jumped back and spat out this layer of skin along with its teeth. What it ended up biting off was a large piece of rust. When this rust fell into its mouth, it instantly had a bad feeling and spat it out, but it was too late. Its mouth had started to rapidly decay. "Quick, now," shouted the earth cauldron. Long Chen's soul returned to his body, and he immediately swung Evilmoon. His attack landed right on the ghost nether rat king's neck. However, Evilmoon ended up stuck between 2 neck bones. Startled, Long Chen shouted and ignited his dragon blood, summoning the dragon blood battle armor. He then pulled out of Evilmoon and swung it again. At last, the ghost nether rat king's head fell to the ground. But even before it landed, it had rotted away into a pool of rotting pus. As soon as Long Chen killed it, the earth cauldron sucked its headless corpse into the primal chaos space, not letting it be stained by the rotting blood. "That was dangerous," sighed the earth cauldron. "It really was." Long Chen nodded. His back was soaked in sweat. Just now, if it hadn't been for the earth cauldron, he would have lost his head. In Long Chen's battle with Huo Qinwu, both of them had unleashed powerful techniques, and Long Chen had come face to face with death many times. However, all the danger of that battle paled in comparison to this one moment. "Senior, what kind of divine ability was that?" "It was absolutely terrifying," asked Long Chen, still shuddering. The most terrifying thing was that there was no way to defend against it. Even after experiencing it, he had no idea what to do against it next time. There was practically no way to deal with it. This is one of the ghost nether rat's strongest divine abilities, the ghost nether soul strip. If you were to fight it 1 against 1, it would be powerless against you. However, you have killed so many ghost nether rats just now, and their deaths formed a unique cursed domain, which strengthened the ghost nether rat king's technique. Essentially, you were facing the divine abilities of all the slain ghost nether rats simultaneously. Even if the Devil Fall City's city lord or the Flame Divine Hall's vice hall master were here, they wouldn't be able to bear it, let alone you. So I don't know whether to say your luck is good or bad, answered the Earth Cauldron. Previously, the Earth Cauldron had been amazed by Long Chen's luck. He not only encountered a whole pack of ghost nether rats but also a ghost nether rat king. However, when all of his luck was added together, the ghost nether soul strip ended up terrifyingly powerful, being amplified over 10 times. If the Earth Cauldron hadn't been here, Long Chen would have died 100 times over. After this, the Earth Cauldron wanted to take back what it had said about Long Chen's luck turning for the better. Long Chen felt much better after hearing the Earth Cauldron's explanation. If he encountered such a situation again, he knew what he would do then. After calming down his emotions, Long Chen was about to set off again when the Earth Cauldron suddenly said, "I have an idea. Are you interested?" Chapter 4892 Dragon Blood Extreme Yang Pill. What idea? Asked Long Chen. He was definitely interested when he heard the Earth Cauldron say such a thing. Based on his experience, if the Earth Cauldron were to say such a thing, something good was about to happen. Are you going to tell me? Asked Long Chen after the Earth Cauldron didn't reply. Don't rush, I'm calculating the karma of this matter. I'm wondering if it will be sensed by the heavenly Taos. After all, the amount of karma you've accumulated is immense. I'll do my best to reduce it as much as I can, responded the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen nodded and fell silent, no longer disturbing it. Eventually, the Earth Cauldron said, "It will invoke some karma, but it won't be a large problem. Let us refine a Dragon Blood Extreme Yang Pill." What is that? Asked Long Chen. He had never heard of such a thing. It is a saint pill capable of temporarily multiplying the power of your Dragon Blood battle armor by 5 times. Furthermore, the side effects are no worse than when you burn your dragon blood. 5 times. Long Chen jumped in shock. When he ignited his dragon blood to summon the Dragon Blood battle armor, it was around 3 times stronger than his usual Dragon Blood battle armor. However, this pill had an even stronger effect, with fewer side effects. Long Chen's recovery had taken a lot of time and effort, not just because the Doyan power reduced his efficiency, but also because burning his essence blood had left him in a deficient state. Replenishing it was time-consuming. This pill will not just increase the power of your ignited blood, but it will also reduce the damage to your body as much as possible. You'll be able to maintain the Dragon Blood battle armor for longer, remarked the Earth Cauldron. Then what are we waiting for? Let's refine it right now. How could Long Chen possibly resist the allure of such a divine pill? The Earth Cauldron replied, refining it will take some time, and you won't have as much time to search for treasures. You should also understand that even a short moment can affect the results of your treasure hunting. Furthermore, I'm not able to help you with such a thing. You should make this decision yourself. I'm just offering the possibility. With a smile, Long Chen said, with my luck, finding any treasures is quite hard, so I'd prefer to increase my power. When the time comes, if I find someone I don't like, I'll have higher odds of taking their treasures then. The Earth Cauldron smiled at Long Chen's answer. Long Chen knew himself well. The Earth Cauldron understood that one reason his luck was so bad was due to the numerous things he possessed that drew the envy of the heavens. As one of the 10 great primal chaos divine items, the Earth Cauldron was a major contributor to that. Mo Nian had also said that Long Chen had no hope of finding anything, it was more efficient to kill his enemies and take their treasures. Mo Nian truly knew Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron then told Long Chen to make a choice, which would reduce the karma. Moreover, if he ended up missing out on a treasure because of this, he couldn't blame it. Although Long Chen wasn't such a petty person, for the meticulous Earth Cauldron, it was better to explain the pros and cons first. If that's your decision, let's find a place to refine it. Put a marker here so that we can directly do a spatial transportation afterward, said the Earth Cauldron. Following the Earth Cauldron's instructions, Long Chen set up a transportation marker and hid it so that other experts wouldn't find it. This way, he could save a great deal of time when he came back. After everything was arranged, the Earth Cauldron pointed Long Chen in a direction, and he directly activated a supreme transportation formation. He didn't even know how far he had gone. When he arrived in a barren land, he hastily checked his formation disk and found that his marker was still within its range. After that, he relaxed. If he went so far that the marker vanished, it meant that he had gone way too far and wouldn't be able to use a transportation formation to get back. Come, first, we'll refine the Ghost Nether Rat King's essence blood into heavenly yin water, said the Earth Cauldron as it appeared before Long Chen. We're going to start off with it. Long Chen was surprised. Some things should be used when you get them. There's no need to be too stingy, replied the Earth Cauldron. It knew that Long Chen liked to save the best things for last, but that wasn't always a good habit. At this moment, a flame ignited within the Earth Cauldron, and Long Chen could see the ghost Nether Rat King's essence blood flowing within it. He could vaguely hear its piercing cry as well. Although it was dead, its will had yet to disperse. Without the Earth Cauldron's reminder, Long Chen placed a hand on it, and his spiritual strength gushed out. His Yuan spirit dove into the Earth Cauldron. The interior of the Earth Cauldron was a world of flames. When Long Chen entered it, the ghost Nether Rat King's essence blood instantly took form and pounced on him. The ghost Nether Rat King let out a strange cry. Even in his Yuan spirit form, it could stun Long Chen for a bit, but that feeling passed in an instant. His soul wasn't stripped off of his body this time. Even so, this feat still startled Long Chen. The ghost Nether Rat King was already dead, and all that remained of it was its discarnate will. However, it was still able to unleash a divine ability with this level of power. Even without those sacrifices boosting the power of its attack, it could still stun Long Chen. Long Chen was amazed by how strong this ghost Nether Rat King was. An ancient species really cannot be underestimated. However, this place is my territory. You are in no place to struggle. Long Chen then pressed a hand on the ghost Nether Rat King's head. Countless runes lit up within this world of flames, and the ghost Nether Rat King exploded. Its discarnate will vanished, leaving behind only the essence blood. The Earth Cauldron could effortlessly kill it, but it hadn't done so. Thus, Long Chen did it himself. After its discarnate will was gone, the essence blood stopped fighting. The flames swept over them, eliminating the impurities within, causing them to clear up. As more time passed, 10,000 drops of water appeared, each incomparably pure and clean. Without personally witnessing it, Long Chen wouldn't have believed that the ferocious ghost Nether Rat King had something so pure in its body. Every single drop contained a supreme yin energy. As the Earth Cauldron continued to refine them, these drops ultimately merged into a large sphere. At this moment, the Earth Cauldron called out Huolinger and used the strongest flame to refine them. After multiple hours, the giant sphere gradually shrank until it was just the size of a thumb. 10,000 supreme yin runes flowed within it, and its energy scared even Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron declared, "The refinement is complete. Now, it's time to refine the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang Pill." Chapter 4893 Mysterious Violet Blood. The main ingredients will be 10 drops of your Dragon Blood, 1 drop of 7-color Supreme Blood, and 1 drop of Violet Blood. The supporting ingredients will be the Great Sun Sunflower, Ardent Sun Lucerne, 7-leaf Violet Gold Wisteria. The Earth Cauldron rattled off over 300 medicinal ingredients. It actually requires my Violet Blood and 7-color Supreme Blood. Long Chen was baffled by this. His Dragon Blood, 7-color Supreme Blood, and Violet Blood were competitors, all trying to become the top dog in his body. There was no way they would merge. Yes, this is for you. After you add them, they will suppress a bit of the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang Pill's power, but they will also balance out some of the damage the pill will have on your body. It can actually be considered cheating. Without it, I'd worry about you not being able to endure the impact, explained the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen still had no idea how strong the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang Pill was. But due to his confidence in the Earth Cauldron, he didn't ask too many questions. He immediately squeezed out 10 drops of Dragon Blood. Following the Earth Cauldron's instructions, he used his strongest heart blood. Although the blood from the space between his eyebrows was actually purer, due to the extraction method, when it came to pure energy, the essence blood from the heart was better. After extracting 10 drops of his Dragon Blood, Long Chen felt a wave of dizziness. Even for Long Chen, losing this essence blood was not a laughing matter. Fortunately, it was just 10 drops, otherwise, he might not be able to bear it. After that, Long Chen tried to extract his Violet Blood and 7-color Supreme Blood, but it was a bit more difficult due to them being suppressed by his Dragon Blood. Even after extracting 10 drops of his Dragon Essence Blood, Long Chen couldn't feel his 7-color Supreme Blood and Violet Blood grow active. In any case, while extracting any of them, he couldn't break the balance between Essence Bloods, or his 7-color Supreme Blood and Violet Blood might directly enter a hibernation state. With great effort, Long Chen managed to extract 1 drop from each of them. Stars spun in his head as this work had to be extremely meticulous. After extracting the Essence Blood, Long Chen sat down and started recovering. As for the initial refining of medicinal powders, he left it to Huolinger to complete. After all, she could already be considered a grandmaster alchemist. Other than some particular medicinal pills that she couldn't refine on her own, she was able to refine pills independently. Refining medicinal powders and extracting their essence could not be simpler for a grandmaster like her. When Long Chen recovered, everything was already prepared. Long Chen instantly got to work, refining the actual pill. The main ingredients were the first to enter the cauldron. Fortunately, the ratio of the different bloods was based on their ratio in Long Chen's body, so they didn't start rejecting each other immediately. In other words, his dragon blood constituted around 80%, while his violet blood and 7-color supreme blood occupied 10% each. His dragon blood was dominant, with the other two playing a supportive role, aiding in enduring powerful impacts and accelerating recovery. However, they weren't exactly happy with this. At this moment, they started a rebellion, but their power was too weak to resist the dragon blood. The three essence bloods merged inside of the earth cauldron. A violet spot appeared on his dragon blood, and a 7-color pattern appeared within the earth cauldron, revolving within it. This revolution was a result of the three bloods fighting. Although they all came from Long Chen, once they left his body, their resistance toward each other grew. Hence, merging them would require a special process. As they merged, Long Chen found that his 7-color supreme blood and violet blood were fighting back more fiercely. His dragon blood was suppressing his 7-color supreme blood, trying to make it submit, but his 7-color supreme blood, despite clearly being much weaker, refused to admit defeat. On the other hand, his violet blood had stopped participating in the fight. Instead, it was observing the two of them. The violet spot had moved around randomly, but it suddenly ceased its movement. Long Chen then found that the violet spot was not actually motionless, it was rapidly spinning at the center. Seeing this scene, Long Chen was taken aback. It seemed that his violet blood wanted to get stronger in order to balance his other two bloods. As time passed, the violet spot slowly calmed down. When it became still, the sphere of blood contained a dragon mark, a 7-color thread, and a violet spot at its center. Just then, Huolinger started adding one medicinal powder after another. When these medicinal powders entered the earth cauldron, an intense energy unfurled. The blood sphere seemed to have been provoked and started to crazily absorb these energies. Long Chen saw the world within the cauldron twist and turn. The blood sphere was incredibly powerful, displaying a phenomenon he had never seen before. And this was just the start. He could only imagine what would happen during the pill condensation process. The earth cauldron started shaking, a sign that the pill was starting to take an embryonic form. However, the wild energy made it look like it might explode out of control at any moment. After absorbing the energy of so many medicinal ingredients, the blood sphere had new runes on it, its energy erupting like it wanted to break free from the earth cauldron's restraints. Long Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What power!" His essence blood had gone crazy after the addition of these medicinal ingredients, and he suddenly grew worried when he thought about consuming it. Suddenly, after absorbing all the medicinal powder, the pill smashed into the earth cauldron's inner wall like a shooting star. Long Chen tried to keep the earth cauldron steady, feeling an immense force pass through him. With a grunt, he was sent flying by the impact. His blood churned within him, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. If he were to consume this pill, he would definitely explode. Just then, some kind of mist appeared within the earth cauldron. The medicinal pill continued striking the cauldron's interior, but after passing through this mist, it seemed provoked and started to attack even more intensely. The earth cauldron rumbled, and specks of rust fell from it. Long Chen hastily caught them. Those things that fall on their own have lost the power of time. They aren't very useful to you, said the earth cauldron. Hee, they really aren't that useful, but that depends on the situation. It's better to be prepared than not, chuckled Long Chen. He knew that this rust didn't have much killing power. Against true experts, they weren't useful. Against weaklings, there was no need to use such a thing. However, he had other plans. Just as Long Chen was gathering the rust, the rumbling coming from the earth cauldron settled down. Long Chen then looked inside the earth cauldron and found that the pill had become a fist-sized rock. Just then, the earth cauldron's lid popped open. Chapter 4894 The Early Bird Catches the Worm. The earth cauldron opened, but no medicinal pill came flying out, nor was there anything like the pill transforming into some divine beast. The fist-sized rock just floated in the air. If Long Chen hadn't personally witnessed it, he would have suspected that someone had taken his pill and replaced it with a rock to trick him. He then reached out to grab it. The moment his hand came into contact with it, white smoke erupted, and a bone-chilling coldness spread across his entire arm, encasing it in frost. Long Chen hastily circulated his energy to resist, but the frost quickly enveloped his entire body, turning him into an ice statue. The frost suddenly exploded, revealing Long Chen once more. Yet, the relentless cold immediately encased his arm in frost again. "What is going on?" exclaimed Long Chen. The earth cauldron explained, "This is the effect of heavenly yin water. Don't forget that it's a supreme yin entity. Then, through yin comes yang. Once it touches a powerful flame, it will release an intense frost. The Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill is considered a supreme yang pill. Without heavenly yin energy keeping it in balance, the pill can't condense. Only the heavenly yin water's energy is able to stabilize the pill and lock its essence inside. The rock-like appearance you see is the heavenly yin water. All the impurities within the pill were forced out to form this pill cloth. However, this is no ordinary pill cloth. It contains a natural heavenly yin formation that's keeping the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill in a quiet slumber. Without it, the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill can't be stored." Hearing this explanation, Long Chen sighed in amazement. The world was truly enormous, with many things to explore. Before this, he had only known that heavenly yin water was precious, but he hadn't understood its full potential or how to use it. "Is there a way to tell the grade or the appearance of this pill?" asked Long Chen. The rocky exterior was ice cold, and his divine sense couldn't pierce it. He had no idea what was going on inside. There is no way to tell. If you forcefully scan inside, you will damage the heavenly yin formation. Then you have to immediately consume it, because once the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill awakes, consuming it will be no different from suicide, replied the Earth Cauldron. "You're saying we can't even tell what kind of pill it is before I consume it? If it's too weak or too strong, wouldn't that mean?" The Earth Cauldron remarked, "We can only gamble when it comes to this. However, based on my experience, the medicinal effect will definitely not be lacking. As for how strong it is, I don't dare to say. But when it comes to whether or not you can endure it, I feel like it shouldn't be a problem. It was refined from your essence blood. As long as you consume the pill while it hasn't awakened, you will be able to summon the strongest Dragon Blood battle armor. As a life-saving trump card, I feel like it's definitely not bad. Although you have many trump cards, with your power right now, you cannot control them. For example, you might have refined the Astral Bone Claw, but you cannot unleash its full power. It's the same case with the 9-star secret art you learned from the Stone Spirit's Rock. With your power, you cannot endure the impact of that technique. These two trump cards will be useful to you in the future, but now, the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill is more useful." Long Chen nodded. The Earth Cauldron's deduction was extremely accurate. The Astral Bone Claw was strong, but once he used it, it would exhaust all the astral energy within it. After all, it was a single-use item. As for the God-slaying cross, that was a technique he was incapable of using right now. Even though he had comprehended it, he didn't dare to try it. Right now, the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill was what he needed the most. Long Chen put the rock away. After resting for a moment, he used a transportation formation to bring him back to where he had encountered the ghost Nether Rat King. Examining his surroundings, he didn't find anything off. It seemed that no one else had come here, so he continued deeper into the grassland. Meanwhile, the Earth Cauldron and Huo Linger were in the primal chaos space, helping him refine the essence blood of the ghost nether rats. According to the Earth Cauldron, although their essence blood was not as powerful as that of the Rat King, the heavenly yin water refined from them was the same. The amount of heavenly yin water they could refine from this large amount of essence blood would ultimately be equal to what they refined from the Rat King. However, it would take much longer to do so. With the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill in his pocket, Long Chen no longer bothered concealing his presence at all. He directly spread his lightning wings and sped off. However, he didn't encounter more ghost nether rats. Most likely, there weren't that many rat holes all over this sinister grassland. As Long Chen continued onward, the strange grass grew increasingly tall. In the end, they were as tall as trees, and the sinister qi in the air also got denser. However, after he flew for a bit, the grassland was no more to be seen, replaced by a barren land. Upon reaching this barren land, Long Chen found that he could no longer fly. It seemed that there was some law sticking him to the ground. There are footsteps. Long Chen noted 2 sets of footprints in the distance, so he hastily rushed over to find that one of them still had devil chi remaining on it. This set of footprints was most likely left behind by a devil expert who had taken human form. So the devil race managed to sneak in. Long Chen's sense of alarm went off. After all, the opening of Heaven Screen Mountain required the Square Heaven Seal's power, and Devil Fall City had always been the enemy of the devil race. In the past openings of Heaven Screen Mountain, every participant was screened heavily to prevent members of the devil race from sneaking in. But this time, the opening of Heaven Screen Mountain was extremely rushed, without limits on the number of participants. As a result, they couldn't properly screen everyone, and some devil experts managed to sneak their way in. The other set of footprints seemed to belong to an actual human. Long Chen then examined their footprints and found that the 2 of them had come at different times. The devil expert had come first, followed by the human. Including Long Chen's own tracks, there were 3 sets of footprints. Curiously, all 3 had approached from the same direction. The previous grassland had seemed completely endless, stretching far beyond the horizon. However, all 3 had arrived here from the same direction. That was too much of a coincidence. However, Long Chen didn't waste much time thinking about it. He simply followed their footprints and didn't even bother covering his own tracks. The further Long Chen went, the more he felt that something was off. This area gave off a stench of rotting flesh. Long Chen then grabbed a chunk of soil and tossed it into the primal chaos space's black soil. In an instant, it was devoured. The soil consists of decomposing corpses. Suddenly, the ground beneath Long Chen's feet shuddered, and a powerful divine might soared. Chapter 4895 Plundering Heavenly Chosen. Without any warning, the ground beneath Long Chen's feet exploded, and the shockwave sent Long Chen flying. Feeling as if he had been struck by a shooting star, Long Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. It was all too sudden for him to react at all. At this moment, chi waves surged across the land, while a twister of dust and soil soared into the sky, directly piercing the black heavenly screen. Even once it broke the heavenly screen, the twister's power didn't diminish. It unfurled, creating an even larger hole in the heavenly screen. The light of the sun actually came through the hole and illuminated Heaven Screen Mountain for the first time in forever. Because of the twister, black soil flew through the air in giant waves. Long Chen simply stood within the waves, watching the core region, and then he saw 2 figures in ragged robes. One of them was lean, while the other was muscular. The lean man had blood-red hair, looking so thin as if he were just skin and bones. It felt like without that layer of skin, he would simply fall apart. As for the muscular man, he was covered in black fur like an ape, and his blood chi was like an erupting volcano. To Long Chen's surprise, both of them had a heavenly fate disc behind them. The 2 of them were actually both heavenly chosens. However, at this moment, they looked a bit wretched. Their robes were in tatters, and they were covered in wounds. After a moment of shock, Long Chen chuckled sinisterly, his blood heating up. 1 blood expert and 1 devil expert. Hee, interesting. At this moment, the 2 of them also took note of Long Chen, and killing intent instantly blazed in their eyes. I didn't expect you to escape from Huo Qinwu. It seems that her power isn't as great as her appearance, said the wizened blood expert as he stared at Long Chen darkly. That woman is useless, but this is good as well. If I kill you now, the Flame Divine Hall can't say anything, remarked the muscular devil expert with bloodlust. Why the chit-chat? Hand over all the treasures you got and just kill yourselves. That way, at least I'll leave your corpses intact, countered Long Chen lightly. The blood expert and devil expert couldn't believe their ears. Did Long Chen really want to plunder them? How could an ordinary cultivator be trying to rob 2 heavenly chosens? The blood expert laughed. Idiot, if it weren't for Huo Qinwu's stubbornness, do you think that you would have survived to enter Heaven Screen Mountain? That annoying woman demanded the right to take your head herself. Hearing this, Long Chen snorted, so it seems that the 2 of you are very afraid of Huo Qinwu. Even when she wanted to fight me herself, the 2 of you didn't dare to say anything. Did you guys not mind that both my hands are stained by the blood of your races? Even though Long Chen sounded confident, he was a bit uneasy inside. From their tone of speaking, it seemed that the Divine Flame Hall was plotting something in this opening of Heaven Screen Mountain. Long Chen was mortal enemies with the Devil race and the Blood race. Their enmity would not cease until one side was annihilated. But the fact that they refrained from fighting him because Huo Qinwu wanted to face him herself was baffling. If this were true, it was highly likely that these groups had already made prior arrangements with the Flame Divine Hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't say such a thing. The devil race's heavenly chosen furiously roared, "Shut your mouth. The fact that you escaped from Huo Qinwu's hands only means you were lucky. Or that girl fell for your pretty boy face. But now that you're in our hands, all that awaits you is death." Our hands? Long Chen was startled. It seemed that his initial judgment was off. He had assumed that the two of them had started fighting over some treasure, resulting in their injuries. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Although one of them had come first, it appeared the two of them had reached an agreement and were not hostile toward each other. They were going to face him together. "Pretty boy face?" asked Long Chen, an odd expression covering his face. Since when had he become someone who relied on his face to flee for his life? At this moment, the ground beneath their feet shook again. It was like something that had been buried for countless years was on the verge of coming into the light once more. "This fellow has killed countless experts of my devil race. I can't let you have him." Not giving the blood expert any chance to argue, the devil expert directly shot toward Long Chen and swung a steel rod at him. This steel rod was as thick as a person's thigh, with countless runes of the devil race carved into it. As soon as it showed up, devil chi exploded. What a terrifying heaven saint divine weapon. Long Chen didn't dare to hold back. He directly ignited his blood and summoned his strongest dragon blood battle armor. He then swung Evilmoon down to collide with the steel rod. The devil expert specialized in raw power and had never met someone who could match him. However, when he clashed with Long Chen, his hands went numb, and blood dripped from them. His steel rod was sent flying from his grasp. While Long Chen also lost hold of Evilmoon, he was prepared. Having fought Huo Qinwu, he knew how terrifying a heavenly fate disc was. Hence, the moment Evilmoon flew away, he spun and slapped the devil expert's face with a hand covered in stars. His slap sent the devil expert flying, and then Long Chen's other hand smoothly caught Evilmoon. After that, his dragon blood erupted, and he launched split the heavens again. Long Chen's movements were incredibly smooth, completing the entire sequence without pause. Even though both of them were evenly matched in the initial clash, the devil expert was caught off guard by Long Chen's seamless transition into the next attack. The devil expert roared and crossed his arms in front of him, summoning his heavenly fate disc to be a shield for him. As a result, both he and Long Chen were blown back at the same time. The devil expert's expression changed as a small nick appeared in his heavenly fate disc. Just as he felt a mixture of shock and anger, Long Chen once more pounced at him. With the initiative now in Long Chen's favor and the devil expert's heavenly fate disc no longer in perfect condition, it was the best time to kill the devil expert. Just as Long Chen prepared to strike, the ground collapsed beneath him, sucking him in. The devil expert and blood expert cried out in shock as they too were swallowed by the earth. Chapter 4896 Underground Gate. Long Chen felt like a giant mouth had just devoured him as everything turned black. Within this darkness, space and time were in chaos. A powerful tearing force threatened to tear him apart if he wasn't in the dragon blood battle armor state. Long Chen continued to fall, without being able to stop it. He then sensed someone not too far from him. Without even thinking about it, he swung Evilmoon in that direction. In any case, there were only 3 of them here, so he would attack first and talk later. Sparks flew, temporarily lighting up the darkness. Long Chen's saber struck a blood-colored ruler, the weapon of the blood expert. The blood expert's heavenly fate disc had long since been activated, and blood mist shrouded him. Even as a heavenly chosen, he had to unleash his full power to withstand this pressure. Thanks to the brief sparks, Long Chen spotted the devil expert as well, and the latter was quite far from him. Long Chen snorted, "I'll deal with you first then. Hand over all your treasures." Suddenly, a powerful suction force came from Evilmoon, causing the iron ruler to stick to it. The blood expert was startled, as he had never faced such a bizarre technique before. Moreover, they were still falling rapidly, which made it difficult for him to control his body. He was instantly drawn right to where Long Chen wanted him to be. As Long Chen pulled Evilmoon, his left foot swung out toward the family jewel of his opponent. With his iron ruler stuck and seeing Long Chen's kick approaching, the blood expert could only bend over and slam his left elbow into Long Chen's foot. Just as they clashed, the blood expert's elbow blazed with light, and blood-colored runes shone through his robes. This seemingly casual blow was actually a killing technique. However, his attack missed as Long Chen's kick was a feint. By bending over, the blood expert had essentially delivered his head right to Long Chen. Instantly sensing danger, he tried to turn, but his vision flashed. Long Chen slapped him 16 times, the crisp sounds resembling a string of firecrackers. After those 16 slaps, the blood expert's face swelled, and he grew lightheaded. Just then, his mouth opened wide. At this moment, Long Chen's hair stood on end, and he instinctively raised Evilmoon in front of him. Damn, Long Chen grunted. Half his body went numb as he flew backward. The blood expert had actually spat out a 3-inch dagger, another terrifying heaven sent divine weapon toward Long Chen. This tiny blood-colored dagger was powerful enough to almost make Long Chen spit out blood. Most terrifying of all, he hadn't sensed it at all before it was unleashed. If it weren't for his quick reactions, he would have been instantly killed. Long Chen couldn't help but ask, "How treacherous. You were actually hiding a weapon in your mouth. Tell me the truth, what kind of weapon do you have in your butt?" His killing blow had been blocked, and now Long Chen was even mocking him. As a result, the blood expert was enraged. His rage stemmed from the fact that this dagger was one of his core divine weapons, mostly used to increase his cultivation speed. It was a legacy treasure of his race. Every generation would impart their life's full comprehension into the dagger before passing it on to the next. With this dagger, he essentially possessed the accumulated knowledge and combat experience of dozens of generations of experts. It was his secret killing tool, rarely used but never failing when deployed. However, today, even at this close distance and after a perfect setup, Long Chen managed to block it. When he heard Long Chen's taunt, flames almost burst out of his eyes. Yet, with both of them falling rapidly, he was unable to charge at Long Chen and could only glare at his arrogant act. "Don't fall into my hands, or I'll make you regret coming to this world," threatened the blood expert. "Hurry up and hand over your treasures, or you'll regret coming out of your mother's cough, you know," countered Long Chen arrogantly as he rested Evilmoon on his shoulder. The blood expert roared, "Fuck you. We just opened the underground gate when you came here. It's only because of you that it went out of control. Oh, you still haven't gotten the treasure?" "It seems that I arrived just in time," replied Long Chen, his expression brightening. It seemed that the treasures were here. Indeed, it just so happened that we were missing a blood sacrifice. Your arrival is perfect. The devil expert's sinister sneer rang out in the darkness. Long Chen laughed. "I feel like sacrificing the two of you and then taking the treasures myself is the way to go." "Treasures? Do you even know what's inside?" sneered the blood expert. "Who cares? As long as they're treasures, they're related to me by destiny. All masterless treasures are mine. All treasures with masters are also mine. In any case, as long as I want it, it's mine," replied Long Chen indifferently. The blood expert and devil expert snorted at the same time. Ignorant. Suddenly, this space shook, and Long Chen stopped falling. The abrupt halt felt like he had smashed into something, nearly causing him to spit out blood. After stabilizing himself, he immediately took a step in the direction where he remembered the blood expert had been. The blood expert was also dazed by that sudden impact. Before he could stabilize himself, Long Chen's saber chi arrived in front of him. With a furious roar, the blood expert swung his iron ruler and somehow managed to accurately block Long Chen's attack. However, Long Chen's strike had the advantage of initiative, while the blood expert's block was hasty and unsteady. Still reeling from the impact, the blood expert was sent flying despite his defense, spitting out a mouthful of blood. After sending him flying, Long Chen had no chance to follow up. Borrowing the rebound force from striking the blood expert, he spun back, and Evilmoon sliced through the air behind him. Evilmoon struck a giant steel rod as the devil expert had come to assist. When these two divine weapons collided, Long Chen retreated several steps, while the devil expert tumbled into the distance. "TCH, is this all you got? Even if the two of you joined forces, you wouldn't be a match for Huo Qinwu. How dare you act arrogant in front of Boss Long San?" snorted Long Chen. Long Chen rested Evilmoon on his shoulder, gazing at them scornfully. After repeated probing blows, he found that both of them were at least one level weaker than Huo Qinwu. With that, he was sure of victory. Suddenly, this dark world lit up, and upon seeing his surroundings, Long Chen jumped in fright. "Fool, you didn't even know what kind of danger you threw yourself in. Now there's no escape for you," shouted the blood expert. He wiped off some blood from the corner of his mouth, smiling sinisterly at Long Chen. Chapter 4897 Pre-Emperor Level. This was a vast hall, devoid of anything except 8 giant skeletal corpses. 4 of them were humanoid but gigantic. Despite their wizened bodies, the bloodline pressure they exuded was absolutely terrifying. The other 4 bodies belonged to devil beasts with an odd appearance, serpentine heads and eagle bodies. Although they had been lying on the ground for countless years, the devil chi they exuded was suffocating. "So, you came here for them?" asked Long Chen, instantly realizing that the devil expert and blood expert had come from these corpses. "You only realized now. It's too late," sneered the devil expert. "You don't even know what kind of place this is, but you still barged in. You've sent yourself to your death." The blood expert added, "Since you're about to die, I'll help you be a ghost that understands how he died. This place is a battlefield from the immemorial era where my blood race's experts and the devil race's experts fell. Although they died, their blood did not vanish, and their soul essence did not disperse. Their wills are eternal. So, we came here to receive the inheritance of our ancestors, but a fool like you has also come. All that awaits you is death and despair." Long Chen was baffled. Just where were the treasures that Mo Nian had promised him? He looked more closely, but other than the 8 corpses, he didn't see anything else here. Long Chen couldn't help but curse. It couldn't be that the treasures he mentioned are just these 8 corpses, right? What the fuck am I supposed to do with them? Make some stew. Fool, after being conned by someone, you should just peacefully await your death. Sneered the blood expert. "Fuck, does your face not hurt? I'll slap you a few more times to wake you up," retorted Long Chen furiously as he stamped on the ground. The ground was hard like metal, but when his foot stamped on it, a slight crack appeared. The blood expert already seethed with anger after being repeatedly slapped in the face. That was his life's greatest humiliation. Now that Long Chen brought it up, his fury instantly exploded. "Bastard, I'll rip your corpse into 8 pieces today." When their divine weapons clashed again, Long Chen simply swayed, while the blood expert flew back. He wasn't a match for Long Chen in a head-on clash. Although the blood expert was powerful, he was still a level weaker than Huo Qinwu. Furthermore, his divine weapon was also inferior to the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip. Having exchanged a few blows with Long Chen, he always came out on the losing end. Now, Long Chen was in his peak state, while his confidence was flagging, which started to affect his fight. "Rip me into 8 pieces. Do you think your unskilled techniques are capable of that?" sneered Long Chen. Not giving his opponent a chance to recollect himself, Long Chen spun through the air, his saber hacking at the blood expert like a wild tempest. The blood expert was once more sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Long Chen took 3 steps, each one leaving countless afterimages. The blood expert couldn't discern which was real. Long Chen was simply too fast. At this moment, the blood expert had nowhere to run. His back was against one of the corpses. However, just then, he sneered. Seeing Long Chen's saber coming for him, he suddenly held out his blood-colored ruler with both hands. Following that, a strange sight occurred. The corpse behind him actually moved, and blood-colored lines flew out of its body, enveloping the blood expert. Long Chen's saber fell. Just as he thought that this attack would leave the blood expert on the verge of death, Evilmoon was knocked back. The impact left his hand bleeding, and he was forced back over 10 steps before he managed to stabilize himself. Long Chen stared in shock at the blood expert. The giant corpse was sending blood-colored runes toward the blood expert. It was no wonder his power had suddenly soared as if he was possessed. His power was completely different from before. This power was the corpse's. From a distance, the devil expert sneered at Long Chen. "I told you, this place is hell for you. Even if your power is a bit greater than ours, you still won't be able to escape your death." At this moment, the devil expert was standing on a devil beast's corpse. Devil chi was slowly entering him from the corpse, and his aura rapidly climbed. Meanwhile, the blood expert wiped off the blood from his mouth and smiled sinisterly. "I admit that your power is above mine, but it means nothing. I am receiving my ancestors' bloodline power and will. Your power isn't even worth mentioning in front of me." "Interesting," said Long Chen, swinging out his numb hand. He looked at the blood expert and then the devil expert before setting off toward a giant devil beast. However, before Long Chen could even get close, a devil rune lit up on its body, knocking him back. A barrier. Long Chen was surprised and then swung his saber at the barrier. The barrier didn't break, and Long Chen tumbled back. "Ha ha ha, you idiot, Who do you think you are? Do you think you can break the protective divine light of emperors? You overestimate your own power. The blood expert and devil expert laughed at Long Chen's miserable state. Emperors, don't try to con me, sneered Long Chen. No, they aren't conning you. These lifeforms are truly pre-emperors, said the Earth Cauldron. What does that mean? Asked Long Chen hastily. They are experts who have cultivated 9 heaven veins. 9 heaven veins. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Xing Wuzhong had cultivated a single heaven vein, but he could already dominate regular heaven saints. However, these corpses had cultivated 9. No wonder they still possessed such terrifying power even after being dead for so many years. Long Chen wasn't even qualified to get close to them. I want them. Long Chen wanted to toss them into the primal chaos space and have the black soil devour them. Once that happened, the primal chaos space's power would rise once again. With your power now, it's impossible, replied the Earth Cauldron. In that case, I'll kill the 2 of them first, remarked Long Chen. He then took a deep breath, and the dragon blood extreme yang pill appeared in his hand. Just then, the ground inside this hall started cracking. The central portion suddenly bulged as if something was trying to rise out of the earth. Long Chen, the devil expert, and the blood expert were all stunned by this scene. Chapter 4898 Violet Crystal. The center of the hall broke open, and a violet crystal hundreds of meters long floated out of the ground. This violet crystal was like an eye that could expose all of Long Chen's secrets, causing his heart to quiver. The giant crystal had 8 crystalline chains attached to them. As the crystal rose, those chains rose out of the ground as well. When Long Chen saw the direction they were going, he was startled. Those 8 chains were heading in the direction of those 8 corpses. The next moment, another explosion occurred, and all the chains were fully freed from the ground. The 8 corpses quivered. As Long Chen anticipated, the 8 chains were connected to the ankles of these corpses. Their ankles had been covered with dirt, so he hadn't noticed before. Now, Long Chen realized that this violet crystal was binding these 8 ancient corpses. Mo Nian really is incredible. There's actually such a treasure here, Long Chen exclaimed. His heart leapt. He practically prostrated himself toward Mo Nian's sharp nose for treasures. Mo Nian didn't know anything about what was going on here, yet he had still accurately deduced that there was a treasure here. It was no wonder this fellow always considered himself a treasure hunter. As long as there was a treasure, he could sense it. Although Long Chen didn't know what this violet crystal was, the fact that it could bind these 8 corpses showed that it was a priceless treasure. Divine light flowed on top of the crystal, and 6 kinds of strange fluctuations moved within it like fish. The blood expert and devil expert's expressions instantly changed. The 2 of them were shocked to find that they were now unable to absorb the energy of these corpses. Most terrifying of all, the energy they had managed to absorb before was flowing back into the corpses. He. Long Chen instantly understood what was happening. A sinister laugh escaped his lips as he walked toward the blood expert. The blood expert panicked. Without the power of this corpse, he wasn't a match for Long Chen. Who was it that said that they would rip me into 8 pieces? Tell me the truth. I've heard of dismemberment by 5 horses, but I don't know much about ripping someone into 8 pieces. Tell me, how are you supposed to rip someone into 8 pieces evenly? Long Chen's gaze roved over the blood expert as if trying to decide on the best place to cut. When the blood expert saw Long Chen's gaze, his hair stood on end not from anger but terror. After all, this place was sealed, there was nowhere for him to run. If the blood expert wanted to tear through the space here, he would need to use the Emperor Qi within these corpses. They only ended up coming here because their spies within the human race had helped them survey this place. Devil Fall City's 4 noble families had long since colluded with other races. The Iron Blood Gate in particular had a close relationship with the Blood race. When they sensed that there were pre-Emperor corpses underground, they immediately passed word to the Blood race. However, with Xing Wuzhong guarding the gates of Devil Fall City, the Blood race was unable to get in. Although the Blood race was not part of the Devil race, they also weren't part of the human race. Hence, Xing Wuzhong was free to let them in or tell them to scram. Xing Wuzhong had long since disliked the Iron Blood Gate, so he naturally rejected the Blood race. As a result, the Blood race could only watch helplessly, and the Devil race was in a similar situation. Let alone getting into the city, they hadn't even dared to approach Heaven's Screen Mountain. However, this time, the Xing family hadn't done a strict examination of the participants. Furthermore, the Flame Divine Hall's Vice Hall Master was present and had guaranteed their safe entry into Heaven's Screen Mountain, so they had come. Upon arriving, these two immediately rushed to this location. Although the devil expert arrived first, he found that with his own power, he was unable to trigger the senses of the underground devil corpses or open this underground world. Later on, when the blood expert arrived, the two initially clashed, but they quickly realized that if they wanted to open the underground world, they had to work together. As a result, the two of them swore on their blood and soul that they wouldn't attack each other before leaving Heaven's Screen Mountain. Although both the blood race and devil race were extremely brutal, they didn't dare to betray this kind of blood oath. After making this oath, they started working together, and it took them several days before they managed to activate the underground passageway. Doing so had exhausted quite a bit of their energy. Otherwise, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to dominate them easily. The two of them were quite unlucky. As soon as they managed to open the underground world, even before the passageway formed, Long Chen arrived, and the three of them ended up in the underground world. However, none of them had expected there to be some mysterious crystal binding these 8 corpses. The two of them wanted to break the crystal, but how could Long Chen possibly give them that chance? Seeing Long Chen coming over, both the blood expert and the devil expert started to sweat. Suddenly, a wave of divine sense passed through them, exploding within all 3 of their souls. Long Chen's head buzzed, and his soul almost shattered. Merge with our blood souls and break the heavenly eye seal. Our power is yours. Shit. Long Chen's expression changed as this divine sense came from those corpses. Having been sealed by the violet crystal, they wanted to borrow the power of these 2 heavenly chosens to break free. If they succeeded and the 2 of them merged with the 8 corpses, Long Chen really would be ripped into 8 pieces. I have to stop them. Long Chen shot toward the blood expert with his lightning wings. When 6 split the heaven runes lit up on Evilmoon, Long Chen swung it at the blood expert's head. Just as Long Chen's saber was about to land, the corpse behind the blood expert raised its hands, protecting the blood expert. Evilmoon slammed into its hands, and a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Because of the impact, Long Chen's hands were turned into a bloody pulp, and Evilmoon flew out of his grasp. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, just wait for your death. I'll let you experience what it feels like to be ripped into 8 pieces. The blood expert laughed. Long Chen had no time to be angry. He lunged at the devil expert, but the devil corpses behind the 2 experts opened their mouths and swallowed them before Long Chen could reach them. After that, 2 heavenly fate discs appeared behind the heads of those 2 corpses. Long Chen's expression completely changed. They had finished the merger so quickly. If these 2 corpses came back to life by relying on the heavenly fate discs, everything would be over. Just as Long Chen was pondering what he could do to stop them, the space around him twisted, and he was instantly transported within the violet crystal. 1. Dismemberment by 5 horses. Wu Ma Fen Shi, or Chali Che Lai, lit. Chariot splitting, was an execution method used in ancient China that involved tying horses or chariots to the condemned's forelimbs and neck and then violently pulling them apart by having the horses set off in different directions. Chapter 4899. Once more seeing the heavenly eye. A powerful pulling force drew Long Chen into the violet crystal, giving him no chance to resist, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in a violet world. The ground was flat like a mirror, and the sky was deep blue, with a few clouds floating through, calm and peaceful. It was a world that could make him forget all his troubles. Welcome, friend. A gentle voice rang out behind him. Long Chen turned over to see a white-robed middle-aged man standing there. However, he was startled when he saw the man's face. This handsome and scholarly man had an eye that resembled an amethyst. Within that eye, 6 divine runes flowed, making it seem as though one could see the workings of heaven and earth through it. 6 Dao, heavenly eye. Long Chen hadn't expected to encounter another expert of the heavenly eye race. However, this scholarly man only had that one eye. The other eye was gone, leaving his eye socket sunken in. My apologies. I hope I didn't scare you, said the scholarly man as he smiled apologetically. Senior is too courteous. Just what is going on? Asked Long Chen. Back in my day, there was a chaotic battle between the 10,000 races, and almost every race joined forces against the human race. At that time, the Julie, Violet Blood, Heavenly Eye, and other leaders of the human race launched a crazy assault. While I was fighting these 8, I realized I was too weak and unable to beat them. Hence, I had no choice but to detonate one of my heavenly eyes to kill them. Too weak. Long Chen felt a chill to hear that. If the earth cauldron hadn't told him just how powerful those corpses were, he would have believed this middle-aged man's words. The man continued, however, I could only crush their bodies, not their souls and wills. Their bodies still have their bloodline runes within them. If I did not seal them, they could possess other experts and be reborn. Thus, I used my other heavenly eye to seal myself with them. In any case, I was just too weak. Pulling them into an eternal slumber at least ensures that I didn't lose face for the heavenly eye race. Long Chen stared at this man, not sensing any anger or regret emanating from him. He seemed like a kind person. When he spoke of his weakness, it didn't sound like self-mockery or false humility, he genuinely felt this way. Senior, do you feel hate? Asked Long Chen rather suddenly. The middle-aged man was taken aback. After staring at Long Chen for a bit, he seemed to understand his meaning and nodded. At first, I did, but I stopped caring about it after a while. Do you see the clouds in this sky? Long Chen nodded. The moment he arrived here, he saw this vast sky. Those few clouds were quite conspicuous. The man sighed. When I used all my power to seal them, my world became covered in black clouds, the manifestation of my hatred. I hated them for ruining this world, for ruining my peaceful life, for slaying countless people. I hated them for making me leave my respected master and my cherished family. When I died, they were definitely filled with pain. The man's voice was heavy as he was lost in distant memories. He then looked up at the clouds in the sky. As time passed, those black clouds faded, and I no longer felt such hatred. I no longer had the energy to hate. Now, my world only has those 4 clouds left, which are the love in my heart. He then pointed at one of them, smiling warmly. She is my wife, the warmest, most beautiful woman I know. A foolish woman who somehow fell in love with me and gave me everything. I was willing to give her my everything as well. From the moment I saw her, I swore I would make her the most blessed woman in the world. Those 3 smaller clouds are our children. I felt incredibly blessed when they were born, the symbols of our love. I swore not to let anyone harm them. However, I was unable to protect the ones I wanted to protect. How sad must they be when they hear the news of my demise? I can't even bring myself to imagine what their tortured faces look like. Long Chen's heart tightened as incomparable pain assaulted it. That was also the sight he feared the most. He didn't dare to imagine just how much pain his loved ones would feel if he fell in combat. I felt hate. I hated these animals for their brutality, and I also hated myself for my powerlessness. Yet, as time passed, I could no longer keep those things in my heart. I forgot about the scenes of my battle. I forgot the names of the brothers who fought alongside me. I can't even remember who my master was. Now, all I can remember is them, my family. I want to hate, but I don't have the energy to do so. I'm afraid that my hatred would make me forget the most important people in my heart, continued the man. When he looked at those 4 clouds in the sky, his eyes filled with emotion. Those 4 clouds were the most important things to him. Long Chen solemnly remarked, Senior, you don't need to hate anymore. When I go out, I will avenge you. That way, you can release the seal and search for your loved ones. Long Chen felt immense sympathy for this man's pain, and he swore to eliminate those corpses so that he could be free. However, Long Chen didn't know whether his wife and children still existed. If they had reincarnated and his wife had married someone else, what would happen? He didn't dare to even bring up such a possibility. For him, that thought would be more painful than death. After so many years, this was perhaps the only thing keeping him going. The man said, Thank you, my young friend. However, because my power is inferior to theirs, in order to seal them, I gave up my chance to reincarnate. Long Chen felt another burst of sadness. Now, he had no idea how to comfort him. Don't feel bad. As a warrior of the Heavenly Eye race, I didn't lose the dignity of the Heavenly Eye race. As a husband, I was able to protect my wife. As a father, I didn't bring shame to my children. That is enough. I'm satisfied. The middle-aged man smiled at Long Chen. Long Chen's heart filled with grief. He detested war, but some people always created conflict. They would never understand just how much pain they brought to others with their battles. It seemed as if witnessing others in pain brought them joy. Could it be that the lifeforms in this world truly lacked respect or gratitude? Just then, the violet world shuddered, and the middle-aged man said, Their assault has started. Chapter 4900 Switching Methods. The violet world started shaking, and the glass-like ground was starting to crack. It seemed that this world would shatter. Senior, send me out. I'll think of a way to get rid of them, remarked Long Chen as he gritted his teeth. He was ready to swallow the dragon blood extreme yang pill to fight these ancient corpses. There's no rush, I still have some questions for you, said the middle-aged man. Please ask, Senior, have you seen members of my Heavenly Eye race before? How is the Heavenly Eye race now? Asked the middle-aged man with a hint of hope and nervousness. Long Chen hesitated but still forced himself to say, I've encountered another senior of the Heavenly Eye race, but that senior's situation was about the same as yours. The middle-aged man shook, and he nervously asked, has my Heavenly Eye race been destroyed? Long Chen replied, I don't think so. At the very least, according to what I know, the violet blood race still exists. I have violet blood in me. You should be able to tell. While I've never seen the Julie race, I believe that if the violet blood race still exists, they should too. If that's the case, the Heavenly Eye race shouldn't have been wiped out either. That was the only way Long Chen could comfort him. The Julie, violet blood, and Heavenly Eye races were the leaders of the human race, and they had managed to eke out a peaceful world within lawless chaos. After obtaining the recognition of the 10,000 races, they walked to the very peak of the world. Even though other powerful branches existed within the human race, they were unable to compare to the three of them. What, you've never seen the Julie race? Asked the middle-aged man, staring at Long Chen in shock. Yes, I've never seen anyone from the Julie race. What about it? Is there a problem, Senior? Replied Long Chen, a bit puzzled. The middle-aged man stared at Long Chen, looking as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't in the end. This baffled Long Chen. He didn't know what he had said wrong. At this moment, a flash of pain streaked across the middle-aged man's face. He sighed, my life has come to an end. What power I have left can only be used on them. Otherwise, I would use my pupil arts to see what happened to the Heavenly Eye race. Senior, you can let me try. If I can't, said Long Chen hastily. He knew that this senior wouldn't be able to rest in peace if he didn't know the situation of the Heavenly Eye race. Shaking his head, the middle-aged man remarked, as a warrior of the Heavenly Eye race, I cannot retreat. Even after I've lost everything. At this moment, I cannot throw away the pride of the Heavenly Eye race, but I do need your help. I need to borrow the power of your violet blood to use my pupil arts and destroy these corpses. Senior, can we switch methods? Asked Long Chen suddenly. I want those corpses. Do you have a way to help me gather them? You want to take them? Do you know that they are pre-emperors? Even if I have the power to help you take them, as soon as they enter your innate space, they will blast it apart. It's no different from suicide. In other words, you can move them into a separate space. Long Chen was delighted. The middle-aged man had no idea what Long Chen was thinking, but he nodded. However, as soon as one of them is moved, my seal formation will come undone. Once the seal is broken, the others will be freed and will quickly awaken. Without the power of this formation, I won't be able to deal with them. With haste, Long Chen said, my space is limitless and unbreakable. We can send them into it. However, those two heavenly chosens have merged with two corpses. With the heavenly fate discs supporting them, I can't move them. At most, I can help you take those 6 corpses. At that moment, my power will be exhausted, and the remaining 2. Senior, can you trust me? As long as you help me gather those 6 corpses, leave the rest to me. I swear on my life I won't let the 2 of them leave Heaven Screen Mountain alive, promised Long Chen. If these corpses were simply destroyed, Long Chen would feel endless regret. After all, if they went into the primal chaos space, the primal chaos space would grow to an unimaginable level. However, Long Chen knew that this senior hesitated because he was afraid Long Chen wouldn't be able to deal with the remaining 2 corpses. Once their blood soul merged with the heavenly chosens, their power would rise to a shocking level. Even so, seeing Long Chen promise so solemnly, the middle-aged man nodded. The next moment, space quivered, and Long Chen came flying out of the violet world. The blood expert and devil expert were being boosted by the corpses, their auras growing rapidly as the corpses merged with them. Long Chen, just give up. I'll consider letting you die quickly if you do, shouted the blood expert. His voice had changed, resembling the low growl of an ancient and bloodthirsty demon. Every word was like a needle stabbing into Long Chen's soul, invading his will. I think you should give up. If you do, I'll consider only ripping you into 7 pieces. Your corpse will be more intact, responded Long Chen. Ignoring him, he ran over to one of the devil corpses. Long Chen grabbed the violet chain, and a berserk devil pressure crashed into him, blowing back his hair. He instantly felt a terrifying pressure try to crush him. In truth, this pressure was an attack on the will. If it was an ordinary person, their will would instantly crumble. However, Long Chen's will was unaffected even under this pressure. Without any fear, he pulled the violet chain along with the giant corpse. The blood expert and devil expert were both baffled, not knowing what Long Chen was doing, yet they didn't like it. Suddenly, the chain in Long Chen's hand lit up. The Heavenly Eye Senior was helping him. Long Chen roared and pulled with all his power, causing the giant devil corpse to fly into the air. Long Chen quickly formed hand seals. As the space behind him quivered, a giant spatial vortex emerged like a gaping maw. Chapter 4901, Taking Corpses. The blood expert and the devil expert instantly understood Long Chen's intentions, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. After all, taking the corpse of a pre-emperor was practically a fantasy. A divine venerate's inner space couldn't possibly endure the slightest trace of emperor might. It was like trying to pack a barrel of water into a cup, an impossibility. If someone forced it, the only possibility was that the cup would explode. The devil expert was first shocked at Long Chen's crazy actions, but then he laughed. Ha ha ha, work hard, we'll watch as you die. Ignoring them, Long Chen activated the primal chaos space's devouring ability to the maximum as he tried to send the corpse inside. However, when its head passed through the spatial vortex, it seemed to get stuck. No matter how hard Long Chen pulled, it didn't budge in the slightest. Just then, the violet chain blazed with light and shoved the corpse in. The Heavenly Eye expert was helping Long Chen. Even so, when a third of the corpse went through, it was stuck again. Seeing this scene, Huo Linger and Lei Linger transformed into two giant dragons within the primal chaos space and pulled it with all their might. Unfortunately, this pre-emperor corpse possessed its own will and seemed to sense danger. As a result, it resisted with all its might, and Huo Linger and Lei Linger were unable to pull it in. This won't work. If too much of my energy is exhausted, I won't be able to kill them, transmitted the Heavenly Eye expert. Long Chen was sweating. If he couldn't get these treasures, it would be terrible. Long Chen's soul then entered the primal chaos space, and he roared, "Hey, wake up. It's time to eat. If you don't do your part, the food that has entered your mouth is going to fly away." Perhaps Long Chen's roar really managed to awaken the primal chaos space, or maybe the corpse's resistance drew the primal chaos space's attention. However, in any case, the primal chaos space shook and sucked the struggling corpse. It then smashed into the black soil like a meteorite. Long Chen clenched his fist and shouted excitedly, "Success!" At this moment, the blood expert and devil expert's jaws dropped to the ground. Long Chen had actually managed to take the corpse of a pre-emperor. Long Chen immediately rushed to the next chain. After Long Chen's previous success, the second attempt got easier. When he cooperated with the Heavenly Eye expert, they instantly pulled the corpse into the spatial vortex, and the primal chaos space did the rest for them, pulling the corpse into the black soil. Seeing this scene, Long Chen grew even more excited and rushed to the third corpse. He had to be quick as he knew that from the moment he took the first corpse, the sealing formation was already undone. Thankfully, the will of these corpses had yet to fully awaken, so their resistance was minimal. When the corpse was pulled into the primal chaos space, it only resisted instinctively. If its will really awoke, Long Chen wouldn't be able to move any of the bodies. Most importantly, once they awoke, they could just flee. With so many cultivators throughout Heaven's Screen Mountain, they could capture any suitable body and possess it before leaving. Fortunately, with the primal chaos space's help, as long as Long Chen managed to draw them in, they would instantly be dealt with. The minute they got into the primal chaos space, their wills were extinguished. Just as Long Chen had expected, no matter how strong the corpse was, they had no ability to resist. After the third corpse got in, Long Chen rushed to the fourth one. This time, it was even easier. Seeing that Long Chen had such a shocking ability, the Heavenly Eye expert didn't hold back at all, helping him finish in the blink of an eye. When Long Chen took the fifth one, the corpses that the devil expert and the blood expert were merging with quivered. Both of them attacked Long Chen at the same time. Two streams of qi shot toward Long Chen, suffocating him. There, Long Chen was shocked. This attack came from the power of the corpses, not something he could possibly resist. However, after unleashing this one attack, both of the corpses instantly withered as if this one attack had taken up all their power. Die! Roared the blood expert and devil expert. Seeing Long Chen taking the corpses so quickly, they knew it would soon be their turn, and there was no way they could finish merging with the blood-soul energy of the corpses. Knowing that there wasn't enough time, they gritted their teeth and detonated the power within the corpses to kill Long Chen in one blow. A six-color shield appeared before Long Chen, resembling a six-color dragon coiling in front of him. Their attacks exploded against the shield, resulting in a tremendous blast. This was an exchange between pre-emperors. Although they had been dead for countless years, reducing their power to perhaps less than 1/100th or even 1,000th of what it was in life, their destructive force crushed the entire underground space. Countless fragments of spacetime flew about, and light flooded Long Chen's eyes. He saw the grassland in the distance. They had returned to the surface. Damn you, Long Chen. Just you wait. Both the blood expert and the devil expert fled in different directions, vanishing without a trace. Long Chen wanted to chase them, but they were just too fast. Even if he did give chase, he would only catch up to one of them, and the other one would definitely get away. Moreover, he couldn't just go as he had yet to take the remaining corpse. Just as he was hesitating, that corpse arrived in front of him, and he directly sent it into the primal chaos space. Just then, two more bodies fell from the sky and smashed into the ground, crumbling to pieces. These two corpses were the ones that the blood expert and devil expert had absorbed. Having lost the power sustaining them, they instantly collapsed in front of the erosion of time. At this moment, the violet crystal appeared before Long Chen. He instantly felt bad and was about to say that he would chase them. Let them go. It's fine as long as you help me kill them in the future. I trust you. I don't have much time left, so I'm going to give you something to thank you for your assistance, remarked the middle-aged man. He then appeared, with a certain object in his hand. Upon seeing that object, Long Chen cried out, "Senior, I can't accept such a thing." Chapter 4902, Violet Crystal Heavenly Eye. The middle-aged man was holding a violet crystal, which was his remaining eye. "Friend, you must accept it," said the middle-aged man, his figure starting to grow illusory as he had lost his final eye. "Senior, your eye still has some power left in it. You can use that power to try to reincarnate. Even if it's only a slight chance, it's better than having no chance," urged Long Chen. Originally, this man had planned to drag down those 8 corpses with him using his eye's power. However, due to only helping Long Chen move the corpses, this eye still had some power left. He had condensed all of his energy into this eye and given it to Long Chen to thank him. However, how could Long Chen accept it? Long Chen hoped the middle-aged man would use this final bit of energy to fight against the heavenly Daos and reincarnate. Although the chances of success were low, without gambling, how could he know the final result? Thank you for thinking of me. However, this world no longer has anything binding me to it. What about your wife and children? They are no longer present. I used the reincarnation eye and didn't find the slightest trace of their karma. They were killed long ago and couldn't enter the cycle of reincarnation, replied the middle-aged man. How can that be? Who killed them? Long Chen clenched his teeth, his killing intent raging. He couldn't accept this result. That isn't important. What is important is that I wasn't able to protect them, so let me pass away in peace. The middle-aged man then looked at Long Chen apologetically and said, "After I used the reincarnation eye, the little bit of energy in my eye has been reduced to almost nothing. It is no longer able to help you fight your enemies. However, if you use your violet blood to nourish it, it will let you see many things you were unable to see. I'm very happy to leave it in your hands. Even though I'm already gone, my power will continue to influence the future of this world." The moment the middle-aged man pressed the violet eye into Long Chen's hand, Long Chen's heart shook. He realized that this senior of the Heavenly Eye race no longer had any desire to live, having no more family to protect. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. A Grand Prix Emperor expert was unable to protect his own wife and children. Just how sorrowful was that? "Senior, do you have any final wishes?" asked Long Chen in a solemn tone. He swore to himself to accomplish whatever the middle-aged man said. The middle-aged man smiled and shook his head. "When I used the reincarnation eye, I might not have seen my wife and children, but I did sense fluctuations of the Heavenly Eye race. The Heavenly Eye race's bloodline has been passed down. I have no regrets. Friend, thank you for freeing me. Perhaps I was born in the wrong era. I dislike the competition of the martial path, the bloodshed and the killing. Many times, I wished to be a normal person, have a family, grow old, and pass away peacefully. I hope that one day, this eye of mine can see a peaceful world. That would be my final wish. Long Chen swore, "Don't worry, as long as I am alive, I will one day flip this dirty world and rebuild its order. At that time, the heavens will be azure blue, and the water will be clear. People will definitely be happy. I believe you can do it." The middle-aged man smiled and waved at Long Chen. Just as he did, he transformed into countless crystalline motes that slowly flew away in the wind. Seeing this senior gone, Long Chen was unable to calm his heart for a long time. He had fought countless battles and met countless people. However, he rarely met someone like this middle-aged man. He simply wished to live a peaceful life with his family. It was an incredibly simple desire, but it was something even a pre-emperor was unable to turn into reality. Thinking of this, Long Chen wondered, just how difficult would it be for him to create a peaceful world with his women and hot-blooded brothers. In this troubled world, not even a pre-emperor of the heavenly eye race could be safe. Hence, what could a little divine venerate like him do? The more Long Chen thought about it, the more depressed he got. All of a sudden, he raised his head and let out a powerful roar. It was like surging thunder shaking heaven and earth, changing the very color of the sky. This roar was filled with sadness, anger, killing intent, unwillingness, and other negative emotions, which then formed a destructive will that stretched out in every direction. The earth collapsed, and the grassland in the distance was destroyed. Long Chen resembled a devil king emerging from hell, his killing intent shaking the world. No one knew how long it took for his roar to subside. However, the surrounding space still quivered, and the disrupted laws of heaven and earth struggled to heal. After releasing this roar, Long Chen felt much lighter. If he didn't release his pent-up anger, he might really go crazy. Even a mighty pre-emperor had met such a tragic fate. This filled Long Chen with anger, as well as sorrow and helplessness. "Why is living the way you want so difficult?" raged Long Chen. "Do you remember a certain medicine called the infinite eight bitters root?" At this time, the earth cauldron's voice rang out. To be born, to grow old, to get sick, to die, to part with loved ones, encountering what we hate, wanting something unattainable, and the 5 negative skandhas, murmured Long Chen. He naturally remembered, but he shook his head. "I can accept the fact that all people are born, grow old, get sick, and die. That's simply life. But why must loved ones be parted? Who started this? If a desire is so simple, why can't it be attained? As for the 5 skandhas, so what? Greed, anger, love, desire, idiocy. As long as we don't affect others, why can't I do whatever I want? If I want to be an idiot, I can be an idiot. Just who made the endless suffering of this world? Who controls the workings of the 10,000 Taos? Just who is shrouding people's hearts?" Long Chen's voice grew more and more impassioned as he spoke until it became a powerful roar. His barely calmed emotions boiled over once again. "Not bad, you've grasped the important point so quickly," said the earth cauldron with a hint of praise. Long Chen was startled. "Are you saying that, the closer you get to the truth, the more careful you have to be? You should hurry up and increase your power," answered the earth cauldron. Long Chen instantly calmed down. For the earth cauldron to suddenly bring up the infinite 8 bitters root, it was clearly trying to make a point. Were the 8 bitternesses really under someone's control? Long Chen slowly lowered his head and looked at the violet crystal eye in his hand. He then raised it to his own eye. The violet crystal eye quivered slightly. Following that, Long Chen saw a scene that made him cry out in shock. Chapter 4903, Sword Tooth Blood Ginger. Through the violet crystal eye, Long Chen saw a vast world. This endless grassland was incredibly small in front of it. Long Chen saw a figure fleeing rapidly. It was the blood expert who was running in a panic. "I'll chase him right now and kill him." Long Chen was delighted. He had determined the blood expert's general direction. However, just as he was about to move, the scene in his eye vanished. What's going on? Where did he go? As the violet crystal eye returned to its normal appearance, Long Chen rubbed it lightly. Is it broken? This is an innate divine eye of the heavenly eye race. How could it break? It just doesn't have much energy left as that vision uses up all its energy. As it possesses its own slight consciousness, it knows to preserve a bit of energy for its own survival. When it has energy, it will awaken from its slumber and can be used again, explained the earth cauldron. Only then did Long Chen recall that he needed to nourish it with his violet blood if he wanted to keep using it. "I'll try it," Long Chen sent the violet crystal eye into his spiritual space and started circulating his violet blood energy to nourish it. However, as his violet blood had always been suppressed by his dragon blood, he couldn't draw out too much of its power. Otherwise, it would once more descend into slumber. The moment his violet blood power touched the crystal eye, the eye quivered and started to absorb the energy on its own. However, Long Chen was glad to find that its absorption was very slow and gentle, not affecting the state of his violet blood. Long Chen waited for 2 hours. When he took out the violet crystal eye again, he understood how to use it. He stared into it with his own eye and once more saw a vast space. So the world within the violet crystal heavenly eye is so beautiful. Long Chen hadn't noticed before, but when the image was gone and he looked inside again, he saw that the world he saw was more vibrant, more beautiful, more colorful, and more diverse than what he saw with the naked eye. He could see the rain and dew in the air silently nourishing everything in the world. He saw the runes of the laws that controlled the operation of heaven and earth. They were like different kinds of petals blowing in the breeze, creating light and gentle whirlpools and eddies. Through the eye, Long Chen saw many things he had never seen before. It was like he was seeing the world for the first time. Everything appeared miraculous. Most interesting of all, he could now control his line of sight. The moment he thought of treasure, the eye rippled and seemed to grasp something. Long Chen hastily focused on it, and his vision narrowed down upon a plot of grassland. Within it was a single empty piece of land, which was around 100 miles in width. The soil here was scarlet, and at the center was a single tuft of emerald leaves. The leaves' edges were serrated, resembling sawteeth. There were 9 leaves, each 3 inches tall, tightly wrapped around each other. This is the sword-tooth blood ginger. Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. It was one of the main ingredients of the nirvanic charge pill. He had searched through the Wuxia trading company and every other available channel to find it, but to no avail. It was said that the sword-tooth blood ginger was a primal chaos spirit plant, far beyond a simple medicinal ingredient. It was more akin to a kind of tree demon, possessing the ability to attack, defend, and flee with remarkable skill. Its strongest point lay in its ability to escape. Once it decided to run, almost no one could catch it. Furthermore, the sword-tooth blood ginger was extremely crafty and suspicious, as cowardly as a mouse. As soon as it sensed the slightest danger, it would run. Anything weaker than it was its prey, while anything stronger would never be able to approach it without meeting its demise. That was why almost no one in the outside world had seen it. Despite the grand scale of the Wuxia trading company, they could only provide Long Chen with a few drops of the sword-tooth blood ginger's essence, extracted from its juice. This was something that had been almost lost in the Wuxia trading company's storehouse. It was part of their ancient curios, having been in their storehouse for so long that they didn't even know what it was. Long Chen was deeply touched by their efforts to locate it for him. However, what he needed wasn't just a small amount of essence, but an actual living sword-tooth blood ginger. Even a washbasin full of essence wouldn't suffice for Long Chen. He needed to obtain a living specimen to plant it in the primal chaos space. Just then, the violet crystal heavenly eye started quivering, and the scene Long Chen saw through it grew blurry. It had exhausted its energy and was about to enter a slumbering state again. Long Chen hastily stopped and put it away. He sighed, "It really is something good, but it can't be maintained for long." Returning it to his spiritual space, Long Sen continued nourishing it with his violet blood. He then respectfully bowed 3 times in the direction that the heavenly eye expert had vanished. "Senior, don't worry, this eye will personally witness me walking to the peak of this world and restoring the order of the 9 heavens." After that, Long Chen rushed off in the direction of the sword-tooth blood ginger. In half a day, he had activated the violet crystal eye 3 times to confirm the right direction. This way, he could tell exactly how far he was from what he was seeing. He also didn't dare to go too fast, as he was worried about alarming the sword-tooth blood ginger. After a few hours, he paused and could now see that barren land. However, he didn't see the sword-tooth blood ginger. "You can't get any closer. The sword-tooth blood ginger's senses are incredibly sharp. If you move any closer, it will sense you. Although it has already produced 9 leaves and its cultivation base is comparable to that of a heaven saint, your blood chi is too powerful. Once it senses you, it will immediately run," said the earth cauldron. "It's comparable to a heaven saint, but I'd still scare it off." Long Chen was speechless. This thing was too cowardly. "If you want to bait it out, you'll need to seal 90% of your cultivation base and then stab yourself a few times to make yourself seem heavily injured, remarked the earth cauldron. As it said this, it sent runes around Long Chen, and he instantly felt a wave of weakness. I have to seal 90% of my cultivation base and then also stab myself. A few times at that, Long Chen didn't dare to believe his ears. Do you want to capture it or not? Asked the earth cauldron in an irritated tone. Long Chen gritted his teeth and took out a shiny broken knife. After that, he stabbed his leg. That's no good. You have to cut yourself somewhere vital. Otherwise, your aura will not become disorderly, reminded the earth cauldron. Long Chen clenched his teeth and stabbed himself over 10 times. Due to his sealed cultivation base, the toughness of his physical body dropped, resulting in over 10 bloody wounds appearing on him. Only once the earth cauldron was satisfied did it let Long Chen continue onward. Long Chen staggered over, his footsteps leaving a bloody trail. After taking a few steps, he checked the violet crystal heavenly eye and saw that the sword-tooth blood ginger had already vanished. Long Chen almost spat out blood out of anger. This cowardly fellow had actually fled. Chapter 4904, Falling for a Trap. What is it doing? Long Chen felt like he would go crazy from rage. He had laid down his own dignity to self-mutilate himself, but the sword-tooth blood ginger actually fled when he was still miles away. If it weren't for the nirvanic charge pill, Long Chen wouldn't have done such a thing to himself. But even after this, it had still fled. Was this thing really something on the level of a heaven saint? Even after Long Chen sealed 90% of his power and looked like he was on the verge of death from his injuries, it still ran away. Long Chen finally understood why the sword-tooth blood ginger was so hard to obtain. It was far too elusive. As it had dove underground, the violet crystal heavenly eye was unable to find it, so everything Long Chen had done was for nothing. How useless. The earth cauldron also spoke angrily, but realizing that it had misspoken, it hastily explained, I was talking about it, not you. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did the earth cauldron even need to explain this? He hadn't misunderstood it from the start, but now that it tried to explain itself to him, Long Chen started overthinking. Clearly, even the earth cauldron hadn't thought that the sword-tooth blood ginger would be so cowardly. According to reason, the Long Chen should pose no threat to it at all. Since I am going to act, I have to go all out, remarked Long Chen as he gritted his teeth. What do you mean? Asked the earth cauldron. Maybe there's something on my body that raises its alarm, but I don't have time to think about it. I can only keep going, replied Long Chen as he was unwilling to give up just like this. Long Chen started tottering, and after a while, he collapsed on the ground, pretending to pass out. His aura grew weaker and weaker as if he might die at any moment. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, half a day had passed without anything happening. Senior, is what you said really true? Is the sword-tooth blood ginger truly a bloodthirsty tree demon? Long Chen's confidence was starting to flag. He had used himself as bait, yet it seemed to be ignoring him completely. Was he not enticing enough? The earth cauldron replied, the sword-tooth blood ginger is truly a ferocious kind of tree demon, but it is also gutless and crafty. Once it decides on a prey, it will spend decades or even centuries setting up a trap for it. When it finally attacks, it launches a sure kill strike. Once it captures its prey, it will go into hiding to slowly digest it. As the master of the hunt, it is extremely wary and patient. I feel like you don't have much hope if you just wait here for it to make a move. After all, the sword-tooth blood ginger normally hunts actively. Furthermore, the moment it senses that you are dangerous, it will avoid you forever. How irritating. I don't have enough time, sighed Long Chen. He helplessly woke up from his pathetic state and took out one medicinal pill after another. A powerful fragrance instantly spread through the air. Long Chen didn't consume them directly. Instead, he crushed them into a paste and applied them to his wounds. These pills were of an extremely high quality, healing Long Chen's wounds rapidly. However, he didn't let them heal too fast. As he crushed the pills, the medicinal fragrance grew stronger and stronger. Even as some of the paste landed on the ground, he ignored them. As he peacefully recovered, the earth cauldron suddenly said, "It's back." Long Chen also sensed it and immediately shot up, causing the earth cauldron to curse, "Fool, you're going to scare it away." As expected, the moment Long Chen stood up, the surroundings became deathly silent. That subtle fluctuation also vanished instantaneously. Long Chen looked around in alarm and sat back down, looking relieved. He then continued applying the medicine. Ah, I see. The earth cauldron instantly understood Long Chen's intentions. The sword-tooth blood ginger was even more sly than it had imagined. It knew how to test Long Chen. Just now, it had intentionally released the slightest fluctuation. If Long Chen had acted indifferently, it would be evidence that it was a trap for the sword-tooth blood ginger. However, since Long Chen had reacted to it, the sword-tooth blood ginger was now assured that there was no trap. The earth cauldron hadn't expected it to have reached such a high level of intelligence. It was truly treacherous. Even so, once it left, it didn't come back. After applying the medicine, Long Chen consumed another pill and then entered a meditative state. Divine light flowed around him as he rapidly recovered. The moment he entered a meditative state, the ground beneath him exploded, revealing 9 leaves that covered the sky. Their sharp teeth surrounded Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked and hastily punched the leaves. There were only muffled sounds as if his punches landed on cotton. He was unable to release his power effectively. The next moment, Long Chen was sucked underground. As he struggled, he found that these strange leaves had bizarre runes on them that were constantly countering his attacks, blocking 90% of his power. If it's so strong, why is it so gutless? Long Chen cursed inside as he struggled against the sword-tooth blood ginger. Suddenly, a crack appeared between 2 leaves, and without hesitation, Long Chen charged through. As a result, 2 more leaves appeared, their sawtooth edges layering on top of each other like 2 sets of sharp teeth. The space before him darkened once again. Within that darkness, Long Chen was struck by some kind of whip and spat out blood. He didn't even know where that whip came from. "Senior, release your seal. I'm going to be beaten," cried out Long Chen. Even as he spoke, he was struck 3 more times by the whip. Most terrifying of all, within this dark space, Long Chen's senses were suppressed, causing him to not be able to discern which direction was up or down, let alone sense where the danger was coming from. With 90% of his power sealed, he stood no chance against the sword-tooth blood ginger. "Now still isn't the time. It's still testing you. Endure a bit longer," responded the earth cauldron. Within the darkness, one vine-like whip after another struck Long Chen. He was barely able to hold on. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force appeared, and the surrounding space collapsed. Just then, runes flashed on Long Chen's body, illuminating this dark space. Finally, Long Chen saw a mouth filled with sharp teeth in front of him. "Die!" Long Chen roared. Evilmoon appeared in his hand, and he swung it down with all his power. Split the heavens 6 forms in 1. Chapter 4905, Capture. The moment Long Chen took out Evilmoon, the sword-tooth blood ginger sensed something wrong and turned the powerful suction force into a repulsive force. However, Long Chen didn't give it any chance to counterattack. Evilmoon slashed down and cut this black world in 2. Long Chen once more saw light, and only now did he see the 9-leafed monstrosity before him. Rather than calling it blood ginger, it looked more like a humanoid tree demon with a giant bloody mouth. However, right now, it was cut in 2, spurting out blood-like liquid through the air. Long Chen had no time to deal with the wasted liquid and directly tossed its corpse into the primal chaos space. After all, when the sword-tooth blood ginger died, it would rapidly wither away, and Long Chen wasn't sure if the primal chaos space could revive a withered sword-tooth blood ginger. That was why he planted it in the primal chaos space as quickly as possible. When he saw its lost vitality start to return, he sighed with relief. Damn, that was difficult. Sweat covered Long Chen's head. After all, this sword-tooth blood ginger was simply too crafty. It would have fled if he hadn't been careful enough. Fortunately, the 2 parts of its body were thriving in the primal chaos space. Long Chen quickly got to work, cutting off its roots and planting them in the soil. "This is what you get for whipping me," Long Chen muttered as he worked. The roots were incredibly tough, and he still had dozens of open wounds that stung painfully from them. Long Chen quickly cut up hundreds of roots and planted them. After a whole farm of sword-tooth blood gingers was established, he started to focus on healing his injuries. "There's poison." Long Chen broke into curses. The places the sword-tooth blood ginger had struck him were painful and itchy, with even signs of corrosion. Due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't noticed at the time, but now that he was focusing on healing, he instantly realized the problem. It took over an hour of focused recovery for Long Chen to no longer feel the pain. However, in any case, it had definitely been worth it. "I misjudged. This sword-tooth blood ginger was most likely a remnant of the primal chaos era. Its essence blood is incomparably pure, so no wonder its intelligence was so high, sighed the earth cauldron. The next moment, a fist-sized globe of blood appeared before Long Chen. It was the sword-tooth blood ginger's blood essence that the earth cauldron had helped him gather. Although it looked so little, just the size of a single fist, this was its compressed form. Once it was released, it would be enough to fill a lake. A remnant of the primal chaos era. Long Chen jumped, staring at this globe of blood in disbelief. However, when he saw the primal chaos chi and ancient desolate runes within the globe of blood, Long Chen was overjoyed. He had really struck gold this time. This essence blood was a priceless treasure in this era, surpassing even the value of the great sunflower. After all, the sword-tooth blood ginger was a highly elusive and dangerous entity, capable of fleeing or attacking at the slightest provocation. When Long Chen considered its immense value, his gloom at having to injure himself vanished like smoke in the wind. You were the one who outsmarted it. It had managed to survive the battle of the primal chaos era and the other ancient battles, only to die at your hands, sighed the earth cauldron. Hee, no matter how crafty the prey is, it can't escape an experienced hunter's hands. Long Chen smiled, very pleased with himself this time. Indeed, if it weren't for his acting skills, there would have been no way to capture this sword-tooth blood ginger. Just as Long Chen was talking to the earth cauldron, he checked the primal chaos space again and saw that the two halves of the sword-tooth blood ginger had revived. However, he was surprised to find that its leaves above the ground were only 3 feet tall, and its roots underground were no longer than 3 meters. What's going on? Why did it shrink so much? Asked Long Chen. The sword-tooth blood ginger lost much of its essence after being killed. However, here, it can rapidly recover its lost energy. Also, don't be fooled by its appearance. It isn't the case that the larger its body, the stronger its medicinal effect. It's the opposite. The smaller it is, the more condensed its power. It will only reveal its true body when it's hunting. Normally, they're in their smallest state as it's more suitable for fleeing, explained the earth cauldron. Long Chen nodded in comprehension. At this moment, the sword-tooth blood gingers that he had transplanted had taken root, but they were growing extremely slowly. Long Chen then looked toward the black soil where the 6 giant corpses lay. They were just lying there, with no sign of being devoured. Don't get any crazy dreams. Those are pre-emperor corpses. Although only a trace of their power remains, they're still tough bones, not so easy to gnaw. You'll need to give the black soil more time, said the earth cauldron. Long Chen had originally thought that the black soil would instantly devour these corpses. He was waiting for the primal chaos space to undergo a massive transformation, but it seemed that there wouldn't be such an amazing effect for now. Long Chen's soul left the primal chaos space. He was in an excellent mood. With the sword-tooth blood ginger in hand, he was one step closer to activating the Nirvanic Charge Star. The gift from that senior is truly priceless, exclaimed Long Chen, looking at the violet crystal heavenly eye with immense gratitude. Previously, seeing how ashamed the heavenly eye senior was when he gave away his eye, Long Chen had thought that it would be mostly useless. After all, the heavenly eye senior had almost exhausted all his eye's energy, and its runes could no longer be activated. All that remained was the heaven-peering art. This heaven-peering art was the most basic pupil art in existence for the heavenly eye race, so leaving Long Chen with such a simple pupil art made the senior feel guilty. What he didn't know was that it was precisely what Long Chen needed. With it, he could effortlessly locate treasures. Wow, it's even possible to see things underground if you focus on it. It can even see through rock. As Long Chen started to experiment with the eye, he was delighted to find that it was practically a miraculous item. There was practically nothing that it couldn't see through. However, the more complicated and solid things Long Chen was trying to see through, the more energy it would use up. Suddenly, an earthquake occurred, and Long Chen felt like he heard a voice from far away. Immediately, Long Chen used the violet crystal heavenly eye to look in that direction. Shit, Mo Nian's in trouble. Chapter 4906, Mo Nian's Crisis. Through the violet crystal heavenly eye, Long Chen beheld a colossal figure, so immense that its shoulders surpassed the clouds. It possessed a pair of black wings covered in cryptic runes. Ripples were coming from it, constantly scouring against heaven and earth, crushing the laws of the heavenly Taos. The earth lay in ruins, and the ecosystem in its surroundings had collapsed. It was within this ruined world that Long Chen saw Mo Nian's figure. Mo Nian was holding a chain, which was tied to that figure's back. This was a giant headless corpse. Although Long Chen was too far to sense its blood chi fluctuations, from the runes on its wings, he could guess that it was a devil corpse. A devil corpse with no head, and Mo Nian was holding onto it with a chain. Everything indicated that this was precisely the immemorial devil whose head the Devil Fall City was suppressing. Mo Nian was pulling on the chain with all his power, but there were flames around him, attacking him. It's Huo Qinwu. Long Chen was shocked. He hastily took out his transportation formation disc and started rushing over. He knew that something had happened on Mo Nian's side. He had never expected Huo Qinwu to find Mo Nian. Suddenly, Long Chen stopped his transportation midway, as the space twisted and a giant hole appeared. Long Chen then swung Evilmoon at it. When Evilmoon tore through the void, Long Chen came flying out of a spatial crack. After being transported to this place, Long Chen was almost sucked into the chaotic flow of space under the wild spatial twisting. Fortunately, he was prepared and immediately escaped the vortex. With his transportation interrupted, Long Chen had no choice but to fly with his lightning wings. The fact that the spatial twisting was so strong that it interrupted his transportation meant that he was not that far away. The world was shaking, and the laws of the 10,000 Daos were in chaos. As Long Chen sped through this chaotic space, a terrifying pressure crashed into him like roaring waves. Just what kind of existence is this devil corpse? Its pressure is even more terrifying than that of those pre-emperors, exclaimed Long Chen in shock. He had no choice but to summon the dragon Bloodbattle armor, or the pressure would prevent him from charging over. This devil corpse was a true emperor when it was alive. Although it's been dead for countless years, its remnant emperor pressure isn't something those pre-emperors can compare to, answered the Earth Cauldron. At this moment, Long Chen saw the corpse with his naked eye, along with a roaring blaze dragon. Huo Qinwu's blaze dragon bone whip was attacking Mo Nian. Holding a chain with one hand, Mo Nian was pulling the corpse with all his might. In his other hand, he brandished a bone shield, its material and origin shrouded in mystery. Carved with 9 snake heads and coated in golden hue, the shield stood as a formidable defense against the onslaught of the blaze. Dragon Bone Whip. Each of their collisions produced a thunderous clash. This golden bone shield was also a priceless treasure considering that it was capable of withstanding the attacks of the blaze dragon bone whip. However, Huo Qinwu's relentless attacks still caused blood to trickle out of Mo Nian's mouth. As the golden shield deflected another strike from the blaze dragon bone whip, a black snake head stealthily emerged, only to be thwarted by the shield's impenetrable defense. "Let's see how long you can last," said a man with 2 wings on his back in overwhelming devil chi. The black snake head was the manifestation of his spear. Most shocking of all, his aura and appearance were similar to those of the giant corpse. He also had a heavenly fate disc behind him. "Bastards, if it weren't for this damned corpse, I'd have crushed you both myself." Mo Nian's voice thundered with fury. As the chain in Mo Nian's grasp quivered, his expression changed. He hastily applied a talisman to the chain, but before he could complete the action, Huo Qinwu and the devil expert launched a coordinated attack, thwarting his efforts. Actually, Mo Nian's priority upon arrival was to seal the corpse. However, with his power, there was no way he could seal an emperor-level corpse. However, Mo Nian had his own means. The corpse bore an arrow embedded with an emperor divine rune, the very rune responsible for suppressing it for countless years. Mo Nian had previously attempted to replicate this rune, only to be cursed as a consequence. Although he fled before the curse activated, he knew he couldn't handle a trace of an emperor's curse, so he immediately ran to find Long Chen. With his experience from that time, Mo Nian managed to copy the Emperor Dao divine rune and draw his own imitation of it. It went without saying that Mo Nian had experience in this regard. The talismans he inscribed with this technique were extremely strong, perhaps not much weaker than Sha Chen's. After all, he relied on this skill to survive. Yet, in the end, Mo Nian was still limited by his cultivation base, so there was no way for him to make a true emperor-level rune. However, that wasn't a problem for him either. If he couldn't keep up in terms of quality, he'd make up for it in quantity. Mo Nian painstakingly crafted over 10,000 talismans, employing a specialized formation technique to stick them onto the corpse. All of this was to create a seal in place of that arrow. Having risked his life twice to come here, Mo Nian wanted to get these 2 treasures, the Emperor Rune Arrow and this headless corpse. Unfortunately, unlike Long Chen, Mo Nian didn't have the primal chaos space. So, he harbored no intention of using the corpse as fertilizer. Instead, he aimed to refine it into his personal puppet. If Mo Nian could refine this terrifying devil corpse into a puppet, just who could possibly compete with him? It went without saying that just like Long Chen, Mo Nian's guts were enormous. Someone with crazy ideas like them always played big. Despite knowing that taking this corpse would be incredibly difficult, Mo Nian was too excited, unable to resist the temptation. Unexpectedly, just as Mo Nian extracted the arrow suppressing it, a heavenly chosen of the devil race suddenly appeared. This devil expert was a descendant of the devil corpse and wanted to take the corpse for himself. Naturally, Mo Nian had set up defenses when he got there. As the first to reach the site, he meticulously arranged an illusion formation for defense. The devil expert stumbled through this maze of illusions for several days before realizing the deception and breaking free. Upon discovering Mo Nian extracting the arrow, the devil expert directly launched an attack at a critical juncture. As Mo Nian had just extracted the arrow, the corpse's aura grew unstable, and the devil expert's attack accelerated the awakening of the corpse. Urgently, Mo Nian employed a chain to restrain the devil corpse, intending to swiftly dispatch the devil expert before subduing the awakened corpse. Unexpectedly, this devil expert was a powerful heavenly chosen, so Mo Nian couldn't kill him in such a short time. The disturbance then ended up drawing over Huo Qinwu, who immediately interfered without a word. Facing the combined might of the devil expert and Huo Qinwu, Mo Nian was immediately overpowered. He would need to unleash his full power against them, but if he did so, the corpse would fully awaken. To keep the corpse under control, Mo Nian had to place more of his imitation Emperor Dao talismans. Yet, his efforts were thwarted by the two heavenly chosens. As the corpse's aura surged and his chain was on the brink of collapse, Mo Nian started to panic. After all, this wasn't about his own ambitions anymore, it was intertwined with Xing Wuzhong's fate. He couldn't afford to fail under any circumstances. Yet, despite his efforts, he could only watch helplessly as things spiraled out of control. Just then, a kick sent Huo Qinwu flying, and an icy voice rang out. "Take off your clothes." Chapter 4907, Hand It Over. Long Chen descended like a god, instantly kicking Huo Qinwu away. He was incredibly fast, and his kick contained no killing intent or even intent to harm. As it posed no threat to Huo Qinwu, she didn't sense it at all. Huo Qinwu tumbled through the air. When he heard Long Chen's voice, the flames around her suddenly exploded. "You goddamn bastard!" Huo Qinwu gnashed her teeth, stabilizing herself as quickly as possible. When she saw Long Chen, flames burst out of her eyes. Mo Nian was overjoyed to see Long Chen here. Taking advantage of this opening, he slammed a talisman to the chain in his hand, and the cracks on his chain immediately healed. "Wow, you want her to take off her clothes as soon as you see her. And you're not hiding your bad intentions in front of me. You really are a loyal brother." Mo Nian didn't forget to taunt Huo Qinwu even now. "Leave Huo Qinwu to me. Can you deal with that fellow?" asked Long Chen. With a hint of disdain, Mo Nian replied, "Just him. If it weren't for this devil corpse, I wouldn't even need to move my hand to deal with him." "Then what would you move?" inquired Long Chen casually. "I'd take off my pants and poke him to death," answered Mo Nian confidently. "Damn humans, die." Fuming at being insulted, the devil expert thrust his serpentine spear through the air. "Hey, Huo girl, that fellow just cursed you," shouted Long Chen. Huo Qinwu ignored Long Chen's instigation, her face icy cold. She was muttering to herself as if chanting something, but no one knew what she was saying. However, when Long Chen read her lips, he jumped. Countless chains then descended from the 9 heavens like a cage around him. "It's the Nirvana scripture. What a sinister woman." Long Chen was startled. Although he had known that Huo Qinwu would definitely cultivate the Nirvana scripture as a heavenly genius of the Flame Divine Hall, he had never thought she would be able to use a secret art to chant it. It was extremely deceiving and puzzling. By the time he reacted, a giant cage had descended from the heavens, its terrifying pressure actually eclipsing the fluctuations from the devil corpse. "Is she going all out already?" Mo Nian muttered as he used his golden bone shield to block the devil expert's attack. He stared in shock at Huo Qinwu, who was now unleashing a terrifying move unlike any she had used before. It was fortunate that she hadn't used such a move on him when he was alone. Otherwise, he would have had to give up on the devil corpse in order to defend himself. "Blood ignition," Long Chen shouted, summoning his dragon blood battle armor. Huo Qinwu's attack was still in its initial state, and he knew he could escape its lock by moving out of the bounds of the cage. However, Long Chen wasn't in the habit of running. A dragon's cry rang out as blood-colored flames soared around him. Evilmoon swung through the air repeatedly, its power growing with every stroke. The 7 slashes of his saber were completed in an instant. At that moment, the cage crashed down, and Huo Qinwu's furious cry echoed above the rumbling of the 10,000 Daos. Brahma Devil Prison. Millions of chains crashed down like the harbingers of the apocalypse. This was Huo Qinwu's strongest attack. During her previous fight with Long Chen, she had thought she would easily crush him, and so she hadn't unleashed her trump cards, believing that he wasn't worthy. However, as the battle progressed and she realized Long Chen's power far exceeded her expectations, she no longer had the opportunity to use this move. Now, she used it to catch him off guard. Her defeat last time was her life's greatest disgrace, and she resented it deeply. Convinced that her loss was simply due to underestimating Long Chen, she refused to accept her defeat. This time, she immediately started off with her strongest move, as she wanted to crush him with brute power. Brahma Devil Prison. Fool, you're using the wrong move. I'm not a devil, it should be a dragon prison at least. Long Chen still had the time to sneer at her, but his expression grew serious. His smile was replaced with a murderous air. Split the heavens 7 forms in one. Long Chen's roar contained a dragon cry that resembled a heavenly god's roar. This was Long Chen's strongest attack. Normally, Long Chen wouldn't immediately unleash all 7 forms right at the start, but he also wanted to know just how strong his attack would be in his peak state. The cage descended like a heavenly net constricting a little ant. Unexpectedly, Long Chen's heaven-defying saber image slashed down, slicing apart the very world. Not even gods could stop it, nor could the heavens. This attack represented an unbending defiance. The collision shook heaven and earth, causing berserk power to erupt and even sending the enormous corpse staggering to the side. Flames raged, and astral winds tore through space. Cracks spread throughout the world, making it seem like the world would shatter at any moment. Above the 9 heavens, the cage was trying to descend, but a saber image stabbed the top of it. These 2 powers were still competing. In the end, the cage exploded as the saber image tore through the chains. The saber image was actually 1 level stronger than the cage, slicing through the very shackles of the heavens. Impossible. Brahma arts are blessed by divine venerate Brahma. The Brahma god race is the greatest line of gods in this world. He is the heavens, and the heavens are him. No one can break his techniques, exclaimed Huo Qinwu. She was dumbstruck, unable to believe what she was seeing. She couldn't believe this. Ever since she had learned this technique, no one had ever been able to break it. This technique could not be broken. It could be dodged, fought against, or drained of energy, but breaking it required the other side's realm to be far above hers. However, even heaven saints were not qualified to do that. In any case, because this was a technique backed by the Nirvana scripture and blessed by Lord Brahma, it represented the heavens. How coincidental. It just so happens that my technique is called Split the Heavens. Long Chen swung Evilmoon through the air as he endured the waves of dizziness assaulting him. Resting Evilmoon on his shoulder, he gazed at the astonished Huo Qinwu, enjoying her stunned expression. Evilmoon, did you do that? How did all my dragon blood energy get exhausted in one attack? Asked Long Chen. What are you talking about? You said it yourself. This move is called Split the Heavens, and that technique represents the heavens. It was most likely an instinctual reaction from your technique, replied Evilmoon. Long Chen found Evilmoon's argument to be reasonable. However, his dragon blood energy was now severely depleted. He was barely able to keep the dragon blood battle armor active, but he had to keep acting. Don't be too pleased. Let's see how you can handle this. Huo Qinwu shouted as she recovered from her shock. She raised the blaze dragon bone whip, which instantly stiffened. Countless flame runes lit up along its length, and a wild aura rapidly rose. Just as Huo Qinwu fully activated the blaze dragon bone whip, a large hand caught it. Chapter 4908, Enraged. Huo Qinwu was shocked to see Long Chen actually dare to grab the blaze dragon bone whip barehanded. Although she didn't know Long Chen's exact condition, based on her combat experience, she knew that he didn't have much dragon blood power left. For Long Chen to grab it at this time, it was no different than courting death. However, just as he grabbed it, the blaze dragon bone whip quivered, and Huo Qinwu was shocked to sense the change in its fluctuations. All of a sudden, Huo Qinwu's control over the blaze dragon bone whip plummeted. In her shocked state, her spiritual strength erupted to control its item spirit. However, the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip seemed to have turned into a rebellious general, refusing to listen to the queen's orders. It hesitated, as if making a difficult decision. "Bastard, what did you do?" roared Huo Qinwu. "A great general chooses their master. What could I possibly do? I only used my power to show it that following me will give it a better future," replied Long Chen, a sinister smile gracing his lips. As Long Chen gripped the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip, he could sense the spiritual seal from Huo linger, which meant that the 3 phoenix feathers had started their instigation. Thus, the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip directly started struggling when Long Chen caught it. Furthermore, Long Chen immediately launched some of his own schemes, showing it the forest of Fusong trees and moon trees. When it saw the moon flames and sun flames, it immediately fell into his grasp. Suddenly, the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip quivered intensely, and Huo Qinwu felt a sharp pain in her hand as it actually escaped her control. "You dare to betray your master? Die!" Huo Qinwu roared. She didn't know why the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip would betray her and throw itself into Long Chen's embrace, but this betrayal completely enraged her. Forming hand seals, Huo Qinwu spat out a mouthful of blood onto her seal, causing the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip's runes to light up ferociously. In her anger, she chose to directly detonate it. Although the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip was a top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapon, it was still a weapon under its master's control to prevent it from rebelling. Seeing that she was about to lose the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip, Huo Qinwu furiously activated the runes to destroy it. Even if she couldn't detonate it, at the very least, she would destroy its divine runes and turn it into a piece of trash. The Blaze Dragon Bone Whip fought back, unleashing flames to resist her control. Seeing this scene, Long Chen laughed and said, "There's no need. If you want to follow me, how can I let you suffer?" The Blaze Dragon Bone Whip vanished as Long Chen sent it into the primal chaos space, causing Huo Qinwu to lose her connection to it. Her face twisted with rage, and in an instant, a peerless heavenly genius transformed into an angry vixen. The 1,000 phoenix feather dress blazed with light, and her fingers extended like claws, reaching for Long Chen. Losing the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip drove her crazy. She had never suffered such indignation in her life before. Her fingernails, adorned with 1,000 phoenixes flowing on top of them, sliced through the void, unleashing ear-piercing sounds. Even without her Blaze Dragon Bone Whip, she could still unleash terrifying divine abilities. However, in her immense rage, her technique was a mess. She had clearly gone crazy. Long Chen grabbed Huo Qinwu's claws with his hands. However, due to his dragon blood power withering away, Huo Qinwu's nails dug deep into his flesh. She then pulled her hand fiercely and shot forward, wanting to bite Long Chen's neck. She had gone fully insane and no longer cared about her dignity. In front of her crazy attack, Long Chen snorted and grabbed hold of the sleeves of the 1,000 phoenix feather dress. All of a sudden, it blazed with light and contracted, causing Huo Qinwu to stiffen. She was bound by the 1,000 phoenix feather dress. What is going on? The shock snapped Huo Qinwu out of her crazed state, and she stared in disbelief at her 1,000 phoenix feather dress. "Hand it over," Long Chen demanded, pulling at her dress. To everyone's surprise, the 1,000 phoenix feather dress was actually ripped from Huo Qinwu. The priceless treasure that countless experts would go crazy for was stripped off just like this. Damn, what ruthlessness. Mo Nian was in the midst of fighting the devil expert, but most of his attention was actually on Long Chen's side. He cheered when Long Chen ripped off Huo Qinwu's clothes, but then let out a disappointed cry. "A scam, what a scam, your entire body is a scam." At this moment, Huo Qinwu was reduced to just her underclothes. In her exposed state, her true form was revealed, her figure resembling a stick. Huo Qinwu was stunned for a moment after being stripped. However, upon hearing Mo Nian's cry, she let out an ear-piercing shriek, and flames quickly condensed into fine cloth, covering her. "I'll kill you." Huo Qinwu let out a heart-rending roar, slamming her hands together, her eyes scarlet with fury. Long Chen and Mo Nian didn't know what she was doing, but that devil expert actually fled. Mo Nian quickly realized what she was doing. She's self-detonating. "Qinwu, don't be foolish." Just then, a shout rang out, and a rune lit up on Huo Qinwu, holding back her detonation. It was the voice of the Vice Hall Master. The Vice Hall Master had left his spiritual mark on her. Although he couldn't enter Heaven's Screen Mountain, this spiritual mark was able to enter with her. Unfortunately, this spiritual mark was extremely weak. Otherwise, the Heaven Screen Mountain's laws would have sensed it and prevented it from entering. Long Chen has gone too far. I no longer have the face to keep living. I'm going to drag him down with me, roared Huo Qinwu. Come on, you don't have any face left. Your butt is in the same condition. In any case, your Flame Divine Hall has always been spouting crap. You'll get used to not having any face, said Mo Nian, rubbing his own salt and spices into Huo Qinwu's wounds. Die. Mo Nian's instigation caused Huo Qinwu to go apeshit once more. She ignored the Vice Hall Master as the heavenly fate disk behind him contracted, causing heaven and earth to change color. It seems that this kind of detonation will be quite strong. Come, let me see if your detonation can harm me, said Long Chen with no fear. He wondered whether or not a heavenly chosen fruit would appear on the heavenly Dao tree once she died. Chapter 4909, Masked Man. There was an explosive sound, but no actual explosion. It was actually the sound of a rune detonating on her, releasing countless thin threads that bound her. Stop, release me, I'm going to kill them. Huo Qinwu struggled crazily, but she was quickly immobilized. Seeing this, Long Chen had a bad feeling and swung Evilmoon at her. However, his attack passed right through. It seemed that those white threads made Huo Qinwu enter an ethereal state, and her figure rapidly faded away. Long Chen, you'll pay the price for your foolish actions. The Vice Hall Master's icy voice rang out. TCH, do you think I'm afraid of you? Long Chen scoffed at the Vice Hall Master's threat. Long Chen was confident that the Vice Hall Master's power could only affect Huo Qinwu. Otherwise, he'd have helped her kill him. We'll see. The Vice Hall Master snorted, and then Huo Qinwu's figure vanished. At this moment, Mo Nian let out a startled cry, and Long Chen hastily looked over, only to see that Mo Nian's chain had been severed. Mo Nian was standing there, dumbfounded. Long Chen's head buzzed. Without thinking, he directly rushed toward the devil corpse. Long Chen, careful, there's someone on the corpse, roared Mo Nian as he charged over. Suddenly, the devil corpse turned and unfurled its giant wings, its resulting astral wind smacking away Long Chen and Mo Nian like two houseflies. Both Long Chen and Mo Nian coughed up blood and smashed into the ground, leaving two long ditches in it. What's going on? Shouted Long Chen. Fuck, so even I can end up like this. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind we were schemed against. Mo Nian gnashed his teeth. Just then, the devil corpse quivered. It raised a foot and slammed it down at the two of them. With a single step, it crossed the enormous distance between them. This one stomp covered the heavens, and a wild devil pressure locked the two of them down in their place. Now what? Even Long Chen started to panic. After all, the revival of this devil corpse was related to Xing Wuzhong's fate. They couldn't allow the slightest mishap to happen. Think of a way to eliminate that fellow on the corpse, said Mo Nian. Waves of killing intent raged in his eyes as he couldn't accept that someone had actually schemed against him successfully. After he had worked for so long, someone else would reap all the benefits at his expense. Both Long Chen and Mo Nian slammed a palm at each other, pushing each other out. A giant foot appeared where the two of them had just been, almost crushing them. Charge! Long Chen and Mo Nian shouted at the same time. Long Chen, having exhausted his dragon blood power, directly activated the 7-star battle armor. His divine ring appeared, a sea of stars within it, with 7 stars in particular blazing like suns. Mo Nian also summoned a manifestation, a resplendent palace, accompanied by an ancient pine that pierced through the dome of the heavens. The pine was so huge that the manifestation could not contain it, revealing only a small portion of its grandeur. Like two streaks of lightning, Long Chen and Mo Nian ran up the giant devil corpse's leg, reaching its knee in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, runes lit up on its leg, and Long Chen and Mo Nian jumped at the same time, not waiting for the runes' power to erupt. They wriggled through the gaps between the runes. These runes bore the essence of the Emperor Dao. Even brushing against one of them would be too much for Long Chen and Mo Nian. The duo moved in perfect synchronization. Despite having to evade the runes, their speed remained unaffected. In an instant, they reached the devil corpse's waist. As they gathered at its waist, the devil corpse's arms lunged toward them. Reacting swiftly, they propelled each other, sending themselves shooting across its waist. Just as the devil corpse's attack missed, the devil corpse suddenly quivered, and a halo of light burst out of it. Long Chen and Mo Nian retreated at almost the same time, leaving the corpse alone. If they were to stick to it, they could easily be injured. The two of them were extremely experienced fighters and familiar with each other's techniques. Although they rarely fought together, when they did, their cooperation was flawless. Long Chen saw the devil corpse bend down slightly and said, "He's going to run. Leave it to me." Mo Nian raised his hand, summoning a bow swiftly. With precision, he shot an arrow, its tip secured with a sturdy rope. Long Chen and Mo Nian grabbed hold of the rope. Just as they did, a powerful force brought them flying through the air. Mo Nian's arrow landed under the devil corpse armpit. Although it was unable to penetrate its skin, it firmly stuck to it. The devil corpse leapt into the air but didn't manage to throw off the two of them. Instead, its momentum only dragged the two of them flying on its shoulder. When they landed on its shoulder, they saw a cloaked figure wearing a silver mask there. A human. Long Chen and Mo Nian were startled. Although this person was wearing a cloak and mask, hiding his aura, from what they sensed, he was truly a member of the human race. "Friend, this corpse relates to the life and death of one of my brothers. I hope you can endure the pain of parting with it. If you feel like it's a loss, I, Mo Nian, will owe you a favor. I can give you another emperor-level devil corpse in the future or whatever else you want," said Mo Nian. "Who do you think you are? Is your name worth that much? I want this devil corpse, and that's that. You want to save Xing Wuzhong. You're quite loyal." "Unfortunately, what I like most is watching others struggle in despair," snorted the masked man, his voice icy and aloof, as if he was a god looking down at ants on the ground. Holding back his anger, Mo Nian asked, "As a member of the human race, are you unaware that once you undo this seal, you will bring forth a calamity to the human race? Are you deaf or does your head not work? Did I not just say I like watching people struggle in despair? If I don't let it out, how will I get to enjoy the sight of calamity?" The masked man scoffed at Mo Nian. Mo Nian took a deep breath. He had suppressed his rage enough to almost plead with this bastard, all for Xing Wuzhong's sake. However, what he got in return was insults and mockery. Mo Nian could no longer suppress his anger. "Then there's nothing more to say. Kill him." Long Chen pointed Evilmoon at the masked man, his killing intent locking onto him. Chapter 4910, Losing Control. Being locked by Long Chen's killing intent, the masked man didn't show any hint of panic. It was as if he didn't care about Long Chen or Mo Nian at all. He sneered, "You're too stupid. Can you not tell that I've gained control over this corpse? Even if you join forces, you aren't a match for me." Long Chen didn't waste words with the masked man. With stars flowing along Evilmoon, he directly attacked. The masked man didn't move. When Long Chen's saber struck him, his mask simply quivered. After that, Long Chen felt all the power behind his attack suddenly vanished without a trace. Long Chen was stunned, having never experienced such a situation before. Suddenly, his opponent's mask flared, unleashing a berserk power that surged through Evilmoon and struck Long Chen with force. Long Chen's arms shuddered, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was knocked back. "What's going on? Is he really in control over this corpse?" transmitted Long Chen. Mo Nian had spent so much time and effort without managing to take control of the corpse, so how had this masked man done it so easily? After all, this was an Emperor Devil corpse. If the masked man was really capable of using its power, he would be unmatched, no one could possibly beat him. Although Long Chen's attack had been more of a probing blow than a full-power attack, the difference between the two forces was too immense. "Don't overestimate your power. Don't you know that an ant won't be able to shake a tree no matter what?" sneered the masked man. "Do you know how to deal with him?" Long Chen asked Mo Nian. Long Chen was enraged by the masked man's provocation, but the latter was protected by the devil corpse's power, so Long Chen couldn't harm him. If Long Chen were to go all out, all he would be doing was exhausting his own energy. If executed badly, he would die at this fellow's counterattack. Only the Emperor Arrow can have any effect against him. However, with my power, I cannot use it, said Mo Nian. Mo Nian had plucked the Emperor Arrow from the corpse, but as soon as it was pulled out, it entered a state of slumber. The only option was to wait for it to gather enough energy to naturally awaken or to employ an external force to startle it awake. However, with Mo Nian's power, he couldn't rouse it awake. "This time, we are really in trouble," said Long Chen as he eyed the masked man, who was surrounded by devil qi. His heart sank. Neither Mo Nian nor Long Chen had any plans. Even with all their wits, they couldn't think of anything. Just then, another figure appeared on top of the devil corpse. He was the devil expert, who had just fled. When Huo Qinwu tried to self-detonate, he fled in terror, afraid of being dragged by it. However, after there was no explosion for a long time, he ran back. Damn you! Return my ancestors' legacy. The devil expert immediately roared and attacked the masked man with his serpentine spear. Seeing the devil expert, the masked man showed no intention of dodging. He simply let the spear stab his chest. However, Long Chen, Mo Nian, and even the masked man were all shocked to see the spear pierce through the corpse's protective devil light. Ha ha ha, you fool, this is my ancestor's corpse. Did you think its power would protect you? The devil expert smiled sinisterly and pushed his spear in deeper. The devil expert grunted and was suddenly blown back. While blood stained the spear, based on the residue, it only penetrated about an inch into the masked man's chest. Long Chen and Mo Nian were shocked. This serpentine spear was a terrifying heaven sent divine weapon. It had clearly broken the masked man's defenses but was still unable to pierce through him. Was his physical body just as terrifying as Long Chen's? No, he has a soft armor around him. Mo Nian noted the faintest light coming from around the masked man's wound. It was most likely a metallic glint. The masked man looked down at his wound and then at the devil expert, his voice growing darker. So it really was your ancestor. Good, I can use your blood to form a seal and gain full control over this corpse. A heavenly fate disk appeared behind the masked man, and the figure of a headless corpse manifested within it. So he got here even before me, exclaimed Mo Nian in shock. But of course, 3 generations of my family have left their own mark on this devil corpse. The rewards were only reaped now, in my generation. How else do you think I gained control over it so quickly? Sneered the masked man. As the masked man activated his heavenly fate disk, the devil corpse shook intensely. Countless devil runes spread throughout its limbs, wings, and neck, gathering where he was. The masked man's aura climbed crazily, accompanied by the growth of his heavenly fate disk. The blurry devil corpse figure in it gradually grew clear. We have to stop him, exclaimed Long Chen gravely. The main thing is that there's nothing we can do. Mo Nian was also anxious, but he really was out of tricks. If this fellow was in control of the devil corpse, then that meant he had no weaknesses. Long Chen took a deep breath. Retrieving an eye patch, he covered one eye, then closed them both. When he opened the uncovered eye, its pupil was black. Long Chen had no idea if his purgatory eyes could restrain the masked man, but he had to try it. The earth cauldron couldn't be used for killing, Dragonbone Evilmoon had yet to gain full control over its body, and Long Chen had yet to master his 8-star battle armor. Against an emperor corpse, everything else he possessed was ineffective, except for his purgatory eyes perhaps. Despite understanding the risks of invoking the purgatory eyes, as it could empower his inner demons, Long Chen couldn't afford to worry about it too much. Just as Long Chen was about to unleash the purgatory eyes, the devil expert's sinister laughter rang out from the distance. With his hands forming a strange seal, he condensed a blood globe in front of him. Die, evil blood devil sacrifice. This blood, freshly stained on his spear, belonged to the masked man. As his hand seal shifted, the blood splashed onto the devil corpse, plunging the world into an eerie silence. When the devil corpse absorbed the blood, the masked man let out a startled cry. The energy pouring into him suddenly reversed course, with even his essence blood being voraciously devoured by the devil corpse. With a furious roar, the masked man summoned 3 divine rings above his head. At the same time, 3 rings also appeared on top of the devil corpse. Don't give up, hold on, Mo Nian shouted, pleasantly surprised. Just as he said this, the masked man's 3 divine rings exploded, and the devil corpse was freed of its bindings. A sinister aura directly erupted, blasting Long Chen and the others away. It's over. It's completely out of control. Mo Nian shouted, despairing. Chapter 4911, Restrained Fury. The devil corpse's wings shook, blasting Long Chen, Mo Nian, the devil expert, and even the masked expert away. Both Mo Nian and the devil expert hacked up blood. Blood also dripped down the masked man's silver mask. Fools, you vainly tried to touch my ancestors' remains. Just keep dreaming. You damn human bastards, all that awaits you all is death. The devil expert laughed sinisterly even as he hacked up blood. The devil corpse's wings flapped, sending wild chi waves in every direction. Long Chen and the others didn't even have a chance to stabilize their bodies before they were blasted away once again. After the devil corpse went out of control, it started to regain its sense of self. All the runes binding it were exploding one by one, completely destroyed. The devil runes on its surface started to glow intensely, almost burning with power. The potent emperor's might surged forth, evident in the emperor fluctuations emanating from it. As these fluctuations swept past Long Chen and the others, he shuddered, his soul quivering under immense pressure. It was as though the weight of an entire cosmos was bearing down on him, threatening to engulf him in its overwhelming force. He felt as though he might explode at any moment. How hateful! If it weren't for their disturbance, this devil corpse would have been my puppet. Mo Nian cursed furiously, staring at the devil corpse resentfully. You fools, you ruined everything. The masked man also roared in response to Mo Nian's curse, brimming with resentment. Just like Mo Nian, he wanted to control this corpse. However, he had the right to feel more bitter than Mo Nian. After all, 3 generations of his family had worked hard to create today's chance, but now, all those efforts had been in vain. Ha ha ha, the devil expert raised his head and laughed in an insane manner. When my ancestor revives, the first thing he'll do is slaughter all of you dirty humans. Your blood will run like rivers. Suddenly, the devil corpse turned and stamped on the ground, its enormous body vanishing in the blink of an eye. Long Chen's heart sank. That direction, Mo Nian clenched his teeth. It's the exit of Heaven's Screen Mountain. Long Chen took a deep breath and did his best to calm himself down. He said, the devil corpse is out of control, so its #1 priority is to go to Devil Fall City and get its head. We have to go and see if there's still any chance for us to help. Mo Nian nodded. That was the only thing they could do. As he hadn't held up his end of the bargain, he was incredibly depressed. In all his years, it was his first time feeling so useless. Long Chen and Mo Nian instantly shot off. Seeing them fly away, the masked man shouted, remember, it's all your fault. If the devil corpse kills anyone, the blood is on you. Fuck you, Mo Nian cursed furiously. Even now, this fellow was trying to push the responsibility onto them. This fellow's #1 goal had been to use the devil corpse to slaughter people, yet he dared to blame them. Mo Nian felt unprecedented killing intent rising in him. Long Chen grasped Mo Nian's arm firmly, signaling that now wasn't the time to dwell on the masked man. With a cold tone, Long Chen issued a stern warning, listen well. If someone does die because of the devil corpse, it doesn't matter whether you flee to heaven or hell, I will find you and kill you. No one can protect you. The two of them then rushed off. Following that, they heard a scream from the devil expert. Most likely, the masked man was taking out his wrath on him. The masked man seemed to have been concealing his power. Once the two of them left, he immediately dealt a serious wound to the devil expert. The devil expert's aura quickly vanished into the distance, and when Long Chen and Mo Nian looked back, the masked man was also gone. They didn't know if he had gone off to pursue the devil expert or somewhere else. That masked man isn't ordinary. He's incredibly sinister to be able to even con me, grumbled Mo Nian. It doesn't count as a con. He had 3 generations of his family helping him. They made their move countless years ago, so don't bother too much about it. What we need to do is think of a way to deal with the devil corpse, replied Long Chen solemnly. Mo Nian gritted his teeth and fell silent. What should have been a sure thing had been ruined. He had long since lost his cool and couldn't think of any good methods. Long Chen was the same. Things were progressing to the worst-case scenario, the worst case that could not be worse. No matter how Long Chen tried to think of something, he ended up with a blank mind. Both of them knew there was no way they could catch up to the corpse. Once the corpse escaped Heaven's Screen Mountain, it would immediately charge over to Devil Fall City to merge with its head. The square heaven seal had been infected by devil chi and could no longer suppress the devil head. Once they merged, a calamity would befall the city, and perhaps the entire human race would have to face a great tribulation. Even though the two of them were peak heavenly geniuses, they both felt useless, so they remained silent as they chased. As the surrounding spatial fluctuations weren't that intense anymore, Long Chen took out a formation disc. The two of them didn't follow the devil corpse directly. Instead, they flew perpendicular to its path, avoiding the chaotic fluctuations it left in its wake. Only after putting some distance between themselves and the devil corpse were they able to activate a transportation formation. The transportation formation also couldn't chase straight after it, so they had to go around. If they ended up on the same path as the corpse, the transportation would fail, and they might get sucked into the chaotic flow of space. Who knew where they would end up then? Long Chen and Mo Nian quickly carried out one transportation after another. While Long Chen carried out the transportations, Mo Nian calculated the exact landing spots. After dozens of consecutive transportations, the two of them were left dazed by the powerful spatial force. However, the heaven screen had reappeared before them. Both of their hearts tightened as they rushed forward and saw the exit. Originally, they were holding onto a trace of hope that they had gotten here first. However, when they saw a giant hole in the heaven screen, they knew they were one step too late. The devil corpse had charged out before them. The barrier had lost all significance after being smashed by the devil corpse. The giant hole left behind still bore traces of devil chi, corroding its protective power. The boundary between the laws governing the inside and outside world was blurring. It wouldn't be long before this place became accessible to anyone, allowing free entry and exit. When Long Chen and Mo Nian rushed out of the barrier, Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. It has just run out. Quick, chase. Just then, they heard an immense explosion and saw a giant violet gold seal fill the sky. Violet gold light descended, trapping the devil corpse. It's big brother Wuzhong. Long Chen and Mo Nian cried out excitedly and immediately rushed over in that direction. Chapter 4912, A Glimmer of Hope. The violet gold seal's light radiated throughout the heavens and covered the devil corpse, seemingly sealing it with some kind of power. It was only quivering slightly, unable to move. Long Chen and Mo Nian were delighted to see this. However, when they rushed over and saw Xing Wuzhong's situation, their hearts sank. Gao Jianli, Cao Guofeng, as well as the masters of the Yellow Spring Pavilion and Heaven Heart Hall were standing around him. Between them were the experts of the Flame Divine Hall, including the Vice Hall Master. They had surrounded Xing Wuzhong but were in no rush to make a move. They calmly watched Xing Wuzhong fight the devil corpse, clearly waiting for their opportunity. At this moment, Xing Wuzhong formed hand seals, and a translucent dragon-shaped rune flowed around him, giving him endless power. In this state, his aura caused the world to shake. It's a Heaven Veins dragon chi. Mo Nian cried out. He finally saw what a true Heaven Veins dragon chi was. When this dragon chi swirled around Xing Wuzhong, the power of heaven and earth seemed to bow to him. He looked like the emperor of heaven and earth. Now, he was no longer a simple heaven saint, his aura completely exceeded that realm. Even the auras of the leaders of the four factions paled in comparison. Long Chen and Mo Nian's arrival caused quite a disturbance as weapons turned toward them. There were countless factions gathered here, all led by the Flame Divine Hall. The assembly comprised hundreds of heaven saints, with earth saints and mortal saints too numerous to tally. Instantly, they went on high alert, their killing intent flaring upon sighting Mo Nian and Long Chen. It looks like the two of us are going to start a slaughter today, remarked Long Chen, his eyes also raging with killing intent. We'll kill them until their blood forms a river, added Mo Nian, gnashing his teeth. They could discern the intentions of these treacherous people. They only surrounded Xing Wuzhong, not attacking him. Their strategy was clear. They aimed to deplete his precious energy until he reached a weakened state, at which point they would deliver a fatal blow. What incensed Long Chen and Mo Nian the most was that amongst these countless experts, the majority of them were humans, the mortal enemies of the devil race. Xing Wuzhong was binding the devil corpse to prevent it from inflicting a calamity upon the human race. However, these people didn't help him, instead thinking of how to kill him. The most unacceptable thing was the presence of devil experts within the crowd. They had put aside their enmity to follow the Flame Divine Hall's lead. For humans to collaborate with the devil race to harm their own kind was a despicable betrayal, in Long Chen's eyes an unforgivable act that he detested the most. Don't come over here. Long Chen and Mo Nian suddenly received a transmission from Xing Wuzhong. Big brother Wuzhong, I'm sorry. I've let you down, replied Mo Nian. He simply lowered his head in shame, not able to meet his gaze. Xing Wuzhong responded, brother, what are you talking about? In truth, from the start, I didn't have much confidence that you could stop it, because this is destiny, the ultimate battle between my Xing family and the devil race. The Xing family has slaughtered countless devils, so when our karmic luck starts to fade, this karma will naturally bear fruit. This is the workings of fate. You cannot blame yourselves. In any case, I've long since been ready for this. Everything is within my calculations. I just need your help with one thing. Big brother Wuzhong, just tell us. We will do everything we can to fulfill it, said Mo Nian. The square heaven seal has been fully infected. Although it's acting like it's helping me suppress the devil corpse, it's actually merging with it. The square heaven seal's ambitions are even greater than I anticipated. After controlling this corpse, it's going to start a slaughter, elevating the corpse's power to strengthen itself. All it seeks is to restore itself to its strongest state. Long Chen and Mo Nian both gasped. The square heaven seal actually wanted to take control of the devil corpse and refine it into its puppet. It had truly been bedeviled. The square heaven seal has started to suspect me. Its power is spread in 7 different places: the 5 branch seals, the main seal, and the devil head. Although it appears to be helping me suppress the devil corpse, in truth, it is injecting a portion of its power into the devil corpse. When all 8 energy storages are evenly balanced, it will initiate the merger. That will be the optimal moment for me to destroy it. The window of opportunity will be very brief, but I must seize it. If I can time it right, the worst outcome will be the dissipation of my ancestral seal. My life will remain unharmed, explained Xing Wuzhong. Really? Long Chen and Mo Nian were both delighted to hear that. It is because the square heaven seal is also scheming against me. It wants to escape my control while paying the smallest price. That scheming is what created this single chance. However, I'll need your help to grasp this opportunity. While I execute my plan, I need you to stop the Vice Hall Master. But I should warn you, his power surpasses mine. If it weren't for the square heaven seal, I wouldn't be a match for him, said Xing Wuzhong gravely. How long do we have to stall him? Asked Long Chen. That was the crucial point. I only need you two to stall him for the span of an incense stick burning, replied Xing Wuzhong. An incense stick? Big brother, don't worry. I can deal with him myself. But to be safe, I'll join forces with Long Chen. We can't afford to fail right now, said Mo Nian. Hearing that they only needed to stall for a bit, Mo Nian was confident. However, having failed once, he would not permit a second failure, so he would work together with Long Chen to make sure they succeeded. Big brother, take care, said Long Chen. After that, he consumed a medicinal pill to rapidly restore his dragon blood power. On the way here, he had recovered most of his dragon blood power. So his power was already close to its peak. I entrust this to you, my brothers, remarked Xing Wuzhong. Long Chen and Mo Nian nodded. Just like that, they stood outside the encirclement. The bastards pointed their weapons at 2 of them but didn't immediately attack, merely adopting a combat-ready stance. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master casually said, "It doesn't matter what you're plotting. It's all meaningless. You will understand soon enough." Long Chen ignored him, focusing instead on recovering his dragon blood power as quickly as possible. On the other hand, Mo Nian still had plenty of energy, so he was in charge of taunting them. "How is Huo Qinwu doing? Ask her how she is in my place. Also, to tell the truth, once she was stripped of her clothes, her body really wasn't very good." Mo Nian's words instantly enraged everyone from the Flame Divine Hall. Chapter 4913 Devil Head appears. Mo Nian's words caused countless experts' eyes to widen in shock. Previously, Huo Qinwu had been forcibly dragged out of Heaven Screen Mountain by the Vice Hall Master. When Huo Qinwu appeared, they only saw a figure covered in flames. However, that figure did seem odd, almost as if she wasn't wearing clothes. They had previously seen Huo Qinwu fight Long Chen. At that time, with the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip and the 1000 Phoenix Feather Dress, she had appeared almighty, drawing the envy of even Heaven Saints. However, when Huo Qinwu came out, her 1000 Phoenix Feather Dress and Blaze Dragon Bone Whip were gone like someone had robbed her and tossed her out. At first, people didn't know what had happened. After all, they didn't dare to anger the Vice Hall Master by asking. However, when Mo Nian spoke, they realized what had happened. It seemed that the ones to rob Huo Qinwu of her clothes were these 2 right here. If anyone else had said this, they might not have believed it. However, these people had witnessed Long Chen fight Huo Qinwu and seen her fleeing for her life. Now, with Mo Nian's revelation and the murderous gazes from the Flame Divine Hall's experts, they knew he was telling the truth. Mo Nian's words were indeed provocative, and he said this specifically to draw their attention. He continued, "Hey, where is that girl Huo Qinwu? Long Chen stripped her of her clothes and took her whip. Does she not even have the courage to avenge herself?" Everyone's gaze turned to Long Chen, filled with shock. Quite a few people also shot him a gaze filled with envy. After all, the 2 divine weapons of Huo Qinwu's were top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapons, and countless heaven saints would never come in contact with such treasures in their lifetime. Hearing that 2 of them were in Long Chen's possession, they instantly felt the urge to kill him for them. However, as soon as that thought rose, it was extinguished. They knew that the Flame Divine Hall would definitely pursue Long Chen to get the treasures back. Such treasures were things they couldn't expose, even if they did manage to obtain them. If the Flame Divine Hall discovered they had tried to keep the treasures hidden, they would be hunted down. Vice Hall Master, please permit me to teach a lesson to these 2 arrogant brats, requested Zhang Yibin, who was standing beside the Vice Hall Master. Ignore them, they're no more than 2 hopping clowns. They can't do anything, just keep an eye on Xing Wuzhang. He's the crucial piece here, replied the Vice Hall Master casually. The Vice Hall Master looked indifferent, but the throbbing veins on the back of his hands betrayed his true feelings. After all, Huo Qinwu was the disciple he was proudest of. That was why she had his spiritual mark on her. For her to be insulted, defeated, and have her weapons stolen, the Vice Hall Master seethed with anger. In truth, he was the one who couldn't wait to kill Long Chen right now. However, he endured as he couldn't afford to be distracted. His target was Xing Wuzhang. There could not be the slightest mishap in this matter. Long Chen stood quietly by Mo Nian's side. All of a sudden, he quivered slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. Have you recovered? Asked Mo Nian silently. Long Chen nodded ever so slightly. Just now, he had entered a half-meditative state to recover faster. With the aid of his medicinal pills, he quickly restored his dragon blood power to its peak condition. The dragon soul body forging art was really incredible. Mo Nian said, good. Help guard me. I'm going to prepare some of my stock. I'll kill that Vice Hall Master. This time, it was Mo Nian's turn to secretly get to work. Although Mo Nian had just undergone an immense battle, he hadn't used up too much energy. Even against the devil expert, he had been defending more, trying to disrupt his enemy's techniques more than attack. Long Chen didn't know what Mo Nian was up to, but he did as Mo Nian said. Mo Nian acted far more exaggeratedly than Long Chen. He crossed his legs and sat midair, closing his eyes and entering a meditative state. Long Chen almost cursed him. As expected, this action drew everyone's attention. The Flame Divine Hall's experts wanted to immediately attack him. Don't fall for it, ordered the Vice Hall Master. You're going to fall for such a simple trick. What foolishness. Those experts instantly went still after being chided by the Vice Hall Master. Upon looking at where they were standing, Long Chen was taken aback. The Flame Divine Hall had 36 heaven saints, including Zhang Yibin, standing in a specific formation. It was no wonder the Vice Hall Master didn't allow them to attack. He was wary of disrupting this crucial formation. Could it be they are also targeting the corpse? Long Chen suddenly had a troubling thought. It seemed that everything that had transpired in Heaven Screen Mountain had been part of a larger plan. In addition to the Flame Divine Hall's experts and their allies, there were countless other observers in the distance. They had no intention of joining the battle but seemed eager to witness the events unfolding before them. Suddenly, a disturbance arose from the crowd as dozens of young disciples ran over. Someone immediately shouted, "What are you doing, coming out so early?" These were the disciples who had entered Heaven Screen Mountain. One of them panted and said, "The laws within Heaven Screen Mountain have collapsed. The ground there is sinking, and miasma is coming out of it. We weren't able to bear it, so we had to leave." There was such a thing. Following that, they saw more and more people flying out of Heaven Screen Mountain. Some of them were cursing furiously, angry about how they had waited so long to enter Heaven Screen Mountain, only for things to collapse before they could get anything. In the past, Heaven Screen Mountain would be open for at least half a year, so most people were in no rush to immediately search for treasures. They would instead look for some undiscovered areas. However, unexpectedly, Heaven Screen Mountain was expelling them so quickly. Unbeknownst to them, it wasn't the mountain itself expelling them, but a devil corpse had broken the laws of Heaven Screen Mountain. With the balance ruined, it was collapsing. More and more experts charged out of Heaven Screen Mountain. When they saw the enormous devil corpse, they all turned pale and asked their seniors what was going on. "I'm done." Mo Nian's sudden movement startled Long Chen, prompting him to leap up as well. Before he could inquire about Mo Nian's actions, the void ruptured, giving way to a colossal head and a huge seal tearing through space. When that head appeared, Long Chen and Mo Nian's hearts clenched. The most critical juncture had come. Chapter 4914 Merger. The devil head was enormous, the size unimaginable to most people. Even after the passage of countless years, it hadn't rotted. The devil head had 2 horns and protruding fangs. While its eyes had dried up, it still gave off a dark green light like 2 lanterns. The square heaven seal hovered above the devil head, its once imposing size now diminished, resembling more of a crown atop the demonic figure. Originally, the square heaven seal represented Devil Fall City, but the city had lost its former grandeur. Its buildings lay in ruin, overrun by decay, rendering it a desolate ghost town. Although Xing Wuzhong had prepared himself, when he saw the state of Devil Fall City, he quivered. He was filled with pain. The square heaven seal was the legacy divine item of the Xing family. Yet, in Xing Wuzhong's generation, it had turned against their family, ultimately leading to the downfall of Devil Fall City. Born and raised within the city, Xing Wuzhong held countless memories of its former glory. Devil Fall City had once been the source of his pride and joy. But now, the devil had halted its advance, lingering at a distance away from the devil corpse, its gaze fixed upon Xing Wuzhong. All of a sudden, it opened its mouth. "Wuzhong, it's me." A very gentle voice came out, like a kind woman speaking to her own child. This mother-like murmur was filled with emotion. "I know it's you." Xing Wuzhong struggled to maintain composure, but as he spoke, his voice quivered with emotion. His grief surged uncontrollably. To the disciples of the Xing family, the square heaven seal had always been their supreme elder. Hence, its betrayal was something he couldn't bear to accept. "My child, don't be sad. You should be happy for me. I've gained control over it. From now onward, I'm going to get stronger and stronger until no one can bully our Xing family. The blood debt will be repaid with blood. I don't want you to live while bearing the humiliation of our loss. I will restore the Xing family's honor. Child, believe in me. My feelings for the Xing family have never changed. Come with me, and the name of the Xing family will resound throughout the 9 heavens," said the devil head. Tears welled in Xing Wuzhong's eyes as he shook his head. "You are no longer the same square heaven seal. Ever since you permitted the 4 noble families to return, I know you've changed. You were unwilling to remain alone, nor were you willing to remain under the control of my Xing family. Perhaps you didn't feel this way when the Xing family was in its golden era, but now that the Xing family has declined, you no longer wish to guard us. That's why your first move was to sever my line of descendants. Once I die, you will be free." Xing Wuzhong's words weren't filled with anger, instead, they were actually infused with respect. Despite the square heaven seal's actions against him, he still held it in the highest regard. The square heaven seal was silent for a moment before replying, "That was my foolishness. I was enticed by the devil's soul. However, I've completely suppressed it, and its will can no longer affect me. Now, all that needs to be done is to let the head and body merge, and I will have full control over it. We can enter the Great Era together and search for the Xing family's people." Ever since the immemorial battle, the Xing family has been scattered throughout the world. However, I believe they still exist. Wouldn't it be great to reunite with them? The square heaven seal's voice was gentle and enticing, extremely moving. However, Long Chen was alarmed as every single word contained a bewitching art, aimed at the weakest part of Xing Wuzhong's heart. Long Chen's heart tensed up. If Xing Wuzhong was enticed by the square heaven seal, it would be over. No one would be able to stop the devil corpse from reviving. Fortunately, Xing Wuzhong shook his head. "There's no point in saying this. Do you recall the Xing family's ancestral teachings? First, the Xing family's disciples cannot collaborate with the devil race, and second, they cannot harm the human race. Yet, you've absorbed devil energy and merged with it, violating the first law. Furthermore, harnessing the devil corpse's power to strengthen yourself will undoubtedly result in the deaths of countless humans, defying the second ironclad law." The square heaven seal's voice grew dark and brutal in an instant. "What dogshit laws? I've had enough of them. Has there ever been a true right and wrong in this world? If someone is wrong, it simply means they are weak. As long as you have enough power, whatever you do will be right. Why can't we slaughter the human race? Do you realize that the majority of the Xing family's disciples perished at the hands of fellow humans in the immemorial battle? Why were they allowed to betray us, yet were forbidden from retaliating? Tell me, why?" The square heaven seal's voice was brimming with resentment and bloodlust. The devil head's eyes also grew harsh, and the vast devil might started to surge. Long Chen's heart shook. At that moment, he felt a resonance with the square heaven seal. Its way of thinking was actually very similar to his own. Like the seal, he also hated betrayal. To seek vengeance for such treachery, he might indeed resort to any means necessary. If he were the Square Heaven Seal, perhaps he might have also chosen such a path. The Square Heaven Seal continued to shout, "In the world, the strongest faction is the Brahma Pill Valley. You might have been young, but you've witnessed the heinous atrocities they've done. And then what? How many people still sing their praises? How many of them invert black and white for them? Who dares to criticize them? That includes these people from the Flame Divine Hall. So many people stand by their side despite knowing the truth. When conflict arises, will they show mercy because you're in the right? Tell me, what defines right and wrong in this world? I simply want to restore the Xing family, to protect the Xing family. Is that so wrong?" Xing Wuzhong's face twisted with pain, and he didn't respond. Yet, as he remained silent, the Square Heaven Seal radiated with a brilliant light. Gao Jianli, Cao Guofeng, and the others' golden seals trembled and then vanished. When they reappeared, they were beneath the devil head. Seeing this, Long Chen and Mo Nian tensed up. Just then, Xing Wuzhong suddenly kowtowed to the Square Heaven Seal, stunning it. It delightedly asked, "Have you thought it through?" "I'm sorry," Xing Wuzhong sobbed. "Good child, there's nothing to be sorry about. I'm sorry to you, and my ancestors. I was unable to protect you." Suddenly, Xing Wuzhong's violet gold seal exploded, and a rune that looked identical to the Square Heaven Seal appeared between his hands. Xing Wuzhong suddenly made his move, appearing in front of the Square Heaven Seal and slamming his hands down on it. Treachery! The Square Heaven Seal roared. The moment Xing Wuzhong's hands slammed onto it, the entire world shook. The Square Heaven Seal ignited. Just as Xing Wuzhong made his move, Long Chen and Mo Nian shot at the Vice Hall Master. Thousand Edge Arrow, Chapter 4915 All-Out Resistance. Long Chen and Mo Nian made their move at the same time. However, they were quite a distance away from the Vice Hall Master. Although their assault targeted the Vice Hall Master, their true aim was the spot in front of that old bastard. Long Chen's saber descended with the grace of a river of stars, while Mo Nian unleashed a single arrow that fragmented into 10,000 arrow images, merging seamlessly into one powerful strike. The might of his attack did not lose out to Long Chen's at all. To everyone's surprise, the Vice Hall Master moved forward as if throwing himself into their attacks. "HMPH, you overestimate your power. Once I kill him, I'll deal with you," snorted the Vice Hall Master. He hadn't expected them to accurately predict his movements. A dragon image appeared on top of the Vice Hall Master, and he slammed a palm toward them. This palm strike smashed apart Long Chen's saber image and Mo Nian's arrow, its irresistible power forcing them back. The difference was too great as they simply weren't on the same level. When the Vice Hall Master's heaven vein appeared on him, it felt like heaven and earth fell under his control. In the distance, Xing Wuzhong's pupils shrank. "Run away, he has condensed a complete heaven vein," shouted Xing Wuzhong. Xing Wuzhong's shout drew out countless startled cries. In comparison, Xing Wuzhong's heaven vein was somewhat illusory, but the Vice Hall Master's heaven vein was like a solid body. The dragon swirling around him reflected images of mountains, plains, and rivers. As it revolved, the world's aura merged with him. He seemed to be the ruler of the world. Let alone fighting him, most people were unable to even summon the courage to fight back. He was like a god. "You overestimated them. Did you think 2 pieces of trash would be enough to block me?" The Vice Hall Master sneered and walked toward Xing Wuzhong. "You're the trash. Your whole family is trash. Explode." Mo Nian suddenly formed hand seals, summoning vortexes above, below, to the left, right, front, and back of the Vice Hall Master. Startled cries rang out as weapons emerged from the vortexes. Upon closer inspection, everyone was shocked to discover that these were all high-grade Heaven Saint divine weapons. However, the auras of these Heaven Saint divine weapons were extremely obscure. Without closer inspection, no one could sense their existence. A total of 36 Heaven Saint divine weapons surrounded the Vice Hall Master. When he saw them, his expression changed, and he hastily stopped his advance. 36 Heaven Saint divine weapons exploded at the same time, turning the area where the Vice Hall Master had stood into a swirling vortex of absolute chaos. The experts of the Flame Divine Hall turned pale with shock. Who would have expected a divine venerate to possess 36 Heaven Saint divine weapons and actually have the capability to detonate them? In truth, these weapons were artifacts Mo Nian had unearthed from underground. They were essentially half-crippled, with most of their item spirits beyond awakening. When Mo Nian found them, they were of no practical use to him, so he had simply kept them in his pocket. Today, he finally had a use for them. With a secret art, he detonated all 36 Heaven Saint divine weapons, catching the Vice Hall Master off guard. Just as people questioned whether or not the Vice Hall Master had perished, they heard Xing Wuzhong's panicked shout. "Run! This move of yours can't kill him." After that, Mo Nian formed hand seals, and one green chain after another shot out, encircling that space like a fish net. Suddenly, the chains tightened. When the twisting space returned to normal, a wretched figure appeared in everyone's vision. This person was the Vice Hall Master, now looking ashen-faced. Deep, frightening wounds marred his face and body, and blood stained his robes. Although the Vice Hall Master had cultivated a complete heaven vein, resulting in ordinary Heaven Saint divine weapons unable to harm him, he had underestimated Mo Nian's cunning. Amongst the weapons he had just detonated, some of them were cursed weapons. In other words, the accumulated resentment of their previous masters had been unleashed in the explosion, forming an incredibly insidious curse. These cursed weapons were far more terrifying than average ones when they detonated. Mo Nian had cleverly mixed them with regular weapons to conceal their presence. Though the wounds were superficial, being injured by a divine venerate disciple was an unspeakable humiliation for the Vice Hall Master. Having been schemed against by Mo Nian, the Vice Hall Master found himself ensnared by countless green chains as he emerged from the explosion. He snorted in disdain, unleashing a ring of flames that smashed into the chains. This attack seemed casual, but in truth, the power behind it was enough to instantly annihilate Heaven Saints. However, when this attack struck Mo Nian's chain net, the latter didn't break. Instead, it inflated, resisting the attack. The Vice Hall Master's pupils shrank as intense unease surged within him. He hadn't held back with this attack, given the dire situation, yet he was still unable to break free. Meanwhile, blood seeped from Mo Nian's 7 orifices. Despite the excruciating pain, he gritted his teeth and bitterly endured. "Damn ant, you think you can stop me?" the Vice Hall Master roared. Dragon chi swirled around him, and a ring of flames several times stronger than the last one erupted. "Don't block him, you'll die," Xing Wuzhong shouted, his voice tinged with desperation. He had underestimated the Vice Hall Master's power. Even if he had to sacrifice himself, he couldn't allow Long Chen and Mo Nian to perish alongside him. Xing Wuzhong was incredibly anxious. He was burning his ancestral mark and couldn't stop, or everything would be for nothing. The Vice Hall Master's flame ring once more struck Mo Nian's chain net. At this moment, a sacred chanting reverberated throughout heaven and earth, amplifying the tension of the moment. Chapter 4916, Meticulous Trap. The sacred chanting was holy yet strangely domineering, resembling a heavenly edict. All lifeforms could only prostrate themselves before it, and even the 10,000 Daos had to submit. 8 pillars of flames surrounded Mo Nian's chain net, forming a mighty cage around it. These flames penetrated the chain net, colliding with the Vice Hall Master's flame ring. The impact caused heaven and earth to shudder. Intense flames erupted, ripping through the fabric of reality. The Flame Divine Hall's experts cried out in shock. When Long Chen chanted the Nirvana scripture, their core flame energy flew out of them, forcibly absorbed by Long Chen. Zhang Yibin was filled with disbelief. After all, they were heaven saints from the Flame Divine Hall. As the devout worshippers of Lord Brahma, they had all cultivated the Nirvana scripture. However, Long Chen's Nirvana scripture could absorb their flame energy from their bodies, which completely toppled their understanding. "Seal," Mo Nian roared, and his hand seals changed. "Prison." Long Chen also spat out a word and changed his hand seals. The speed of his chanting accelerated. Both Long Chen's flame prison and Mo Nian's chain net contracted, applying ferocious pressure on the Vice Hall Master. The flame prison quivered as the Vice Hall Master fought back crazily. However, having been schemed against by Mo Nian, he was caught on the back foot. Long Chen and Mo Nian were going all out, and with the loss of initiative, the Vice Hall Master was temporarily unable to escape their strongest binding skills. "Haha, you're still lacking some maturity if you want to fight Daddy Mo." Mo Nian laughed, extremely pleased with himself, as he realized they had successfully trapped the Vice Hall Master. This plan had been meticulously crafted by Mo Nian. In truth, when he and Long Chen first attacked, it was merely a diversion to draw the Vice Hall Master's attention. The Vice Hall Master's casual wave to knock them back had caused intense spatial fluctuations, playing right into Mo Nian's hands. At that crucial moment, Mo Nian took advantage of the intense spatial fluctuations to activate a formation he had long since prepared. He then sent that transformation right to the Vice Hall Master's path. Calculating the Vice Hall Master's path was extremely simple. With his pride, he would definitely walk straight toward Xing Wuzhong. As long as Mo Nian moved the formation to that spot, it would be effective, provided the Vice Hall Master didn't deviate too much from that path. When the Vice Hall Master was injured and got angry, Mo Nian used his chain net, one of his secret trump cards. He had used this net countless times to evade life-threatening situations, holding back opponents far stronger than himself while he escaped. However, this time, he wasn't using them to run but to bind the Vice Hall Master. Despite his injuries and fury, the Vice Hall Master's pride prevented him from doing anything overboard. After all, if he were to unleash his greatest trump cards on two divine venerate disciples, he would turn into a laughingstock no matter the result. People at his level often like to preen themselves, which wouldn't be possible if he went all out. Thus, Mo Nian gambled on whether or not the Vice Hall Master would dare to go all out. Although he hadn't held back with that attack, his casual demeanor suggested that he hadn't unleashed more than 70% of his true power. Mo Nian was staking his life with this gamble. Could this trump card he usually used to flee withstand 70% of the Vice Hall Master's maximum power? The answer would determine Mo Nian's fate. This technique was a secret art of the Limitless Palace. If mastered to the 9th level, it could neutralize over 90% of the opponent's power effortlessly. However, Mo Nian had been too busy to elevate this technique to such heights. He had halted its progression after reaching the 5th level. His reason was simple. He viewed this move as a means of escape. As long as the opponent didn't instantly break it, he would have enough time to slip away. Spending so much valuable time on training in this move wasn't as good as finding more treasures. Now, however, he regretted his decision a bit. Yet, regret was futile. There wasn't enough time to train it to a higher level. Hence, he could only grit his teeth and endure. When the Vice Hall Master's attack landed, Mo Nian almost couldn't endure it, feeling like he might explode. Fortunately, he was ruthless and bitterly clung on. Mo Nian only wanted to buy time for Long Chen. Their cooperation was flawless, and by the time the Vice Hall Master unleashed his second attack, Long Chen's raging flame prison was fully formed. Combining their techniques resulted in a supremely powerful prison. Mo Nian's technique was durable and flexible, while Long Chen's technique was solid and unyielding. Together, they complemented each other perfectly. As the prisons constricted, the space within them became subjected to intense pressure. The Vice Hall Master felt the pressure grow to a terrifying level. Most importantly, Long Chen's raging flame prison was supported by the Nirvana scripture. When he activated the Nirvana scripture to the highest possible level, it not only absorbed the flame energy from heaven and earth but also from the bodies of the Flame Divine Hall's experts. Well, who told them to be flame cultivators? Furthermore, the cage supported by Nirvana scripture had this devouring ability as well. When the Vice Hall Master struck the cage with his flame energy, the majority of that energy was simply absorbed by the cage. With one misstep, the Vice Hall Master fell into Mo Nian and Long Chen's meticulous trap. Both Long Chen and Mo Nian knew that it couldn't possibly trap the Vice Hall Master forever. However, according to the plan, they only needed to hold him back for a single breath. At this moment, a figure silently appeared behind Long Chen like a phantom. It was Zhang Yibin. He was determined to save the Vice Hall Master from his predicament. However, he was the only one to move, the others still stood in their original positions. Just as Zhang Yibin emerged, a lightning sword mercilessly descended with the might of heavenly tribulation. Zhang Yibin had planned on sneak attacking Long Chen, but Long Chen had expected him to come. Lei Linger swiftly attacked him with the power of heavenly tribulation. Startled, Zhang Yibin leapt back. Even someone as formidable as him dared not touch that lightning barehanded. He swung his sword to block the incoming strike. The lightning sword wielded by Lei Linger shattered upon Zhang Yibin's counterattack. Despite Lei Linger's intimidating aura, fueled by the power of heavenly tribulation, she was outmatched against a formidable heaven saint. Realizing that Lei Linger posed little threat to him, Zhang Yibin swiftly shifted his focus back to Long Chen. However, Long Chen was smiling at him derisively and then pointed at the experts from the Flame Divine Hall. When Zhang Yibin looked over, he was instantly horrified. A beautiful maiden wearing the luxurious thousand phoenix feather dress and wielding the blazed dragon bone whip blasted apart the head of one of the Flame Divine Hall's experts. Chapter 4917, Powerful Huo Linger. This maiden was Huo Linger. With the thousand phoenix feather dress and the blazed dragon bone whip in her possession, her power was even above Huo Qinwu's. These two divine weapons could unleash their full power in her hands because Huo Linger could provide enough energy to raise them. Previously, the thousand phoenix feather dress and the blazed dragon bone whip were constantly in a state of starvation. The Flame Divine Hall only fed them enough so that they didn't weaken. However, with Huo Linger, they no longer had to worry about food. That was why these two divine weapons were hellbent on following her. Moreover, Huo Linger wasn't a human but a flame spirit, so they trusted her more. As soon as they joined Huo Linger's side, they proved their worth. Furthermore, they didn't need to worry about running out of energy when fighting, as they had an endless energy source. Thus, they put all their energy into their attacks. Originally, Long Chen had planned on having Huo Linger block Zhang Yibin, while Lei Linger sneak attack the Flame Divine Hall's people. However, when Long Chen told them his plan, Lei Linger opposed the plan. She felt that she could block at least one attack from Zhang Yibin, while Huo Linger sneak attacked them. As a flame spirit, she could sneak in under the fluctuations of their flame energy. In truth, Long Chen had also considered this. However, he was worried about whether or not Lei Linger could block Zhang Yibin. After all, the latter was a powerful heaven saint. However, Long Chen also didn't want to reject Lei Linger, who normally didn't speak and express her feelings. Long Chen knew how prideful she was. Huo Linger's power had grown immensely as he possessed two powerful Heaven Saint divine weapons, and this triggered Lei Linger's competitive side. If Long Chen rejected her idea, Lei Linger would definitely be hurt. Thus, Long Chen could only act like he hadn't thought of how Huo Linger would have an advantage in the sneak attack. He even praised Lei Linger for thinking of it, making her smile. Lei Linger had always been very pitiful. Although she possessed powerful heavenly tribulation power, she was only able to eat her fill during his tribulations. After eating her fill, she had to immediately fight alongside him until his next tribulation. The beginning of this cycle wasn't so bad, but toward the end, her power was clearly unable to keep up. Huo Linger ended up outpacing her. However, this time, Lei Linger showed off her immense power and wits. She intentionally released the might of heavenly tribulation, distracting Zhang Yibin. After that, she sent her thunder force all around Zhang Yibin, making him unable to tell where her attack was coming from. It was only at the last moment that Lei Linger unleashed her attack. Despite being far weaker than him, she managed to accomplish her mission with her wits. This was a pleasant surprise for Long Chen. Lei Linger was actually much smarter than Huo Linger. As for Huo Linger, she imitated the fluctuations of the Vice Hall Master's flame energy and hid in the void. When Zhang Yibin attacked, she launched the blazed dragon bone whip at one of the Flame Divine Hall's experts, destroying his head. Whether due to lingering resentment from being starved in the Flame Divine Hall or some other reason, the blazed dragon bone whip unexpectedly opened its maw and devoured the entire corpse of the Heaven Saint after crushing his skull. Once this Heaven Saint was killed, heaven and earth shuddered, and a formation diagram appeared in the air. This formation diagram had 36 points shining brightly, but now, one of them went dark. I just knew that you old dogs wouldn't have any good intentions. You wanted to be the Oriole this time. Long Chen sneered. Although he didn't know what this formation was for exactly, based on what he saw, it looked like they wanted to capture the devil corpse. Perhaps they even wanted to get the square heaven seal. This formation covered all of heaven and earth, resembling 36 eyes watching everything. When one of those eyes went dark, the entire formation quivered and became unstable. Zhang Yibin's expression instantly changed. At this moment, the Vice Hall Master's furious roar rang out. You idiot, stabilize the heavenly divination grand formation. Zhang Yibin immediately returned to his position. When the Vice Hall Master roared, Long Chen and Mo Nian both felt the pressure on them increase. The cage started to inflate, looking like it would burst. On the other side, the square heaven seal was flickering as Xing Wuzhong's ancestral mark burned. He had clearly reached a critical juncture. Huo Linger, shouted Long Chen. Huo Linger wasted no time in launching another attack, this time targeting another heaven saint. She swiftly formed hand seals, causing the 1,000 phoenix feather dress to tremble as 1,000 true feathers coalesced into a raging torrent. Meanwhile, one of the Heaven Saints found himself targeted by the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip. Unable to evade due to his position, he braced himself for the impact. Blood sprayed from his mouth upon the whiplash, but he remained steadfast and didn't move his feet. "Hold on," roared Zhang Yibin, rushing over. However, he was one step too late. A deluge of true feathers crashed into him and over 10 other Heaven Saints. Despite their efforts to block with all their power, they were forced out of position. Their formation instantly grew chaotic. "Die!" Zhang Yibin roared. If this continued, their grand formation would completely break. He thrust his sword at Huo Linger. As the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip had returned to her, she swung it at Zhang Yibin's sword. The two divine weapons collided, sending both Huo Linger and Zhang Yibin staggering backward. Neither side gained the upper hand in this exchange. The spectators couldn't help but gasp. They could tell that Huo Linger wasn't human but a flame spirit that Long Chen was nurturing. For a single flame spirit to be able to fight evenly with Zhang Yibin was absolutely shocking. Just as Huo Linger and Zhang Yibin started fighting, Lei Linger charged into the Flame Divine Hall's formation. When those experts saw Lei Linger, they instantly cried out. They had just endured the impact of 1,000 Phoenix True Feathers. While it was a wide area attack, its power was still enough to make them cough up blood, throwing even their Heaven Saint power into disorder. Just as they were injured and unable to bring out their full power, Lei Linger came. However, her lightning sword didn't strike any single one of them. Instead, she stabbed it into the earth. Following that, all her power poured into her sword. With a flash, she returned to the primal chaos space, feeling incredibly weak now. As for the lightning sword that she left behind on the ground, it suddenly exploded. Lightning fragments blasted through the air, devouring everyone within the formation. Chapter 4918, Phoenixes Dance Through the Nine Heavens. Lightning ravaged the land as 10,000 lightning swords sliced through the air. These swords were the condensation of Lei Linger's core energy. She had exhausted all of her energy to unleash this attack. These Heaven Saints knew they couldn't move. At this moment, they could only rely on their protective divine light to block it, or the formation would disperse. However, their instincts did not permit them to do this. Half of their power went into blocking the lightning swords, resulting in the lightning swords slicing through their bodies. Blood sprayed from their wounds. Huo Linger's attack had previously taken half their life, and now that Lei Linger's attack came, they couldn't hold on. Once they were sent flying, the grand formation crumbled. At the same time, the devil corpse, the head, and the square heaven seal quivered, their auras growing explosively. They were using this formation to suppress the devil corpse and the square heaven seal's power. Long Chen instantly understood. It seemed that the Flame Divine Hall had been secretly controlling the devil corpse and the square heaven seal the entire time. However, the formation was so well hidden that Xing Wuzhong or even the square heaven seal hadn't realized it. Naturally, the Flame Divine Hall wasn't doing this to help Xing Wuzhong. Their true goal was to wait until everyone else was exhausted and injured, and then they would dive in for the final blow, taking everything in one fell swoop. They wanted the devil corpse, the square heaven seal, and even Xing Wuzhong's life. However, what Long Chen didn't know was that this heavenly divination grand formation was a secret art of the Flame Divine Hall. The Flame Divine Hall's inheritance didn't prioritize formations, as their focus had always been on mastering flame arts. With an abundance of flame divine abilities available, one could spend a lifetime studying them without mastering even a fraction. Thus, any formations included in their inheritance were all the best of the best. The Heavenly Divination Grand Formation, in particular, was not designed for killing or defense. Instead, it served as a sealing formation. The Heavenly Divination Grand Formation had multiple forms: the 18 Heavenly Divination Formation, the 36 Heavenly Divination Grand Formation, and the 72 Heavenly Divination Grand Formation. The number referred to the number of people required. Furthermore, possessing a Heaven Saint cultivation base was the most basic requirement. Furthermore, the Heaven Saints using this formation needed to be evenly matched in terms of soul energy, spiritual energy, physical energy, bloodline power, flame energy, and many other attributes. This was a rather stringent condition. However, the Flame Divine Hall was a large faction capable of gathering 36 experts that met this condition. They then joined together to form the 36 Heavenly Divination Grand Formation to seal the Devil Corpse and Square Heaven Seal. The terrifying aspect of this formation lay in its ability to be executed silently, evading detection from anyone. Legend had it that it operated according to a heavenly divination art. Those so-called heavenly divination arts were similar to heavenly fate arts, which were connected to the secret workings of the heavenly Taos. Hence, they were shrouded in mystery. Despite Xing Wuzhong's power and the square heaven seal's experience, neither of them had sensed the presence of the heavenly divination grand formation, which highlighted its truly formidable nature. When the heavenly divination grand formation broke, the square heaven seal and the devil corpse's auras rapidly grew. Xing Wuzhong was shocked but also delighted, finding that once this formation broke, the power of his ancestral mark was finally invading the square heaven seal. The square heaven seal instantly turned red as intense flames burst out of it. Zhang Yibin was stunned. He had never expected that their specially prepared heavenly divination grand formation would be breached because of his brashness. Regret overwhelmed him. If he hadn't left his post, causing one piece of the formation to be missing, no one would have been able to harm his companions. Now that the formation was broken, there was no escaping the blame for it. This was a sin he could not bear. He couldn't help but look toward the prison that Long Chen and Mo Nian were maintaining. All of a sudden, he felt a chill and had the urge to flee as far as he could. The destruction of the heavenly divination grand formation meant that the square heaven seal and the devil corpse were no longer under their control. If both of them were destroyed, the only way to atone for his sins would be through his death. Long Chen, hand over your life. Zhang Yibin suddenly roared and charged at Long Chen, casting all his anger and terror on Long Chen. However, just as he did, Huo Linger's blazed dragon bone whip surged forward with a piercing whistle. Its flames erupted, unleashing a powerful force that left Zhang Yibin with no choice but to switch to a defensive stance. The impact sent him flying backward. Enraged by yet another setback, Zhang Yibin found himself at a loss. In Huo Linger's hands, the blazed dragon bone whip exhibited far more power than it had in Huo Qinwu's possession. Despite his efforts, he couldn't gain an upper hand over Huo Linger. These repeated failures left Zhang Yibin seething with frustration. How was it possible that he, a distinguished heaven saint, was unable to overcome a mere flame spirit? Kill Long Chen together, shouted Zhang Yibin. Right now, all he could do was kill Long Chen and free the Vice Hall Master. Perhaps that was the only way he could survive. Flustered by the collapse of their formation, all the flame Divine Hall's experts followed Zhang Yibin's order and attacked. They were already incensed at being repeatedly injured by Huo Linger and Lei Linger, so their killing intent instantly exploded as if they wanted to tear Long Chen to pieces. Thousand Flame Revolution, phoenixes dance through the 9 heavens. Just as they moved, Huo Linger let out a light cry that resounded through the air. She formed hand seals, and the feathers on her dress flew off, transforming into enormous ancient phoenixes. This was a technique contained within the 1000 Phoenix feather dress itself. However, ever since the 1000 Phoenix feather dress was made, all the way until Huo Qinwu inherited it, no one had ever dared to use this move. That was because unleashing this move meant losing control over the feathers. They would be free to leave. However, Huo Linger wasn't afraid of that as the 1000 Phoenix feather dress was completely loyal to her. In her hands, it could finally consume to its heart's content. Given how it had been starving before, it might refuse to leave even if she tried to force it. 1000 true feathers transformed into 1000 ancient phoenixes. They aligned themselves with precision, each phoenix's mouth lined up with the tail of the one in front of it. As they spread their wings, they formed a long, revolving line that fully protected Long Chen and Mo Nian. These heaven saints attacked with all their might but were unable to break this defense. Some launched a full-power attack on one phoenix in hopes of breaking through, but regretfully, even if they all attacked a single phoenix, the attack's power would be spread throughout all the phoenixes. This defense could be called flawless. Good job, praised Mo Nian. He had been about to take out more Heaven Saint divine weapons and detonate them. However, those weapons were not the half-crippled divine weapons he had taken out before. They were still usable. Perhaps he wouldn't use them, but they would sell for quite a bit of money. Hence, he was a bit unwilling to just detonate them. However, Huo Linger managed to block all these heaven saints on her own, causing Mo Nian to feel envious. If she was someone else's flame spirit, perhaps he would be thinking some devious thoughts at this moment. Just then, Long Chen and Mo Nian's expressions changed. Their cage bulged, a sign that the Vice Hall Master was about to break free. Long Chen glanced over at Xing Wuzhong, who had reached the most critical moment. The ancestral mark was now fully embedded in the square heaven seal, and a giant chain had wrapped around it in a cross formation. Long Chen instantly tensed. They were just one step away. Once that giant chain exploded, the square heaven seal and the devil corpse would be destroyed. Hold on, Long Chen and Mo Nian shouted at almost the same time. They knew that Xing Wuzhong was about to succeed. However, just then, a shocking change occurred. A masked figure appeared with a certain object in his hand, shooting straight at Xing Wuzhong. In an instant, Long Chen and Mo Nian's expressions changed. Chapter 4919, Boundless Killing Intent. He shouldn't be able to get through the square heaven seal and the devil corpse's protective divine light, exclaimed Mo Nian as he clenched his teeth. In this entire battlefield, only Xing Wuzhong and the Vice Hall Master possessed the prowess to breach the protective divine light, a privilege reserved solely for those who had touched the Emperor Gate. Ordinary heaven saints were completely incapable of getting through, which was why Zhang Yibin and the others didn't attack Xing Wuzhong. However, the arrival of the masked man made Long Chen extremely uneasy. This fellow was not just powerful but also extremely insidious. He was an incredible schemer and wasn't so easy to deal with. Long Chen didn't believe that the masked man would just ram himself into the devil corpse's divine light, as that would be a suicide mission. He was worried that the masked man had other means to disturb Xing Wuzhong. Nevertheless, Long Chen and Mo Nian had to focus all their power on containing the Vice Hall Master, unable to relax in the slightest. As a result, they could only watch as the masked man approached the corpse. When Long Chen saw what the masked man was holding, his pupils contracted. It was a bloody arm. Long Chen instantly felt a chill. When the masked man was still far away from the protective divine light, he threw the bloody hand at the devil corpse. That's. Mo Nian also saw what it was, an arm with devil chi swirling around it. He recognized it to be the arm of the devil expert who had fought with him for the devil corpse. They had vaguely seen the masked man pursue the devil expert. However, to their astonishment, HHE had actually come back with that devil expert's arm. Boom! When this arm struck the protective divine light, it exploded. Its blood then flowed through the light and merged into the devil corpse. After absorbing the blood, the devil corpse quivered intensely, and its head also started to shake. A berserk devil chi crashed against heaven and earth. As the devil corpse shook, runes started to light up across its body. Seeing this, Xing Wuzhong roared, and flames burst from him as he ignited his own essence blood to sustain the burning of his ancestral mark. Despite his efforts, the devil corpse, nourished by the fresh blood, seemed to awaken further. No matter how hard Xing Wuzhong tried to suppress it, he couldn't prevent its revival. Long Chen and Mo Nian were both ashen. The devil corpse had been dead for so many years, and its head had been under the control of the square heaven seal. Even if they did merge, they would still be under the square heaven seal's control. In other words, the square heaven seal was actually the real enemy. However, by burning his ancestral mark, Xing Wuzhong had wrested control over the square heaven seal, diminishing its hold over the corpse. Nourished by its descendants' blood, the devil corpse seemed to be awakening. All their previous efforts could be said to be wasted. Right now, Xing Wuzhong had two options. One was to release the ancestral mark chain, allowing the square heaven seal to compete with the devil corpse for control, or he could continue binding the square heaven seal and let the devil corpse awaken. In any case, the result would be disastrous. The square heaven seal had merged with the devil head and could not be extracted. Whether it was the square heaven seal in control of the devil corpse or the devil corpse in control of the square heaven seal, either result would bring forth a calamity. At this moment, even Xing Wuzhong, who had lived through countless dangers and experiences, found his mind going blank. In the end, he shook his head bitterly and sighed. I knew this was fate, but I still refused to admit defeat. Unfortunately, even if one refuses to submit to fate, they still lose, Xing Wuzhong muttered bitterly. Xing Wuzhong could no longer control the square heaven seal, and a terrifying shockwave instantly sent him flying out of the divine light. At the same time, Long Chen and Mo Nian couldn't trap the Vice Palace Master any longer. When he shattered the cage, sinister killing intent burned in his eyes as he hovered in the air. However, he didn't immediately attack Long Chen and Mo Nian, nor did he curse Zhang Yibin. Instead, he ignored everyone else and fixed his gaze on the devil corpse. Countless runes appeared on the devil corpse, half of which had already awakened. It was clearly in the midst of waking up. A giant whirlpool appeared above its head, crazily absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. It felt like it would consume the entire world. Devil chi erupted, transforming this world into a devil realm. Everyone around was shocked. Whether they were part of the fight or not, this terrifying sight was unlike anything they had ever seen. It was like the end of the world was imminent. Long Chen and Mo Nian's expressions were grim. The masked man, hovering in the air, sneered derisively, "You dared to ruin my plans, so don't even think of getting what you want. Hee, the devil corpse is absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Once its devil soul awakens, it will slaughter everyone. This is the result of you two fools provoking me, ha ha ha." The masked man laughed delightedly, reveling in his vengeance. Mo Nian and Long Chen's expressions of despair were immensely satisfying to him. "You idiot, do you know what you've done?" roared Mo Nian. "Hee, of course I do. I also know that there are 3 ancient cities in the vicinity and over 700 smaller cities. There are countless humans in the area. It just so happens that this devil corpse will be reaping souls to awaken its consciousness as quickly as possible. It'll definitely kill many humans," chortled the masked man. "You're also human. You're using it to kill your own race. Are you an animal?" Mo Nian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. "I want to. What can you do about it?" sneered the masked man. It seemed that he was intentionally provoking Long Chen and Mo Nian, as if seeing more humans die would delight him. "I will tear your corpse into 10,000 pieces, said Long Chen as he clenched his fists. He hadn't hated someone this much for so long. Just then, Xing Wuzhong's voice cut through the tension, drawing Long Chen and Mo Nian's attention to him. Xing Wuzhong looked at them with a warm smile. "Being able to have 2 brothers like you has been the greatest honor of my life. Unfortunately, we met too late. I'm sorry that I can only accompany you 2 to this point as your big brother. Take care." Long Chen and Mo Nian were both stunned as they witnessed Xing Wuzhong slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the heavenly aura surrounding him vanished. In an instant, he pierced through the devil corpse's protective divine light and appeared directly above the square heaven seal. Chapter 4920. Use blood to pave the road, use bones to build the bridge. No one knew what power Xing Wuzhong was using, but he directly pierced the devil corpse's protective divine light to appear above the square heaven seal. Xing Wuzhong rubbed the square heaven seal, his expression filled with guilt. "This was all caused by my Xing family's powerlessness. We failed to stand by you in your trials. You fought against the devil head for so many years, enduring its corruption, but no one from the Xing family came to your aid. You had to face it alone until now. It was my family that let you down." Xing Wuzhong's voice choked with sobs. He couldn't harbor resentment toward the square heaven seal. Despite it preventing him from having descendants, he knew it wasn't the seal's will, but rather the influence of the devil soul. Regretfully, the Xing family had long since declined. Even after countless years, they had not managed to produce a true expert capable of helping the square heaven seal. If they could help the square heaven seal, even to just buy it a moment of rest from time to time, perhaps it wouldn't have been infected by the devil's soul. The square heaven seal became translucent, revealing a scene from the past. Within it, a small boy of 6 or 7 years old appeared, immersed in bitter cultivation. Beside him stood a stern elder wielding a wooden stick, correcting his every mistake with a swift strike. Each blow left a bloody mark on the child, who clenched his teeth in silent determination, refusing to back down. Day and night, the boy worked hard, undeterred by hardship. With each passing day, he became stronger. These were Xing Wuzhong's footsteps. Xing Wuzhong wept. The square heaven seal had always treated him like a son, but he understood that the devil soul was manipulating its emotions, making it difficult for him to carry out his next action. With outstretched arms, Xing Wuzhong embraced the square heaven seal as if it were family. Closing his eyes, he started to merge into it. Blood-colored ripples instantly spread across the entire surface of the square heaven seal. Long Chen and Mo Nian roared in disbelief as they watched Xing Wuzhong sacrifice his own life to merge with the square heaven seal. It was the only way to temporarily wrest control of the square heaven seal from the devil soul. Suddenly, countless cracks spider-webbed across the surface of the square heaven seal. Similar cracks appeared on the devil corpse, signaling its merging with the square heaven seal had already begun. "I've never felt such hatred." Mo Nian's fists clenched, his nails digging into his palm. It was the second time he hated himself so intensely for his powerlessness, the first being the apocalyptic battle of the martial heaven continent. After experiencing that pain, Mo Nian had dedicated himself to becoming stronger, believing he would never feel so helpless again. Yet, this familiar feeling of powerlessness overwhelmed him once more. "Then you should just die instead of shouting," sneered the masked man from a distance. He died because of you too. You should die to atone for your sins. Don't worry, I will send Xing Wuzhong's descendants after you one by one so you can be together. At that moment, the devil corpse and the square heaven seal started to fall apart. However, instead of leaking, their power turned inward. Space collapsed, and their fragments were constantly crushed. In front of countless people, both the square heaven seal and the devil corpse exploded, leaving behind a giant black hole resembling a gaping maw. The world became quiet. The black hole faded away, as if the square heaven seal and the devil corpse had never existed, nor did Xing Wuzhong. Long Chen and Mo Nian stood in shock as Xing Wuzhong vanished before their eyes, leaving behind a void in their hearts. Suddenly, they found themselves surrounded by the people of the Flame Divine Hall. However, they weren't alone. Over 100 other heaven saints, leaders of various factions, also encircled them, clearly following the Flame Divine Hall's lead. Previously, only a portion of these factions had been standing on the Flame Divine Hall's side, the rest were just watching, cautious of Xing Wuzhong's formidable reputation and his control over the square heaven seal. No one dared to underestimate him. However, everything had changed. With the destruction of the square heaven seal and Xing Wuzhong's demise, the balance of power shifted. Although the Flame Divine Hall no longer had any need for them, these factions could still serve as pawns, even if only as expendable ones. The two of you did pretty well just now. You actually managed to trap me and ruin the heavenly divination grand formation. Even if it was because of a certain fool, this feat is still amazing, said the Vice Hall Master as he gazed down on Long Chen and Mo Nian from the air. Hearing this, Zhang Yibin couldn't help but sweat, though he felt a sense of relief. Although the Vice Hall Master cursed him for being a fool, it also represented that he wouldn't get too severe of a punishment. As the Vice Hall Master's trusted aide, Zhang Yibin had acted promptly to assist him when he was in trouble. Even though Zhang Yibin had made a mistake, the Vice Hall Master was willing to overlook it. After all, he had done it while thinking of the Vice Hall Master. Meanwhile, Long Chen and Mo Nian remained fixated on the spot where Xing Wuzhong had vanished. They couldn't accept his sudden departure. It felt like they were trapped in a nightmare, oblivious to the words of the Vice Hall Master. Have you gone mute, or are you too terrified to speak? Could it be that you've given up and are quietly awaiting death? Sneered the masked man. After a long time, Mo Nian turned to Long Chen and asked, "What do you think?" Long Chen's expression was ice cold, black spots appearing in his eyes as his aura grew dark and sinister. He seemed different, but he was oblivious to the change, and even Mo Nian didn't notice it. What is there to say? Big brother Wuzhong has passed on. As his brothers, we have to send him help. Long Chen's voice was slightly hoarse. What help? Asked Mo Nian. We'll pave the road with blood and build the bridge with bones. How else will big brother Wuzhong rest in peace in the 9 springs? Replied Long Chen, his tone resolute. Ha ha ha. The surrounding experts laughed at Long Chen and Mo Nian's words. The masked man joined in the laughter. You really are laughably foolish. How can 2 pieces of trash like you say such grandiose words? Are you ready? Long Chen asked Mo Nian, his gaze intense. He held a peculiar crystal in his hand. The appearance of this crystal didn't cause any reaction from the crowd. However, when the Vice Hall Master saw it, his expression suddenly darkened. Long Chen tightened his grip and shattered the crystal, sending a strange ripple spreading in every direction. This ripple covered everyone. The masked man was startled, but he quickly realized that the ripple didn't do anything to him. Just as he was about to mock Long Chen, the Heaven Saints started to cry out in terror. My cultivation base, it's been suppressed. Chapter 4921, Reaping Heaven Saints. The crystal Long Chen crushed was the ancient jade he had obtained when he reclaimed the Academy's foundation. The Earth Cauldron had refined it, telling him that it was a piece of primal chaos with the laws of primal chaos, which was what allowed it to seal the cultivation base of Heaven Saints down to the Divine Venerate realm. After the Earth Cauldron obtained the jade, it absorbed half of its energy and refined its remaining essence into this crystal. When Long Chen crushed it, every Heaven Saint's cultivation base was instantly suppressed. When Long Chen raised his left hand, a flame lotus rapidly expanded and enveloped everyone. Long Chen gave them no chance to dodge. The world extermination flame lotus exploded, releasing a torrent of berserk flame energy. The Heaven Saints closest to Long Chen, those at the core of the battlefield, had been engulfed by the flame before they could even react, their bodies charred black. They screamed in agony and tried to flee, but a merciless saber cleaved through the crowd, slicing them in two. In an instant, 13 heaven saints fell to Evilmoon, all of them from the Flame Divine Hall. As flame element cultivators, the potency of the world extermination flame lotus was significantly diminished against them. Even so, with their cultivation bases sealed, they were powerless to block Evilmoon. They could only run. As for the other heaven saints who had gathered to demonstrate their allegiance to the Flame Divine Hall, they didn't have the opportunity to flee far. The flame wave consumed them, reducing them to ash. They had come like rulers in charge of other people's life and death. However, in the next instant, they became prisoners, their cries drowned by the vortex of death. Just as Long Chen unleashed the world extermination flame lotus, Mo Nian raised his bow. Scale-like runes materialized on his arm, and blood trickled from his wound, flowing into the bow's sturdy frame. After his essence blood was absorbed, a pillar of light exploded out of the bowstring, transforming into thousands of arrows that tore through the air with a haunting wail, reminiscent of ghouls demanding for souls. Despite his rage, Mo Nian was still steady like a rock. He specifically targeted the heaven saints on the edge of Long Chen's seal effect. If they just took another step, they would be able to flee. However, these arrows instantly pierced through them without mercy. They screamed as their wounds started to rapidly decay, and those struck in a vital spot instantly died. However, some managed to escape with superficial wounds. Nonetheless, the entire battlefield now reeked of a putrid odor, and an unsettling sensation swept over every individual present, as if they had been tainted by something bizarre. It all unfolded so swiftly that the experts barely had time to react. In the blink of an eye, dozens of heaven saints lay dead, alongside an unknown number of earth saints and mortal saints. Within the raging flames, Huo Linger was like a tiger amongst a flock of sheep. Clad in the 1,000 phoenix feather dress and wielding the blaze dragon bone whip, she mercilessly cut down the heaven saints in her path. Meanwhile, Mo Nian continued his relentless assault, firing arrows fueled by his essence blood and imbued with corpse poison obtained from underground. Each arrow became a harbinger of death, unleashed without hesitation. Amongst everyone, only the Vice Hall Master remained relatively unaffected. His aura was still in the Heaven Saint realm. Seeing Evilmoon slaughtering the Flame Divine Hall's experts, he roared and shot over, grabbing Evilmoon by the hilt. The Vice Hall Master clasped Evilmoon firmly in his grasp. A sense of delight surged within him as he sensed the boundless power within Evilmoon. Everyone knew that Long Chen's divine weapon had a shocking origin, yet it wasn't unleashing that much power. While it was in a weak state, its potential was limitless. However, in the next moment, his joy vanished. Sharp pain seared through his hand as countless barbs sprouted from Evilmoon's hilt, piercing through his flesh. "You dare to touch me?" Evilmoon's sinister voice rang out like the murmur of a devil king from hell, sinister and arrogant. Even an expert above Heaven Saints appeared low in front of it. Having a bad feeling, the Vice Hall Master tried to fling Evilmoon away. However, to his surprise, he found that Evilmoon was stuck to his hand. The barbs from the hilt of Evilmoon pierced through the Vice Hall Master's hand, coiling together to bind his hand firmly. Evilmoon suddenly blazed with light, and the Vice Hall Master felt his energy rapidly flowing away. It was as if a dam had burst, and he was powerless to stop the flow. He was absolutely horrified. If this continued, in a few breaths, his energy would be sucked dry. Without hesitation, he made a ruthless decision and slashed off his own arm at the elbow. Just as he severed his arm, the divine light filling the sky vanished, and their cultivation bases were restored. Huo Linger's blaze dragon bone whip clashed with the weapons of over 10 heaven saints. Initially, Huo Linger could have easily dispatched them even when they joined forces, but with their cultivation bases restored, they managed to overpower her, sending her flying backward. Similarly, Mo Nian's blood arrows lost their sharpness, shattering upon impact before they could strike their targets. Seeing this scene, the fleeing experts halted their escape. The terror on their faces vanished, replaced by a primal savagery. At this moment, the ground was already littered with corpses. In but a few blinks of an eye, over 200 heaven saints met their end. Thousands of earth saints no longer had full corpses, and the number of mortal saints who perished was incalculable. With Long Chen engaging in close combat, Mo Nian attacking from afar, and Huo Linger cutting down enemies in between, casualties mounted across all factions. When the seal dissipated, the surviving experts cast hateful glares at Long Chen and Mo Nian. The Flame Divine Hall's group, once boasting 36 heaven saints, was reduced to just 7 people, including Zhang Yiban. Due to how close they were to the heart of the battlefield, they suffered the worst losses. Zhang Yibin and the others were gnashing their teeth. Throughout the annals of the Divine Flame Hall, they had never suffered such a humiliating defeat, especially at the hands of mere divine venerates. If news of this battle spread, the Flame Divine Hall would become laughingstocks. Now it's our turn. How are you going to face my anger? Demanded the Vice Hall Master gloomily. Chapter 4922, Maha Limitless. Your anger. Long Chen's eyes blazed with icy, murderous intent as he spoke, his voice tinged with a hint of madness. You dare to speak of anger? If it weren't for you, Big Brother Wuzhong wouldn't have sacrificed his own life to shatter the square heaven seal, which was like family to him. You dare to say others can just die for all you care, but when your own people perish, they have to face your wrath. Do you treat other people like grass? You dare to unleash your fury upon others with impunity, while expecting them to silently endure it. The masked expert, who had vanished to who knew where when Long Chen crushed the crystal, returned once more, mocking him. That is correct. As an ant, you should just accept your fate. Resistance only brings you more pain and makes you pay a greater price. No matter what you do, you should first consider whether or not you can handle the consequences of your actions. Ants should live their lowly lives and not touch things that aren't meant for them. Long Chen, don't waste words on them. If we don't kill them until rivers of blood flow, how will we face Big Brother Wuzhong? Leave the Vice Hall Master to me. Can you handle the rest of them? Asked Mo Nian. Can you handle him? Long Chen was startled. Seeing Mo Nian's furious appearance, he thought that he might do something stupid. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything like sacrificing myself for an idiot like him. Why would I trade my precious body for the life of an animal? Answered Mo Nian. After saying that, Mo Nian took out an arrow. Upon its appearance, everyone's expression changed as it emitted a powerful emperor might, along with the aura of the devil corpse. Suddenly, Mo Nian stabbed the arrowhead into his own palm. When it pierced his palm, his eyes turned scarlet, and he started to murmur. Blood and fire mix, love and hate intersect. My hate originates from my lost love. The hatred of my heart, my mind, my spirit, and my soul, nothing can extinguish it. With this arrow as the bridge, with heaven and earth as the handle, with this raging emotion in my body, heart, mind, soul, and spirit, bestow me the full power of the Maha Limitless. Heaven and earth trembled when they heard Mo Nian's voice. As the Emperor aura quivered in his hand, the Emperor runes on it started to shine brightly, growing stronger. When he said the name, Maha Limitless, it was like a bolt of lightning shooting through heaven and earth, the entire world echoing the name. The arrow suddenly fell from Mo Nian's hand, but the Emperor rune remained on his palm. His aura instantly became ancient and vast like the sea, as if he were possessed by an ancient god. A dragon image appeared around him. Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. Zhang Yibin and the others were shocked. Following that, they saw an even more shocking sight. Another dragon image emerged, then a third, a fourth, and a fifth. It only stopped when 9 dragon figures revolved around Mo Nian. He now had the aura of an emperor, shocking everyone. 8 is a saint, but 9 is an emperor. Has he become an emperor? The onlookers' voices quivered in shock and fear. When a heaven saint condensed a heaven vein, it indicated that they had taken a significant step forward. From a certain perspective, they were no longer simply heaven saints, they had reached an even higher level. However, this level had no official name, and no one had ever given it one. People usually referred to them according to how many heaven veins they had condensed. Xing Wuzhong had condensed a single heaven vein, as had the Vice Hall Master, but there was a large difference between them. Xing Wuzhong's heaven vein was still in an embryonic form, making it translucent and not fully formed, while the Vice Hall Master's heaven vein was complete. This was why the moment the Vice Hall Master showed his heaven vein Dragon Chi, Xing Wuzhong regretted asking Long Chen and Mo Nian to stop him. To have 2 divine venerates attempt to stop an existence even he couldn't defeat was an utterly unreasonable request. If the 2 of them died because of it, he would feel regret for the rest of his life. However, Mo Nian had just summoned 9 complete heaven vein Dragon Chi. These dragon figures, though somewhat illusory-like, had scales and claws. They all exuded an emperor aura, terrifying everyone. No, he isn't an emperor. According to legend, an emperor is supposed to have all 9 dragons merge into one, right? However, his 9 heaven vein dragon chis are all scattered, pointed out a heaven emperor. Even so, for a divine venerate disciple to condense such immense power was enough to shock all the surrounding experts. Suddenly, Mo Nian shot into motion, his palm crashing toward the Vice Hall Master. This Emperor rune is indeed formidable. Unfortunately, with your strength, just how much of its power can you truly harness? Once your energy is exhausted, you will be vulnerable prey, the Vice Hall Master sneered. A flame sword condensed in his hand, and at the same time, his manifestation burst into existence behind him, accompanied by a faint chanting sound. The Flame Divine Hall's experts were taken aback by this display. They hadn't anticipated their Vice Hall Master summoning his manifestation against a divine venerate disciple, let alone invoking the Nirvana scripture. He had entered his strongest combat state. Most frightening of all, they even saw a divine statue fading in and out of his manifestation. He was even mobilizing his faith energy. Among all the experts present, only the Vice Hall Master truly understood just how terrifying Mo Nian was. This arrow contained the undying will of a true emperor, otherwise, it would have been impossible for it to suppress the devil corpse for so many years. However, just as the Vice Hall Master had pointed out, Mo Nian himself was too weak. There was no way he could endure the impact of so much emperor power for a long time. Had Mo Nian's cultivation base been higher, perhaps in the Sage King realm, Saint realm, or even the initial Eternal realm, the Vice Hall Master would have immediately turned tail and fled. Unfortunately, Mo Nian was only in the Divine Venerate realm. Even with the reinforcement of the Emperor might, he could not harness that much power. Hence, the Vice Hall Master did not fear him and attacked Mo Nian with his sword. Mo Nian's palm crashed into him, and in that instant, the Vice Hall Master's expression completely changed. His face went from white to purple. Blood sprayed out of his mouth as he was sent flying. Zhang Yibin and the others' jaws dropped, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Chapter 4923, The Strongest Dragon Blood Battle Armor. The Vice Hall Master had unleashed his full power and even used his divine weapon to block Mo Nian's palm, but he was still sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. This result was something no one had expected, including Long Chen. He hadn't expected Mo Nian to have such a terrifying trump card. However, when Mo Nian's palm sent the Vice Hall Master flying, his manifestation suddenly trembled. The image of a divine palace and a soaring pine in his manifestation quivered. Seeing this scene, Long Chen instantly understood. Mo Nian was using the power of his manifestation as a buffer to control the Emperor might, rather than directly absorbing the rune's power. Just as the Vice Hall Master had said, if Mo Nian did that, he wouldn't be able to endure it and wouldn't pose a threat to the Vice Hall Master. However, to everyone's astonishment, Mo Nian's manifestation was exceptionally powerful. The Emperor might first entered his manifestation before permeating his body. After going through his manifestation, this Emperor power posed much less of a burden on him. It was due to this that Mo Nian could endure such a vast amount of energy. Now, even the Vice Hall Master could not block a single attack from him. However, after this attack, Mo Nian's manifestation shuddered intensely. This kind of energy transfer was extremely dangerous to him. If the Emperor power blasted his manifestation apart, he would be doomed, and even if he survived, he would become a cripple. To be taking such a huge risk, Mo Nian was clearly extremely enraged. Mo Nian and Long Chen were good brothers who had narrowly escaped death together numerous times. However, there was a large difference in their characters. Long Chen acted more according to his feelings, driven by impulse. Once he got angry, he wouldn't submit to anyone, not even the heavens. He'd go all out at the drop of a pin, and many people saw this trait as an immense flaw. On the other hand, Mo Nian was more rational. No matter how angry he got, he always maintained his composure. It was this trait that allowed him to outwit enemies far stronger than him time and time again. However, Mo Nian's disposition was related to his experiences. The enemies he typically faced were dead people, so just how was he supposed to unleash his anger on them? Today, the situation was different. He had watched Xing Wuzhong die while feeling utterly powerless, all because of his inability to complete his mission. As a result, he could no longer maintain his rationality. Today, Daddy Mo will teach you how to act properly. Mo Nian roared, unleashing a tempest of attacks. Emperor runes manifested on his fists as they rained down on the Vice Hall Master. Mo Nian's fists were like warhammers, forcing back the Vice Hall Master repeatedly. As the fists contained Emperor power that shook the Vice Hall Master's sword, the Vice Hall Master could only defend passively and retreat. It was impossible for him to counterattack. The Emperor rune's power is limited. Let's see how long you can last, roared the Vice Hall Master. He spat out another mouthful of blood after Mo Nian's fist struck him again. Mo Nian was unrivaled now, and even the Vice Hall Master didn't dare to block his fists directly, only parrying them with his divine weapon. The Vice Hall Master couldn't even counterattack for fear that Mo Nian would willingly sacrifice his body to attack him. On this battlefield, only he truly understood just how dangerous Mo Nian's fists were. However, he refused to believe that this power could continue for long. Once the Emperor rune was depleted, Mo Nian would become his prey. Kill Long Chen, and then help the Vice Hall Master. At this moment, Zhang Yibin recovered from his shock. He then pointed his sword at Long Chen, his manifestation appearing behind him. The other experts of the Flame Divine Hall also stepped forward, accompanied by their henchmen. Initially, the latter had no personal enmity with Long Chen, their aim was simply to align themselves with the Flame Divine Hall. However, with their comrades slain by Long Chen, a deep-seated grudge had been formed. Long Chen, you evil murderer, I will tear your corpse to pieces. Return my patriarch's life, a murderous fool like you shouldn't be left alive in this world. Seeing Long Chen being targeted, these experts started to roar like bloodthirsty beasts, surrounding Long Chen. Surrounded by numerous heaven saints and countless earth saints, Long Chen stood firm, Evilmoon resting on his shoulder. He surveyed their contorted faces with a savage, bloodthirsty grin. Long Chen then popped a medicinal pill into his mouth. The moment he crushed it in his mouth, berserk medicinal energy erupted within him like a volcano. His dragon blood then blazed, and a brilliant dragon cry reverberated throughout the world. As the void beneath Long Chen's feet exploded, a pillar of light erupted into the sky, breaking the dome of the heavens and shooting into the starry sky. At this moment, Long Chen's headband broke, and his black hair billowed wildly in the air. Blood-colored dragon scales covered his body, each scale housing a complete dragon form within. These scales now gleamed with a metallic luster, casting a crimson hue over the entire world. Without the need for summoning, the dragon blood battle armor materialized around Long Chen, its fiery aura expanding to cover 10 times its usual area. The surrounding space twisted crazily due to the fiery inferno. It was like a fiery river crashing against the heavens, suffocating Zhang Yibin and the others with its pressure. Even so, they still gritted their teeth and dove into Long Chen's domain of blood flames. Zhang Yibin was the first to attack, swinging his sword at Long Chen's neck. Sparks flew as Long Chen swiftly turned his head at the last moment, parrying the strike. As the sword landed on Long Chen's shoulder instead, Zhang Yibin's pupils shrank to pinpoints in disbelief. His full-force strike failed to penetrate Long Chen's dragon scales. In fact, it didn't even shake Long Chen in the slightest. With haste, Zhang Yibin retreated as he had a foreboding feeling. He then heard a light sound and saw Long Chen swiftly receding into the distance. But then, he realized that the entire world seemed to have been sliced apart by an unseen force, the image in front of his eyes becoming distorted. Everything happened so fast that he couldn't comprehend what was happening. At this moment, familiar voices reached his ears, crying out his name in shock. However, those voices soon grew distant and muffled. His vision started to dim until he could see nothing at all. The experts of the Flame Divine Hall cried out in shock as Zhang Yibin was cleaved in two by Long Chen's saber. Before they could even comprehend what had occurred, an icy voice pierced the air, and a sinister saber swept out. 6 Forms in 1, Chapter 4924, Strange Treasure. As Evilmoon swept through the crowd, the Heaven Saints from the Flame Divine Hall cried out in panic, hastily attempting to block it with their weapons. However, their feeble defenses were swiftly sliced through, along with their bodies. The few survivors of the Flame Divine Hall met the same fate as they were mercilessly cut down by Evilmoon. As their blood sprayed through the air, it was greedily absorbed by Evilmoon. By now, Evilmoon had claimed the lives of many Heaven Saints and absorbed their fresh blood. Its aura grew increasingly ominous, akin to a wild beast shedding its shackles and revealing its true power. When Long Chen attacked Zhang Yibin amidst the flames, the observers didn't see it clearly. However, when Long Chen killed everyone from the Flame Divine Hall in a single stroke, they all witnessed it vividly. In that instant, all the experts attacking Long Chen were dumbfounded. Just like Mo Nian, Long Chen's power had surged by an unknown magnitude, shattering their courage. Despite their overwhelming urge to flee, their forward momentum was too strong, and any possible escape routes were blocked by the experts behind them. Moreover, The people at the rear weren't entirely sure what was happening at the front because their vision was blocked by their allies' manifestations. A heaven saint with a battle saber screamed in despair, "No!" Cyclone slash. Long Chen and Evilmoon transformed into a whirlwind that sliced through their enemies. When he was done, the battlefield became spacious. A line of broken corpses and shattered weapons lay behind him. Suddenly, Long Chen's gaze locked onto the masked man, who was staring in shock at him. The moment their eyes met, the masked man's soul shuddered. Ignoring the remaining heaven saints, Long Chen surged forward in pursuit of the masked man, his hatred for the masked man burning deep within his bones. Compared to the lives of all these heaven saints, Long Chen desired the masked man's life above all else, as it was ultimately his actions that led to Xing Wuzhong's death. The masked man quickly took out a talisman, evidently unwilling to fight Long Chen in this state. He shouted, "HMPH, I'll spare your life for now. Once you use up all your power, I'll take your head." Fully aware that both Long Chen and Mo Nian were pushing themselves beyond their limits for a temporary surge in power, the masked man deemed it wise to evade confrontation for the time being. However, just as the masked man reached out to crush the talisman, a bone dragon silently materialized behind him. Unaware of its presence, the masked man extended his hand directly into the bone dragon's gaping maw. With a swift motion, the bone dragon chomped down mercilessly. The masked man let out a piercing shriek as his hand was violently torn off. This bone dragon was none other than the transformed blaze dragon Bone Whip. During the chaos, Huo Linger had been guarding Long Chen. When Long Chen crushed the crystal and finished the slaughter, he secretly instructed Huo Linger to stealthily unleash the blaze dragon Bone Whip. Crafted from a blaze dragon's bones, the blaze dragon whip was an extremely valuable divine weapon. But sadly, it had been subjected to countless shackles and slave seals so the flame divine hall could fully control it. Having been liberated from the shackles by Huo Linger, the blaze dragon Bone Whip could now act independently and unleash its full power. This was why it was so terrifying in her hands. Furthermore, thanks to Huo Linger's help and the cover of the Flame Divine Hall's flame fluctuations, it managed to silently sneak up on the masked man. The masked man's focus had been primarily on Long Chen and Mo Nian, particularly Mo Nian. As Mo Nian engaged the Vice Hall Master in combat, the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip silently materialized behind the masked man, catching him completely unaware. However, Long Chen told Huo Linger not to let the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip try to kill him. Even the slightest hint of killing intent would alert him, prompting him to flee. Capturing him under such circumstances would then be extremely challenging. Thus, the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip just stayed beside the masked man without arousing suspicion. In the end, an item spirit was simply an item spirit. Even the item spirit of a heaven saint divine weapon wasn't that intelligent, especially after being sealed and enslaved for so long. It did whatever Huo Linger told it to do and managed to sneak up on him. Only when the masked man was about to flee did Huo Linger give the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip the order to strike. With the masked man's attention fixated on Long Chen, he remained oblivious until his hand was severed. It was at this critical moment that Evilmoon descended mercilessly. The masked man was stunned, his carefully laid plan crumbling before his eyes. Seeing Long Chen's saber descending on him, he took out a square object with his remaining hand. The object was mostly black with a criss-crossing pattern. It was actually a chessboard. Once it appeared, countless tiny black and white chess pieces appeared on it. Upon closer inspection, Long Chen noticed that each piece had thousands of runes on them, containing its own formation. However, Long Chen had neither time nor desire to examine the chessboard, his saber slashing down. With an explosive sound, the masked man screamed as he was sent flying along with his chessboard. He hacked up blood, broken pieces of his innards coming out with it. To Long Chen's surprise, the indomitable Evilmoon was unable to break this chessboard with a single strike. However, all the pieces on it had vanished into thin air. Long Chen swung Evilmoon once again, not giving the masked man any chance to recover. The masked man was already halfway to the yellow spring. Seeing Long Chen approaching once more, he spun his chessboard and spat out his essence blood onto it. The intersecting lines on the board lit up, coalescing into a blood net that floated out of the chessboard. With a deafening sound, the net shattered, yet this time, there was no scream, not because the masked man was too resilient to cry out, but because he had lost consciousness. Long Chen was taken aback to see that the chessboard remained intact, albeit covered in cracks. Ignoring it, Long Chen grabbed the mask and yanked it off. Let me see your true face. Yet, as Long Chen peeled away the mask, his heart trembled at the sight beneath. Chapter 4925, Chess Sect. When Long Chen forcefully tore off the mask, the unmasked man let out a horrifying scream of agony. Long Chen himself was petrified at the ghastly sight before him. Beneath the mask, there were only bloody tissues, no semblance of skin remained. Long Chen hastily looked at the mask in his hand, discovering to his horror that the skin was stuck to the mask. In his desperate attempt to remove the mask, Long Chen had somehow ripped off the man's face as well. I see, once you wear a mask, you don't have the face to see people anymore. That'll save your ancestors from losing face, Long Chen sneered. As Long Chen recovered from his shock and thought of how this man was responsible for Xing Wuzhong's death, how his big brother had sacrificed himself to prevent a calamity for the human race, Long Chen's killing intent exploded. He drove Evilmoon toward the man's chest, intending to finish him off. However, he was astonished to see the chessboard, which had been flung far away, mysteriously reappear right in front of the man. It blocked Evilmoon's strike again. All of a sudden, spiraling runes emanated from the chessboard, transforming into a translucent figure of a man in a gray cloak. From the white hair coming out of the sides of the cloak, it was probably an old man. The translucent elder said, "Friend, I am from one of the 4 immemorial sects, the Chess Sect. Fuck off." Long Chen directly swung Evilmoon once more, and this time, Evilmoon blazed with light. However, a dragon figure floated out of the chessboard and blocked it. Heaven Vein Dragon Chi. Heaven Vein Dragon Chi actually appeared out of the chessboard. Clearly, this chessboard was an incredibly special item, and this elder had to be a supreme expert. When the masked man's life was in danger, this elder appeared to save him. Youngsters should not have such a temper. No matter what enmity you have, I hope you can give me some face and let him go. Otherwise, the elder's tone changed as if he was threatening Long Chen. Long Chen's response was to take out a bronze cauldron and smash the chessboard with it. The chessboard and the Heaven Vein Dragon Chi exploded. After that, the elder's furious roar echoed through the remnants. Brat, if you dare to kill my disciple, the Chess Sect will wash your sect with blood. Your whole family will be slaughtered. Then I'll just first slaughter everyone from your Chess Sect. Long Chen swung Evilmoon down once more, cleaving the half-dead unmasked man in two. Not stopping there, Long Chen swept Evilmoon out horizontally and cut the corpse into 4 pieces. The heavenly fate disc still existed behind the sliced bodies, but now, it rapidly dimmed. A legendary heavenly chosen, destined to reach the peak of the world, fell just like that. In the distance, everyone's heart shook. When they looked at Long Chen, it was like they were looking at a terrible devil king, their eyes full of terror. Return my big brother's life, raged Long Chen. Even though his opponent was dead, Long Chen's hatred did not diminish. He continued hacking with Evilmoon. The masked man's corpse was quickly truly cut into 10,000 pieces. Long Chen raised his head and screamed. So what if he could rip the corpse into 10,000 pieces? Xing Wuzhong wouldn't come back. While Long Chen hadn't known Xing Wuzhong for long, the bond between the 3 of them had quickly grown as strong as brotherhood. They wished they could have met each other sooner. As a result, no one understood Xing Wuzhong's feelings better than Long Chen and Mo Nian. Long Chen knew that Xing Wuzhong didn't want to die. This big brother of his wanted to restore the Xing family's honor in his generation, so no one cherished life more than him. Moreover, he had yet to meet his unborn children. However, reality was cruel, forcing Xing Wuzhong to sacrifice his precious life. He had no choice but to give up all his wishes. In this world, was there really such a thing as a hero who didn't fear death? By the end of the day, they only sacrificed themselves because they had no other choice but to abandon this beautiful life. The masked man had been crushed into atoms, but Long Chen continued to attack. A large tear appeared in the fabric of space, creating a vortex of death. Suddenly, Long Chen stopped. Black spots flickered in his eyes, resembling devilish orbs from the depths of hell. The heaven saints he turned to felt as though their souls would flee, yet they found themselves immobilized, unable to move at all. All of you will pay for it with your lives, exclaimed Long Chen. With a single step, Long Chen triggered an explosion in the void. In the blink of an eye, he materialized within their ranks. Only slaughter could appease his hatred. As the heaven saints prepared to flee, one among them shouted, "Don't run. Space is in chaos, no one can outpace him. If we scatter, we'll be picked off one by one. We must unite and stand together to fight." The group of heaven saints instantly calmed down. In truth, they also understood this logic. Long Chen's movement art was as quick as lightning, completely unaffected by the spatial fluctuations. On the other hand, they were caught in a spacetime vortex that was released when Long Chen activated the dragon blood battle armor. They couldn't flee from him. He used a medicinal pill to forcibly raise his combat power. There's no way it can last for long. At most, we just need to endure a few more breaths. As long as we hang on, we can kill him. Everyone, block together, shouted a heaven saint. Hundreds of heaven saints unleashed their power at the same time. Their divine weapons streaked through the air, weaving a deadly net that intercepted Long Chen's descent. They believed that no matter how heaven-defying Long Chen was, he couldn't possibly resist the combined assault of hundreds of heaven saints. Perhaps they could even kill him with this one attack. However, what they hadn't expected was that before Evilmoon slashed down, a beautiful maiden appeared and extended her hand, throwing a snow-white lotus into their net. When the white snow lotus exploded, a pure and holy layer of frost instantly covered every single one of them. They were shocked to find that when this white flame lotus exploded, its ice-cold chill threatened to freeze their souls. They instinctively channeled their energy to resist this chill. As a result, their power was dispersed into two channels. One portion went to block Long Chen, while the other portion went to resist the invasion of the Ice Soul Divine Flame. In truth, although Huo Linger's Ice Soul Divine Flame was powerful, due to her limited power, it didn't pose much of a threat to heaven saints. However, it was enough to break the equilibrium of their defense. After all, the Ice Soul Divine Flame was one of the top 10 heavenly flames, capable of ignoring people's defenses and freezing their souls. Such a power instinctively triggered their defenses. In truth, if they could ignore this instinct, they would have been fine. With the Ice Soul Divine Flame's power dispersed among so many people, it wouldn't pose a genuine threat to them. However, in this world, not many experts were capable of resisting their instincts. Just as they were distracted, Long Sen's furious roar rang out. Split the heavens, 7 forms in one. Chapter 4926, Fighting the Vice Hall Master. Long Chen's saber cleaved through the fabric of reality itself. This slash wasn't merely imbued with his dragon blood power, it also carried his boundless grief, indignation, and pain. Flashes of bitter memories assailed his mind, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Xing Wuzhong was a noble man with grand aspirations, carrying the hopes of restoring his family's glory. However, he ultimately met a tragic end, departing with countless regrets and worries. Even the matchless hero Sha Guhong couldn't ward off the most treacherous of plots. His beloved faced a terrible death, and he spent the remainder of his days engulfed in sorrow, unable to come out of the haze of grief. The 5 sovereigns were hailed as peerless geniuses, their light shining through the ages. However, even they couldn't fulfill their wishes. The old man and Ku Jianying, 2 companions who argued through an entire lifetime, finally grasped the true meaning of life, only for one to perish in battle, and the other to follow her in the name of love. Ling Yunzi, Hu Feng, and the fallen Dragonblood warriors, numerous unsung heroes, succumbed to the cruel river of history, their names lost in its merciless currents. Perhaps they were rather ordinary, perhaps they weren't exceptional, but to their loved ones, they were the very pillars upholding the universe. In their hearts, these fallen heroes were unrivaled champions. Yet, all they left for their loved ones was pain and suffering. Why does the world persist in its cycle of war and suffering? Long Chen's visage contorted in agony, while blood seeped from his gums as he gritted his teeth with extreme force. Why did something beautiful always get twisted and defiled until it was ruined? His saber descended, cleaving through heaven and earth, sundering the 10,000 Taos, and tearing through the fabric of realities. A faint noise echoed within Long Chen, as if something had snapped. Yet, consumed by fury, he remained oblivious, his heart consumed by an insatiable thirst for blood. The combined defense of hundreds of heaven saints exploded. Those beneath the ominous shadow of Evilmoon, regardless of their rank, were instantaneously obliterated. Even the experts on the periphery of the slash hacked up blood, their bodies cracking, teetering on the verge of death. Nearly half of the heaven saints perished in one go, and the survivors were heavily wounded. Some of them couldn't even move and had lost their ability to fight. Kill! Long Chen roared, his voice hoarse. With Evilmoon in hand, Long Chen charged through their midst, resembling a devil reaping the lives of terrified heaven saints. Beside him, Huo Linger danced amidst 1,000 phoenix feathers, wielding the blazed dragon bone whip. Together, They mercilessly slaughtered the hapless heaven saints, deaf to their pleas for mercy. These once proud and lofty heaven saints never thought that such a day would come for them. Now, it was their turn to be massacred. Their primal terror drove them to cry out and beg, but Long Chen was so deep in his bloodlust. Their pleas fell on deaf ears, all he could hear was the call to kill. Kill. As for Huo Linger, she remained indifferent. Save for Long Chen, she rarely displayed emotion toward anyone. As a result, she showed no mercy in the face of their begging. In the blink of an eye, only a few dozen heaven saints remained. Yet, they scattered in every direction, fleeing for their lives. Long Chen's efficiency in slaughter waned as they dispersed. Long Chen, save me. Just as Long Chen was hunting the stragglers to vent his anger, he heard Mo Nian's cry and hastily looked over. Mo Nian fled wretchedly, pursued by a figure drenched in blood, its hair in disarray. This crazy-looking figure had a flame sword in its hand, the image of Lord Brahma's statue fading in and out of its manifestation. It was the Vice Hall Master. His wounds were so deep that they exposed his bones. Gone was the Vice Hall Master's usual composure, replaced by seething killing intent. The wounds on him seemed to be the result of a variety of attacks. There were claw marks, bite wounds, and even a clear handprint on his face, but the last one was obscured by his scattered hair. With a secret art of the Limitless Palace, Mo Nian merged with the Emperor Rune to temporarily harness its power. He unleashed a tempest of attacks on the Vice Hall Master, and they were so powerful that the Vice Hall Master couldn't even retaliate. What truly enraged the Vice Hall Master was how shameless and rogue-like Mo Nian's attacks were. Using grabs, bites, crotch kicks, and scratches, Mo Nian employed anything and everything to injure the Vice Hall Master. These unorthodox attacks caught the Vice Hall Master off guard, resulting in Mo Nian landing a resounding slap in his face, which further fueled his anger. In truth, Mo Nian couldn't be blamed on his approach. After all, close-range combat wasn't his forte. He mostly spent his time underground and dealt with various traps and corpses. His time spent in actual combat had been rather low lately. Since Long Chen was the king of close-range combat in Mo Nian's opinion, Mo Nian ended up copying Long Chen a lot, learning some of his techniques and adjusting them to his own strengths. Thanks to that, Mo Nian's close-range combat power wasn't weak at all. Unfortunately, Mo Nian's opponent was the powerful Vice Hall Master. Mo Nian had to use these rather wretched techniques, which was a reason he was happy to force the Vice Hall Master far away from the battlefield. Only once they were gone from everyone's sight did he start the real, bloody, battle. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for him. After all, Mo Nian cared about face very much, or he wouldn't have worked on catchy introduction verses for himself and spent so much time on mastering flashy techniques. Mo Nian's shameless techniques made the Vice Hall Master suffer several times, driving the latter nuts. However, the Vice Hall Master was someone who knew how to endure humiliation. He bitterly held back his anger, letting Mo Nian freely attack while he focused on defending. Mo Nian had intentionally revealed an opening to bait the Vice Hall Master into attacking him, but the Vice Hall Master didn't fall for it. Mo Nian constantly insulted the Vice Hall Master as he fought, but the Vice Hall Master refused to respond, simply letting Mo Nian freely insult him without fighting back. The Vice Hall Master was waiting for his chance. Once the Emperor Rune's power ran out, it would be Mo Nian's time to suffer. Even after freely unleashing all his wretched moves, Mo Nian was unable to deal a grievous wound to the Vice Hall Master. Seeing that the Emperor Rune's power was starting to run out, he had no choice but to flee. When Mo Nian saw that the masked man was gone, with only his heavenly chosen fluctuations lingering in the air, he knew the man had been slain. Seeing the mass of corpses on the ground and the fleeing heaven saints crying for their parents, Mo Nian was overjoyed. Long Chen had never disappointed him. Long Chen stepped on the air, accelerating rapidly. 7 split the heavens runes ignited on his body. Evilmoon, having absorbed the blood-soul energy of so many heaven saints, had finally awakened its own power. It no longer required Long Chen's energy to do anything and was now capable of freely helping Long Chen with its own power. Those 7 runes blazed brilliantly. A giant saber image cleaved the sky. Even before this saber fell, the Vice Hall Master felt a terrifying killing intent lock onto him firmly. Chapter 4927, God-Slaying Cross. Long Chen's saber slashed down with immense force. As a result, even someone as strong as the Vice Hall Master had to face it with all his power, combining his faith energy and flame energy as he swung his word. Evilmoon and the Vice Hall Master's attacks collided, producing a heaven-shaking explosion that sent Long Chen and the Vice Hall Master flying backward, coughing up blood. The surviving Heaven Saints relying on the Vice Hall Master's protection were stricken with terror at the sight. After all, just who was the Vice Hall Master? He was an almighty expert who had condensed a full heaven vein. The fact that Long Chen could fight him evenly meant that it was laughably naive for them to even think of killing Long Chen. At this moment, they didn't even dare to surround Long Chen as they were scared shitless. It was actually fortunate that Mo Nian had returned with the Vice Hall Master, otherwise, they would have perished at the hands of either Long Chen or Huo Linger. Just as Long Chen and the Vice Hall Master evenly exchanged blows, Huo Linger shot forward, 1,000 phoenixes swirling around her. The Blaze Dragon Bone Whip lashed out toward the Vice Hall Master. Courting death. The Vice Hall Master was already stunned that Long Chen could match him, so now that Huo Linger joined the fray, his fury exploded. His sword swept out in a wide arc. The Blaze Dragon Bone Whip shattered into dozens of segments. Huo Linger then grunted and fell back, her form dimming. Fighting for so long, Huo Linger had exhausted most of her energy. She had been battling Heaven Saints, and most importantly, fueling 2 top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapons the entire time. Now, she was too weak to endure the Vice Hall Master's attacks. Fortunately, the Blaze Dragon Bone Whip quickly reassembled itself, returning to its former state after breaking apart. It was exceptionally powerful that, if unable to endure an impact, it would break down temporarily to dissipate the energy and prevent actual damage. Long Chen swiftly returned Huo Linger to the primal chaos space. Though she was powerful enough to defeat an ordinary Heaven Saint with a single attack, the difference in power between her and the Vice Hall Master was too great. To prevent 2 top-grade Heaven Saint divine weapons from being destroyed, Long Chen told Huo Linger to recover her energy in the primal chaos space first. Go fuck yourself. Just as the Vice Hall Master injured Huo Linger, Mo Nian slammed a palm into the Vice Hall Master's back. His timing was perfect, and he targeted the spot where the Vice Hall Master's senses were weakest. Mo Nian's palm struck with the power of an emperor, causing the Vice Hall Master to spit out blood and lurch forward toward Long Chen. Long Chen had just exchanged blows with the Vice Hall Master, so he still felt a bit dizzy. Seeing Mo Nian send the Vice Hall Master toward him, he couldn't help but sigh inside. In his top condition, with such a good opportunity, he would have a 50% chance of killing the Vice Hall Master with his next attack. But after unleashing all his power in the previous exchange, he was neither ready nor able to unleash an effective attack. Hence, he instinctively swung his palm. Long Chen's palm solidly struck the Vice Hall Master's face, causing the Vice Hall Master to flip in midair. "You two brutes, die!" The Vice Hall Master roared, almost going crazy. He had experienced so much humiliation today. Putting away his sword, he formed hand seals. "God Brahma, hear your devout disciples' call. Bestow me your divine power. Stop him." The Earth Cauldron's voice rang out in Long Chen's mind. However, all of a sudden, a wave of weakness overcame him, and the flames around him slowly regressed. At this critical moment, the Dragon Blood Extreme Yang pill ran out of effect. Although Long Chen could still burn his Dragon Blood power, without the support of the pill, his Dragon Blood battle armor wouldn't be strong enough to threaten the Vice Hall Master. 7-star battle armor. Long Chen roared as his Dragon Blood power retreated. A starry sea then materialized behind him, accompanied by a 7-point star diagram. Simultaneously, Long Chen took out a certain object. It was a starry bone claw, which instantly dissolved and transformed into a glove on top of Long Chen's right hand. Stars flowed along his arm, forming thousands of whirlpools. A wild, formidable power surged, one so intense it even made Long Chen feel a twinge of fear. Unfortunately, Long Chen had no time to study the changes in the astral bone claw and directly launched a punch at the Vice Hall Master. The Vice Hall Master's manifestation now shone brilliantly, with the statue within it radiating divine light that enveloped him. The outside world had already been sealed off. Driven to madness, the Vice Hall Master no longer cared about the terrifying price of unleashing this technique. His sole focus was to kill Long Chen and Mo Nian. With this move, he mobilized the faith energy that he had been accumulating for countless years. Only when this faith energy was strong enough could it endure the support of Lord Brahma's power. In any case, Lord Brahma's power was absolutely terrifying, and even with this faith energy assisting him, the Vice Hall Master's foundation would suffer significant damage, requiring several years to heal. In fact, if he was unlucky, the damage to his foundation would stay for centuries. However, he no longer cared about the risk. Long Chen's fist smashed into the Vice Hall Master's chest. Astral light erupted, shaking the entire world. The power of this attack surpassed even the combined might of all 7 forms in one, yet Long Chen was shocked to find it unable to pierce the Vice Hall Master's protective divine light. At this moment, Mo Nian's palm struck the Vice Hall Master's back. He too was stunned to discover that his attack couldn't even breach the Vice Hall Master's defenses. "It's over. My Emperor power is about to vanish," said Mo Nian as he looked down at the fading rune on his palm. Mo Nian tried several more attacks, but none could break the protective divine light. Mo Nian's expression finally darkened. The Vice Hall Master's eyes were tightly closed, and his expression was serene. He completely ignored them and continued praying. "Long Chen, do you have anything up your sleeve?" shouted Mo Nian. "I do," replied Long Chen. He then took a deep breath and placed his right hand over the Vice Hall Master's chest, with his left hand over his right. Stars flowed in his eyes, gradually forming a cross. Countless strange runes appeared on Long Chen's right palm, merging until they formed a cross. After that, the starry sea and 7-point star behind him vanished, merging into this cross as well. Star Ocean, God-slaying cross. Chapter 4928, Fiercely Striking the Vice Hall Master. A cross made of countless stars and runes blazed in Long Chen's palm. It was like an entire cosmos had merged into it. When the cross shot out of Long Chen's palm, the bone claw exploded. Even with its protection, Long Chen's right hand was turned into a bloody pulp. With a grunt, he was propelled back. That starry cross pierced through the barrier of divine energy, striking the Vice Hall Master's chest, causing him to explode. In the aftermath, Evilmoon flew out, eagerly absorbing the fresh essence blood. The sound of the Vice Hall Master's prayer was cut off, his technique interrupted by Long Chen's attack. Blood sprayed from Long Chen's mouth. He had not expected the god-slaying cross to be so terrifying, and even the bone claw couldn't withstand its power. Were it not for the protection of the bone claw, he might have perished instantly upon unleashing this technique. Similarly, the Vice Hall Master couldn't withstand it and crumbled into nothingness. Mo Nian shouted excitedly, but his joy was abruptly cut short. He was shocked to see the figure of the Vice Hall Master still standing there. It wasn't the Vice Hall Master's true body but his Yuan spirit. While Long Chen's attack had destroyed his physical body, it hadn't managed to destroy his Yuan spirit. The Vice Hall Master's Yuan spirit was surrounded by faith energy, his eyes blazing with fury. Moreover, his face contorted so much that he was almost unrecognizable. "How dare you destroy my body? Die!" the Vice Hall Master roared. He formed hand seals, and a divine flame spear descended from the heavens, containing boundless divine might. Its terrifying pressure caused Long Chen and Mo Nian's bodies to crack. "Big brother Long Chen, let me." Huo Linger volunteered herself, about to fly out of the primal chaos space. "No, this attack contains Lord Brahma's will, and it can kill you." Long Chen directly rejected her. Although Long Chen had stopped the Vice Hall Master from accumulating more power, the latter had managed to summon enough energy to kill them 1,000 times over. This kind of power was beyond the scope of Long Chen's comprehension. Even though Huo Linger was a flame spirit, there remained a risk of her being instantly annihilated. Long Chen refused to take that risk. At this moment, Long Chen's dragon blood power was non-existent, and his astral energy was already sucked dry by the god-slaying cross. His last resort was the Purgatory Eyes. In truth, Long Chen was not sure if the Purgatory Eyes could even block the Vice Hall Master's attack in this state. However, he had to try, or they would all die. "Let me." Just then, Mo Nian stepped in front of Long Chen and summoned a giant coffin. When it emerged, heaven and earth rumbled, and Emperor Qi surged forth. Long Chen was stunned. Even now, Mo Nian still possessed a trump card. Furthermore, this coffin's emperor might was not inferior to the arrows. With the coffin hovering above his head, Mo Nian wore a pained expression. "This is a treasure I obtained through risking my life. Unfortunately, my power is too weak to extract its emperor rune, or I'd have killed this bastard alone." Mo Nian felt extremely unwilling. This coffin's emperor rune was even stronger than that of the arrow. Regrettably, despite its immense power, he was unable to draw it out, so it was meaningless. With a roar, Mo Nian sent the coffin flying into the sky. The 10,000 dows collapsed under its pressure as it collided with the Vice Hall Master's attack. At the same time, Mo Nian took out over 10 formation discs. They blazed with light, forming layers of barriers that protected Long Chen and Mo Nian. Just then, another explosion rocked the world. Long Chen and Mo Nian's vision instantly turned black, and they lost consciousness, feeling like ants trampled by an elephant. It was as if they were being torn apart and crushed. It seemed like eons passed, yet it also felt like the blink of an eye. Long Chen's consciousness slowly returned, but his vision remained shrouded in darkness. He struggled to crawl out of the ground, finding the world enveloped in utter blackness. A couple of days seemed to have passed. At this moment, Mo Nian also came out of the ground and spat out a mouthful of dirt. Both of them were incredibly feeble now. Even if a passing wild beast came to eat them, they wouldn't be able to resist. "Where is he?" asked Mo Nian as he looked around. The world was completely different. If it weren't for their confidence in themselves, they would think that they had died and gone to the next world. "He should be dead." Struck at the center, with only his Yuan spirit left, "There's not much chance he could have survived," answered Long Chen, trying to sense his surroundings but finding nothing. He was so weakened that even his divine sense had plummeted, with its range drastically reduced. Giving Long Chen a thumbs up for his god-slaying cross, Mo Nian said, "Brother, that move of yours was pretty badass. That's thanks to you. If you hadn't given me the astral bone claw, I wouldn't have been able to endure that power. And if it wasn't for your coffin at the end, we might not have made it," sighed Long Chen. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness swept over him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. In this state of extreme weakness, he was barely able to stay upright. "Hee, of course. Hey, pull me out," said Mo Nian. He tried to crawl out of the ground but found that he didn't have the energy to do so. With great difficulty, Long Chen pulled Mo Nian out of the ground. Both of them then panted like dogs. Suddenly, a serpentine spear whistled through the air at the two of them. Luckily, the blazed dragon bone whip flew out and deflected the spear. The descendant of the devil corpse emerged before them, one arm missing, and stared at them maliciously. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful, but you're still going to die by my hands," declared the devil expert as he walked toward them. "What happened to the Vice Hall Master?" asked Long Chen. This fellow really knew how to endure and wait. He had been hiding in the surroundings the entire time. He didn't die, but his Yuan spirit was on the verge of collapse, so he had no choice but to flee. Meanwhile, those from the Flame Divine Hall were using their Yuan spirit energy to preserve the flame of his Yuan spirit, or he'd perish. "Hee, they all said that you were dead, but I refused to believe it. I've been here 3 days, and you finally appear. It's now my turn for vengeance," said the devil expert with a sinister tone. "There's still me. You can't hurt my big brother Long Chen," Huolinger interjected, appearing before Long Chen. The devil expert snorted, "HMPH, a little flame spirit thinks she can stop me. So what if you have 2 top-grade divine weapons? Both are already weakened. I don't even need to attack them directly. A few shockwaves will suffice to break them. How do you plan to stop me? Hee, youngster, you still lack experience. Perhaps Daddy Mo isn't skilled in other regards, but when it comes to fleeing, if I called myself number 2, no one would dare claim they were number 1. Let alone you, even 10 Vice Hall Masters would be unable to stop me. As long as I have a single breath left in me, no one can kill me," boasted Mo Nian. The devil expert immediately had a bad feeling and attacked. However, at that moment, Long Chen, Mo Nian, and Huolinger's forms started to blur and fade. Long Chen himself was unaware of what Mo Nian had done or when he had done it. "Little fellow, just wait. If fate allows, Daddy Mo will claim your life next time," Mo Nian's voice echoed as they vanished into thin air. The devil expert's serpentine spear plunged into the ground, and he let out a roar in frustration. Chapter 4929, Rescuing the Xing Family. After flying out of the void, Long Chen and Mo Nian fell to the ground and rolled miserably a few times before coming to a stop. Neither of them had the energy to stabilize themselves. How infuriating. That Vice Hall bastard actually survived, Long Chen grumbled, clenching his fists with resentment. Mo Nian comforted Long Chen. It wasn't all for naught. The destruction of his physical body and foundation ensures he can't easily restore his body to its original state. Also, if he were to seize another body, he would have to start over from scratch, and we know he doesn't have that kind of willpower. Moreover, the devil Brad mentioned that his Yuan spirit was on the verge of collapse. Such a wound could very well kill him if his followers were not careful. Don't dwell on it too much. Long Chen then took out 2 medicinal pills, giving one to Mo Nian and consuming the other himself. His pills were all of the highest quality, so after consuming them, both of them recovered enough energy to stabilize their condition. It will take a few days for me to recover. Sigh, I went too far this time, said Long Chen. Sensing his condition, he realized that his internal injuries were quite severe, even worse than he had imagined. The God-slaying cross, in particular, had such a powerful backlash that it almost tore Long Chen's meridians apart. It wasn't something he could control. If it weren't for the astral bone claw from Mo Nian, he'd have died trying to unleash it. Thinking of the astral bone claw, Long Chen couldn't help but feel regretful. He hadn't studied its astral energy before it was destroyed. We have no choice either way, and we don't have that much time to waste. Can you do it? Asked Mo Nian as he eyed Long Chen. Should be good enough for one more fight, answered Long Chen through gritted teeth. The two of them had been buried alive for 3 days. While unconscious, they naturally healed slightly and accumulated a bit of energy. With the support of medicinal pills, they started to recover rapidly. Mo Nian's coffin had managed to destroy the Vice Hall Master's attack, but the explosion detonated the Emperor rune on the coffin, unleashing apocalyptic power. The Vice Hall Master was caught in the core of the blast and had to endure the worst of it, leaving his Yuan spirit on the verge of collapse. In the aftermath, he didn't even have the time to check on Long Chen and Mo Nian. He directly ordered his followers to guard him and send him off. After all, who knew if more enemies were lurking nearby? In his weakened state, he couldn't risk someone suddenly coming to kill him. Even as the Vice Hall Master of the Flame Divine Hall, in that state, if he were to encounter someone with a grudge against him, he would die like a lamb for the slaughter. While some experts immediately escorted the Vice Hall Master away, others refused to leave the battlefield. They were eager to search the area for fragments of divine weapons, which were extremely valuable. Additionally, there was the matter of Long Chen and Mo Nian. Although no one believed they could have survived given that even the Vice Hall Master was on the verge of death, they hoped to contribute by finding any broken limbs or remnants of the two warriors. Unfortunately, their plans were overly optimistic. When they entered the battlefield, they were shocked to find the laws of this space in absolute chaos. The Heaven Saints found that the field made the heavenly Tao energy in their bodies go into turmoil, which was extremely dangerous for them. As a result, they abandoned their search. The Divine Venerate disciples didn't even dare to step onto the battlefield, finding the Emperor while on the battlefield unbearable. Hence, everyone left. At the very least, they'd need to wait 1,000 years for the Emperor energy on the battlefield to dissipate enough for them to enter this region safely. Only the Devil Expert was unwilling to leave. He had been lying in wait all the time in the outer region, biding his time without revealing himself. In truth, the Vice Hall Master had left immediately without confirming Long Chen and Mo Nian's death partially because of him. The Devil race and the Flame Divine Hall had a complicated relationship, neither friends nor foes. Occasionally, they would collaborate and at other times, stand on opposite sides. While this Devil Expert was only a Divine Venerate, he was a heavenly chosen and possessed the power to kill the Vice Hall Master. Not willing to take the risk, the Vice Hall Master immediately fled. In truth, the two of them were quite lucky as the Emperor aura completely covered theirs. With the Emperor aura permeating the region, the Devil Expert didn't dare to use his divine sense to search the battlefield. Moreover, after discovering Long Chen and Mo Nian, the Devil Expert found it hard to enter the core region. After all, the spatial chaos in this region affected his attacks, so they would either weaken or go off target. Luckily, Mo Nian had studied the coffin's Emperor rune for a long time, so he had a certain understanding of it. Before the fight, he had placed multiple barriers on himself and Long Chen to block the coffin's power. Otherwise, not even 10 lives could have bailed them out of the explosion. Thanks to the barriers, Mo Nian and Long Chen were able to flee under the Emperor pressure. This battle had been incredibly dangerous, and it could be said that this was the best possible result given their power and luck. At the very least, Mo Nian was satisfied. However, the two of them had no time to rest. As Mo Nian was setting up a transportation formation, he said, "Hopefully, Big Brother Wuzhong's spirit is protecting them. Please, don't let us be too late." Long Chen clenched his fists. 3 days had passed, and Gao Jianli, Cao Guofeng, and the others were likely targeting the Xing family. This urgency left Long Chen and Mo Nian with no time to recover properly. I spotted race leader Yu Luo going to their hiding place before the battle outside Heaven Screen Mountain. I've told her to immediately leave Devil Fall City and bring everyone in the City Lord Manor with her. However, the 4 noble families in the Flame Divine Hall may have made their move. We'll need to verify the situation, Long Chen explained. Back then, race leader Yu Luo had come to assist Long Chen, and he had asked for her aid in this regard. However, considering that everything had been orchestrated by the Flame Divine Hall, it was likely that they had made their move right after Xing Wuzhong left Devil Fall City. In that case, race leader Yu Luo might have come up empty-handed. If, and I'm only saying if, Mo Nian started slowly. Don't, Long Chen interrupted, shaking his head. He knew what Mo Nian wanted to say, but he didn't even want to think of that possibility. After Mo Nian finished setting up his transportation formation, the two of them stepped on it. The void quivered, and the scene before them shifted. Devil Fall City once more appeared before them. However, it was completely different from before. Without the square heaven seal, Devil Fall City was an empty husk. The once glorious buildings were dark and dreary, cracked and on the verge of collapse. There was no more square heaven seal or the enormous devil head. Devil Fall City was no longer Devil Fall City, it had died, and its former glory would never return. In its state, a single blast of wind could knock it down. The 4 noble families are still present, said Long Chen. When they stretched out their divine sense, they immediately picked up on Gao Jianli, Cao Guofeng, and the others' auras. However, when their divine sense reached into the City Lord Manor, their hearts sank. Chapter 4930, The Square Heaven Seal's Remaining Move. When Long Chen and Mo Nian charged into Devil Fall City, countless startled cries rang out. After all, in the previous battle, they had killed almost 1,000 heaven saints. Long Chen had personally slain a heavenly chosen, and they were responsible for the destruction of the Vice Hall Master's body. Even the latter's Yuan spirit was on the verge of collapse. Other than the 4 noble families, everyone else in Devil Fall City had evacuated. After all, without the square heaven seal, Devil Fall City was essentially dead, lacking even the most basic defenses. No one dared to stay here too long. Once the devil creatures arrived, there wouldn't even be a barrier to block them. In truth, many factions had sensed the looming danger before Heaven Screen Mountain opened, prompting them to initiate their evacuation. Now, only the final batch remained. Long Chen and Mo Nian's feats in front of Heaven Screen Mountain were impossible to cover up, even if the Flame Divine Hall intentionally suppressed the information. After all, too many people had witnessed it. Now that the stragglers saw Long Chen and Mo Nian, they were so shocked that they dropped everything in their hands. Heavens, am I really seeing this? It's them, it's definitely them, they're still alive. Countless startled cries rang out. However, Long Chen and Mo Nian ignored those cries, not caring whether they recognized the two of them. In a few seconds, they appeared before the City Lord Manor, which was in ruins. Long Chen and Mo Nian's hearts sank. This was precisely what they didn't want to see. Just then, powerful auras soared from every direction. Gao, Jianli, Cao Guofeng, and the leaders of the Heaven Heart Hall and Yellow Spring Pavilion appeared. When they saw Long Chen and Mo Nian, they were shocked but delighted. They immediately ordered the other Heaven Saints to surround the two of them. Brats, you didn't die. Good, good, Gao Jianli said, staring at them with intense greed. You didn't even bother healing before running over to check on Xing Wuzhong's family. Hee, looks like you two are really loyal, sneered the Heaven Heart Hall's master. There was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you still barged through. You two must not cherish your lives. The Yellow Spring Pavilion's master also laughed. Let's see how you'll die today, exclaimed Cao Guofeng as he waved his hand. The 4 noble families had deployed all their people even before the opening of Heaven Screen Mountain. However, in the previous battle, they didn't fight because they were doing something even more important. When the 4 family leaders stepped forward, each of them held a golden seal in their hand. Seeing this, Mo Nian was in disbelief. That's the aura of the square heaven seal. How is this possible? The 4 family leaders' golden seals possessed the aura of the square heaven seal. It was much weaker than before, but the fluctuations could not be faked. Ha ha ha, the idiot Xing Wuzhong tried to destroy the square heaven seal, but the square heaven seal already transferred most of its power into our divine seals right before its destruction. Speaking of which, we should thank him. The Heaven Heart Hall's master laughed delightedly, her wrinkles quivering in a frightening manner. The four of them had not participated in the previous battle because they had been going all out to absorb the energy left behind by the Square Heaven Seal after its destruction. Unwilling to be destroyed just like that, the Square Heaven Seal released its power into the four golden seals, which not only absorbed its power but also its will. The Square Heaven Seal hoped to use this method to preserve its will. That way, it wouldn't be fully dead. As the family leaders were completely focused on absorbing the Square Heaven Seal's power, they managed to escape the tribulation, but they still weren't happy. They thought that if they had finished absorbing the Square Heaven Seal's power sooner, there would have been no need for the Vice Hall Master to do anything. They could have easily captured Long Chen and Mo Nian themselves. According to them, they had at least absorbed 60% of the Square Heaven Seal's power, which was enough to exterminate any expert. Thus, when Long Chen and Mo Nian arrived, the family leaders weren't afraid. They were instead delighted that Long Chen and Mo Nian had thrown themselves into their net. Long Chen and Mo Nian's unsteady aura's evidence of their severe injuries only bolstered the family leader's confidence. "Speak, what happened to Big Brother Wuzhang's family?" roared Long Chen. Long Chen wasn't afraid of these golden seals. If the family leaders dared to use them, he would take out the earth cauldron and smash the seals apart. While the earth cauldron couldn't be used to kill, it could simply crush these things. "We already cut them to pieces and ripped them out by the roots. We didn't even let off the unborn children. So what, do you want revenge? Then come." The Heaven Heart Hall's master laughed sinisterly. "Then all of you can go accompany them." Long Chen's killing intent exploded. However, at this moment, a clear and elegant voice rang out. "Don't listen to them. Xing Wuzhang's family has long since moved to safety." Race leader Yu Luo. Long Chen and Mo Nian were delighted and hastily turned around to see Yu Luo and the four protector elders walking over. "Many thanks, race leader Yu Luo." Long Chen expressed his gratitude with relief. Being able to protect Xing Wuzhang's family meant that they could face him in the next world with pride. "I'm ashamed to say that by the time we got here, the Xing family's people were already gone. The city lord had foreseen what would happen, so he made arrangements in advance," explained Yu Luo. Xing Wuzhang's repeated mentions of fate and destiny now made sense. He had anticipated these events long before they unfolded. Though he had fought against his fate, ultimately, he couldn't overcome it. Long Chen and Mo Nian couldn't help but sigh, finding solace only in the fact that Xing Wuzhang had successfully safeguarded his heirs. "Shut up, you slut. Die," yelled the Heaven Heart Hall's master, her animosity toward Yu Luo reaching its peak as she took this chance to attack. When the golden seal in her hand blazed with light, its vast divine might shook Devil Fall City. In response, race leader Yu Luo simply snorted and formed hand seals. Conjuring her manifestation within it stood a towering tree, the sacred tree of the feather spirit race. Long Chen had long since communed with the earth cauldron. Should the old witch dare to use the golden seal, he'd smash it with the earth cauldron. Using the earth cauldron against weapons held by attackers wasn't very practical, as the weapons could just explode and kill everyone in the surrounding area. This would then infect the earth cauldron with the resentment of the dead, which would lower its alchemy efficiency and slow down its recovery. A thrown weapon, on the other hand, was something entirely different. Long Chen was waiting for the golden seal to fly out, but before then, a shocking change occurred. The golden seal was unleashing a terrible divine might, looking like it could crush them all. However, in just a moment, a violet gold rune appeared on it. Seeing that violet gold rune, the four leaders cried out in shock, "Xing Wuzhang." Just as they were bewildered, the Heaven Heart Hall's golden seal became covered in cracks. Following that, it exploded into pieces. Chapter 4931, Xing Wuzhang's Contingency. The golden seal quickly crumbled to pieces, transforming into golden powder that fell to the ground. In one moment, the golden seal was emitting a frightening aura, and in the next, it turned into worthless powder, stunning all the family leaders. Seeing a violet gold rune appear on their own golden seals, the four family leaders were all horrified. They didn't expect Xing Wuzhang to have left behind a contingency plan. Not only had he destroyed the Square Heaven Seal, but he had even inserted his ancestral rune's power into the Square Heaven Seal's energy that spread to its branches. In other words, their golden seals had absorbed Xing Wuzhang's energy as well. This power remained dormant until the family leaders tried to use the Square Heaven Seal's power. When the ancestral rune's power was triggered, it would destroy all the golden seals. The Xing family's ancestral mark was exceptionally domineering. Even though Xing Wuzhang was already dead, his ancestral mark could still stick to the golden seals. Just then, the other golden seals also cracked and crumbled. With a gentle breeze, golden dust swirled in the air. The wind not only carried away the powder but also dispersed the remaining power of the square heaven seal. In an instant, there was no trace of the square heaven seal left in the world. Everything vanished like the wind. With a flash, Mo Nian appeared in front of the Heaven Heart Hall's master. He swung his hand, and something viciously struck her face with a clear sound. "Go fuck yourself," shouted Mo Nian. Only now did people see that Mo Nian was holding a shoe. He clearly didn't want to touch her face, so he used the bottom of a shoe instead. "Die," the Heaven Heart Hall's master roared, chi waves surging out of her. Just as it looked like she was about to fight to the death with Mo Nian, she actually retreated. At this moment, one of the protector elders shot an arrow that curved strangely through the air, piercing her left temple and coming out her right temple. The arrow wasn't particularly swift, but its trajectory intersected precisely where the Vice Hall Master retreated. The elder's timing and aim were impeccable, almost as if the Heaven Heart Hall's master had intentionally moved her head into the arrow's path. She quivered, and then collapsed. With this single arrow, her Yuan spirit was extinguished. The Feather Spirit Race's soul extermination arrow. Cao Guofeng and the others were startled. Although they had heard how terrifying these arrows were, that even heaven saints would be killed if struck somewhere vital in the end, this was just a rumor. They had never witnessed it personally. But now, they no longer doubted it. With their golden seals lost and faced with the combined might of Long Chen, Mo Nian, and the 5 experts from the Feather Spirit Race, the 3 family leaders had no chance. Despite Long Chen and Mo Nian still recovering, they were individuals who had slain almost 1,000 heaven saints. Even in their weakened state, they still possessed the power to kill the family leaders. Caught in a dire predicament, the family leaders found themselves unable to act. They could neither win the fight nor run, trapped by the Feather Spirit Race's divine arrows. Running seemed suicidal, considering the deadly might of the arrows, as demonstrated by the fate of the Heaven Heart Hall's master. Dean Long Chen, "In truth, there might be some misunderstandings between us," said Cao Guofeng. Under immense pressure, he forced out a smile that was uglier than a cry. "We regretted our actions. We were ensnared by the allure of the devil ghost. If we didn't do this, it would have killed us." Long Chen looked at him apathetically, not saying a word. This kind of nonsense could only trick a 3-year-old child. Even a 4-year-old would see through it. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't replying and Mo Nian's gaze was roaming around, Cao Guofeng knew that his plea fell short. Taking a bold step forward, Gao Jianli said, "Dean Long Chen, everything was my fault. My own blindness and foolishness led to these regrettable events. I hope you will only strike those who wronged you. On account of Zaichong and Ziyu, please let off the disciples of my Violet Palace sect. Just take my head." When Gao Jianli drew his sword, the 4 protector elders instantly pointed their arrows at him. However, he solemnly flipped his sword and handed the hilt to Long Chen. "I didn't expect that after losing all your face one, you still had some moral backbone," said Mo Nian in surprise. Mo Nian hadn't expected Gao Jianli to be willing to use his own life to quell Long Chen's wrath and give his disciples a chance to survive. With a touch of sneer on his face, Long Chen grabbed Gao Jianli's sword. Had Gao Jianli's blood qi not remained so calm, Long Chen might have believed him. A calm person would also have calm blood qi, but Gao Jianli forcibly suppressed his blood qi. He was actually filled with anxiety and fear, faking the calm and solemn expression he had on the surface. Still, it went without saying that Gao Jianli was a master in acting and fighting. This kind of stunt required courage no matter what. Long Chen might still spare him though. Perhaps, after experiencing this, Gao Jianli would have a new start, although Long Chen rarely gave people such a chance. However, just as this thought crossed Long Chen's mind, a furious roar shattered the moment. "Don't believe him." A terrified expression flickered across Gao Jianli's eyes, and he hastily shouted, "Shut your mouth." The person roaring was a disciple wearing robes of the Violet Palace Hall. He looked rather delicate, somewhat resembling Lu Ziyu. Long Chen instantly recognized him. He was one of the Lu family's disciples who had watched Lu Zaichong's fight with them back then. He had to be Lu Ziyu's cousin. His roar was interrupted by Gao Jianli's shout. Blood sprayed from this disciple's mouth, and cracks covered his body. Fortunately, he was strong enough that he didn't die directly. Despite coughing up blood, he continued, "He killed my 2 big sisters." When Long Chen and Mo Nian heard that, their expressions instantly darkened. 1. Remember Long Chen tearing off his remaining face. Chapter 4932, Purgatory Flame. Gao Jianli's expression contorted, and with a wave of his sleeve, he sent a black light shooting straight toward Long Chen's chest. Long Chen, watch out! Yu Luo cried out in shock. Long Chen and Gao Jianli were now extremely close, and Gao Jianli's actions were also extremely sudden. Furthermore, no one had anticipated that he was hiding a weapon in his sleeve. Reacting swiftly, Long Chen adjusted the sword in his hand slightly. Both the sword and the streak of black light were deflected away. As Long Chen was still in a weak state, he used the tiniest bit of power to knock aside the sneak attack. He even let the sword be knocked out of his hands so he wasn't injured. You dare to show me such a low-class trick? I know who you are very well. Why pretend to be a hero in front of me? Your dog eyes really are blind, sneered Long Chen. Just then, 4 arrows pierced Gao Jianli's shoulders and legs, causing him to turn ashen. In an instant, all his energy was sealed by those arrows, and he could no longer decide his own life and death. Just as the 4 protector elders shot Gao Jianli, the Yellow Spring Pavilion's master and Cao Guofeng turned around and fled, only for an arrow to pierce their heads and kill them in one go. The attacker was Yu Luo. Divine light sparkled on top of her bow, and the way she drew back her bowstring was so elegant that Mo Nian almost drooled. Mo Nian had the urge to call Yu Luo his master. He didn't want anything other than to master her graceful skill. Now the only one remaining from the original 4 leaders was Gao Jianli. The other experts present were all too terrified to move. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I beg you, avenge my sisters. Just then, that disciple of the Violet Palace sect ran over, not even caring about his own wounds. Just what happened? Mo Nian immediately stepped forward to support him and feed him a medicinal pill. The disciple consumed the pill, but he almost wept when asked about what happened. He replied, Gao Jianli used my big sisters as bait. He wanted to bait you into saving them in front of Heaven's Screen Mountain, so he captured them as hostages to threaten you. When you started fighting the Vice Hall Master, they wanted to use my 2 sisters to distract you. But the 2 of them, they were unwilling to be used as pawns in their game. They did not want to sell out their friends, so they detonated their dantian to kill themselves. Unable to continue any further, that disciple wailed. At the same time, the experts of the Violet Palace sect lowered their heads, not daring to look at him. Even more so, they didn't dare to look at Long Chen. This blow fueled the rage in Long Chen and Mo Nian's hearts even more. Back then, they were in a bloody battle and failed to notice these things. When Long Chen's bloodthirsty gaze fell upon Gao Jianli sneered, that's right, those 2 sluts deserved to die. What, you're going to kill me to avenge them? Ha ha ha, even if you kill me, they won't come back to life, ha ha ha. Gao Jianli's laughter was tinged with madness. He knew there was no escape, so he intentionally provoked Long Chen, hoping for a swift death at Long Chen's hands. Purgatory eyes, memory recollection. As Long Chen closed his left eye, his right eye turned black. A clump of black flames then ignited within his black eyes and around Gao Jianli, who then screamed in pain. Gao Jianli's flesh melted, gradually forming a puddle. Within the viscous pool, a scene emerged. Lu Zichong and Lu Ziyu were entangled in blood-colored chains, their bodies pierced by the metal and their blood dyeing the ground red. Lu Ziyu's eyes were full of hatred, while Lu Zichong's expression held only disappointment. In the distance, the void was quivering intensely. Amidst the turmoil, a fervent invocation echoed, God Brahma, hear your devout disciples' call. Bestow me your divine power. Long Chen and Mo Nian instantly recognized it as the moment the Vice Palace Master started to brew a terrifying technique, and the 2 had gone all out to stop him. Ziyu, don't be afraid. I'm here, I'll look after you even on the path to the Yellow Springs, Lu Zichong reassured her younger sister with a tender gaze. Lu Ziyu looked back at her and nodded. Big sister, I'm not afraid, even if I have to die, I'm not going to betray my friends. I just hope that we can be sisters again in our next life, but I don't want to be born into this kind of bastard family again. Stop them. Suddenly, a panicked cry rang out from outside, belonging to the Vice Palace Master, who had previously spoken with Long Chen. The Vice Palace Master, also the Lu family's head, immediately shot over, but he was still too late. Lu Zichong broke the shackles and self-detonated, leaving behind a tragic scene. A bloody flower bloomed within the scene. This was the final vestige left behind by Lu Zichang and Lu Ziyu. You goddamn brutes. Mo Nian suddenly turned around, unable to endure it any longer. These people were too inhuman, worse than animals. A shovel suddenly appeared in Mo Nian's hand as he charged toward the camp of the four noble families. Amongst the four noble families, only the leaders had been heaven saints, and they were the lowest existence amongst heaven saints. This was why the Vice Hall Master hadn't bothered to make them join the battle. To put it frankly, it would have been like using them as low-quality cannon fodder. He hadn't even considered them worth the effort. Other than the leaders, there were a few half-step heaven saints, but they were rapidly slain by the wild swings of Mo Nian's shovel. Unlike Long Chen, Mo Nian rarely carried out a wanton massacre. But today, he felt that if he didn't, he would go insane. These animals should go to hell and repent there. Although Mo Nian had not fully recovered, he could easily kill these people. In a short moment, they were all crossing the Yellow River. Those trying to flee were killed by the four protector elders. While the core pillars of the four noble families were killed, Gao Jianli was still screaming. The burning of the purgatory flame made him wish he was dead. The purgatory flame was specifically related to the purgatory eyes. In fact, Long Chen himself didn't know when he had awakened this ability. It felt as if it had existed within him for a long time, but he simply hadn't known how to use it. He also didn't know how he activated its memory recollection function either. Hearing Gao Jianli's wailing, he felt the thrill of vengeance. There was nothing more satisfying than hearing the screams of the wicked. Finally, Gao Jianli turned to ash, but his screams continued to echo. As if this searing pain would accompany him for eternity. All the enemies were dead, but Long Chen and Mo Nian only felt disappointment. Xing Wuzhong wouldn't come back from the afterlife, nor would Lu Zichang and Lu Ziyu. In the end, the dead stayed dead. As Yu Luo came forward to say a few comforting words to them, Mo Nian's expression suddenly changed. Powerful experts are coming. Chapter 4933, Escaping from Disaster. Mo Nian's shout startled Long Chen and Yu Luo. After all, neither of them sensed anything. Mo Nian hastily explained, I'm not the one who sensed it. It was. Mo Nian took out a potted flower that looked like a sunflower. It was a foot tall, with a main trunk as thick as a chopstick, and the sunflower itself was only the size of an egg. It didn't have a single leaf and looked extremely odd. Mo Nian then explained that this was an immemorial plant he had found underground. It was extremely sensitive to danger and could even calculate karma to determine the future. However, it was still in its infancy, so its power was limited. Normally, it helped Mo Nian sense danger and was especially useful when he went searching for treasure. It helped him avoid mechanisms and traps. It could be considered a priceless treasure, especially to Mo Nian who often robbed graves. Yet, Mo Nian rarely used it as doing so would affect its growth. He still didn't know just how many divine abilities this mysterious divine sunflower had, so he cherished it. However, due to their severe injuries this time, he decided to take out the small sunflower for safety. Mo Nian turned the pot, showing that the flower always pointed in one direction, the direction of the danger. Do you know how strong these people are? Asked Yu Luo. Mo Nian shook his head. It's still not grown up, so its senses are still muddled. But the fact that it is reacting shows that once they arrive, we won't be able to get away. Even you? Asked Long Chen in surprise. After all, Mo Nian was the master of fleeing for his life. If even he couldn't run away, then whoever was coming was truly terrifying. Suddenly, Long Chen recalled that he also had a priceless treasure. With the violet crystal heavenly eye, he looked in the direction that the sunflower was pointing. Long Chen scanned that direction and quickly saw 9 figures rushing over, one being a white-haired elder with a sharp gaze. It was vaguely possible to see flame runes burning as he opened and closed his eyes. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he couldn't sense this person's aura, he knew that this person was more dangerous than the Vice Hall Master. Long Chen handed the eye to Mo Nian for him to take a look, but he couldn't let go of it as it relied on the power of his violet blood to work. It's the Flame Divine Hall's people, exclaimed Mo Nian. Race leader Yu Luo also looked. They are wearing robes of the Flame Divine Hall, but this white-haired elder's robes are completely different from that of the Vice Hall Master. His power seems to be greater as well. We should hurry and leave. Long Chen and Mo Nian nodded. Fighting such a terrifying expert while injured was purely suicidal. After all, their victory over the Vice Hall Master relied heavily on several trump cards in the element of surprise. By catching him off guard at the start, they forced him into one desperate situation after another. The Vice Hall Master, underestimating their abilities, fell into their trap. One misstep led to his downfall, from which he never recovered. This result was partially thanks to luck. If they fought again, the ones to lose would be Long Chen and Mo Nian. "I'm curious, how do they know that we're here?" asked Mo Nian, cocking his head. Their movements should have been hidden until their arrival. Furthermore, Devil Fall City was just an empty husk. Even if their enemies wanted to capture them, surely they could think of somewhere better than here, right? On top of that, the Flame Divine Hall's people were all arrogant and aloof, only caring about profit. To mobilize such an expert for them was entirely superfluous. No matter what, it was unlikely that anyone would believe Long Chen and Mo Nian would risk their lives to save the Xing family's people, especially since the Xing family had long since left. Hence, why would the pursuers come now? Mo Nian was unable to figure it out, and Long Chen also couldn't understand, but then he suddenly slapped his leg. "I get it. What do you get?" asked Mo Nian hastily. "Quick, scour the residences of the four noble families. There's definitely something good inside," exclaimed Long Chen. He didn't explain and instead rushed to the Violet Palace sect. Mo Nian didn't press him and immediately went to the Iron Blood Gate. Seeing this scene, Yu Luo and the four Protector Elders split up for the Heaven Heart Hall and Yellow Spring Pavilion. When Long Chen arrived at the Violet Palace sect's gate, he immediately punched it. That disciple of the Violet Palace sect followed him. Seeing Long Chen crush the Violet Palace sect, rather than being sad, he cheered. He hated this emotionless sect and had no intention of staying here. Long Chen flipped through the entire Violet Palace sect. Not finding anything, he directly asked that disciple, "Little brother, did anything odd happen in the Violet Palace sect 3 days ago? Did anyone come?" The disciple paused to think and shook his head. "No, did I guess wrong?" Long Chen's confidence lagged. Just then, they heard Yu Luo's startled cry. "Long Chen, Mo Nian, come over here." Long Chen rushed over like a bolt of lightning to the Yellow Spring Pavilion. When Long Chen arrived, he saw an altar with a figure seated on it. When Mo Nian saw that figure, he couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, old thing, after committing so many sins, you still fell into our hands. The heavens punish evildoers, hee hee." Long Chen was pleasantly surprised because the person on the altar was the Vice Hall Master's Yuan spirit. The altar was surrounded by corpses, but they weren't members of the four noble families. They were most likely commoners who hadn't left the city quickly enough. "Using innocent souls to extend your own life. Killing you is completely justified," said Mo Nian, eyeing the bodies strewn across the ground. It was clear that this atrocity was committed by the four noble families. They had sacrificed countless people to preserve the Vice Hall Master's Yuan spirit. The Vice Hall Master's Yuan spirit awoke when Long Chen and Mo Nian arrived. When he saw them, his expression changed into one of terror. However, he forcibly calmed himself and coldly said, "I'd advise you not to do anything foolish, or there won't be any room for negotiation. If you leave now, I can swear on my soul to forget everything that has happened. If you don't, the Flame Divine." Long Chen and Mo Nian ignored him, exchanging a look. Long Chen asked, "Do you want to, or shall I?" Chapter 4934, Do You Know Your Sin? "Let me, you've shown off enough lately. It should be my turn," answered Mo Nian. He was naturally willing to do it. The Vice Hall Master roared, "Do you two know what you're doing? If you kill me, the Flame Divine Hall will never forgive you. The Brahma Pill Valley's forces are spread throughout the entire Sovereign Emperor Heaven. When the time comes, you will be hunted by the entire—" "Shut up," Mo Nian interrupted him impatiently. He then took out a violet jade stone covered in countless runes and handed it to Long Chen. Long Chen received it with a baffled expression. However, once he held the jade in his hand, he became speechless. It was actually a top-grade photographic jade. In an instant, he knew what Mo Nian wanted. Without wasting words, Long Chen directly activated the photographic jade. As the high-quality recording started, Mo Nian adopted an aloof and holy demeanor, pointing a sword at the Vice Hall Master. "Old fogey, do you know your sins?" Mo Nian demanded, appearing like a magistrate sentencing a criminal. The Vice Hall Master's eyes were filled with terror. "Youngster, hear me out. The loftier someone was, the more they feared death. They viewed themselves as magistrates sentencing others. But once it was their turn to be sentenced, they cherished their life more than anyone. They had never thought the day would come." With a swift motion, Mo Nian swung his sword across the Vice Hall Master's Yuan spirit, leaving a cut. The Vice Hall Master screamed. He had no idea what this sword was, but when it touched him, it left behind a bloody flame scar that burned his Yuan spirit. Hurry up, urged Long Chen. He had just used the violet crystal heavenly eye to check and saw that their enemies were accelerating. It wouldn't be long before they arrived, so Long Chen didn't want Mo Nian playing around too much. Fine, since time is pressing, I won't make things hard on you. Just answer my question. What is 1 plus 1? Asked Mo Nian. 2. The Vice Hall Master shouted without even thinking about it. Mo Nian's sword fell, cutting his Yuan spirit in two. The Vice Hall Master simply stared at Mo Nian in horror as the final wisps of his Yuan spirit dissipated. Mo Nian calmly blew on his sword point, shrugging. Sorry, but you know too much. Mo Nian's expression left Long Chen speechless. Was it really that fun to play such a childish game? Yu Luo and the others had never seen such a thing before. Seeing the Vice Hall Master's unwilling and uncomprehending expression before death, they almost laughed. This serious matter had actually been turned into a joke, causing Yu Luo and the others to hold back their laughter. Only these two youngsters were capable of such a feat. When Long Chen tossed the photographic jade to Mo Nian, he was so excited that he immediately checked it. Perhaps he simply felt that his appearance was too cool, but his eyes were filled with stars as he reveled in his vision, giving Long Chen goosebumps. With the violet crystal heavenly eye, Long Chen observed that when the Vice Hall Master died, the approaching figures paused. Then, their leader took out a certain object and examined it. His expression contorted, and he charged forward with all his power. Clearly, they knew the Vice Hall Master had been killed, so they were rushing over for revenge. However, the truth was that the Vice Hall Master deserved his fate. After sustaining severe injuries that day, he could have used a secret art to transport his Yuan spirit to the nearest branch of the Flame Divine Hall for recovery. However, he was worried about someone with malicious intentions killing him. If he were to use that secret art to move, it would exhaust all the Yuan spirit energy he had left. The Yellow Spring Pavilion's master then advised him to recuperate under his care. Here, the four noble families could guard him. With the power left behind by the Square Heaven Seal, they felt that they would be able to deal with someone of Xing Wuzhong's caliber. So, they thought everything was under control. What touched the Vice Hall Master deeply was the offer to sacrifice the souls of the commoners to nourish his Yuan spirit. At this critical moment, if he received that spiritual nourishment, his recovery would be faster. Thus, after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to stay and recuperate here. However, this decision ended up sending him to the gates of hell. Seeing the experts from the Flame Divine Hall rushing over, Long Chen became suspicious and searched for the Vice Hall Master. Eventually, they found him. Before death, the Vice Hall Master was even humiliated by Mo Nian. He died paying for his sins, bringing closure to the fallen souls of Devil Fall City. Let's go, exclaimed Long Chen. With the pursuers closing in, Long Chen's instincts warned him of impending danger. No rush, let me set something up, said Mo Nian calmly. He then put away the photographic jade reluctantly. Even after watching it several times, it wasn't enough to satisfy him. Mo Nian then took out over 100 Heaven Saint divine weapons. However, they were all bloodstained and dusty, with most of them covered in rust. Despite their condition, the fact that Mo Nian could take out so many Heaven Saint divine weapons still shocked Yu Luo and the others. Mo Nian formed a hand seal and buried them underground. Following that, he did something to the altar that the others didn't understand. However, Long Chen knew that he was definitely setting up a trap. Unlike the encounter with the Vice Hall Master, this time Mo Nian set up his trap in advance, ensuring it remained perfectly concealed. It posed a greater challenge this time. After all, the more runes used to conceal it, the more it restrained its explosive power. This time, Mo Nian buried the Heaven Saint divine weapons underground and used the altar's aura to cover up their fluctuations. He then used a formation to link them all together. After setting this up, he took out another formation disc. Everyone got on and patiently waited. After several breaths, a berserk pressure crashed down upon them, and Devil Fall City instantly collapsed. Having lost the support of the Square Heaven Seal, a stiff breeze blew it over. Powerful gusts blew through the city, ripping up sand and stone, blasting apart countless buildings. A group of people materialized in the sky, causing Long Chen's heart to tremble. He finally laid eyes on that person directly, and the white-robed elder also noticed them. As expected, you're stronger than that dead ghost. But so what, hee, we'll meet again in the future. Mo Nian snickered. At this moment, the transportation formation activated, and their bodies turned illusory. The group appeared to instantly teleport atop the altar, clawing at it in a desperate attempt to capture them alive, even in that moment of urgency. However, Mo Nian's timing was impeccable. Their actions didn't disrupt the transportation at all. Helplessly, the pursuers could only watch as Long Chen and the others vanished, leaving them seething with frustration. The elder roared and stamped the ground ferociously. Chapter 4935, Heavenly Flame Devil Domain. With one step, the elder blasted the altar apart. However, just as the altar exploded, the elder's expression completely changed, and he instantly shot into the sky. Over 1,000 explosions erupted, forming a wave of annihilation that obliterated any trace of Devil Fall City. The elder spat out a mouthful of blood as countless divine weapon fragments pierced him. Despite the 2 heaven veins swirling around him, indicative of his formidable power, his protective divine light failed to activate fast enough, leaving him vulnerable to the onslaught of fragments. Although those wounds were not fatal to him, those fragments brought with them the aura of death and decay. His flesh started to rot and give off a disgusting stench. The elder didn't bother attempting to heal his wounds. Instead, his divine sense rapidly spread, and he suddenly let out a furious roar. To his horror, he discovered that all the experts who had accompanied him were dead. Their bodies had been utterly annihilated, with even their Yuan spirits unable to escape. The detonation of over 1,000 Heaven Saint divine weapons unleashed unimaginable power. Fortunately for him, he possessed 2 heaven veins. Had he only possessed one, while this attack might not have necessarily killed him, it would have undoubtedly inflicted serious injury. You little brats, just you wait. The elder had never expected that a single stamp of his foot would result in the demise of his subordinates. The infuriating feeling nearly made him spit out blood. Who's there? The elder suddenly roared and unleashed a palm that tore through the void, forcing someone out of hiding. Then, 2 palms crashed together. That elder and this person grunted and retreated a few steps. Are all the people of the Flame Divine Hall so explosive? Why do you attempt to kill before even identifying your target? Demanded the mysterious figure. The twisting void ceased its turmoil, and the figure gradually became clearer. Clad in gray robes and wearing a golden mask, the person appeared. From his voice, he seemed to be slightly old, but his blood chi was still strong and healthy. Chess sect. The elder from the Flame Divine Hall was startled when he saw the elder's mask, but his expression turned cold. The chess sect has been hiding for millions of years. Your wings have toughened, is that it? You dare to cause trouble for the Flame Divine Hall? Then let me see just how much skill the chess sect has to dare act so wildly. The elder was about to attack when the chess sect expert shouted, "Have you gone crazy? I came here to capture the murderer of my beloved disciple. I'm not here to quibble with you." Murderer. The Flame Divine Hall elder finally calmed down, his anger gradually fading away. Now, he realized he had wrongly accused someone. How long ago did they leave? Asked the chess sect expert. The Flame Divine Hall elder retorted, "How did you know they were here?" Although the Flame Divine Hall elder recognized the mark of the chess sect from the mask, he was still suspicious. "I have no idea where they were or are. I came here to capture Xing Wuzhong's family," replied the chess sect expert. Hearing that, the Flame Divine Hall elder said, "They just left through a transportation formation." However, he didn't bother explaining his wounds as it would be too embarrassing. The chess sect expert pretended not to see the devastation all around and asked, "Do you know their general direction?" "Those 2 brutes are too crafty, immediately throwing the spatial fluctuations into chaos so that they're impossible to track," replied the Flame Divine Hall elder patiently. He didn't want to say that space was in chaos because he had detonated Mo Nian's trap. That was what made it impossible to pursue them. They really are hateful. If I catch them, I'll definitely torture them as much as possible before killing them, said the chess sect expert. Friend, you shouldn't be too angry. They were able to get away today because they were lucky. They won't have that luck next time. The Flame Divine Hall elder could only nod in acknowledgement of the other side's kind advice. After all, the expert from the chess sect was on par with him in terms of status, so he dared not be too impolite. While the Flame Divine Hall elder hailed from the Flame Divine Hall, the other party originated from the most enigmatic of the 4 immemorial sects, the chess sect. Among the 4 immemorial sects, the Zither sect, the chess sect, the calligraphy sect, and the painting sect. The disciples of the zither sect were particularly widespread, with their practitioners traversing the world to comprehend the heavenly Taoes. In comparison, the calligraphy sect and painting sect were more low-key, but it was still possible to see their disciples traversing the world. The chess sect stood apart from the others, and millennia could pass without the slightest whisper of news from them. Their isolation from the world was so profound that some even speculated their inheritance had been lost. However, in reality, all four immemorial sects possessed a shockingly deep foundation. Even the Brahma Pill Valley avoided conflict with them, and in clashes between disciples, they often criticized their own disciples rather than causing trouble for the other side. The four immemorial sects in the Brahma Pill Valley minded their own business. Despite countless years passing, they had yet to engage in any big conflicts. The chess sect was notorious for its fiercely protective stance toward its disciples. If any harm befell them, their master would personally emerge to crush the offenders. Moreover, the chess sect was merciless. If provoked, they would obliterate an entire sect, leaving no survivors. As a result, no one dared to antagonize them. In any case, the chess sect's experts had not appeared in the world for many years, so many experts had almost forgotten about the chess sect, unable to recognize their masks. Only some elderly experts could assess their status based on the specific markings on their masks. Thus, after calming down, the Flame Divine Hall Elder grew more courteous. "I heard that the Brahma Pill Valley's Heavenly Flame Devil domain is about to open," probed the chess sect expert. The Flame Divine Hall Elder nodded and replied, "It should be in around half a year." "Why, is the chess sect interested in participating?" "Do you need to ask? The Heavenly Flame Devil domain is one of the Sovereign Emperor Heaven's four great eternal sacred lands. Undergoing eternal tribulation there allows one to absorb heaven vein energy, planting the seed for heaven veins. It builds the foundation to reach the Emperor realm. How could our chess sect not be interested in such an opportunity? However, we have not ventured beyond our sect's confines in many years, nor have we personally paid our respects to the Brahma Pill Valley. So, I wonder if..." The chess sect elder paused, probing the Flame Divine Hall's attitude. The Flame Divine Hall Elder lightly said, "The Heavenly Flame Devil domain is open to non-believers of the Divine Venerate. You are welcome to enter." "I know that, however, we are hoping for..." The Flame Divine Hall's elder frowned and coldly responded, "Are you saying you want your chess sect's disciples to traverse the Brahma Path and Day-Night Bridge? I'd advise you to give up on that fantasy earlier rather than later." Chapter 4936, Sovereign Jade Fragment. The Heavenly Flame Devil domain was a sacred land under the Brahma Pill Valley's control, believed to be the birthplace of all heavenly flames throughout the 9 heavens and 10 lands. According to legend, the domain, also known as the Heavenly Flame Womb, was where all heavenly flames originated. It was revered as a sacred place until it was forcibly occupied by devil creatures from beyond the heavens during the Primal Chaos battle. Although the Brahma Pill Valley eventually reclaimed it, the domain remained corrupted by the influence of these devil creatures. Despite the tainted history, this domain contained a heavenly flame sea that brimmed with the purest energies. It could aid experts in comprehending heaven vein energy, a path all aspiring emperors had to tread, defying the heavens themselves. Upon advancing to the eternal realm, experts could cleanse themselves with the heaven vein energy of the domain, establishing a solid foundation for their future journey toward becoming an emperor. Even if they ultimately failed to become an emperor, condensing a single heaven vein would allow them to dominate the heaven saint realm. For example, Xing Wuzhong relied on half a heaven vein to completely dominate this region, highlighting the vast disparity between having a heaven vein and not having one. However, this sacred land was stained by devil blood. During the Primal Chaos battle, countless devil creatures had died in the heavenly flame sea. Though their bodies were destroyed, their soul essence was sealed within the sea. As a result, the heavenly flame sea was filled with the wills and resentment of countless devil creatures. Absorbing the heaven vein energy there required absorbing this remnant will and resentment as well, making it perilously easy to become bedeviled. Yet, within the depths of the heavenly flame sea, 2 paths led to its heart. One was known as the Brahma Path, and the other as the Day-Night Bridge. It was said that Lord Brahma and fallen Day-Night's followers could walk down their respective paths and be protected from the influence of the devil wills. They could go straight to the heart of the sea and freely absorb the heaven vein energy. Rumor had it that even existences on Lord Brahma and fallen Day-Night's level could not fully erase the devil souls within the heavenly flame sea. If they were to erase them, the heavenly flame sea would cease to exist. However, Through their power, the heaven vein energy in that region was purified many times over. Although there remained a risk of bedevilment, it was less than 1% compared to absorbing it elsewhere. These paths were reserved only for Lord Brahma and fallen Danite's disciples. Outsiders could not even hope to set foot on them. The Brahma Pill Valley had its own agenda for opening the entire heavenly flame devil domain to outsiders, to use the allure of these paths to recruit more followers. After all, countless experts had specifically become followers of Lord Brahma and fallen Danite to walk on the Brahma path and Danite bridge. This tactic was extremely effective. Thus, the Chess sect's desire to send their disciples down these paths without pledging allegiance was promptly rejected. The Chess sect elder did not get angry at this rapid and haughty rejection. It was as if he had expected it. He said, "The Chess sect and the Brahma Pill Valley have not had any conflicts throughout the year, nor have we formed any friendship. The Chess sect understands this and knows we can't force you to help us. I merely broached the subject to explore the possibility of negotiation. There is no room for negotiation. To my knowledge, this is an unyielding rule that has never been breached," declared the Flame Divine Hall's elder firmly. "Don't be so sure. What if we can show enough sincerity? Any sincerity would be meaningless. It's not that I'm looking down on you or trying to make things hard on you, but there really is no room for discussion. I also don't have the power to help you," answered the Flame Divine Hall's elder. After saying that, he clearly started to lose patience and prepared to leave. "What about this thing? Is this sincerity meaningless?" A certain object appeared in the Chess sect expert's hand, one that shocked the other side. Seeing the Flame Divine Hall's elder's shocked expression, the Chess sect expert looked pleased although he was wearing a mask. The object was a milky white fragment of jade, no larger than a peanut. Despite its lack of runes and seemingly ordinary appearance, the tiny fragment seemed to contain the flow of primal chaos, exuding an aura that felt like an entire cosmos unto itself. Anyone in its presence would feel minuscule. The Chess sect expert explained, "Sovereign jade fragments retain their sovereign chi despite the passage of countless years. As for who the master of this fragment is, there should be no need for me to say it, right? Although this fragment is precious to us, we don't have a practical use for it. But for Divine Venerate Brahma, he." The Chess sect expert chuckled and fell silent, offering no further explanation. The Flame Divine Hall's elder, however, was transfixed by the piece of jade, his eyes reddening with desire. Were it not for the Chess sect expert's formidable power, the elder might have been tempted to kill him outright for this treasure. The object was simply too crucial to the Brahma Pill Valley. He took a deep breath, calming himself. "You know how to bargain. It's difficult for me to refuse such an offer. However, I must report this to the Brahma Pill Valley. Breaking the rules of the Heavenly Flame Devil domain will probably require the Valley Master's approval. I dare not say whether he will agree or disagree. Why don't you tell me your exact conditions so I can inform the higher-ups?" The Chess sect expert nodded and replied, "My Chess sect has always been simple and direct. We merely ask that the Brahma Pill Valley allows 3,000 of our disciples to enter the Brahma path and advance to the eternal realm in the core of the Heavenly Flame Sea. The Chess sect is willing to offer up this fragment of sovereign jade in exchange." After saying that, he directly tossed this fragment of jade to the Flame Divine Hall's elder, shocking the latter. However, when the Flame Divine Hall's elder touched this jade, he realized it was just a replica, not the true sovereign jade fragment. However, it had been together with the true sovereign jade fragment for so long it was stained with a trace of its sovereign chi. The Chess sect expert gave him the replica to show they had the true fragment. "All right, I will report this to the higher-ups," said the Flame Divine Hall's elder. This mission had turned into a disaster. He had come to save the Vice Hall Master, only to fail and cause the deaths of the rest of his squad. However, the Chess sect had now presented him with an opportunity to redeem himself by contributing something valuable to the Brahma Pill Valley. After accepting the piece of jade, he vanished in a flash. The Chess sect expert also vanished after that. Heavenly Flame Devil Domain, Brahma Path, Danite Bridge, Sovereign Jade Fragment. In a distant and hidden land, Long Chen was holding the violet crystal Heavenly Eye. He witnessed everything that had happened there. Long Chen and Mo Nian exchanged a look, their eyes shining. "This is our chance for vengeance." Chapter 4937, Target, Heavenly Desolation. Long Chen and the others were transported to a wilderness, and Mo Nian immediately told Long Chen the general direction. Using the violet crystal Heavenly Eye, Long Chen quickly looked toward Devil Fall City. Due to the difference in time, Long Chen didn't get to see the Elder from the Flame Divine Hall detonate the altar. He also missed the chance to witness all the experts be blasted to death. However, through the crystal eye, he could see the devastation to the city and the wounds inflicted on the Elder. Since the experts following the Elder were gone, they were likely killed by the explosion. When Mo Nian saw this, he cheered in excitement. He had been quite confident in his trap's success, but the joy of seeing it trigger successfully was simply delightful. Later on, they saw the expert from the chess sect appear. While they couldn't hear their conversation, they could read their lips to get a general understanding of what they were saying. For some reason, when Long Chen saw the fragment of sovereign jade, Long Chen felt a swell of bitter emotions, as if that jade carried countless memories. However, that feeling quickly passed. Once the two of them left, Long Chen and Mo Nian exchanged a look, both wearing sinister smiles. Race leader Yu Luo suddenly felt a chill upon seeing those smiles. They were rather frightening. Half a year, we don't have that much time. I'm still at the 5th heaven stage, and you're only at the 3rd. Will you be alright? Asked Mo Nian. During this time, Long Chen had not really increased his cultivation base. He had remained at the 3rd heaven stage because the earth cauldron prevented him from consuming more pills, though it hadn't explained why. I'll be fine. After all, I can use medicinal pills to increase my realm. But what about you? Asked Long Chen. I visited several good feng shui lands during this period, which then stalled my cultivation. I was also in no rush to increase my realm since I didn't encounter any real opponents. But now I'm regretting it. Every heaven stage would have mattered against the Vice Hall Master. If I had been in the 9th heaven stage, I wouldn't have even needed you. I'd have crushed him on my own, and then Lu Zichong and Lu Ziyu. Mo Nian sighed angrily. What Mo Nian wanted to say was that if he had been at the 9th heaven stage, he could have faced the Vice Hall Master alone, potentially giving Long Chen a chance to save the two sisters. Unfortunately, the world was not kind to what-ifs. Although treasures were important, power was even more so. Without power, even the most outstanding treasures were useless. That Emperor Arrow was the perfect example. Despite the immense power contained within it, Mo Nian couldn't unleash its full potential. I will learn some archery arts from race leader Yu Luo, and then I'll go into seclusion to raise my cultivation base. I'll aim to reach the great circle of the divine venerate realm in time for the heavenly flame devil domain, said Mo Nian. I'll slaughter them. What about you? Long Chen was about to say that he was going to return to the High Firmament Academy. After all, the academy had just found a foothold, and he was a bit worried about them. You need to take a trip to the heavenly desolation, interrupted the earth cauldron suddenly. To see the Long clan? Asked Long Chen, surprised. The heavenly desolation Long clan has something you need. Since the earth cauldron said this, Long Chen simply told Mo Nian that he would be taking a trip to the heavenly desolation Long clan. The heavenly desolation Long clan? Your family? Mo Nian was baffled. I suppose they can be considered so. My father has gone there, so I'm going to take a look as well. I really want to know what makes him so reluctant to leave, replied Long Chen. They do have a terrifying foundation, but they also care nothing about familial ties. With your character, if you go, I don't think that anything good will come of it, remarked Mo Nian. I'm not planning on getting anything good out of it. I just don't understand why my father chose to return to the Long clan. He didn't tell me, so I suppose I'll have to find the answers myself. Alright, don't forget to cultivate though. If you miss the heavenly flame devil domain, I'm going to be the only one in the limelight. Ha 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 ha, laughed Mo Nian. Don't worry, I won't slack off. We'll properly settle our debts with the Brahma Pill Valley there, declared Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen and Mo Nian patted each other's shoulders. After bidding Yu Luo farewell, he directly rushed over. However, after flying for a few hours, he gradually slowed down. At this moment, his power had recovered to about 30%. It wasn't a good thing to be speeding along at full speed for an extended period, so he found a place to recover first. He also had some questions for the Earth Cauldron. Senior, just what is in the Long clan? Asked Long Chen. The heavenly desolation is located on the western shore of the Devil Sea. Where the continent and the Devil Sea clash, the collision of Devil Chi and Immortal Chi produces some particular plants. Amongst there are several ingredients for the Nirvanic Charge Pill. If you're lucky, you will be able to find all the ingredients that you need there, answered the Earth Cauldron. Thinking of gathering all the Nirvanic Charge Pill's ingredients, Long Chen instantly jumped up in excitement. He had been stuck at the 7th star for too long, so he urgently wished to condense the 8th star. Based on his experience, the 8-star battle armor would be over 100 times stronger than the 7-star battle armor. If he could summon the 8-star battle armor, he'd be able to slap an existence like the Vice Hall Master to death. You should be able to gather most of them. Even if you don't get them all, you should only be missing a few by the end. That's why you must go there. As for the Long clan's territory, well, it will depend on your mood, said the Earth Cauldron. It knew that Long Chen detested the Long clan, or perhaps it should be said that he felt a natural repulsion for those arrogant families who thought that everyone else was beneath them. Long Chen despised them for being willing to sacrifice bloodline ties just for profit, for raising so-called heavenly geniuses like raising poison bugs. He hated their insufferably arrogant faces. Hearing that he could choose not to go to the Long clan, Long Chen was delighted and instantly became much more relaxed. He then called out Huo Linger to protect him while he recovered. 3 days later, he had regained 70 to 80% of his strength. It went without saying that his wounds this time were severe. The damage caused by Heaven Vein Dragon Chi was immense, like poison invading his bones, hard to extract. Long Chen estimated that it would take at least 10 days for him to recover fully. With 70 to 80% of his strength regained, Long Chen felt confident in being able to keep himself safe. Refreshed and determined, he embarked on his next journey, heading toward the Heavenly Desolation. Chapter 4938, Heavenly Desolation Domain. The Heavenly Desolation earned its name not because it was a land of desolation or wilderness, but because it was surrounded by water on 3 sides, with entry only possible from one direction. The sea it bordered was no ordinary sea, it was the Devil Sea. Legend had it that all Devil Seas within the 9 heavens were connected. When the world barriers faded, experts could use the Devil Sea to roam through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Of course, they had to first survive the attacks of terrifying sea demons and devils that lay deep within the sea. At least up until now, there had yet to be a person capable of traversing the Devil Sea freely. Long Chen himself had crossed the Devil Sea several times, and every time, he encountered some kind of danger. Even though he always managed to get through it safely, he somewhat feared the boundless and mysterious Devil Sea. After all, no one knew what kind of existence lay hidden beneath its depths. At any moment, a giant mouth might come out of the water and devour them. For example, the sea whale that Long Chen encountered was comparable to an entire world. If it wanted to devour someone, perhaps even an emperor would turn into whale poop. Somewhere else, Long Chen might have been reckless enough to cross the Devil Sea. But here, he chose the safer option and entered from the regular entrance. The Heavenly Desolation was not a wilderness, in fact, it was quite populated. Long Chen saw all kinds of cultivators here, some riding carriages, some on mounts or birds, and others traveling on foot. By the time Long Chen arrived at the border of the Heavenly Desolation, half a month had passed. The journey had been extremely arduous, requiring him to bypass several regions inhabited by devil creatures along the way. Even Long Chen had to exercise caution, as he couldn't afford to disturb the terrifying devil creatures within. After all, during the journey, Long Chen had felt a hair-raising danger several times. The fluctuations in those regions made Long Chen certain that there were beings on par with the Vice Hall Master there. Although the trip was a bit delayed, reaching this place in half a month was still according to plan. In truth, Long Chen could have gone to some cities and used their transportation formations to cut the time in half. However, he hadn't done so. Having killed the Vice Hall Master, Long Chen and Mo Nian could be said to have done something major. The Flame Divine Hall was undoubtedly enraged, and they would have their spies stationed throughout the cities to keep an eye on both of them. Long Chen wasn't necessarily afraid of them, but he deemed it unnecessary to waste time dealing with them. Other than that, he came here for the Nirvanic Charge Pill's ingredients. It would be best to keep his goal a bit more secretive, lest it might affect his mission. The border of the Heavenly Desolation was a mountain range so high that the peaks were shrouded by clouds. However, a giant opening at the center served as a natural gate, and travelers always chose to come and go from there. Due to the towering height of the mountains, travelers would have to brace against fierce astral winds if they attempted to pass over the mountains. Such a journey would only deplete their energy for nothing. The great aspect of this natural gate was its free entry and exit. No one was taking a fee or checking someone's status there. Although a few people were guarding this place at all times, they were merely tasked to protect the transportation formations. If someone wanted to quickly reach the first city inside the heavenly desolation, they could pay the fee and save half a day of travel. Of course, if they didn't want to use it, no one would force them to. This transportation formation was for people who wanted to save time, and anyone coming to the heavenly desolation domain for the first time would choose to walk instead. The sovereign Emperor Heaven had many regions with special lands. These lands exhibited distinct natural laws compared to the rest of the world. By walking through this place, they could slowly adapt to the laws here. Otherwise, an abrupt entry might trigger a strong reaction, especially for those sensitive to such changes. When Long Chen, cloaked in black robes, walked into the heavenly desolation domain, he quivered ever so slightly. The seven-color supreme blood in him stirred, becoming exceptionally lively. It seems that the heavenly desolation domain really is hiding some secret. My father didn't come here for no reason. Sensing the sudden activity of his seven-color supreme blood, Long Chen realized the undeniable connection between himself and the Long clan. After all, this bloodline originated from the Long clan. However, despite this lineage, Long Chen felt an immense distaste for it. He wished his father had been a normal commoner, sparing him the ties to such a rotten family. Hey, little brother, is this your first time coming to the heavenly desolation domain? Are you here to see family or to adventure? A stranger approached Long Chen the moment he arrived. Long Chen suspected this guy to be a scammer, so he ignored him. Seeing that Long Chen was alone and seemed young, this guy had likely thought that Long Chen was a novice to the world. If Long Chen put on a confused or nervous expression, this guy would immediately drag him into a pitfall, where he'd be conned out of everything, even his life. Such a thing was far too common. Scammers were all hateful, but they were also an important part of this world's iron law: the weak were prey to the strong. A normal person's growth included a history of being scammed. Long Chen remembered something that Mo Nian had said once on the Martial Heaven continent. The ones lacking experience are us. We still can't leave our homes and roam the world on our own. Scammers are hateful, but once someone is scammed and grows up, the first thing they'll do is cut down the people that scammed them. Another person ran over to Long Chen, waving to him passionately. Brother, I see that you are very talented. I happen to have a secret back door to the Long clan. If you do well, perhaps you can become one of the Long clan's outer disciples. This person wore white robes with a dragon design on his sleeves and collar, the specific sign of the Long clan's disciples. His robes were identical to those of the Long clan disciples guarding the transportation formation. However, with just a glance, Long Chen could tell that this guy was a scammer. What was on his robes was not a dragon but a drake. Long Chen had been disregarding the scammers, but when the individual suggested that Long Chen could potentially become an outer disciple of the Long clan if he performed well, Long Chen couldn't contain his laughter. Becoming an outer disciple of the Long clan? That was a hilarious joke. Seeing Long Chen's laughter, the person mistook it for genuine interest and swiftly proceeded to the next phase of his scheme. He discreetly covered his mouth and approached Long Chen. Brother, we have a connection with the Long clan. Do you see those disciples around the transportation formation? Long Chen couldn't help but ask, they're people you sent in? Of course, 3 of them were sent in by me, but the rest aren't. They relied on their own power to get in. Brother, I can see that you're talented. Your cultivation base is also decent, yet you still haven't met the requirements to become an outer disciple. However, through our connections, we can help you get in. What do you think? Hearing this, Long Chen smiled. This fellow was probing just how much money Long Chen had, still figuring out the right price to hook Long Chen in. This scammer's cultivation base was in the 5th heaven stage of the Divine Venerate realm. However, his aura was so weak that he might not be able to win against some 5th heaven stage world kings. It was obvious that he had relied on inferior pills to overdraft his future potential and forcibly increase his realm. In other words, this realm was the scammer's limit, and he wouldn't be able to make the slightest improvement for the rest of his life. It was no wonder he would choose to become a scammer. Long Chen was about to reply when several of the disciples of the Long clan walked over, surrounding Long Chen and the scammer. Chapter 4939, Chaos. 5 disciples from the Long clan instantly surrounded Long Chen and the scammer, one of them wearing a particularly dark expression. The scammer instantly tried to flee but was quickly caught by one of the disciples, who slapped him hard. The disciple didn't hold back, the scammer's mouth split open from the force. Despite seeing the slap coming, the scammer didn't dare to block or dodge, accepting it head-on. Fuck, how many times have I told you that if you want to be a scammer, go be a scammer, but don't point at us. Next time you try to use us like that, I'll rip your mouth off permanently, said the disciple who slapped the scammer. He then kicked the scammer away. Even after being slapped and kicked, the scammer didn't dare to make a sound and just left dejectedly. Little fellow, are you a novice? Listen to Big Brother's advice. There's no such thing as a free meat pie in this world. These people are all scammers, but they have backers, so we can't do much to them. As for becoming an outer disciple of the Long Clan, the trial for this year is over. Also, the requirement to be qualified for the trial was to be at the 5th heaven stage of Divine Venerate realm at the very least. You don't meet the requirements, so no personal connections can help you, said the disciple. Long Chen was surprised to see a trace of righteousness in this corrupt world. Seeing that Long Chen remained silent, the disciple examined him and said, "You came out to adventure, is that it? You should go back and bring an elder to accompany you. To tell you the truth, rich young nobles like yourself think that they have power because of their family's protection, but I don't even know how many of them have died here. Life is precious, and you should cherish it." Long Chen nodded. "You are entirely correct, many thanks." He waved his hand, sending a medicinal pill flying toward the disciple. The latter was baffled and instinctively caught it. "What's this? Are you looking down on me? I don't need your charity." "What the fuck? Look at it closely," one of the disciples beside him cried out. When the disciple talking to Long Chen caught the pill, he accidentally brushed off its outer layer, revealing its true form. "This is a top-grade Divine Venerate pill." The disciple's jaw dropped. When he looked up, Long Chen was already charging into the depths of the heavenly desolation domain, leaving behind only a blurry afterimage. Damn, who was that? Did he just give away a top-grade Divine Venerate pill? These disciples were all stunned. After all, a pill on this level wasn't something they were qualified to consume, but this stranger just randomly gave them one. After walking for a bit, Long Chen wore a rather odd smile. Interesting. Even the guards of the transportation formation are split into different camps. The interior of the Long clan is quite complicated. Long Chen had been in no rush to barge through because he wanted to see the expressions of the Long clan's disciples. From the tiniest of clues, he could infer the general situation within the clan. This was crucial for Long Chen. Unexpectedly, the disciples guarding a single small transportation formation were divided into 3 camps. Long Chen noted their distinct attitudes. One faction was hardworking, another was lazy, and the third was antisocial. The ones helping Long Chen belonged to the antisocial group. Their assistance wasn't necessarily out of kindness but seemed to be a display for the other 2 camps. When the scammer was beaten, Long Chen noticed the expressions of the hardworking camp change. That scammer was clearly on their side. If he succeeded in his scam, they would definitely get a cut. Thus, beating him was also slapping them in the face. As for the lazy group, they seemed content to just pass their days without doing or caring about anything. However, the ones who had helped Long Chen were clearly on the opposing side of the hardworking camp. It was unclear if the transportation formation's profits were unevenly distributed, or if the scammers refused to share with them, but the antisocial camp didn't look happy. The complex dynamics seemed to be a projection of the interior of the Long clan. Long Chen continued forward, not going too fast or slow. Some people passed ahead of him, and he walked past some people. All the while, he closely sensed the fluctuations in the heavenly Taos. He found that the laws in the heavenly desolation domain were heavily tainted by the auras of the devil and demon race. The laws here were more chaotic compared to the outside world, and cultivating in this environment would easily lead to people becoming temperamental and violent. The further Long Chen went, the more active his 7-color supreme blood became. It was like a withered tree finally being nourished by rainwater. Is the 7-color supreme blood a violent type of bloodline? Long Chen pondered on it. The 7-color supreme blood seemed to enjoy this kind of environment. Long Chen was minding his own business, sensing the changes in his 7-color supreme blood. However, a voice rang out behind him. "Hey, little brother, please wait." After that, a figure rapidly caught up to him. Long Chen was startled for a second but quickly understood. Seeing that everyone else in the vicinity had vanished, Long Chen simply flashed a cold smile and stopped walking. "Little brother, I have something important to tell you." The person rushing over was panting as if he had something urgent to tell Long Chen. He wore the robes of the Long clan, but when he got close to Long Chen, a dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. With a twisted smile, he thrust it at Long Chen ferociously. Long Chen asked, "A single medicinal pill is enough for you to want to kill me? It seems that you aren't doing too well. Is losing your life for a medicinal pill really worth it?" Long Chen turned ever so lightly to dodge his attack. Just then, two more figures ambushed him from behind, their two swords hacking down like bolts of lightning. A scream shattered the silence as the two ambushers severed the dagger-wielding disciple's arm into 4 pieces. Blood sprayed into the air. These two ambushers also wore robes of the Long clan. Seeing that they had struck their own companion, they were baffled. They had aimed for Long Chen, but somehow ended up striking their own comrade. Not bad, not bad. If you had succeeded, you would have had to split the profit among fewer people. Don't panic, you've done very well, Long Chen comforted the bewildered disciples. The two assailants furiously lunged at Long Chen once more, their swords raised. However, their swords shattered upon impact. In a swift motion, a hand grabbed the broken fragments and sliced them across the assailants' throats. Chapter 4940, Mercenary City. Two heads flew into the air, and their bodies slowly collapsed. What kind of bullshit is this? How are you so unskilled at robbing people? How unprofessional, grumbled Long Chen. He just shook his head and tossed the sword fragments to the ground. You guys are the worst robbers I've ever seen. Power. They lacked it. Skill. Non-existent. Cooperation. Forget it. They had lived like a joke. Long Chen couldn't understand what they were thinking. After Long Chen left, a group of black-robed experts appeared by the bodies. Laughably, some of them had dressed so hastily that they hadn't even covered the markings on their sleeves and collars, exposing the dragon mark. What happened? How did they die so quickly? It seems that they targeted someone tough this time. Take the bodies away, said their leader, and his followers quickly cleaned up any traces of trouble before vanishing. If Long Chen had simply used his divine sense, he would have seen everything happening behind him clearly. However, he couldn't even be bothered to do so. These people were the absolute bottom rank of the heavenly desolation domain, weak and untalented. They could only live day by day like bandits and pick their targets randomly. As they weren't intentionally targeting Long Chen, he felt no need to bother with it. However, this assassination attempt did make Long Chen sigh. No matter how strong one was, no matter what level they reached, the essence of cultivation remained the same. That essence was to fight. It was the same whether in the immortal world or the mortal world. Commoners had to fight for food, the rich fought for profits, the bureaucrats fought for authority, and rulers fought for territory. The higher your position, the more things you fought for. The people envied gods and immortals, all without realizing that the so-called gods and immortals were even greedier, even more barbaric, and even more brutal than them. In fact, their lofty lives might be even more painful. However, this was the essence of the world. No one could live solely by being benevolent. Some people said not fighting was the correct path, but if they didn't fight, they would lose everything they had when people came to take it, including their lives and loved ones. Would they just sit by while that happened? The answer was no. At the very least, Long Chen couldn't accept it, so he had to fight. He didn't have wild ambitions, simply wanting to live freely and with dignity. However, this simple thing was a wild fantasy in this filthy world. Long Chen continued onward, occasionally encountering someone flying past him. After the failed assassination attempt, some people had temporarily sealed off this path, leaving Long Chen speechless. They were acting so openly while attempting such a dirty deed. Just how far had the Long clan fallen? This path quickly opened up, with no obstacles in Long Chen's way. However, ahead of him, he heard people grumbling. They complained that this path was a normal one, but it was blocked by bandits. Long Chen rolled his eyes. It seemed that these people were completely brazen. Long Chen found that most people on this path seemed impoverished, with some even wielding weapons in disrepair. Long Chen's clothes were actually unremarkable and needed some patching, but amidst this crowd, he seemed well dressed. After another half-day of traveling, a city appeared before him. In truth, it failed to live up to the name of city. It had no walls, relying solely on a square moat around for protection. Without it, this place couldn't possibly be called a city. Though there were quite a few buildings, they lacked organization. Many areas were not paved with bricks but instead consisted of soil with wild grass growing. It definitely looked like a bleak and poor area. After asking around, Long Chen learned that this place was Mercenary City. It wasn't the first city that the transportation formation outside would bring people to, that city was still half a day's travel away. That place would be considered a true part of the heavenly desolation domain. This place was only called Mercenary City by the rogue cultivators who inhabited it, while the true experts simply referred to it as a mercenary outpost. Mercenary City served as a gathering place for poor rogue cultivators. Here, they had a place to rest, and there were also notice boards where they could accept missions for modest rewards. These rewards were barely enough to sustain them. After all, cultivation was like rowing a boat upstream. If a cultivator wasn't progressing, they were regressing. Furthermore, once one's realm fell, climbing back up would be very difficult. Thus, no one dared to let their realm regress, or their cultivation base would be limited to that level for the rest of their life. Long Chen stared at the busy people in the city. Their robes were in tatters, their eyes full of wariness toward this world. When he saw a young man and woman holding hands walk past him, he was lost in his memories. He suddenly recalled the scenes of the Phoenix Cry Empire. Back then, he was at the lowest point of his life back then. He was a nobody with no backing. However, back then, a young maiden had brazenly expressed her love for him, willing to share life and death with him. The dragon swims across the 4 oceans, the phoenix flies throughout the 9 lands. Seas of blood may block us, but we will never give up our path. Dragon and phoenix will both live to old age, Long Chen murmured their promise to each other. The woman had been a budding beauty, while he had been a wild youth. At the time, they didn't know about this world's cruelty, but they still made such an oath to each other. Perhaps it was a bit childish, perhaps it was a bit foolish, but they dared to express the sincere thoughts in their hearts. The dragon doesn't just swim through the 4 seas, but it also roams the 9 heavens. The phoenix breaks free of its shackles and continues to drift. It's my fault. Chu Yao, are you still doing well? Long Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by an immense sense of longing. His heart ached as he yearned for Chu Yao and all those he cared about. He hated himself for being unable to be with the women he loved. Despite being hailed as unrivaled within the same realm and being the youngest dean in the High Firmament Academy's history, he still couldn't accomplish a simple thing. Little brother, why are you crying? Just then, a shy voice rang out, and Long Chen looked up to see a woman. It was the young woman who had just walked past him. She carefully handed Long Chen a handkerchief. It was already thin and worn out, but still clean. If you don't mind. Only then did Long Chen realize that tears were streaming down his face. He felt instantly embarrassed. Politely, he declined her offer, instead wiping his face with his hands and forcing a smile. Thank you. My eyes suddenly got a bit uncomfortable, but I'm fine. The man was a 4-star heavenly doyen whose cultivation base had reached the 6th heaven stage of the divine venerate. Here, his power was actually quite formidable. He appeared to be a simple person, and with concern in his voice, he asked, "Little brother, are you in trouble? Just tell us. If we can help, we will." Long Chen shook his head. He was about to bid them farewell when a group of people came running over. Chapter 4941, Pitiful Person. What's going on? We're waiting for you too. Hurry up. A group of over 10 people came over, their leader being a large, muscular man with twin hatchets on his back. He looked rather impatient. However, when he saw Long Chen, he was startled. Looking at the couple, he asked, "This is? He should be a novice who came out for experience. I saw him crying here pitifully. Captain, why can't we bring him with us? He might get into trouble if he stays here alone," said the woman. The primary danger lay in being deceived into joining a mercenary group and getting the most perilous role, the scapegoat. Numerous mercenary groups often recruited inexperienced novices for this very purpose. Crying pitifully, repeated Long Chen. He instantly froze. If news of this spread, he would have no more face to live in this world. He looks like some rich junior. I don't think a young master will be useful to us, replied the captain. He eyed Long Chen and shook his head. Captain, urged the woman. Fine, bring him if you want. Little fellow, while you can follow us, don't expect any reward. At most, you'll get some experience. Other than that, we already have our practiced formation. We don't need you to do anything, so just follow along obediently. If you randomly interfere with our cooperation, you might cause every single one of us to be killed. If you misbehave midway, for the group's safety, I will immediately kill you, said the captain sternly. They were a mercenary group and carried out the toughest and most dangerous missions. They were constantly dancing on the edge of a knife, and the cooperation of the entire group was their greatest protection against death. Bringing along someone extra wasn't a big problem, but any interference with the group's cohesion could potentially lead to their demise. That was the most perilous and forbidden scenario. Thus, the captain gave Long Chen a warning. If he caused trouble maliciously, for the group's safety, the captain would immediately eliminate him. Don't worry, this little brother is so well behaved. He won't cause any trouble. I'll take the responsibility for looking after him, remarked the woman hastily, seemingly afraid that Long Chen would be scared off. Seemingly satisfied with Long Chen's respectful appearance, the captain nodded and led them to a rundown wine shop. It seemed that this wine shop was their property. As they sat down in a secluded corner, the captain introduced himself. I am called Feng Lud, the captain of this small mercenary group. You can call me Big Brother Lu. Since we've agreed to let you join us, we will treat you as a comrade. We will share our mission with you, but each mission is top secret. You are not to expose it to others, even once the mission is complete. Do you understand? Long Chen nodded to express that he understood. As this was just a misunderstanding, he had intended to leave, but it seemed this couple had interpreted his tears as a sign of loneliness and distress, compelling their group to invite him along. Unsure of how to refuse their kindness, Long Chen found himself at a loss. However, when Long Chen heard their mission, he was intrigued. He had interacted with mercenary groups before, but he didn't know how exactly they received and completed missions. Little brother, what's your name? Asked the woman. Long Chen didn't bother hiding anything and directly told them his name. Your surname is Long. Are you from the Long clan? They were all surprised. After all, anyone surnamed Long in the Heavenly Desolation usually belonged to some branch of the Long clan. How can that be? If he was from the Long clan, how'd he end up in Mercenary City? Laughed the woman. I am Yu Ying. It looks like you're younger than me, so you can call me Big Sister Ying. This is my husband, Wu Song. You can call him Big Brother Sun. We can make introductions on the way. Feng Lud interrupted Yu Ying just as she was about to introduce everyone. Let's talk about our mission first. Feng Lud took out a piece of paper with a map on it, as well as an illustrated guide to a specific medicinal ingredient. Seeing it, Long Chen was surprised. The snow leopard gold silk chrysanthemum. When Long Chen spoke its name, Feng Lud was taken aback. He asked, you recognize it? Long Chen replied, I know a bit about it. Of course, Long Chen recognized it. It was one of the ingredients for the Nirvanic charge pill. He had been bitterly searching for it for all this time without finding the slightest news of it. Hence, he hadn't expected to see it as soon as he arrived here. It seemed that the Earth Cauldron was telling the truth. Perhaps he really would be able to gather all the necessary ingredients here in the Heavenly Desolation domain. Although Feng Lud was a bit surprised by Long Chen, he didn't care too much about it. After all, it wasn't shocking for a disciple of some large family to recognize certain medicinal ingredients. He continued, our mission this time is this snow leopard gold silk chrysanthemum. Its location has already been confirmed. However, it is guarded by a heaven saint greater demon. We will need to carry out the 9th plan. Any questions? Seeing that everyone was nodding, Long Chen also wanted to nod, but Yu Ying laughed and stopped him. After all, Long Chen didn't even know what the 9th plan was. Furthermore, he wasn't really part of their group yet, so he wasn't qualified to give his opinion. Since there are no objections, let's move out. Feng Lud directly stood up. Starting with him, everyone brought out a bag and took out everything inside. Long Chen noticed that each bag bore a large number 9, indicating they contained specific items for their plans. Each of them wore a serious expression, fully aware that their decisions could determine life or death. They didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Long Chen found that this group had long-range attackers, close-range fighters, 2 wood element experts, and 1 water element expert. They even had a formation master. This was an extremely well-rounded squad. However, based on the items they took out, it didn't seem that they were planning to fight. Long Chen saw medicinal spheres. Although he didn't get to touch it, he could tell that it was a powerful laxative with an instantaneous effect. Everyone swiftly prepared themselves and stepped out of the wine shop. However, as they emerged, sharp weapons were suddenly pointed in their direction. Chapter 4942, Using Human Eyes to Judge a Dog. Long Chen followed the mercenaries out the door, only to see a group of people immediately surround them. This group had their weapons out, looking as if they would attack immediately. Long Chen observed them. There were over 40 of them, but despite their numbers, their actual power seemed mediocre. In a real confrontation, they wouldn't stand much of a chance against Fang Lude's group. Fang Lude seethed with rage, ready to lash out, when the leader of the opposing group smiled and said, "Aya, isn't this Brother Lu? I'm so sorry, we thought you were someone else. Guys, put away your weapons." This group immediately put away their weapons. With a single glance, Long Chen knew that these people were looking for trouble. "Qihua, what do you think you are doing?" demanded Fang Lude. "I already said that it was a misunderstanding. Brother Lu, I'm sure you're busy, so you can leave." Qihua smiled and even gestured for them to walk by. "If you have some skill, you can cause trouble. But if you don't, you'll die sooner or later like dogs in the street," sneered an archer behind Fang Lude. "Hehe, fortune might favor you now, but the tides could shift at any moment. Even if I'm willing to be someone's dog to achieve my goals, what can you do to me?" Qihua simply chortled, not angry at all. "I couldn't tell that you had the potential to be a dog," said a woman beside Long Chen. This squad had 2 women, her and Yu Ying. "You couldn't tell because you used human eyes to judge a dog," quipped Long Chen automatically without giving it much thought. The instant remark elicited laughter from everyone in the mercenary group. "And who are you?" Qihua's anger flared instantly upon seeing Long Chen, a foreign face. "I was going to say that I'm your dad, but after seeing your looks, I don't want you to take advantage of me like that," Long Chen replied, shaking his head. Long Chen maintained a neutral expression, and his words were devoid of anger, yet they were so irritating and comedic. Fang Lude and his companions found their anger melting away, replaced by laughter. Scram! Fang Lude's expression suddenly sank. "Don't think that having a backer means that you're anything important. If I really decide to slaughter you, they won't necessarily step forward to avenge someone like you. If you want to die, just say the word." Qihua harbored some grudges against them. However, after gaining the backing of a stronger mercenary group, he started to constantly cause trouble, trying to incite a battle between their 2 groups. He wanted to use his backers' power to get revenge for himself. However, Qihua wasn't worth much. Despite leading a group, he knew they were just a bunch of newbies and lacked any skills. A random rabble of people couldn't contend against Fang Lude and the others. Thus, he didn't dare to go overboard, except for venting occasionally. Seeing that Fang Lude was actually angry, Qihua didn't dare to keep provoking them and retreated to the side. Qihua could only gnash his teeth angrily as he watched them leave. At this moment, the archer came over and praised Long Chen. "Little brother, your cultivation base isn't high, but your mouth is extra sharp." You almost made him choke on his own bile. That was satisfying. Normally, they were the ones who left with anger, but today Qihua had turned purple with rage. That was particularly satisfying. Their group consisted of 18 members, but the majority of them weren't particularly eloquent. Yu Ying was the most talkative among them, but even she couldn't match Long Chen's tongue. The simple brother song didn't know how to express his praise for a long time. Eventually, he simply gave Long Chen a thumbs up. "That was really good," praised the others. Long Chen hadn't anticipated receiving so much praise just from uttering a few insults. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What he didn't realize was that these people would rather fight with blades than with their mouths. That was because if they fought with their mouths, there was no way for them to win. They didn't possess that innate talent. "You're too courteous. With my low cultivation base, I have to rely on this mouth of mine to live," replied Long Chen helplessly, spouting nonsense. In this group, the weakest person was at the 5th heaven stage, while the highest was Fang Lude at the 7th heaven stage. Their power was relatively evenly matched. Since Long Chen's cultivation base was only at the 3rd heaven stage, he was indeed at the bottom in this regard. However, Fang Lude waved his hand dismissively. "That isn't a problem. After joining us for a few missions, we can assess whether you're suited to becoming a permanent member of our group." Initially, Fang Lude hadn't been too fond of Long Chen because Long Chen seemed like a spoiled young master, unlike the rest of them who knew how to persevere through bitterness. He would only be a burden if brought along. However, Fang Lude was also not willing to see someone innocent and naive be taken advantage of by others. Since their mission this time wasn't particularly difficult, he decided to bring Long Chen along. Besides needing some extra time, their mission wasn't too dangerous. Moreover, Fang Lude had to give Yu Ying face. Yu Ying and her husband were kind-hearted individuals, and they might not be pleased if Fang Lude didn't bring Long Chen along. As the captain, Fang Lud had to consider everyone's feelings. It was a fundamental aspect of leadership. By saying this now, Fang Lud seemed to have been won over by Long Chen's tongue. Their group was indeed missing someone with a sharp tongue. Long Chen instantly understood Fang Lud's thoughts. They had taken his random joke seriously. Could it be that the dean of the High Firmament Academy would need to rely on a sharp tongue to live? The mercenary group moved out. After leaving the city, Fang Lud summoned a demonic bird, his mount. They all got on it and flew off. An hour later, Long Chen gazed into the distance and saw an enormous city, 100 times larger than Mercenary City. It was glorious and luxurious, a stark contrast to the bleakness of Mercenary City. That is one of the Heavenly Desolation Domain's 18 outer cities. Work hard. Once you see the inner city, you'll witness true grandeur. However, when you see the Long Clan's 10,000 Dragon City, the rest of these cities will seem like nothing, said one of the mercenaries. Long Chen noticed they were going around the city, so he couldn't help but ask, why didn't we go to the city? There's an entrance fee. Who has that much money to waste? Spendthrifts. That mercenary rolled his eyes in response. Just as they were speaking, a war chariot with dragon marks came hurtling toward them, making them cry out in shock. The chariot barreled forward with alarming speed, threatening to smash into their group. Chapter 4943, once more descending upon the Devil Sea. At this moment, Fang Lud's expression changed, and he hastily commanded the demonic bird to dodge. The battle chariot whistled right over their heads. If they had been the slightest bit slower, they would have been struck. Everyone was startled and enraged, but they were also powerless. On the other hand, Long Chen remained unfazed. If they had been hit, he'd have blasted the chariot apart with his fist. The Long Clan's disciples really are hateful. They clearly saw us but still charged over to embarrass us, raged Yu Ying. There's nothing we can do. They're skilled at reincarnating somewhere good, while we weren't. People can curse the Long Clan's disciples for being arrogant, but in the end, their hatred isn't toward their arrogance. They hate themselves for not being born as disciples of the Long Clan, sighed Fang Lud. Arrogance wasn't inherently hateful, people just hated someone who could act more arrogant than them. If they had the chance, they would also want to act that arrogant. Don't be angry. Pitiful people have hateful parts, and the opposite is also true. Hateful people also have pitiful parts, said Long Chen with a smile. What are you talking about? Asked the archer who had gotten close to Long Chen. He scratched his head, not comprehending. For a moment, Long Chen didn't know how to explain it. He wanted to say that while the arrogant pricks looked wildly arrogant, the truth was that they were also bullied by others. There was always someone stronger than them, so they had nowhere to vent their feelings other than on those weaker than them. However, if Long Chen explained it like that, it would definitely be hurtful. After all, these mercenaries were close to the bottom of the food chain and would always be bullied. In the end, Long Chen forced himself to explain differently. I meant the strong always face people stronger than them, and evil people are also dealt with by more evil people. In this case, those pricks will encounter more arrogant people, and sooner or later, they'll kick a tough nail. If their luck is bad, they'll be forced to reincarnate, and I don't believe they'll be lucky enough to reincarnate somewhere so good again. This explanation made them all laugh. Normally, these mercenaries didn't talk so much, either completing missions or cultivating. It was their first time meeting someone so humorous. Long Chen's very existence improved their mood. It's a good thing they're not going in our direction. Otherwise, I'd just give up on this mission. In any case, our luck isn't that bad this time, said Fang Lud. Long Chen, can I ask you a few questions? If you don't want to answer, feel free not to, remarked Yu Ying. She had wanted to speak several times before this but had stopped herself every time. Long Chen saw Brother Song tighten his hold on Yu Ying's hand and smiled. This Brother Song was quite interesting. It seemed that he knew what Yu Ying wanted to ask. He wanted to stop her but couldn't. It's fine. Go ahead and ask. Are you a disciple of a noble clan? The others' ears perked up as they also wanted to know this. Someone like Long Chen couldn't possibly have an ordinary background, but it wasn't their place to ask. Since Yu Ying couldn't hold back though, they all listened intently. I suppose so. What about it though? I've never obtained anything good from my so-called noble clan. Long Chen spoke frankly. The Heavenly Desolation Long Clan definitely could count as a noble clan. After all, their inheritance stretched back far into ancient eras. Were you forced out by them? Did you run away? Or do you want to go through trials to prove yourself? Asked Yu Ying. In their eyes, someone born in superior conditions wouldn't muddle with people like them unless they were forced out, never received any recognition, or wanted to prove themselves. After all, sanctimonious elders often scolded their disciples, saying, "With your conduct, you wouldn't survive 3 days outside." Those words were hurtful and spurred countless individuals to prove themselves. As a result, many ran away to seek adventure, and in truth, many didn't even last a day. When Yu Ying saw Long Chen, she perceived him as a pitiful young master driven away from his home. It was only here that he saw the cruelty of the world and felt powerless. Well, people said first impressions were the strongest. Long Chen shook his head. It's none of those. Just then, there was a loud explosive sound, and the void shuddered. They then saw a giant divine bird flying over. Although it was far from them, its terrifying pressure still crashed down upon them. Their own demonic bird was so terrified that it dove into the forest. Fang Lu tried to control it several times and was barely able to calm it down enough. With everyone jumping in fright, they completely forgot about Long Chen's response. "We're not far from our target. Let's keep ourselves hidden on foot," instructed Fang Lu. Everyone nodded. For them, that divine bird was very terrifying. Fortunately, they were far away from it. If they were closer, they would be doomed. Long Chen didn't really care about a single heaven saint bird, but it was a terrifying existence to Fang Lu and the others. They didn't dare to face a heaven saint divine bird directly. After continuing onward for a bit, they quickly heard the sound of the tide. After walking a bit further, they arrived at the top of a tall mountain. From there, Long Chen saw an endless sea with water as black as ink. The Devil Sea, the Fiend Sea. Long Chen had encountered it many times, but every time he saw that ink-like water, he felt a chilling sensation, as if a pair of eyes were silently watching him from its depths. He suddenly recalled an instance when, during an advancement, a trace of his essence blood was absorbed by the Fiend Sea. At the time, he had been about to resist, but the dragon expert had stopped him, instructing him to let the Fiend Sea absorb his blood and be stained by his karma. Even now, Long Chen didn't understand why. This Devil Sea was different from the ones Long Chen had previously encountered. The Devil Seas he had seen before were calm, with almost no ripples or waves, resembling pools of dead water. However, here, the Devil Sea was unleashing ferocious waves that crashed against the rocks, sending black seawater spraying through the air. A disgusting stench hung in the air. As soon as they arrived here, Long Chen noticed several medicinal ingredients in the area. However, Fang Lu and the others didn't even look at them. It seemed that these ingredients were not worth anything here, but these ingredients were rather precious outside the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. In any case, Long Chen already had them in the primal chaos space, so he didn't bother with them. However, their existence invigorated him. It seemed that there really were countless medicinal ingredients here ripe for the picking. Coming here had been the right choice. Everyone paused momentarily to rest. After a brief respite, they headed towards a depression in the ground. As they approached, a low roar shook their ears. Chapter 4944, Heaven Saint Six-Horned Sea Serpent. See, the source of the low roar was surprisingly close, causing them to jump. According to Fang Lu's informant, there should be no demonic beasts in the vicinity. Was the information wrong? Little Chi, give everyone some aura-concealing talismans. We'll take a look. Long Chen, don't be nervous. Just go with Brother Song and Sister Ying. Fang Lu quickly gave orders, not forgetting to look after Long Chen. Long Chen almost laughed. What did he have to be nervous about? However, it was rare indeed for people to trust someone so quickly in this kind of world, especially if they hadn't known each other for long. These people lived on the bottom rung of society, where life was extremely tough and dangerous. Not only were the real experts squeezing them out of the best places, but they also had to compete with countless peers. In a world of constant danger, kindness was the most worthless thing. Yet, these people trusted Long Chen quickly and looked after him, showing their kindness. Kind people indeed attracted each other. It was often said that like attracts like. When everyone received an aura-concealing talisman, Long Chen noticed that the talisman master was actually quite skilled. Although he couldn't compare to Sha Chen, his craftsmanship was impressive. Unfortunately, the paper used for these talismans was rather cheap, and the ink and pen were also of low quality. The mercenary group placed Long Chen at the center to avoid any mishaps and to prevent him from making any novice mistakes. They continued onward carefully, passing a barren stone mountain. Using stone-colored camouflage, they snuck their way forward. When they saw the scene before them, they were overjoyed. A giant sea serpent was coiled there, with an egg bigger than a house by its side. Six-horned sea serpent. Long Chen was surprised to see this immemorial species once more. He had fought against the six-horned sea serpent race in the mortal world. However, as the martial heaven continent was part of a lower plane, its species bloodline was not that pure. On the other hand, this six-horned sea serpent was a purebred. Its horns were dark gold, and its scales were pitch black with a metallic luster. Each scale bore 6 dark gold runes. This was a powerful heaven saint sea demon. Each scale could be used as a shield comparable to an eternal divine weapon, and in fact, those scales were superior to the shields of the 2 warriors in Long Chen's group. If they could skin this six-horned sea serpent, they could create a shockingly powerful set of leather armor. Its skin and bones could be refined into low-grade heaven saint divine weapons. As for its horns, flesh, and innards, they were all priceless treasures. When Fang Lud and the others saw this creature, their eyes turned red. Long Chen could hear their hearts pounding hard in their chests. Heavens, if we kill it, we won't need to do any missions for 30 years, muttered Yu Ying as she covered her mouth, staring in excitement. Fang Lud took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Everyone, calm down. This is a six-horned sea serpent, an extremely powerful immemorial species. Although it is weakened after laying an egg, it's not something we can deal with. We'll carry out our third plan in a bit. Ah, we're just stealing its egg." Yu Ying's disappointment was echoed by the others. After all, the six-horned sea serpent was incredibly valuable. While its egg was precious, incubating it would require resources and time they simply didn't have. Raising it was beyond their capabilities. In comparison to the corpse of the adult six-horned sea serpent, its egg wasn't as valuable. Thus, they couldn't help being disappointed. However, as Fang Lud was their leader, they had to listen to him at all times. Long Chen nodded at Fang Lud's decision. Long Chen had underestimated Fang Lud before, not expecting him to keep his cool in front of such bait. It was impressive that Fang Lud could calmly weigh the pros and cons. After all, Long Chen didn't have such a cool head. Any treasures he saw had to be taken, even if he had to risk his life. Although everyone was disappointed, they knew that if it were possible to kill the serpent, Fang Lud wouldn't give up. He was definitely the most reluctant out of all of them. He made this decision because he didn't want greed to lead to huge casualties. The leader always bore the greatest responsibility, with the group's safety as their top priority. No matter how strong an individual was, without leadership abilities, the capacity to unite people, and the ability to make calm decisions under pressure, they wouldn't be qualified to lead. Furthermore, for a true leader, the death of their members was a personal disgrace. Some leaders would rather die than sacrifice their comrades. It was this point that gave the entire mercenary group more cohesiveness. Long Chen suddenly thought of the Mushui mercenary unit, one he had encountered all that time ago. The image of a valiant and capable woman emerged in his mind. However, the Mushui mercenary unit had been more of a group of adventurers, exploring and searching for treasures together. Furthermore, they weren't under as much pressure as Fang Lud and the others. One was in the immortal world, while the other was in the mortal world. However, the one in the immortal world was living a more wretched life. Long Chen wondered what those people who dreamed of immortality and godhood would think if they knew this. Watching them spread out and prepare to strike, Long Chen suddenly said, "When the six-horned sea serpent is in drake form, it has a fatal weakness. After laying its egg, it will enter a dizzy state for several breaths. During this time, its Niden and the energy in its 6 horns reverse into its body. Its scales will flash 7 times, after which it will instantly recover 80% of its energy. This flashing period is its weakest moment. Though it's a short time, if you time it right, you can easily kill it." Everyone was surprised to hear that and then looked at Fang Lud. Fang Lud was shocked. He actually knew the first part of what Long Chen said, but it was his first time hearing about the scales flashing 7 times. Since Long Chen was right about the first part, perhaps the rest was also true. Furthermore, Long Chen had no reason to trick them. "Are you sure?" asked Fang Lud solemnly. Long Chen nodded. "I'm very sure." "Then shall we gamble on it?" Fang Lud looked at everyone. Everyone clenched their teeth. "Let's do it." "All right, then prepare for the first plan." They instantly scattered, readying themselves. They quickly occupied favorable terrain, a sign that they were well trained. At this moment, they could no longer look after Long Chen as they were focused on the six-horned sea serpent. The six-horned sea serpent laid 3 more giant eggs before suddenly quivering. Its aura grew unstable, and its scales flashed. "Now," Fang Lud shouted, leading the charge. 1. Reread Chapter 542. Chapter 4945, Petty Little People. Fang Lud's manifestation materialized behind him, and his hatchets blazed with light as he slashed them down, emitting a sharp whistling sound that made the mountains tremble. The six-horned sea serpent, weakened from laying its eggs, was caught off guard by Fang Lud's attack. However, it still managed to open its mouth and unleash a giant whirlpool. A terrifying suction force appeared. Fang Lud faced it for a moment, but he suddenly turned around and fled. It seemed that Fang Lud's attack was nothing more than bait to draw the six-horned sea serpent's attention. At this moment, the others made their move. An explosive sound rang out. Someone had tossed an object that exploded by the six-horned sea serpent's mouth, scattering ash-gray powder through the air. The powder was instantly devoured by the whirlpool. All of a sudden, the six-horned sea serpent let out a screech and shook its head ferociously. A warhammer struck its head, causing its head to drop. Just then, Long Chen was surprised to see the archer appear under the six-horned sea serpent's tail, precisely where it expelled waste. The archer swiftly shot an arrow there. With a booming sound, Long Chen saw its tail curl up, blood spraying through the air. The six-horned sea serpent soared into the air, writhing in immense pain. Just then, 8 chains wrapped around it, held by 8 experts who seemed to merge with the earth. All 8 of them actually possessed earth energy. The ground beneath their feet quivered, but the chains firmly bound the six-horned sea serpent. Seeing that they had really caught the six-horned sea serpent, they were delighted. Despite their trust in Long Chen, capturing a Heaven Saint sea demon, especially the renowned six-horned sea serpent, seemed almost implausible to them. In truth, their attacks were mere probing blows, and they hadn't expected the 8 of them to be able to bind the six-horned sea serpent. They wanted to decide whether to keep fighting or run away based on the six-horned sea serpent's action. Since the six-horned sea serpent was completely bound, it was truly in an extremely weak state. "Attack!" Fang Lud shouted. At this moment, its scales flashed again. That was the second time. They had to kill it before it recovered. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to run away. Their cooperation was nearly flawless. The 18 of them attacked and defended together, creating opportunities for the others to attack the six-horned sea serpent's weak spots. To kill it, they went all out. When they managed to cut a large opening on its head, Fang Lud plunged a halberd covered in runes right into the wound. The six-horned sea serpent stiffened and collapsed on the ground, its body twitching. Seeing the six-horned sea serpent on the verge of death, Fang Lud shouted in excitement, "Quick, clean up the battlefield." They had actually managed to pull it off. However, they had to quickly cut its corpse apart. Once it died, the Neden and crystal core would absorb its energy, extracting the energy in its scales and bones, which resulted in their quality dropping. They were real professionals, and no one slacked off as they cut its corpse apart. As for its eggs, they had been secured at the start to avoid them being destroyed in the battle. When Long Chen came to its corpse, Fang Lud looked at him excitedly and said, "Brother, you really are our lucky star. You brought us such fortune so quickly. Don't worry, you'll definitely get a portion of this six-horned sea serpent." Long Chen smiled. There actually wasn't anything he wanted from its body. He already had better versions of the parts that could be used as medicinal ingredients. "Wow, I didn't expect you to be able to kill a six-horned sea serpent. Hurry up and hand it over." Just then, a slimy voice rang out, causing everyone's expressions to change. They looked over to see a monkey-faced man staring at them. He was precisely the leader of the group that had surrounded them in front of the wine shop. This time, he had hundreds of other experts around him, and they quickly surrounded Long Chen and the others. "Keep cutting it. In a bit, we'll slaughter them. If we don't make them see blood, they'll think that we can be bullied," remarked Fang Lud. He then jumped off the six-horned sea serpent's corpse and coldly said, "You want to take the prey we risked our lives for? Saint Emperor Xantian has fought for us to have more rights, but you still want to keep fighting amongst ourselves. There's no curing your stupidity." Long Chen was startled. "Saint Emperor Xantian, hee, you're wrong, we're not after your things. However, these treasures indeed belong to someone else," said the sharp-mouthed monkey man with wicked pleasure. Just then, a golden war chariot whistled over. It had the markings of the Long clan on it. Fang Lud was incensed, but his heart sank. This bastard had passed word of their hunt to the Long clan, wanting to use the Long clan's disciples to take their prey. The war chariot stopped in midair, and over 10 white-robed men and women walked out, each of them having a badge on their robes. Their leader was an icy-faced man with a golden badge. Upon seeing him, Fang Lud and the others instantly despaired. Inner disciples of the Long clan. That badge was a symbol of their status. In the Long clan, inner disciples had to be part of the main bloodline or exceptionally talented outer experts. In particular, the leader of the Long clan disciples had reached the 9th heaven stage and was an 8-star heavenly doyen. His presence was suffocating. Senior apprentice brother Wanghui, junior brother's information wasn't wrong, right? Asked the monkey-faced man as he smiled ingratiatingly, appearing as if he would personally lick this disciple's boots. If he had a tail, it would be wagging like a pinwheel. At this moment, this Wanghui was staring at the 6-horned sea serpent, his eyes brimming with greed. He completely ignored the monkey-faced man. How brazen of you! You killed the prey that we already marked. Shouldn't you hurry up and hand it over? Chapter 4946, Saint Emperor Zontian. What marker? Why don't you try being even more shameless? Shouted Yu Ying, shaking with rage. I said that there's a marker, so there's one. Many people here can bear witness to it for me, said Wanghui. He looked around and asked, did you see it? I saw it. An especially loud shout rang out from the monkey-faced man. Seeing how shameless and greedy these people were, Yu Ying and the others felt like they might explode. Bastard! We can't be bullied like this. Captain, let's fight. If each of us drags one down, we're going even. If we kill 2, then we're profiting. Exclaimed the mercenary with the warhammer. You want to fight? Ha ha ha, trash that relies on inferior medicinal pills to grow wants to fight me. Wanghui laughed derisively. After that, his smile suddenly vanished, and he coldly said, cut the crap. You just stole my prey. If you don't hand it over, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Fight. All the mercenaries seethed with anger. This was something that they had risked their lives to obtain. Handing it over for nothing would be worse than dying. They all looked at Fang Lud. As long as he gave the order, they would fight to the death here. Even if they died, they'd drag a few of these bastards down. Facing their anger, Wanghui simply sneered. The other disciples of the Long clan also looked at them disdainfully, as if they were looking down on ants. As for the monkey-faced man, he was extremely pleased with himself. He might not be able to obtain anything, but at least Fang Lud and the others wouldn't either. Seeing their rage brought him great satisfaction. The Long clan's disciples have countless opportunities to gain resources. Do you really have to fight over scraps with people like us, who are so poor we only have our lives? Fang Lud clenched his teeth with grief and indignation. Saint Emperor Zontian has already decreed not to squeeze us out of our pitiful space. Are you not afraid of his wrath? Exclaimed Fang Lud as he gestured to everyone. It was a secret signal within their group to hand over what they had obtained. Seeing this, all of them shook with rage. Yu Ying couldn't hold back some tears of indignation. However, they knew as well that fighting these bastards would only lead to their demise. Not one of them would survive. Furthermore, this was their captain's order, and none of them could disobey, despite their overwhelming anger and resentment. Saint Emperor Zontian, TCH, what dogshit Saint Emperor? That's nothing more than a title you ants gave him. As soon as he became one of the 4 heavenly saints, he directly ran off. Who knows if he'll return alive? Sneered Wanghui. Just as they were about to hand over their treasures, Wanghui's words caused their expressions to change. Killing intent exploded out of them. Fang Lud threatened, you can take our things and trample our dignity, but you can't insult Saint Emperor Zontian. TCH, and if I do? So what? Sneered Wanghui. Then we won't stop until you're dead. Fang Lud roared and charged at Wanghui, smashing both his hatchets at him. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Wanghui reacted too late. Fang Lud was already upon him by the time he raised his arms in a hasty defense. Fang Lud's hatchets smashed onto Wanghui's arms, and chi waves exploded, sending Fang Lud flying. With his sleeves torn open, everyone saw golden arm protectors on Wanghui's arms. It was no wonder he dared to block the attack barehanded. Though Wanghui's power far surpassed Fang Lud's and his fundamentals were superior, he hadn't anticipated Fang Lud's attack and was knocked back a few steps, nearly spitting out blood. Furious, he roared, you damn ants. Kill them all. Even before he finished speaking, the small mercenary group flew into action, launching attacks from every direction. Cold arrows and talismans in particular shot at Wang Hui, targeting his vulnerable spot. In response, Wang Hui roared, and the full power of an 8-star Doyan erupted. He summoned his Doyan armor around him and took out a shield. This flurry of attacks left him bloody, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He suffered a lot of injuries. An arrow pierced his leg, and a talisman exploded on his cheek, leaving half his face a bloody pulp. The cooperation of this small mercenary group was excellent. Regrettably, they were just too weak. If they were a bit stronger, perhaps they would have been able to kill him. However, they had failed to do so, wasting their only chance. The other disciples of the Long clan and the Monkey Man's mercenaries now reacted, swarming Fang Lud and the others and forcing them back. Fang Lud knew that they wouldn't be able to survive. Seeing Long Chen behind them, he immediately shouted, "Brother Long Chen, run away." Just as he said this, a roar came from in front of him. Wang Hui swung a broadsword toward him ferociously, and Fang Lud hastily blocked with his hatchets, resulting in both of them being broken. The impact sent Fang Lud flying. The power disparity was too great, compounded by the vast difference in weaponry. Blood sprayed from Fang Lud's mouth as he crashed into the ground. The others rushed over to support him, but there were too many enemies. Furthermore, the Long clan's disciples were just too powerful for them. Seeing Wang Hui's broadsword slashing toward Fang Lud, all of them cried out, "Brother Lu!" Just as Fang Lud awaited death, a figure appeared before him and caught the broadsword. When Yu Ying and the others saw this, they were all stunned. Long Chen stood with one hand behind his back, the other clenched around the broadsword. His black hair and robes billowed in the wind, and his eyes bore into the horrified Wang Hui with apathy. To witness someone capable of withstanding Wang Hui's full-power attack barehanded was astonishing. Other than his hair moving slightly, Long Chen seemed to show no reaction at all. The broadsword's booming cry was silenced. Fang Lud and the others' jaws dropped in disbelief. This seemingly unassuming scholar was actually a supreme expert. Most importantly, he had yet to unleash even a fraction of his true power. It was deathly silent as Wang Hui furiously pulled his broadsword, but it didn't budge. "Who are you?" asked Hung Hui. Long Chen remained silent, resisting the urge to deliver his favorite retort, considering that Wang Hui looked more like a dog than a human. "Tell me, who is Saint Emperor Zontian?" Chapter 4947, Familiar Person. "Who are you?" roared Wang Hui. Suddenly, Wang Hui's broadsword snapped. With a flash of cold light, his arm flew into the air along with his blood. Long Chen was so fast that no one saw him move clearly. At this moment, the snapped sword was already pointing at Wang Hui's throat. "I don't like long-winded people. Answer my question. Next time you fail to do so, I'll cut off your head." Wang Hui was finally afraid. With a quivering voice, he answered, He is called Saint Emperor Zontian by the mercenaries, but he is the new heavenly saint of the Long clan, Long Zontian, one of the 4 heavenly saints." Long Chen smiled. As expected, Saint Emperor Zontian was his father. It seemed that he had gained a new title for himself. "Shit!" Yu Ying cried out, and Long Chen turned to her. "Chi Hua is gone," said Yu Ying worriedly. Chi Hua was the monkey-faced fellow. He had silently run off without any of them realizing it. He definitely went to report this. "Long Chen, you have to run," urged Fang Lud. Long Chen might be powerful, but if Chi Hua went to report this matter, the real experts of the Long clan would definitely come. "Now you know how to be afraid. Shouldn't you hurry up and let me go?" Wang Hui instantly became fearless again at their panicked expressions. Long Chen looked at Wang Hui disdainfully. After that, Long Chen smiled and looked at Yu Ying. "Big sister Yu Ying, do you still remember what I told you?" Yu Ying was too nervous to recall what Long Chen had said. Long Chen smiled. "I said that the strong always face people stronger than them, and evil people are also dealt with by more evil people. Sooner or later, they'll kick a tough nail. If their luck is bad, they'll be forced to reincarnate, and I don't believe they'll be lucky enough to reincarnate somewhere good again." "Yes, I remember you saying that," answered Yu Ying hastily. Long Chen continued, "Personally, I don't have any strong points. I just like to help others. I actually specialize in sending others on the path of reincarnation, and now the chance has come." Long Chen smiled, but his words didn't bring a smile to Wang Hui's face. Huang Wei threatened, "You dare to kill me?" Long Chen laughed. Just how stupid was this brat to be to ask such a thing? Just then, rumbling rang out, and multiple golden war chariots arrived. Seeing this, Wang Hui knew his reinforcements had come, so he became fearless. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wang Hui's head soared into the sky, his laughter abruptly cut off. The smile on his face froze in place. Your laughter is unpleasant, remarked Long Chen. He disdainfully tossed the sword fragment in his hand to the ground. All the people around Long Chen shook. Long Chen had actually killed Wang Hui in front of all of them. At this time, Fang Lude gave everyone a signal, and their small group immediately drew over to Long Chen. With a smile, Long Chen said, "Brother Lu, there's no need to be nervous. I can deal with them." Although Long Chen didn't know what the signal was, from the way they were positioning themselves, he could tell they wanted to create a chance for him to escape. Long Chen then turned to Yu Ying and Brother Song, winking at them. He said, "About that, remember to keep my secret." The two of them were baffled for a moment. Luckily, Yu Ying was a bit more clever and understood that Long Chen was asking them to keep quiet about seeing him crying. At first, Yu Ying had thought Long Chen to be an expelled young master of a noble clan. She hadn't expected him to be so terrifyingly powerful. "You dare to kill the Long clan's disciples? I'll tear off your skin and grind your bones to dust." A furious roar echoed, shaking the land. A group of people swiftly emerged from chariots, led by an individual whose head was at an odd angle. His blood qi emitted a formidable pressure, indicating his status as a 9-star doyen. Upon seeing a 9-star doyen, Fang Lude and the others relaxed rather than tensed up. Their final hope was extinguished. There was no longer any pressure on them, as there was nothing they could possibly do against someone of this caliber. Long Chen looked at the leader whose head was askew, pausing with a frown. Why did this fellow look a bit familiar? The leader led dozens of the Long clan's experts over, their killing intent evident. However, as he approached Long Chen, he suddenly stiffened, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. His jaw dropped, and even his tongue seemed tied. He stuttered, Long Chen." Witnessing this powerful expert suddenly go pale and begin to quiver in front of Long Chen, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead, Fang Lude and the others were utterly flabbergasted. Here stood a 9-star doyen, yet in the presence of Long Chen, he appeared as if he had encountered a Yama king. His terror was so palpable that it seemed he was on the verge of collapse. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, I hope you're well." That expert squeezed out a smile. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Long Chen still couldn't recall where he met this person before. No, that expert almost jumped out of his own skin. He hastily said, "I'm not staring at you oddly on purpose. My head is just like this. I used to have 2 heads." He pulled back his collar, revealing a large scar on the other side of his neck. Suddenly, Long Chen realized where he knew this guy from. "You remember now, on the pathway to the 9th heaven, I was deceived by the celestial race and acted incredibly foolishly. You cut off my head as a warning. Even after so much time has passed, I can't believe I never thanked you for that. I'm truly sorry. Now I can make up for it. Thank you for not killing me then." This expert actually bowed to Long Chen. This fellow had previously attacked Long Chen on the pathway to the 9th heaven, and Long Chen had directly crushed one of his 2 heads. Actually, the idea that Long Chen had shown mercy at that time was nonsense. There had simply been too many people in his way, and he simply couldn't finish them all. Fang Lude and the others were growing increasingly baffled. Long Chen had crushed the head of a 9-star doyen before. It was no wonder this person was so terrified. They felt like they were dreaming. What was such a terrifying figure doing by their side? But your temper doesn't seem to have improved much. Just now, I feel like I heard someone say that they would tear off my skin and grind my bones to dust. Is that so? Long Chen frowned. That person furiously looked behind him and cursed. Who said that? Who? Get out here and kill yourself. His followers looked at each other, naturally not daring to say a word. It seemed that this fellow had a certain status amongst them. As you can see, no one said such a thing. Maybe you misheard. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he hastily corrected himself. No, that's definitely wrong. You couldn't possibly have misheard. Someone definitely said it. When I get back, I'll properly investigate and teach them a lesson. Long Chen nodded. Seeing Long Chen nod, that person sighed with relief. At least, his remaining head wouldn't leave his body just yet. Long Chen looked into the distance and saw a figure fleeing rapidly. He then said, "Go grab that troublemaker for me." Chapter 4948, An Eye for an Eye. That troublemaker was Chi Hua. Despite his weak power, he couldn't be underestimated as his ability to adjust to situations was amazing. The instant he saw things turning against him, he fled. However, this time, Long Chen had his eye on him. The moment he moved, Long Chen gave the Long clan expert an order. The expert, overjoyed to receive an order from Long Chen, disappeared without a word. With a gust of wind, he reappeared, holding Qi Hua. The Long clan expert immediately tossed Qi Hua to the ground and said, "Senior apprentice brother, no, master, I've caught this fellow for you. As long as you give the word, I'll tear off his skin and grind his bones to dust." Yes, I recall now. He was the one who said this hateful sentence. The Long clan expert actually called Long Chen master, acting like a complete junior. Most importantly, he did it completely happily, as if he was profiting from doing so. "It wasn't me," cried out Qi Hua. The Long clan expert directly slapped him, and he fell silent. "How dare you lie at this time?" the Long clan expert shouted. Having found a scapegoat, how could he let Qi Hua argue back? Suddenly, Long Chen shouted, "Who dares to leave?" Some people started to have bad feelings and wanted to slip away, but with one shout from Long Chen, they were terrified out of their minds and stopped moving. Those who wanted to run were Qi Hua's mercenaries. As for the Long clan's disciples, they were too baffled to do anything. Should they stay or should they run? "Big brother Fang, big sister Yu, why don't you tell me how we should deal with these people? Their life and death is up to you," said Long Chen. Fang Lud and the others were stunned. They were never skilled with words and had no idea how to respond. Before this, when Long Chen had called them big brother and big sister, they hadn't thought much of it. However, now they felt a crushing pressure. They all looked at each other nervously, none of them knowing what to say. In the end, Yu Ying asked, "How don't you decide?" Their indecision was understandable. After all, their circumstances had prevented them from seeing the greater world. Usually, even ordinary outer disciples of the Long clan were people they had to be courteous toward. Hence, seeing a 9-star doyen of the Long clan willing to accept Long Chen as master, they were stunned speechless. "All right, what's your name?" asked Long Chen while looking at the expert with the crooked head. "This little one is Gui Ju. I'm from the 2-head black tortoise race," he answered immediately. Long Chen looked at him speechlessly. So, he had turned this 2-head black tortoise into a 1-head black tortoise. "Eliminate that trash," ordered Long Chen. Gui Ju immediately kicked Qi Hua, killing the latter without hesitation. "The ones who attacked our hunting party, you can just kill yourselves," said Long Chen indifferently. Those who had come with Wang Hui all turned pale. Before Long Chen said anything, Gui Ju directly killed those outer disciples. "Tch, you could have kept your corpses intact, but you just had to throw away that chance," snorted Gui Ju. Long Chen was surprised, not expecting Gui Ju to have this daring. They were clearly disciples of the Long clan, but Gui Ju didn't hesitate to kill them. The other Long clan disciples were also shocked. They didn't know who Long Chen was for Gui Ju to instantly turn against them. If Long Chen wanted Gui Ju to attack them, what could they do? They turned pale. This calamity came too suddenly, with no warning at all. They couldn't even run. Fortunately, Long Chen didn't target them. Instead, he turned to the mercenaries with a sneer. "Everyone is living at the lowest level of the heavenly desolation domain. Against the strong, you bend your knee and fawn. But against your peers, you scheme and drag each other down. You act like sheep against experts but become monstrous beasts against weaklings. In fact, you are even more brutal and bloodthirsty than beasts." Those mercenaries could only look at Long Chen fearfully. Suddenly, one of them knelt, and the others immediately followed suit. "Long Chen, why not just?" Yu Ying was a bit unwilling, but Fang Lud immediately pulled her back and shook his head. Since she had told Long Chen to decide, she shouldn't be asking him to change his mind now. Long Chen shook his head. "You pity them now, but when they thought they got you, they happily watched you suffer. Did they pity you back then?" Hearing this, Yu Ying gritted her teeth and didn't reply. When she recalled their bloodthirsty look, her pity mostly faded. Long Chen turned back to the mercenaries and said, "Don't act pitiful now. I tossed aside that worthless pity when I was a teenager. My kindness is only reserved for kind people, not for you. When Wang Hui said he marked the 6-horned sea serpent, didn't you all say that you saw the mark? If you were so willing to lie about what you saw, your eyes must be worthless. Dig out your own eyes." Someone begged for mercy. After all, Injuries to the eyes were much more difficult to heal compared to a lost arm or leg. Even for talented experts with a thick foundation, healing such a wound would require them to use a large number of medicinal pills. These mercenaries didn't have that much money. With their financial straits, if they dug out their eyes, they really would have no eyes. Although cultivators could rely on divine sense instead, that ugly appearance would stay with them for a lifetime. The one to shout was directly killed by Guiju. He sneered, "You really don't know how to recognize kindness. You wanted your lives to be spared, and now the price is only a pair of eyes. If it was me, not one of you would be leaving alive." As they saw how ferocious Guiju was, screams of pain quickly echoed through the air. "You can scram now." Guiju snorted and kicked those people away. After that, he came to Long Chen's side. "Aren't you letting them off too easily? These people know how to hold a grudge, and they won't thank you for sparing them. It would be better to rip them out by the roots instead. Why are you looking at me like that?" "Did I misspeak?" asked Guiju, growing nervous at being stared at. "You don't seem stupid. How did you end up getting conned by the celestial race back then?" asked Long Chen. Embarrassed, Guiju scratched his head. "I thought I was really badass back then. People always have to pay a price for their dumb arrogance." Suddenly, a mighty demonic chi filled the air as two giant golden bulls emerged, dragging another war chariot over. This chariot was emblazoned with a large dragon on it. Upon seeing that chariot, Guiju was shocked. A ranked chariot. The rank 10 Long Ziwei of the Heaven Rankings has come. Chapter 4949. Heavenly Fate Divine Pool. The two golden bulls were as big as mountains, with giant horns growing out of their heads. Their hooves shook the world as they stamped across the void. Both of these golden bulls were Earth Saint demonic beasts. As divine mounts, they made the war chariot they were pulling appear even more domineering. Upon becoming a disciple of the Long clan, even outer disciples could get a war chariot of the Long clan. Although all the war chariots had similar designs, their size indicated a person's status. An outer disciple's chariot was about the size of a regular palanquin, only a few meters long, with simple runes. Inner disciples had chariots several times larger, with more decorative designs. Moreover, the interior of the chariots was adorned with ornaments to make them more comfortable. However, the chariot before them was like a mountain, sparkling gloriously and exuding a suffocating feeling of wealth. The dragon image on it was exceptionally domineering, giving off a feeling of being completely unrivaled. The chariot headed in Long Chen's direction. However, it flew over their heads without stopping. The two golden bulls simply pulled it past them, leaving behind only a loud rumbling. Everyone stared at that luxurious chariot enviously, including Guiju. Rank 10 on the Heaven Rankings. Who would have thought we would get to see his chariot? Fang Lude sighed emotionally. That was a true heavenly genius, someone they wouldn't be able to compare to in this lifetime. They didn't even know what he looked like, but seeing his chariot already satisfied them. How many people are on the Heaven Rankings? How strong are they? Asked Long Chen. Guiju answered, the Long clan's heavenly geniuses are split into the Heaven, Earth, and Mortal rankings. Each of them has 500 people on them. And what rank are you? Asked Long Chen. Guiju was a bit embarrassed. I'm ranked 16 on the Earth rankings. Hearing this, Fang Lude and the others were shocked. So Guiju was actually on the Earth rankings and was ranked near the top. To even qualify for these rankings, one had to be at least a 9-star doyen. Without that level of power, they weren't even considered. An 8-star doyen like Wang Hui wasn't qualified to be listed anywhere. He wasn't even fit to carry the shoes of someone on the mortal rankings. Consequently, he was often bullied and vented his resentment toward those weaker than him. Long Chen nodded. Guiju's power was much greater than when they had fought back then. He had clearly benefited from being in the Long clan. But even with his power, he could only stay in the Earth rankings, which showed how strong the foundation of the Long clan was. You don't know this, but I was still unconvinced after you crushed my head. It was only when I saw you slaughter mortal saints and Earth saints in front of the gate that I realized how lucky I was to keep this life of mine. After Saint Emperor Zontian completely crushed a Heaven Saint with his clone, I realized how insignificant I was. After thinking about it, I decided to go to the Heavenly Desolation Long clan, passing the trials and becoming an inner disciple. Here, I experienced that one can find a handful of geniuses just by reaching out their hands. Furthermore, these geniuses also train like their lives are on the line. They're like madmen when it comes to cultivation, and their power can suddenly soar in a matter of a day. For example, the person I beat yesterday could come back and beat me half dead today. My position on the Earth rankings hasn't budged in 2 months. Instead of advancing, I'm constantly in danger of falling off, said Guizhu bitterly. In his family, Guizhu was considered a peak expert, which made him arrogant enough to be deceived by the celestial race. When he heard this was his chance for fame and treasure, he directly attacked Long Chen. But after being crushed, he joined the Long clan. He thought he would leap to the heaven rankings instantly, but he found himself stuck on the Earth rankings, and it took him immense effort just to maintain his position. Later, with the Long clan's support, his power advanced significantly. The Long clan's foundation was truly astonishing. They dominated the entire heavenly desolation, with an inheritance stretching back countless years. Guizhu realized just how much of a frog at the bottom of a well he had been. What if you got your second head back? Would you be able to get to the heaven rankings? Asked Long Chen. It would be close. If I still had my second head, I should be able to get into the top 3 of the Earth rankings. However, I really have no assurance when it comes to the heaven rankings. There are too many monstrous geniuses there, replied Guizhu helplessly. If he still had his other head, his power would at least double. But even so, he wasn't confident about getting on the heaven rankings. Interesting. It seems that I underestimated the Long clan, said Long Chen as he rubbed his jaw. If Guizhu was telling the truth that he wouldn't be able to get on the heaven rankings even with his second head, then the geniuses on the Long clan's heaven rankings were undoubtedly of an extremely high level. There's no way around it. The people on the heaven rankings get so much better treatment. For example, everyone in the top 50 gets a chance to enter the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool. If they're lucky, they can awaken a Heavenly Fate ring, making them half a Heavenly Chosen. Do you know what a Heavenly Chosen is? They're the strongest existences in this world. Long Ziwei, who just flew by, awakened his Heavenly Fate ring when he underwent the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool's baptism. As his power soared, his position on the rankings is now unshakable, said Guizhu. Just talking about the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool made him excited. Heavenly Fate Divine Pool, Heavenly Chosen, they were things Fang Lud had never even heard of. However, seeing how excited Guizhu was, they felt incredibly tiny. The Long clan actually has such a treasure? Asked Long Chen, surprised. Something that could turn people into half Heavenly Chosen was definitely heaven-defying. Guizhu replied, that's not even all of it. I heard that they have an even more amazing treasure, one that has been passed down from the primal chaos era. However, I don't know what kind of treasure it is. I just heard that it's even more magical. Amazing. Long Chen nodded. Something from the primal chaos era. It had to be unimaginably precious. Are you here to get on the rankings? Asked Guizhu excitedly. Shaking his head, Long Chen answered, I'm not interested in the Long clan's things. Once I gather some medicinal ingredients that I need, I'm leaving. Hearing that, Guizhu was disappointed as he wanted to know what rank Long Chen could get. However, if Long Chen wasn't interested, then he couldn't do anything about it. In front of the gate to the 9th heaven, Long Chen had fought all those experts alone. Just how domineering had he been? Even after getting his head crushed, Guizhu couldn't hold a grudge against Long Chen. That was because true experts could only look up to the strong. As Long Chen was preparing to bid Guizhu farewell and bring Fang Lud out to gather the medicinal ingredient, the void exploded. 2 giant bulls pulling a grand chariot appeared again. A powerful pressure crashed down, covering this entire area. Fang Lud and his companions instantly collapsed, unable to move under this pressure. Even Guizhu went pale, his body shaking. However, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Long Chen, is it? Come and face your death. An arrogant shout came from within the chariot. The 2 bulls charged toward Long Chen, as if intending to crush him to bits. Chapter 4950, Heaven Rankings, Long Ziwei. The 2 golden bulls crashed forward with incredible force. Both were Earth Saint creatures, while the chariot itself was a treasure on par with a Heaven Saint divine weapon. As a result, their powerful pressure rendered Fang Lud and the others immobile, and they could only watch as the bulls barreled toward them. The impending impact seemed enough to flatten the entire land. Bring them somewhere else, said Long Chen to Guizhu. Guizhu almost leapt in excitement. He immediately waved his hand and summoned a water screen that enveloped Fang Lud and the others. Once Fang Lud and the others were relieved of the pressure, they almost collapsed to the ground. From the edge of the mountain valley, where they had first spotted the 6-horned sea serpent, they could see everything. This was the best place to watch the battle unfold. The golden bulls accelerated, their auras growing stronger. They were like a shooting star crashing toward Long Chen. Seeing this scene, Fang Lud and the others tensed up. This level of power exceeded their understanding. Yet, Long Chen hadn't even released his aura. Astral winds blew back his black hair, and his robes flapped loudly. Compared to those giant golden bulls, Long Chen appeared completely minuscule. "This is great," shouted Gui Ju. Compared to Fang Lud and the others, who were extremely nervous, Gui Ju was incredibly excited. He almost cheered. "Are you not planning on helping Long Chen?" asked Yu Ying as she glared at Gui Ju angrily, thinking he was delighting in Long Chen's misfortune. "Do you not know who Long Chen is? Me, help him in battle." Gui Ju's jaw dropped, and he stared at Yu Ying in disbelief. Who is he?" Now it was Yu Ying's turn to ask. They also wanted to know who exactly Long Chen was. Such an expert couldn't possibly be a nameless figure. Although Fang Lud and his companions had never seen anyone from the heaven rankings before, they always remembered the names of those heavenly geniuses. However, they had never heard of Long Chen's name. Gui Ju was about to explain, but seeing the golden bull's auras growing, he hastily said, "I'll tell you later. Let's watch first. If we miss this fight, we'll regret it for a lifetime." At that moment, the golden bulls reached their peak speed and power. Just as they were about to strike Long Chen, they veered to the left and right, causing the golden chariot to hurtle directly toward him. The golden chariot possessed enough power to destroy an entire world. Yet, Long Chen still stood there calmly. Fang Lud and the others couldn't bear to watch this, afraid of witnessing the sight of Long Chen being blasted apart. They firmly closed their eyes. The ground quivered ever so slightly, but the devastating sight of the world collapsing didn't appear. Not even raging astral winds formed as a result of the clash. Wow! Gui Ju sucked in a cold gasp of air. Fang Lud and the others opened their eyes only to see Long Chen standing with one arm in front of him, blocking the golden chariot with ease. Not even the ground beneath his feet had cracked. Despite their average strength, Fang Lud and his companions could see that Long Chen had withstood the full force of the golden chariot, with only a little of it leaking out. This sight sent chills down their spines. For Long Chen to endure such terrifying power with his body, to what level had he trained his constitution? Long Chen pushed aside the chariot and nodded. "Proud, but not hot-tempered. Domineering, but not overbearing. You are strong, but you don't bully the weak. I didn't know that the Long clan had someone like you. Not bad. Just based on this, you can keep your life." Long Chen saw through everything. This person attacked first but didn't immediately start accumulating power, giving Gui Ju and the others time to escape. Furthermore, though his attack appeared mighty, he had been holding back, clearly not intending to take Long Chen's life. These points alone earned Long Chen's respect for him. Amidst the wild laughter, a group of people walked out of the chariot. Among them were 7 people, 1 man and 6 women. The man sported neatly combed blonde hair and held a long-handled saber, exuding the aura of a formidable general. His complexion was fair and unblemished. His robes were typical of the Long clan's disciples, yet his attire differed in color. It gleamed golden, with violet gold silk embroidering the edges, presenting an aura of luxury. Emblazoned in black silk upon his robes were 2 large characters, Heaven 10. The heaven rankings were completely different from the earth rankings. Its experts all bore a heaven character on their attire, signifying their illustrious status. The number on his robes signified his ranking. Moreover, wearing such robes was the coveted dream of countless Long clan disciples, as only the top 10 on the heaven rankings were privileged with their own special attire. The other 6 women also donned robes bearing the heaven character, yet beneath it lay more numbers: 345, 463, one even held the rank of 499. It seemed that the one ranked 499 was on the verge of falling from the heaven rankings. She was in quite a predicament. This man was Long Ziwei, the Long clan's rank 10 of the heaven rankings. He was renowned within the clan, idolized by many and desired by countless women. Surrounded by his female companions from the heaven rankings, Long Ziwei lifted his head and chuckled. Long Ziwei said, "I was only escorting my junior apprentice sisters to hunt some heaven saint sea demons in the Devil Sea, but then I received word that someone named Long Chen had slain disciples of my Long clan. I hurried here to be the first to confront you. I wondered if you truly were the Long Chen I had heard of, and it seems my luck is on point." "Indeed, it is you." Long Chen shook his head. "It's too early to say whether or not you're lucky. One of the women looked at Long Chen curiously and asked, "Are you really Saint Emperor Xantian's son?" Before Long Chen could reply, another woman continued, "They do look a bit similar, but he looks weak. We'll need to take a second look." "Hey, are you saying this because you're worried about senior apprentice brother Ziwei getting jealous?" teased another woman. Hearing their conversation, Fang Lud and the others felt like they had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Long Chen was Saint Emperor Xantian's son. They hadn't even known about Long Chen's existence, and they had accidentally run into him. Fuck, he really does look similar to Saint Emperor Xantian. Why didn't I think of that? Fang Lud slapped his leg. No wonder I thought he looked somewhat familiar. So he's Saint Emperor Xantian's son. Yu Ying stared blankly. Just as the six women laughed and teased each other, Long Ziwei walked over to Long Chen. Seeing this tense scene, everyone fell silent. Looking at Long Chen gloomily, Long Ziwei said, "Since your identity is confirmed, let's start. Today, I am going to kill you." Chapter 4951, Heavenly Dragon Attack. Long Ziwei's expression darkened, as if he had an immense enmity with Long Chen. "As I am at the 9th heaven stage and you are only at the 3rd, I won't bully you. I will suppress my cultivation base to the 3rd heaven stage to fight you. Let's decide life and death on even grounds." "They said you are stronger than me, and I refuse to believe it," answered Long Ziwei coldly. "Who are they?" asked Long Chen. "Naturally, it's those annoying old fellows. When they came back, they claimed I wasn't a match for you. I trained bitterly and managed to comprehend an ancient secret art, the Heavenly Dragon Attack. Yet, they still insisted I wasn't a match for you. I risked my life, killing my way into the Devil Sea, where I slaughtered a 9-winged devil dragon. I consumed its Nidin, awakening the 9 heaven battling wings. Despite this, they still said I wasn't a match for you. Now, having undergone the baptism of the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool and awakened my Heavenly Fate Ring, those old fogies still deny my prowess. Tell me, where is the justice? Now that you're here today, I'll show those blind fogies that it's you who isn't a match for me." Long Ziwei's voice gradually escalated into a furious roar, his emotions causing his voice to grow hoarse toward the end. On the other hand, Long Chen was stunned. How could he have made a new enemy without doing anything? Was the Long clan intentionally trying to provoke their disciples using him? The only one who had seen his true power was the Heaven Overseer. Could he be the old fogey Long Ziwei was referring to? Now you understand, right? Today, I'll knock your teeth out to show that I, Long Ziwei, am the strongest. Roared Long Ziwei, his aura erupting. If you want to be the strongest, why not challenge the rank 1 on the heaven rankings? Asked Long Chen curiously. Long Ziwei's expression immediately turned to stone at the question, his raging fighting spirit and anger extinguished in an instant. An eerie silence permeated the atmosphere, broken only by the silent passage of a group of crows. "I'm talking about us, why bring others into it? I'm definitely going to beat you today," shouted Long Ziwei, breaking the silence. Long Chen calmly said, "All right, I admit defeat." Long Ziwei roared, "No way, I have to defeat you openly and grandly, and you must face me with your full power. Bring out your courage to fight until you die or I die." Long Chen helplessly shrugged and retorted, "But if that happens, you won't be able to win." Long Ziwei almost coughed up blood at Long Chen's response. With a roar, he shot forward, launching a fist at Long Chen. This fist covered all angles, forcing Long Chen to take it head-on. Long Chen raised his hand to block. With an explosive sound, powerful gusts unfurled. While Long Chen didn't budge an inch, Long Ziwei was knocked back a few steps. Every step left a large hole in the ground. All the women who had come with Long Ziwei were startled. They knew that Long Ziwei didn't want to instantly kill Long Chen, so he wasn't going all out. Nevertheless, the power behind this fist was staggering. Blocking it would require them to exert their utmost power. In contrast, Long Chen simply raised his hand, knocking Long Ziwei back. The ground beneath Long Chen's feet remained unscathed, indicating that Long Ziwei's power couldn't even shake Long Chen. Not even a fraction of the force dissipated through the ground. Good, then I can fight with peace in mind. Long Ziwei shouted excitedly. Runes suddenly appeared around him, and a torrent of wild chi erupted in every direction. What a terrifying aura! Fang Lud and the others cried out. These astral winds were like blades cutting their faces. They couldn't even open their eyes. In contrast, Guizhu clenched his fists in excitement. The anticipated battle between two powerful experts was finally playing out before him. I'm coming. Long Zaiwei shouted and launched a fist at Long Chen again, his fighting spirit blazing. Long Zaiwei unleashed 7 punches, and Long Chen blocked 7 times, knocking Long Zaiwei back each time. After the astral winds and dust settled, Long Chen and Long Zaiwei's figures reappeared in everyone's sight. Long Chen was still standing there, without his aura leaking out. On the other hand, Long Zaiwei looked grave. He was already in his combat state, yet he hadn't even grazed the surface of Long Chen's true power. Now I'll unleash my true power, shouted Long Zaiwei. Shifting his left foot back, Long Zaiwei imbued his fists with runes, surrounded by a 5-colored divine radiance. Long Chen's eyebrows furrowed in surprise at the sight of this phenomenon. 5-color bloodline, Long Zaiwei confirmed, that's right, this is the Long clan's 5-color supreme blood. It embodies the laws of 5 distinct powers. Are you prepared to withstand it? Long Chen asked. Shouldn't it be 7-color supreme blood? Long Zaiwei roared indignantly, what nonsense are you talking about? In the entire Long clan, other than Saint Emperor Zontian and that monster Long Tianrui, who else possesses 7-color supreme blood, All of a sudden, Long Zaiwei paused and stared at Long Chen, asking, how many colors is your supreme blood? Long Chen smiled slightly. Guess. Fuck off. I'll force you to show it to me, roared Long Zaiwei. His fist flew toward Long Chen, with 5-colored divine radiance blazing on it. It was like a heavenly god's hammer smashing toward Long Chen. After repeated probing blows, Long Zaiwei no longer held back. Long Chen raised his palm again. With an explosive sound, Long Zaiwei grunted and was knocked back again. I refuse to believe it. Long Zaiwei roared, his aura suddenly rising. No longer suppressing his cultivation base to the 3rd heaven stage, he unleashed another punch. Again, Long Zaiwei was knocked back. This time, his blood chi flipped inside of him, and he almost spat out blood. Long Chen stood firm like an immovable mountain or a sea of stars. Most terrifying of all, from the start until now, he hadn't entered his combat state. Are you looking down on me? Long Zaiwei's voice reverberated with frustration. Long Zaiwei formed some hand seals, summoning a giant dragon behind him. Extending his hand, he condensed the dragon into his palm, drawing upon the power of heaven and earth. Heavenly dragon attack, Long Zaiwei roared. He was truly angry now. After all, Long Chen's attitude was like he was indulging a child. Finally, Long Zaiwei unleashed a divine ability, one not disseminated beyond the Long clan. It brimmed with formidable killing power. Through a dragon projection, this divine ability extracted all the energy of heaven and earth and compressed it into the palm. It was a true killing blow. Long Chen raised his hand once more. However, this time, a dragon mark appeared on his palm. As their 2 palms met, a dragon cry rang throughout heaven and earth, and a figure was sent flying back like a shooting star. Chapter 4952, Sinister Fellow. Gui Zhu stared in shock. The events unfolded too rapidly for Fang Lud and the others to fully comprehend, but Gui Zhu managed to follow the sequence. Other than the appearance of a dragon rune on Long Chen's palm, his movements remained unchanged. Yet, with that seemingly effortless palm strike, Long Zaiwei was sent hurtling backward, even while employing the heavenly dragon attack. Moreover, Long Chen had yet to reveal his true strength. You're really pissing me off. Don't blame me if you die. Long Zaiwei's roar filled the air as he formed hand seals. 8 feathered wings appeared on his back, accompanied by an additional fin-like wing along his spine. 9 wings ignite. Devil dragon battles the heavens. Long Zaiwei's wings suddenly burst into flames, his blood chi surging as devil chi intertwined within it. Amidst the chaos, the distant roar of a devil dragon seemed to echo, as if a devil dragon had possessed Long Zaiwei. His nails grew into long claws, and with a stamp in the air, he shot back toward Long Chen, his claws slicing through the air. The screech emitted from his claws was so piercing that Fang Lud and the others instinctively covered their ears, fearing their souls might be torn asunder by the sound alone. Long Zaiwei's claws moved with lightning speed, unleashing 36 slashes in rapid succession. Meanwhile, Long Chen maintained his calm demeanor, with one hand tucked behind his back. As if casually strumming a zither with one hand, he effortlessly blocked all 36 attacks in a row. Boom! After the final strike, Long Zaiwei finally staggered back. Senior apprentice brother Zaiwei, the women who had come with him were all flabbergasted. They had never expected someone as strong as Long Zaiwei to repeatedly lose to Long Chen. Are you done yet? You aren't a match for me, said Long Chen calmly. No, Long Zaiwei shouted, summoning a ring behind him. At this moment, whether it was the 6 women or Guizhu, they suddenly felt empty, as if they had lost their Doyan power. On the other hand, Fang Lud and the others didn't sense much. They were so weak that not much of their energy was absorbed. The Heavenly Fate Ring. This is Long Zaiwei's strongest state, murmured Guizhu. He stared at that ring of light with great longing and admiration. I admit that you're strong, but I'm still not convinced. This is my full power. As Long Zaiwei grabbed the long-handled saber on his back, countless divine runes illuminated the blade, igniting the formidable power of a Heaven Saint divine weapon. The sudden surge of energy caused Fang Lud and the others to feel lightheaded. Pointing his saber at Long Chen, Long Zaiwei challenged, "Do you dare to block my saber? All right, if I block your attack, will you give up on this meaningless challenge?" asked Long Chen. From Long Zaiwei's attacks, Long Chen could see that Long Zaiwei wasn't actually a bad person. He was just too stubborn to accept this reality. While Long Zaiwei had claimed that this would be a life-and-death battle and that he would take Long Chen's life, all he was trying to do was force Long Chen to bring out his full power. He didn't want to win while Long Chen wasn't at full power. "Try to withstand this," exclaimed Long Zaiwei as he clenched his saber with both hands. His Heavenly Fate Ring quivered, sending all the Doyan energy within heaven and earth into his sword. "Here it comes." Long Zaiwei swung his saber down. This attack contained all his Doyan power, and it fully activated the runes of his Heaven Saint divine weapon. Facing Long Zaiwei's full power attack, Long Chen finally adopted a solemn expression and extended his hand. Evilmoon appeared in his grip, its sinister aura erupting and causing the women on the heaven rankings to instinctively retreat in fear. Evilmoon had completely transformed. After the Battle of Heaven Screen Mountain, it had absorbed the blood-soul energy of many heaven saints, which allowed it to gradually gain control over its body. It was slowly unleashing its core energy. Seeing Evilmoon, Guizhu cheered excitedly. Back then, it was this very man and saber that had slaughtered countless powerful experts, heralding their arrival in the Sovereign Emperor Heaven. Now, Guizhu was witnessing that fearsome duo once again. Long Zaiwei roared and swung his saber with all his power. As for Long Chen, he simply snorted and left Evilmoon hanging there, patiently waiting for Long Zaiwei's saber to fall. The entire mountain valley exploded, and torrential chi waves blew through the surroundings, covering everything in rubble and sand. Even the women on the heaven rankings were blown back by the astral winds, unable to remain standing where they were. Fang Lud and the others felt like they were on the verge of being torn apart. Just as they thought they would die, the pressure suddenly lessened. Guizhu appeared in front of them, blocking most of the impact. A wave of dirt covered the mountains, changing the terrain to the point of being unrecognizable. Rubble flew into the Devil Sea, creating enormous waves. Guizhu was the first to fly out of the rubble, saving Fang Lud and the others. After all, Long Chen had ordered him to protect them, so Guizhu naturally didn't dare to let anything happen to them. After confirming that everyone was fine, Guizhu quickly checked on the battlefield. The space at the center of the battlefield was twisting wildly, and the giant cracks were slowly healing. However, he couldn't see Long Chen and Long Zaiwei. In the distance, the 6 women on the heaven rankings covered their mouths, staring in shock at the core of the battlefield. Such a terrifying exchange was something even they had never witnessed. Time passed bit by bit. 2 blurry figures gradually emerged within the distorted space. As the space settled, a distinct sound reached everyone's ears. Their expressions turned shocked as they saw Long Zaiwei holding half of his weapon, his face a mask of disbelief. Blood slowly dripped down the handle of his shattered saber. Long Zaiwei's palm was covered in cracks, blood oozing out of those wounds. However, he seemed oblivious to the pain and simply stared at his broken weapon. His Heaven Saint divine weapon was destroyed. Guizhu gulped, his voice quivering. When Guizhu looked at Long Chen, he saw blood-colored dragon scales covering Long Chen and a blood-colored cloak billowing behind him. A sinister-looking black saber was resting on Long Chen's shoulder as he looked at Long Zaiwei silently. At this moment, Long Chen seemed like an undefeatable god clad in blood armor. He asked, "Is that enough for you now?" Long Zaiwei roared, "No, I know you only used your Doyan power in that last attack. Had you used a divine ability, the power of that attack would have at least doubled. Tell me, what do you need to accept your defeat?" asked Long Chen calmly. "You have to at least show me one of your attacks," Long Zaiwei demanded. No sooner had Long Zaiwei finished speaking than Long Chen's saber slashed down. A chilling saber chi surged forward, making Long Zaiwei's hair stand on end. He hadn't expected Long Chen to strike so abruptly, leaving him no time to dodge. Damn, this fellow's sinister. Long Zaiwei roared indignantly, but it was all too late. Chapter 4953, Long Zontian's Worshipper. A saber containing the will to split the heavens descended mercilessly, slicing through the limitations of spacetime and rending the very fabric of the world. Long Zaiwei found himself completely suppressed by this will, unable to move. From the day Long Zaiwei started cultivating, he had never experienced such a terrifying will that could suppress his body and soul. Even his thoughts froze. The saber moved as swiftly as lightning, slicing past Long Zaiwei's cheek and leaving a deep cut in the earth. His hair was blown back, and the astral winds cut into his cheek, showing that Long Chen had intentionally missed his mark. Long Zaiwei realized the attack was so fast that he couldn't even react. If Long Chen had truly intended to kill him, he wouldn't have had a chance to defend himself. How was that? Asked Long Chen as he rested Evilmoon on his shoulder lazily. Long Zaiwei recovered from his shock and calmly replied, "Just that. I admit that it was the fastest attack I've seen. However, I would be able to withstand it with my heavenly fate ring. Senior apprentice brother, look, behind you." Just then, the women's shuddering voices rang out. Their eyes were still filled with fear. Long Zaiwei looked back and directly froze. Long Chen's saber had cut through the earth all the way to the Devil Sea, even severing the seawater. Now, it looked like two connecting waterfalls, and the phenomenon continued to the horizon. For a saber to cut the earth wasn't anything special. However, for it to cleave through the Devil Sea, creating a split that extended beyond sight, defied the normal laws. It represented a fundamental disruption of the natural order. However, the most terrifying thing was that the cut in the earth between Long Chen and Long Zaiwei was extremely thin. This led Long Zaiwei to initially believe that Long Chen had focused solely on speed, sacrificing power. Now, Long Zaiwei realized the true extent of Long Chen's control. The saber's power had been unleashed behind Long Zaiwei, cutting apart the earth and the Devil Sea. Such precise control over immense power was truly frightening. It also implied that this attack was not Long Chen's full strength. If it were, he couldn't have maintained such precision. Fang Lud and the others didn't understand these points, but seeing Long Chen cut apart the Devil Sea left them utterly dumbfounded. This level of power pushed the boundaries of their imagination. Just then, Evilmoon's laughter rang out in Long Chen's mind. Hee, how was that? Wasn't that badass? Isn't this excessive? Long Chen grumbled a bit. Long Chen had only wanted to scare Long Zaiwei, but this attack had even startled himself. He had merely activated the 6 forms in one and restrained it to the limit. However, Evilmoon had added something extra, causing the power of the attack to multiply. TCH, how is this excessive? Do you think I'm still the old Evilmoon? Did you think those heaven saints were killed for nothing last time? Now, I can finally control a bit of my power, and I don't need to rely on you for everything. Hee, how was it? Are you satisfied with it? Evilmoon chortled happily, very pleased with itself. How many times can you unleash a blow of this magnitude? Asked Long Chen. At least 10 times. Of course, I could also unleash my power all at once. Hee, but it would be a bit hard to control, answered Evilmoon. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised to hear that it could unleash this level of power 10 times in a row. If Long Chen unleashed it all at once, his power might be able to rival that of a heaven saint's. Suddenly, Long Zaiwei tossed aside his broken saber, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, he knelt on the ground with his palms up, prostrating himself toward Long Chen. Big brother, please accept your junior brother's kowtow. From today onward, I will be your errand boy. I will walk through fire and water for you. Question mark. Long Chen was stunned by this sudden change. Just what was going on? If Long Zaiwei couldn't win, he could just accept defeat. Why was he acting like this? What are you doing? Is there a need to do this? Asked Long Chen. Even Long Zaiwei's women were baffled. Was this really the prideful and unbending Long Zaiwei they knew? The rank 10 heavenly genius of the Long clan? Why did he kowtow to someone else as their little brother? Had the world gone mad? My respected big brother, to tell the truth, there are only 2 people within the entire Long clan whom I fully respect. One is you, and the other is your father, Saint Emperor Zontian. When he first arrived in the Long clan, wielding a single sword, he slaughtered his way into the ranks of the 4 heavenly saints. The higher-ups were enraged, but they still didn't dare to do anything to him. In our Long clan's history, the only one who could enrage the entire Long clan while rendering them speechless would be him. I saw everything back then. The worship I feel for him could fill the entire Devil Sea. Even while prostrating himself, Long Zaiwei gestured, and his speech became more impassioned. With a single sword, he cut down the experts of the Long clan. When the number 1 heavenly saint wanted to fight him, the patriarch actually stopped them. What does that mean? It means that Long Zantian possesses a power that rivals the first heavenly saint. The patriarch was worried about them killing each other. The first heavenly saint has not had to fight in countless years. After all, he started condensing his second heaven vein 3,000 years ago. Although I don't know if he succeeded, even if he didn't, a single heaven vein is enough to make him unmatched amongst most heaven saints. Long Chen was surprised by this story. His gentle and refined father was so violent that he directly ran amok in the Long clan. Did he also take his position as one of the 4 heavenly saints through violence? When I witnessed that scene, I finally understood what it means to be an unmatched hero. I vowed to follow such an expert. Unfortunately, even though Saint Emperor Zantian ascended to the ranks of the 4 heavenly saints, he had no intention of forming his own faction. He didn't even care about his newfound authority. Instead, he merely altered a single law within the heavenly desolation domain, granting even the lowliest of mercenaries a degree of freedom and rights. After securing some benefits for them, he didn't linger in the Long clan for long before vanishing. I couldn't follow him even if I wanted to. When I heard of your arrival in the heavenly desolation, I rushed to see you. I wanted to confirm if you were truly the real deal. Of course, I also harbored doubts about my inferiority to you, but now I am fully convinced. Big brother Long Chen, please accept me as your little brother. As Long Zaiwei spoke of Long Zantian, his eyes brimmed with worship, reflecting the profound impact Long Zantian had on him upon his arrival in the Long clan. It was evident that Long Zantian had completely reshaped Long Zaiwei's worldview. Get up first. Tell me about the Long clan. Seeing how worshipful Long Zaiwei was toward his father, Long Chen's wariness toward Long Zaiwei also dropped. Long Zaiwei was delighted and immediately rose, explaining everything he knew about Long Zantian's situation. Chapter 4954, Long Zantian's intentions. Long Zaiwei had the female disciples he had brought with him get to work, and he told Long Chen to wait for a moment. After a short while, Long Zaiwei ran over with a steaming bowl of noodles for Long Chen. Big brother, before I tell you the story, please eat this bowl of noodles. Long Chen looked at Long Zaiwei oddly and asked, you needed that many people to make me a bowl of noodles? Please eat it, this is a gesture of your junior brother's sincerity, insisted Long Zaiwei. Though Long Chen found the situation amusing, he didn't reject the gesture. He started eating while speaking. Why did you bring the golden bowls away and come back with just the chariot? Oh, wow, this beef isn't bad, he praised between bites. They're cursing away in the distance, laughed Long Zaiwei. Long Chen was startled and quickly understood where this beef came from. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. One of the women covered her mouth as she laughed. The 4 forelegs only had a fist-sized of essence meat extracted from them. They were perfect for this bowl of noodles. Hee, this is to express my respect for Big Brother. In any case, they didn't die. They'll be fine after recovering a bit, said Long Zaiwei with a smile. Fang Lud and the others watched this exchange with odd expressions. They wanted to laugh but didn't dare to. Could it be that the stronger the person, the stranger their brain was? Long Chen finished the noodles quickly, and everyone sat down together. Long Chen introduced everyone, and to his satisfaction, Long Zaiwei didn't behave arrogantly toward any of them, whether it was Gui Zhu, Fang Lud, Yu Ying, or the others. He greeted each one respectfully, which Long Chen appreciated. However, it was Long Zaiwei's women who maintained a noticeable distance from them, as if they were from entirely different worlds. Despite their surface-level respect, their inherent arrogance remained unchanged. When Gui Zhu appeared, Fang Lud and the others had been extremely respectful to him. However, now that they were sitting with Long Zaiwei, Gui Zhu didn't even dare to breathe hard. Moreover, Long Zaiwei was being very careful in front of Long Chen. The entire atmosphere was rather awkward. As Long Chen went back to his questioning, Long Zaiwei explained how Long Zantian had first come to the Long clan. Back then, Long Zaiwei had been competing on the martial stage. After he had beaten someone, the alarm rang out. In this era, the Long Clan's people had almost forgotten what their alarm sounded like. After all, it had been countless years since it last rang. The Long Clan was unmatched in the heavenly desolation domain, so no one dared to come knocking on their door to cause trouble. As for the Devil Sea, although countless sea demons and sea devils came out of it, the Long Clan's experts would always carry out campaigns against them multiple times a year. These campaigns served to train their disciples and to prevent the sea demons' numbers from growing too quickly. As a result, everything was under control, and the Long Clan's territory had always been the safest place. People had nearly forgotten the last time the alarm had rung. When Long Zontian arrived in the Long Clan, the experts receiving him intentionally made things hard on him, wanting him to prove that he was a member of the Long Clan. As a result, Long Zontian killed them, and countless experts of the Long Clan immediately surrounded him. However, Long Zontian didn't even speak to them. With a single sword, he slaughtered his way into the Long Clan's main palace. Wherever he went, he left devastation in his wake. It seemed as if Long Zontian wanted to challenge the entire Long Clan on his own. In the end, the Long Clan's heaven saints were unable to stop him, and even one of the 4 heavenly saints lost his arm. The leader of the 4 heavenly saints was the first heavenly saint, Long Chihua. The two of them stared at each other in front of the palace. Long Ziwei was present at that time, and he saw that while neither of them moved, the space around them twisted to the point that spatial blades ran rampant. The day instantly became night. It was like the end of the world. When Long Ziwei described this scene, he grew particularly excited. Countless experts of the Long Clan had personally witnessed it and were all shocked. Just as Long Chihua was about to attack, the Patriarch appeared and stopped the battle. After that, he spoke with Long Zontian alone. However, no one knew what they said. Afterward, Long Zontian stayed in the Long Clan. As the Long Clan's higher-ups didn't want too many people to pay attention to him, they locked down most of the information about him. They only announced that Long Zontian had become a new member of the 4 heavenly saints, replacing the one whose arm he had cut off. They also announced that Long Zontian had used his privilege as one of the 4 heavenly saints to give the mercenaries greater room to hunt and move. If any of the Long Clan's disciples arbitrarily killed the mercenaries, Long Zontian would use his authority to execute them. He wanted to give the mercenaries more dignity and hope. This decision caused an uproar in the Long Clan, with countless people voicing their objections. To them, these mercenaries were practically an inferior lifeform, beggars, slaves. How could they be given so many more rights? However, the higher-ups of the Long Clan left no room for debate. They declared that anyone opposed to the new laws could challenge Long Zontian. If they defeated him, they would earn the right to overturn these changes. Afterward, the Long Clan fell silent about it. While most of them were unhappy, the mercenaries and rogue cultivators in the heavenly desolation domain were so moved that they wept. As for why Long Zontian would do such a thing, no one knew. Let me explain it. At this point, Yu Ying bravely took over Long Ziwei's story. When Saint Emperor Zontian came to the heavenly desolation domain, he stayed for a short time in Mercenary City. He saw the outer disciples of the Long Clan bully us as they pleased. They even killed us with no consequence. That was why he stood up for us. He once told us to protect the kindness and righteousness in our hearts. He said the heavenly Taos would not always favor evil, and our chance would soon come. Saint Emperor Zontian is a god in our eyes, and we will forever remember his words. No matter what kind of grief or humiliation we suffer, we will always protect our original hearts. Your chance would come. Protect your original hearts, asked Long Chen. These words struck Long Chen like a heavy wave. Was this a secret message his father had left for him? With his father's intelligence, there was no way he would do something meaningless. Why had he stayed in Mercenary City for so long? What had he seen? What deeper meaning could there possibly be? Fang Lud added, Saint Emperor Zontian also said that while this world is covered in black clouds, they will only last for a while. There will come a day when we will see a glorious starry river that we've never seen before. Starry River. Long Chen suddenly slapped his leg and jumped up excitedly. I think I understand my father's intentions. Chapter 4955, Julie Rune. Long Chen was incredibly excited, and he hastily said, Big brother Lu, come over here. Let me examine your body. Ah, you can just call me little Lu. Fang Lud instantly tensed up and walked over quickly. Previously, they had teased Long Chen, thinking Long Chen was a naive young master. They had even been worried about him holding them back. Just thinking about it made Fang Lud anxious. "Brother Lu is my big brother, and that won't change just because I am stronger," said Long Chen, trying to ease Fang Lud's nerves. Long Chen then pressed a hand on Fang Lud's chest and continued, "Don't resist. I want to check your potential. If you have the potential, I'd like to teach you a powerful cultivation technique." Hearing that, Fang Lud and the others were delighted, feeling like they were dreaming. Just how strong was Long Chen? Not even rank 10 on the heaven rankings was a match for him, but he was willing to be their little brother. This cultivation technique was probably unimaginable to the likes of them. However, Fang Lud was also apprehensive, understanding that the stronger the cultivation technique, the higher its requirements would be. With their limited talent, they knew they were unable to master higher-level cultivation techniques. Their predicament stemmed from their constant struggle to keep up in the cultivation world. They faced scarcity of resources, especially medicinal pills. The ones they could afford were of low quality, laden with impurities and pill toxins due to faulty refinement processes. Over a long period of accumulation, those pill toxins would invade their foundations. In truth, they were well aware that their realms were most likely the peak they could achieve in this lifetime. After all, it had been a long time since any of them had managed to increase their cultivation base. However, Long Chen's words reignited their hope. They simply sat on the edge of their seats, staring at Long Chen's face, as if waiting to hear the judgment for their fates. Long Chen felt like his father had intentionally left them to him, though he couldn't be certain. He only wanted to pass down the starry river of the sky art to them. This cultivation technique didn't demand exceptional talent, rather, it required a righteous and pure heart. Even if their innate talent was average, with unwavering determination and consistent effort, they could undoubtedly achieve some level of mastery. Though it wouldn't instantly elevate them to the ranks of experts, it was undeniably superior to their current cultivation techniques. The problem was that Fang Lud and the others were already divine venerates. It might be too late for them to change courses. Furthermore, their frequent use of low-quality pills had led to a dangerous accumulation of pill toxins. Even Long Chen couldn't fully extract them. Hence, he decided to assess Fang Lud first. When Long Chen's energy sank into Fang Lud's meridians, he couldn't help but gasp. Fang Lud's meridians were riddled with holes, which was the result of the accumulation of pill toxins and internal injuries. Fang Lud's internal state was even worse than Long Chen had expected. Such a compromised physique resembled that of an elder nearing the end of their life. Even Long Chen felt powerless to restore it to its former vitality, so his expression turned solemn. "Long Chen, we know the problem with our bodies. It's fine," Yu Ying said softly, noticing his change in demeanor. She was well aware that some things couldn't be forced in this world. The others nodded in resignation, fully aware of the state of their bodies. This was their destiny. Long Chen remained silent. He trusted that his father had definitely had a deeper meaning behind his actions, so he continued to examine Fang Lud. Checking his bloodline, Long Chen sensed an extremely subtle fluctuation that baffled him. This bloodline power is incredibly ancient. Through this fluctuation, Long Chen sensed the vast power of time, which meant that Fang Lud's bloodline came from an extremely powerful race. However, it had been depleted to the point of insignificance. Even the bloodline runes had faded away. Fang Lud's meridians were riddled with holes, while his bloodline power had reached its end as well. Long Chen's heart grew cold. However, Long Chen didn't give up and moved on to check Fang Lud's bones. To his dismay, he found no ancestral runes inscribed on them, they were all blank. Next was the Dantian. Long Chen's final hope. If Fang Lud's Dantian was also empty, there would be no chance for him to cultivate the starry river of the sky art, as the astral energy would swiftly overwhelm him. As a result, what Long Chen feared most happened. Fang Lud's Dantian was a mess, filled with impure and dispersed energy. Even in a state of rest, his Dantian suffered continuous energy depletion, akin to an inexorable leakage, with no means to staunch it. Just as Long Chen was about to give up, he noticed the tiniest whirlpool beneath Fang Lud's Dantian. This whirlpool was smaller than a green bean. If Long Chen hadn't been looking extremely closely, he would have not noticed it. So it's not that his power is dissipating, it's being consumed from within. Only now did Long Chen realize that this tiny whirlpool was constantly absorbing the energy within Fang Lud's Dantian. Looking inside this whirlpool, Long Chen saw an almost imperceptible rune. This rune was almost completely transparent, and its fluctuations were incredibly weak. An original rune. So that's the case. Long Chen realized that Fang Lude's bloodline inheritance was quite strong. However, by his generation, its energy was exhausted, and the original rune was on the verge of dissipating. In order to survive, the rune was constantly absorbing the energy in Fang Lude's dantian, purely a survival instinct. What will happen if I activate it? Long Chen channeled a warm stream of energy from his palm into Fang Lude's dantian. A thin white thread extended toward the rune, which eagerly seized upon it. The rune absorbed the energy within the thread with voracity, akin to a drowning person grasping onto a lifeline. Fang Lude trembled as an unprecedented power surged within him. His bloodline stirred, and ethereal runes manifested within his blood. Remarkably, his meridians started to mend themselves. As expected, this was planned by my father, remarked Long Chen, smiling. When Long Chen's hand left Fang Lude, the latter was practically glowing. His blood qi was at full power, transforming him into an entirely different person. Fang Lude gazed at his hands in disbelief, overwhelmed by the sensation of newfound power, as though he had experienced a rebirth from the brink of death. The feeling was beyond words, and he was now speechless, filled with overwhelming emotions. Senior, the rune in Brother Lu was incredibly ancient. Why do I feel like it's a bit similar to the runes in my violet blood? Long Chen asked the Earth Cauldron. The Earth Cauldron was silent for a moment before saying, "It is a Julie rune." What? Long Chen exclaimed, startled by the revelation. Chapter 4956, Successful Inheritance. Julie rune. Is it connected to the Julie race? Asked Long Chen, his jaws dropping in astonishment. The Julie race was the strongest existence within the human race. How could their descendants end up here? That is all I can say, replied the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was shocked. He didn't know what Julie rune was, but merely hearing the word, Julie, was shocking enough. Did my father know their identity and intentionally leave behind this hint for me? Asked Long Chen. The Earth Cauldron simply answered, most likely. Long Chen was unable to calm himself down for a long time. His father's eyes were truly sharp to have even noticed this. After all, Long Chen himself hadn't sensed anything unusual about Fang Lude and the others. Could it be that Long Zontian had slaughtered his way into the Long clan's main palace and used his new authority to give the mercenaries more freedom and rights because he couldn't bear to see such a noble lineage forced to live in such conditions? Long Chen quickly checked the others, and they all had Julie runes within them. Once provided with enough energy to activate, these runes would awaken and transform their bodies. However, there was one drawback to such a thing. After the rune was awakened, their bodies would require much more energy to sustain. Previously, they only needed enough to sustain a chicken, but after awakening, they would require enough energy to sustain a giant bull. Indeed, all experts were supported by a mountain of resources. Long Ziwei's jaw dropped as he witnessed Fang Lude and his companion's transformation. Before this, Fang Lude and the others had only existed in a completely different world from him, so their transformation filled him with even more reverence for Long Chen. With their power, they can definitely become outer disciples, remarked Gui Ju. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. In the future, they would no longer need to be mercenaries, they could ascend to higher realms and look down upon others. Long Chen, Yu Ying attempted to express her gratitude but found the word, thanks, insufficient to convey their emotions. I will now pass a cultivation technique to you. Remember it firmly and brand it onto your souls, declared Long Chen. Gui Ju, Long Ziwei, and the other Long clan disciples were preparing to depart when they heard this. Typically, a cultivation technique was not something shared with outsiders. However, Long Chen added, this cultivation technique is no secret. You can hear it and use it as a reference if you like. Really? Asked Gui Ju excitedly. Of course. Long Chen immediately started to explain the framework of the Starry River of the Sky art. In truth, this cultivation technique could be considered very simple from a certain standpoint. It involved only 3 processes: gathering astral energy, sensing the stars, and drawing astral energy to themselves. At first, practitioners would condense their star within their dantian, followed by attuning to the astral energy of the heavens and earth to nourish their star. Finally, they would seek a corresponding star within the cosmos that resonated with their own, drawing upon its power to enhance their cultivation base. The Starry River of the Sky art itself was quite simple. As for its divine abilities and magical arts, Long Chen didn't teach them just yet. They would need to build up a solid foundation before they learned those things. Fang Lud and the others formed hand seals, their dantians illuminating with brilliance. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they had successfully condensed their stars. It was that easy. All of them looked at each other in disbelief, feeling like they were dreaming. It might have felt easy, but it wasn't so simple. It's all thanks to the original rune in your bodies helping you, Long Chen sighed. Without the Julie rune, they couldn't have trained in the starry river of the sky art so easily. They truly lived up to the name of the legendary Julie race. Even after falling to this extent, all they lacked was one chance to soar. Now, Long Chen was giving them that chance. Gui Ju simply watched and didn't try cultivating this technique. First of all, he had his cultivation technique and couldn't switch it out so lightly. Other than that, he had no idea if this cultivation technique suited him. If he didn't do well, he'd harm his foundation instead. There was also another important point. He didn't know if this cultivation technique really was as strong as Long Chen made it sound. Hence, he chose to just watch. After condensing the star, you have to nourish it like raising a child, look after it meticulously. It will bring you countless pleasant surprises, remarked Long Chen. Hearing that, they were all filled with anticipation as they looked at the tiny star in their dantian. This tiny little star was already giving them immense power. If it grew, they couldn't even imagine what level they could reach. When Long Chen was done, Long Ziwei finally asked a question that had been nagging him. Boss, did you come to the Heavenly Desolation domain to fight with Long Tianrui? Who is Long Tianrui? Asked Long Chen. She is the Long clan's top genius, a monster sealed back in the ancient era. Whether it was in her era or ours, she has always been unmatched. Explained Long Ziwei excitedly. However, his excitement turned into disappointment when he recalled that Long Chen had never heard of her name. Naturally, Long Chen hadn't come to fight her. Long Chen said, I came to the Heavenly Desolation domain to gather medicinal ingredients. To be honest, I don't want to have any interactions with the Long clan. Why would I want to deal with a cold clan that will sell out their own family for some profit? When the female disciples of the Long clan heard this, their expressions darkened. After all, they were members of the Long clan, and the blood of the Long clan flowed through their veins. That was a symbol of their grand status. However, this blood, which was the most important thing in their eyes, was viewed as worthless by Long Chen. They were naturally unhappy, but they didn't dare to say anything. Boss, you want medicinal ingredients? That's easy. I'll go to the Long clan's medicinal storehouse and grab them for you. What do you need? Asked Long Ziwei hastily. That's okay. I don't want their things. I'm planning on setting up some missions in Mercenary City to get the medicinal ingredients, replied Long Chen. Fang Lud said, we can gather all our trusted brothers and sisters and help you find them. After all, gathering medicinal ingredients and sourcing them through various information channels was their specialty, their means of survival. Just as they were pondering how they could repay Long Chen, their opportunity arose. Even if they had to walk through fire, they had to help Long Chen gather those medicinal ingredients. Long Chen remarked, then go gather all the mercenaries you trust. I will pass the starry river of the sky art to all of them. What? No one could believe their ears. Chapter 4957, Long Zai. Long Chen has come to the Heavenly Desolation domain. Within a glorious palace, dozens of elders gathered together. At the center of the hall sat a wizened old man, nearly skin and bones. Without that thin layer of skin, his bones seemed like they might collapse. Despite his frail appearance, the old man still possessed an imposing bearing, his eyes still bright within their sunken sockets. Occasionally, streaks of lightning flashed deep within them. There were 4 seats in front of him. While everyone else's seats were silver, these 4 seats were golden. 3 of the 4 golden seats were occupied, while 1 remained empty. The first seat was taken by a black-haired, middle-aged man with bushy eyebrows. This was Long Chihua, the leader of the 4 heavenly saints. In the second seat sat a short, chubby elder who looked almost like a dwarf. His feet didn't touch the ground as he sat, giving him an odd appearance. He was the Long clan's second heavenly saint, Long Yaoding. The one on the third seat was a woman with a cold and indifferent expression. Her eyes were closed, as if she were meditating or simply uninterested in the outside world. She was the only woman of the 4 heavenly saints, Long Chenshui. She was naturally cold and hadn't spoken in hundreds of years. It wasn't that her cultivation technique forbade her from speaking, she simply couldn't be bothered. The 4th seat was empty, belonging to Long Zontian, who was not present here. Other than the 3 heavenly saints, dozens of heaven saints were also present. These elders held the highest authority in the Long clan, and among them, one elder stood out because he was merely an earth saint. However, despite his lower rank, he was the heaven overseer who had previously met Long Chen. All the Long clan's top experts had gathered. When the wizened elder announced that Long Chen had arrived, their reactions varied: astonishment, indifference, anger. One elder, with only a single arm, clenched his teeth, his killing intent rising. The wizened elder was the clan leader. After speaking, he fell silent and simply looked at everyone, as if waiting for their response. However, not a single person spoke. The entire hall was deathly silent. They knew who Long Chen was, and many of them couldn't help but stare at one particular elder whose expression was especially gloomy. He didn't even bother concealing his killing intent. This individual was a former member of the 4 heavenly saints, Long Zai. His arm had been severed by Long Zontian. Several months had passed since he lost his arm and had his position taken. Yet, his hatred had only intensified. Long Zai swore to reclaim what was rightfully his and exact vengeance for the humiliation Long Zontian had inflicted upon him. However, up to this point, he had yet to do so. And now, Long Zontian's son had come. During a previous Long clan assembly, the heaven overseer had advocated for Long Chen's acceptance into the clan, urging them to lower their resistance. If they ignored him, he would have no sense of belonging in the Long clan. Long Zai vehemently opposed this suggestion. Most elders shared his sentiment, with some remaining silent, unwilling to express their views. The heaven overseer had helplessly said, "If you don't bring Long Chen back now, once he grows to Long Zontian's level, the Long clan will have lost any chance of bringing him back." Under the intense opposition, the Long clan tabled that matter indefinitely. After all, only the 4 heavenly saints had the authority to make such decisions, but with one absent, the other 3 remained silent. Seeing the staunch opposition of the former member of the 4 heavenly saints, most people followed his lead. The main problem was that Long Zontian had barged into the Long clan in the most violent and forceful manner, killing many of their experts. That was a naked slap in the Long clan's face, and they harbored a grudge against him. The patriarch had resolved the issue, but resentment simmered beneath the surface. Although Long Zontian had departed from the Long clan's territory, his son's arrival reignited their resentment. On that fateful day, Long Zontian had charged into the Long clan on his own, leaving a trail of death and countless injuries in his wake. Many of those slain had been key figures within their branches, so how could these elders not harbor some resentment? Hearing news of Long Chen's arrival, many of them felt the urge to kill him. However, they were still able to hold it back and didn't express it so openly like Long Zai. For a moment, the hall fell into a heavy silence, lasting as long as an incense sticks burn. Finally, Long Zai lost his patience and said, "Are they trying to humiliate the Long clan? First the elder, now the young one. Aren't they acting like the Long clan has no one who can put them in their place?" The heaven overseer interjected, "The clan leader hasn't addressed this matter yet. Isn't it premature to pass such a judgment?" Long Zai furiously argued, "Don't forget what happened. Have you forgotten the arrogance of his father? Have you forgotten the lives lost among our experts?" With a disdainful curl of his lips, the heaven overseer replied, "I don't know whose subordinate was so stupid as to demand Long Zontian's blood for verification. That's what triggered him. When did our clan's disciples ever demand such a thing for one of our own to return home? If they hadn't intentionally insulted Long Zontian, he wouldn't have retaliated. After that, they surrounded and attacked him without giving him a chance to explain. If they were prepared to kill, they should have been prepared to face the consequences." Long Zai was infuriated. It was his bloodline's branch that had provoked Long Zontian, leading to the death of his descendants. In his fury, Long Zai charged forth, only to have Long Zontian sever his arm. If not for the intervention of the first heavenly saint, Long Zai might not have survived the encounter. "Enough," the clan leader intervened. "I convened this meeting to discuss how the Long clan should treat Long Chen, not to listen to your bickering. What is there to discuss? Have him scram. If he doesn't scram, just kill him," snorted Long Zai. The heaven overseer sneered, "You really are an oddity. Did Long Zontian sever your arm or your sense? How could you say something so brainless? Both Long Zontian and his son are Long clan members, with Long clan blood coursing through their veins. What right do you have to cast them out? Moreover, It was Long Zontian who severed your arm, not Long Chen. Blaming a junior without cause, do you have no dignity? Long Zai erupted from his seat. I care not for dignity. I'm going to kill that brat right now. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Zai stormed out. Chapter 4958, A Petty Person. A furious roar rang like thunder as the clan leader broke his silence. Were all your years of life a complete waste? How admirable. After failing to kill the father, you're going to kill the son. If you dare to touch a hair on Long Chen's head, Long Zontian will carry out a bloodbath of your branch. Do you think Long Zontian said those words in front of the gate to the ninth heaven to scare those worthless fellows? No, he said it for the Long clan, for you. At that moment, the wizened elder seemed to transform into a ferocious lion. Long Zai remained silent, retreating to his seat with a grim expression. His gloomy face was his final bit of stubbornness. After that, the clan leader suppressed his fury. Despite his foolishness, Long Zai was a former member of the Four Heavenly Saints, so the clan leader didn't dare to curse him out too harshly. What is Long Chen's intention? Why has he come to the Long clan? Unexpectedly, Long Chenshui, who had remained silent for so many years, finally spoke. Based on the situation, it appears that he came to the Heavenly Desolation domain to gather medicinal ingredients. He has issued missions in Mercenary City and enlisted mercenaries to assist him, reported an elder in charge of the Long clan's information network. He had been aware of Long Chen's arrival from the moment Long Chen entered the Heavenly Desolation domain. Recognizing the gravity of the situation and drawing from his experience with Long Zontian, this elder promptly informed the clan leader. He continued, however, before that, he killed an inner disciple of the Long clan and dozens of outer disciples. How brazen! Both father and son have caused irreversible harm to the Long clan. They should be directly executed. Raged Long Zai. Shouldn't you wait for me to finish speaking? The elder frowned at the interruption before continuing. Coincidentally, Long Zaiwei received news of this and rushed over to challenge Long Chen. After the elder said this, odd expressions crossed the faces of those present. After all, the Heaven Overseer had previously shared his evaluation of Long Chen's talent and potential, using Long Zaiwei as a point of comparison. Long Zaiwei had never accepted this comparison and went crazy to increase his power. During this time, he had made continuous breakthroughs, cultivating like a madman. His power steadily rose, all in preparation for a future showdown with Long Chen. Unexpectedly, this confrontation had arrived much sooner than anticipated. When does their battle start? It is already over. Then what were the results? Everyone's interest was piqued. The reporting elder answered, Long Zaiwei lost in 3 breaths. He attacked relentlessly while Long Chen defended. In the end, Long Chen unleashed a single slash of his saber, and Long Zaiwei willingly submitted, becoming Long Chen's little brother. Bullshit. Long Zaiwei would never submit to anyone. How could that stubborn brat actually become someone else's little brother? Is that any different from being Long Chen's dog? How did my Long clan produce such a spineless coward? Cursed Long Zai. The rest of the people here were quite surprised as they were well aware of Long Zaiwei's power. He had been at rank 10 for a long time, unable to advance further. However, they also knew those above Long Zaiwei on the heaven rankings were true monsters, with many powerful geniuses vying for his position from below. The fact that he had maintained his rank for so long was impressive. Who would have thought Long Zaiwei would accept defeat at Long Chen's hands and become his little brother? In the cultivation world, being someone's little brother was not much different from being a footman. It was an embarrassment. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Although Long Zaiwei wasn't the strongest junior, he was famous for his stubbornness. Long Zaiwei was actually a frequent visitor of the disciplinary hall, and despite countless punishments, his obstinate nature remained unchanged. If not for his immense talent, he would have been beaten to death long ago. Yet, this stubborn mule had willingly become someone else's little brother. It was inconceivable. The elder continued, there is also something else to report. In Mercenary City, Long Chen has begun teaching a cultivation technique to the mercenaries called the Starry River of the Sky Art. It is causing a significant reaction. Hundreds of thousands of mercenaries are training in it, and they all regard Long Chen and Long Zontian as godlike figures. TCH, the heads of the father and son duo must be broken. What is the point of helping these ants? Are they hoping these ants will help them fight in the future? Snorted Long Zai. However, the other elders wore thoughtful expressions. Back then, Long Zontian had used all his authority to give the mercenaries more rights and benefits, an action that had always seemed odd to these elders. Now, Long Chen was teaching them a new cultivation technique upon his arrival. What were this father and son thinking? Although they didn't understand Long Zontian completely, they knew he was a decisive man who wouldn't do anything pointless. He didn't seem like the type to act out of goodwill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so ruthless when killing the Long clan's experts. Just what is this little fellow thinking? The elder replied, according to Long Ziwei, Long Chen is not planning on interacting with our Long clan. He will be leaving after gathering all the medicinal ingredients. Ah, this is the list of ingredients he requested. The elder took out a piece of paper with over 100 medicinal ingredients, and everyone was startled by it. One person couldn't help but exclaim, some of those aren't even in our storehouses. Are you sure he's here to gather medicinal ingredients? Those ingredients were mostly unique to the Heavenly Desolation domain and were considered treasures due to their rarity. Although the Long clan possessed all those ingredients at one point, some had been used up and had yet to be replenished. This made people suspect Long Chen's motives. Is he using the excuse of gathering medicinal ingredients while waiting for the Long clan to extend him an olive branch? Or perhaps he is in trouble, or the High Firmament Academy is, and he seeks our help. Everyone nodded, hearing that as it was truly possible. In their minds, perhaps Long Chen was too embarrassed at the thought of reaching out for help, so he wanted the Long clan to be the one to take the initiative to reach out to him. Long Zai sneered. Just as he was about to speak, the Heaven Overseer snorted, "You guys don't understand Long Chen. He disdains doing such a thing. Some experts might be able to cut off his head, but no one can make him lower his head." The Heaven Overseer's words were decisive. He had spent a lifetime inspecting countless people, and his vision and judgment had never failed him. He knew that someone like Long Chen couldn't possibly do such a thing. As a result, seeing these people judging a talented young man according to their petty standards irritated him. The Heaven Overseer suddenly stood up and declared, "That's all I have to say. I've informed you of everything I know. The decision is yours to make." With that, the Heaven Overseer turned and walked out without looking back. Once he exited the palace, he looked up at the sky and sighed, shaking his head. He seemed so lonely. Chapter 4959, The Long Clan's Attitude. The Heaven Overseer left. When Long Zai had tried to leave earlier, the clan leader had scolded him severely. However, the clan leader's expression didn't even twitch when the Heaven Overseer, who only had an Earth Saint cultivation base, walked out. After looking at everyone, the clan leader asked, "The Heaven Overseer has left, but the assembly must continue. Everyone, do you have constructive opinions about Long Chen's arrival? He should scram or be killed," said Long Zai. No one paid him any attention. Ignoring him, the clan leader continued to look at everyone else. They were silent for a while before one of them said, "Everyone knows that Long Chen is conceited and uncontrollable. He is also the High Firmament Academy's branch dean. To be honest, I don't think he's worth drawing into the Long clan. We already have plenty of heavenly geniuses, including 3 heavenly chosens and 17 half-step heavenly chosens, besides Long Ziwei. Raising them alone is taxing on our resources. Why add another person to feed? Moreover, even if we go all out supporting Long Chen now, there's no guarantee he will feel indebted to the Long clan. Will he accept our kindness and abandon the High Firmament Academy to join us?" Quite a few elders nodded, finding this argument reasonable. They had researched Long Chen's journey in the Darklight Heaven, Violet Flame Heaven, and other places, and knew he was very loyal to the High Firmament Academy. Another elder said, "I feel the same way. The High Firmament Academy is one of Brahma Pill Valley's targets and has been under their constant suppression. If we take in Long Chen, we'll have to contend with pressure from Brahma Pill Valley. Our relationship with Brahma Pill Valley is decent. We purchase a large number of medicinal pills from them every year to supplement what our own alchemy hall lacks. If we offend Brahma Pill Valley and they cut us off from their medicinal pills because we take in Long Chen, that loss would be difficult to accept." Other than the Heaven Overseer, everyone else present disliked Long Chen. There was no way around it, as Long Zontian had caused them to lose face when he charged into the Long clan. Some found it harder to accept than others. As the discussion continued, other elders started to express their opinions. They pointed out that Long Chen had not sent a message to announce his arrival, indicating he had no intention of joining them. He showed no etiquette, clearly looking down on them. Some speculated that he might have a hidden agenda. They needed to be cautious and gather more information about him. Perhaps he had come seeking asylum due to offending someone powerful. Various voices rang out in opposition to letting Long Chen join. Not one person welcomed him. Well, the only one to express that opinion had already left. The clan leader listened to all their opinions before turning to Long Chihua and the other heavenly saints. What are your thoughts on this matter? Long Chihua shook his head. I have no opinion. The second heavenly saint, Long Yaoting, also shook his head. I also have no opinion. Declaring they had no opinion meant they were giving up any right to vote for or against Long Chen's inclusion in the clan. His fate would be decided without their input. When the clan leader turned to Long Chenshui, she responded indifferently. I also have no opinion. But I suggest you consult the patriarch for his input. How can we disturb the patriarch over such a minor thing? How laughable. Who does Long Chen think he is? Sneered Long Zai. Long Chenshui turned to Long Zai, her expression suddenly turning frosty as she retorted, why are you acting like a wild dog? Are you just going to bite anyone? Everyone knew you were in a bad mood, so they ignored you. But if you provoke me, I'll cut off your remaining arm. Long Chenshui was renowned for her cold and indifferent demeanor, seldom engaging in conflicts. However, when she did, she would transform into an icy killing god. Long Zai instantly went mute. Throughout the years, he had never been able to rival her. He had never dared to challenge her for her position. I'm not trying to offend you. I just don't like that brat Long Chen, mumbled Long Zai. Everyone could tell that he was afraid. That's enough. Since everyone has given their thoughts, I have come to my decision. You can all leave, declared the clan leader. After he stood up, everyone was dismissed. Within Mercenary City, Long Chen sat in a rundown plaza, reclining on a broken wall. He stared blankly at the air when Gui Ju's excited voice rang out. Boss, we've gathered 37 kinds of medicinal ingredients today. Previously, Gui Ju had addressed Long Chen as Master, but Long Chen didn't like that title. So, Gui Ju sought Long Zaiwei's permission to call Long Chen Boss. In the past few days, Gui Ju had been extremely hardworking. He promptly and meticulously carried out every task assigned by Long Chen. When Long Chen accepted Gui Ju's address as boss, Gui Ju was incredibly excited. Becoming Long Chen's little brother was no disgrace. In fact, one could argue that by being Long Chen's little brother, he was on the same level as Long Zaiwei. Today, Gui Ju had finished tallying up the completed mercenary missions. He immediately ran over to tell Long Chen the good news and deliver the medicinal ingredients. However, boss, some of them are a bit damaged. The mercenaries said that they didn't need the reward. When Gui Ju said this, Long Chen immediately looked at him with furrowed brows. Gui Ju hastily added, I followed your instructions precisely and ensured they received the full reward. I didn't allow them to decline. Long Chen's expression softened, and he took the medicinal ingredients, planting them into the primal chaos space. The damaged part might make these ingredients less appealing to others, but Long Chen didn't mind such minor defects. The missions Long Chen had established in Mercenary City offered rewards over 10 times the normal rate, driving the mercenaries into a frenzy to complete them. Given the unique geography of the Heavenly Desolation domain, it harbored many medicinal ingredients that were nearly non-existent elsewhere. Of course, the Long clan had medicinal fields. Hence, they could raise medicinal ingredients themselves, and any of these ingredients weren't priced that high in this region. Artificially grown medicinal ingredients typically had slightly lower efficacy compared to naturally grown ones, but the disparity wasn't significant and could be compensated for with quantity. As a result, these medicinal ingredients held relatively little value to the mercenaries. The Long clan strictly prohibited outside experts from directly purchasing medicinal ingredients from mercenaries. Violators faced severe punishment, as such actions would impact the revenue of the Long clan's medicinal fields. As a result, countless mercenaries went crazy for Long Chen's missions. Several groups would fight over one mission, and whoever got it first would get the reward. If the groups turned the mission in at the same time, as long as the mission had yet to be annulled, they would still receive the full reward. This was like giving them free money. In just 3 days, Long Chen had gotten most of the medicinal ingredients on his list. Even he was pleasantly surprised by the swift progress, as the allure of the Nirvana charge pill grew stronger by the day. In terms of wealth, Long Chen wasn't lacking. Although he didn't dare compare himself to Mo Nian, who spent his days excavating ancestral tombs, primal chaos spirit stones were no longer as valuable to Long Chen. At this moment, Long Chen was staring blankly at the air because the Earth Cauldron had told him he needed to take a trip to the Long clan. According to the Earth Cauldron, there was something in the Long clan that he required. Despite feeling a sense of disgust, he was unsure of what to do. His pride did not permit him to lower his head. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Long Chen and Gui Ju turned abruptly, startled. They saw a bloodied Long Ziwei approaching them. Chapter 4960, Long Qingyan. What happened? 0. Seeing Long Ziwei in this state, Long Chen and Gui Ju jumped. Long Ziwei was so severely wounded that they could see some exposed bones from the wounds. 0. Someone took my rank 10 spot, answered Long Ziwei dejectedly. 0. Long Chen deduced that Long Ziwei must have been challenged and defeated. Long Chen scoffed, "You deliberately did not heal yourself just to present yourself in this sorry state, huh?" 0. This little fellow had been encouraging Long Chen to fight in the arena. After all, Long Chen was also a member of the Long clan and qualified to participate in the rankings. 0. However, Long Chen was not interested in it. He harbored no desire for fame within the Long clan, nor did he seek anything from them. 0. Now, Long Ziwei arrived with a body riddled with wounds. Despite their severity, he could have easily healed them on the way here. His purpose in displaying his bloody condition to Long Chen was all too apparent. 1. Seeing that he was exposed, Long Ziwei didn't even feel embarrassed. He directly said, "Boss, you don't know the full story. I don't know what medicine that fellow took, but he suddenly jumped way too far in power. If I lost fair and square, that would be one thing. But I can't stomach being defeated by a cheater." 0. Moreover, he didn't just insult me, he also aimed his barbs at you and Saint Emperor Zontian. Can you truly let that slide? Are you not going to confront him? 0. Seeing Long Ziwei's fury, Long Chen smiled slightly. He knew that this fellow wanted him to fight. Even though Long Chen had refused, Long Ziwei didn't give up. Perhaps he had exaggerated this story. 0. Long Ziwei grew anxious when he saw that Long Chen didn't believe him. Just as he prepared to elaborate, the void exploded, revealing a handsome man surrounded by a flock of people. 0. Long Qingyan. 1. Gui Ju's pupils shrank as he recognized this man. He was ranked 11th on the heaven rankings. 1. Long Qingyan looked a bit pale as he was injured, but that didn't cover up the wild arrogance radiating out of him. It was obvious that Long Qingyan was the one who had beaten Long Ziwei. 0. Long Ziwei didn't get angry when he saw this man's arrival, and instead, he suppressed a bit of surprised delight. On the surface, he gritted his teeth and demanded, "Long Qingyan, what are you doing here?" 2. Long Chen remained reclined on the rubble, appearing nonchalant. What amused him was the presence of two familiar faces among the people behind Long Qingyan. 0. They were two women who had once been with Long Ziwei. Now, they stood behind Long Qingyan, their demeanor haughty as if they didn't even recognize Long Ziwei. They turned sides faster than the turning of a page. 3. A dog really is a dog. After being beaten, you immediately run to your master. Unfortunately, your master is a useless coward who doesn't even dare to show his face, ha ha ha. Long Qingyan laughed, glancing at Long Chen who was leaning against the rubble on the plaza. 1. You can insult me, but you can't insult the Saint Emperor's son. Shouted Long Ziwei. 1. Saint Emperor? What dogshit? Who gave him that title? It was something that a bunch of mercenaries, who might as well be ants, came up with. Do you really think that it means anything? Sneered Long Qingyan. 1. Long Ziwei trembled with what seemed like rage, but in truth, it was excitement. Internally, he urged, "Keep it up, don't hold back. Push harder. Please, I'm begging you." 22. As if attuned to Long Ziwei's inner desires, Long Qingyan glanced at Long Chen and remarked, "I hear that you are Long Zontian's son. Although I don't like Long Zontian, I have to admit that he really is powerful. But seeing his son hiding here like a turtle, I wonder if you really are his son, ha ha ha." 0. All of a sudden, Long Chen moved, scaring Long Qingyan and the others so much that they instantly retreated a few steps. 0. However, Long Chen was just raising his hands and stretching lazily, causing Long Qingyan and the others to feel embarrassed. 0. After that, Long Qingyan pointed his finger at Long Chen and directly challenged him. "Long Chen, if you have your father's guts, you will accept my challenge on the martial stage." 0. Long Ziwei finally revealed a smile, thinking that he had finally succeeded. Now it was just up to Long Chen. 0. Long Chen stretched while indifferently examining Long Qingyan, but then he shook his head. How foolish. Long Zaiwei was setting you up, and you really fell for it. Do you know that there are some holes that you can't get out of once you jump in? 4. Long Zaiwei stared blankly at Long Chen, who seemed to have read all his thoughts. He had thought that his acting skills were so good that Long Chen wouldn't be able to tell. 5. What dogshit are you talking about? Do you dare to fight me or not? Shouted Long Qingyan. 0. Deep down, don't you already know the truth? Long Chen spoke with indifference. If you truly had the courage to challenge me, you wouldn't insist on fighting me on a martial stage. 0. Long Zaiwei grasped Long Chen's implication instantly. Despite Long Qingyan's outward aggression, internally, he still feared Long Chen. If he didn't fear Long Chen, like Long Zaiwei, he would have challenged Long Chen to a fight, leaving his life and death up to fate. However, he lacked the courage to do so. He only dared to fight on the martial stage for his safety. 0. Long Chen's words hit Long Qingyan where it hurt most. Long Qingyan found himself at a loss for words, and the disciples accompanying him watched him awkwardly, unsure how to react. 0. Long Chen calmly said, "You know you aren't a match for me, but someone ordered you to test out my power. You want to rely on the martial stage to preserve your life, yet you don't realize such a thing is useless. Once I want to kill someone, let alone a tiny martial stage, even a god won't be able to protect your life." 3. Although Long Chen spoke casually, his words resonated with undeniable confidence, leaving no room for doubt. 0. What are you talking about? The Long clan has rules. Disciples are prohibited from killing each other indiscriminately. Grudges can only be resolved on the martial stage. Do you think that senior apprentice brother Qingyan fears you? Shouted one of the women who had previously been by Long Zaiwei's side, helping Long Qingyan out of his predicament. 0. Long Zaiwei sneered, "What nonsense. Why didn't I know of such a rule? It's not like it's a rare thing for disciples of the Long clan to kill each other, is it?" 0. Shut up, you're already someone else's dog. Do you really think you can be considered a disciple of the Long clan? She retorted. 0. You can endure even that. Instigated Long Chen. 1. What else can he do but endure? He's nothing but a loser. Next time, I'll crush him so badly he'll never be able to climb back up, sneered Long Qingyan. 0. Zaiwei, do you want revenge? Long Chen rose lazily, his sinister smile barely concealed as he placed a hand on Long Zaiwei's shoulder. Chapter 4961, An Agreement of 3 Moves. Boss, I was originally able to suppress him as we were both at the 9th heaven stage. But somehow, he took the step to the great circle of the divine venerate realm. Touching upon that barrier, he obtained a trace of eternal energy, and somehow he got a high-grade heaven saint divine weapon. I am truly not a match for him, transmitted Long Zaiwei helplessly to Long Chen. That's not what I'm asking you. I asked if you want revenge or not. Asked Long Chen once again. I do. Of course, I do. That fellow intentionally humiliated me on the martial stage, and I want to cut him into 1,000 pieces, replied Long Zaiwei through gritted teeth. Then that's good enough. Long Chen looked back at Long Qingyan and said, "To tell the truth, the difference between us is too great, so I cannot accept it. However, I'll give you a chance. Long Zaiwei is my little brother. If you can beat him again, I'll agree to your challenge." Him, Long Qingyan laughed. Are you not afraid that I'll cripple or kill him? Or do you also feel like this dog is useless? You, Long Zaiwei instantly blew up. However, Long Chen grabbed him and told Long Qingyan, "Good, then we'll meet on the martial stage in 6 hours. All right, I'll wait for you. We're leaving," declared Long Qingyan as he waved his hand. Seemingly pleased with the outcome, he brought his people away while laughing. Only Long Chen, Long Zaiwei, and Gui Ju remained in the plaza. As for the mercenaries, they were hiding in the distance, having never seen such a terrifying thing before. Long Chen lazily leaned back against the pile of rubble again, acting like nothing had happened. "Boss, don't worry, I'm going to do everything I can to defeat Long Qingyan." Long Zaiwei clenched his teeth, fueled by the indignities he had suffered at Long Qingyan's hands. "Your aim isn't to beat him, but to kill him," clarified Long Chen. "What?" shouted Gui Ju. He couldn't believe his ears. Long Zaiwei's chances of beating Long Qingyan were already minuscule, but now Long Chen wanted Long Zaiwei to kill him. That seemed impossible. After all, There was a formation to safeguard the disciples on the martial stage, and even without it, killing an expert of Long Qingyan's caliber was incredibly difficult unless one side held a significant power advantage, which Long Ziwei clearly lacked. Long Ziwei was startled. His proclamation of defeating Long Qingyan was partly bravado to bolster his morale. However, Long Chen was even more exaggerated. "Don't doubt yourself. You must kill Long Qingyan within 3 moves, or you won't be qualified to be my little brother," warned Long Chen severely. Long Ziwei's jaw dropped, and Gui Ju froze like an ice statue. How could such a thing be possible? Long Chen pressed on, stating, "I dislike people like Long Qingyan. If I had continued ignoring him, he would have said even worse things, and I would have slaughtered him. However, you would then lose your chance at revenge. I'm giving this chance to you. You may find it hard to believe, but against someone like Long Qingyan, the majority of the 7,000 members of my Dragonblood Legion could defeat him in one-on-one combat." Long Ziwei and Gui Ju stared at Long Chen in disbelief. If someone else said such a thing, they would laugh until their teeth fell out. However, it came from Long Chen's mouth, and even then, they found it hard to believe. Of course, those capable of defeating Long Qingyan would likely have to sacrifice their own lives in the process. However, the captains could dispatch him effortlessly. 4th Captain Yu Zifeng would need just a single stroke of his sword, and Long Qingyan might not even get the chance to retaliate before falling to the ground, Long Chen explained calmly. Long Chen looked at Long Ziwei and Gui Ju. "Thus, let me say something very arrogant. Not everyone is qualified to be my little brother." Long Ziwei was shaken. He believed that Long Chen wouldn't brag like this. Actually, Long Chen was extremely low-key. The fact that he would say such a thing meant that the truth might be even more terrifying. "Boss, I understand. I'll recover right now and kill him for you," declared Long Ziwei, seemingly provoked by Long Chen's words. "No, you can't recover," Long Chen replied, shaking his head. "You still have 70% of your combat power. I want you to kill him with this 70% within 3 moves, said Long Chen. "But how?" Long Ziwei almost cried out. "Wasn't this like pushing him off a cliff intentionally?" "I will teach you a move," said Long Chen, a smile playing on his lips. Long Ziwei was instantly revitalized. His good fortune had come. "You possess the inheritance of the 9-winged devil dragon. It's a very powerful inheritance, but regrettably, you don't know how to use it. I will teach you how to harness its power correctly. With this, your attacks will become exponentially stronger, 10 to even dozens of times more powerful. That's why you need to face Long Qingyan with only 70% of your power, or you'd be bullying him." "That would be boring," explained Long Chen. 10 times, dozens of times. "Boss, please teach me." Long Ziwei's eyes widened in disbelief. He immediately dropped to his knees, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what Long Chen was offering. "That's enough. Get up and summon your 9 wings again. I will teach you how to activate the core runes. You will brand a formation pattern on them." The Long clan had numerous martial stages, split into different tiers. For heaven-ranking experts, there were 18 martial stages available, ensuring fights could occur concurrently without delay. Each time a stage was used, it underwent maintenance for several days. However, the matches involving the top 10 experts were held on 3 exclusive martial stages, each surrounded by millions of seats. Interestingly, while half of the seating was completely occupied, the other remained empty. "What's going on? Why isn't there anyone over there?" asked someone. "I heard someone bought all the seats on the other side." "What? Who has that much money?" Suddenly, a surge of people flooded onto the previously empty side, sparking outrage among those who had purchased their tickets. "What is going on? How can these ants be qualified to enter this sacred place?" After that, a black-robed, icy-faced man walked in, his arrival shaking their hearts. He's Long Chen, Chapter 4962, No Regard for Law. Long Chen, the mere mention of his name stirred unease throughout the Long clan. As the son of the 4th heavenly saint, Long Zontian, he was regarded as a wild and murderous figure. News of Long Chen's arrival in the heavenly desolation had spread widely within the Long clan's ranks. Among their disciples, feelings toward him varied. Some harbored hatred, some held scorn, while others felt curiosity or indifference. Everyone wondered what kind of person he truly was. As Long Chen made his appearance, all the surrounding disciples were stunned. He was handsome, with sharp eyebrows, fair complexion, and bright eyes, which exuded a maturity beyond his age. In his black robes, He appeared both grand and mysterious, standing out like a crane amongst chickens. Is he really Long Chen, the son of the Devil King? He doesn't seem that outstanding. Is that even him? He looks kind of weak. No. Maybe it's not him. He's so handsome. I want to pull him to my side and protect him, shouted some female disciples. They actually felt the strong urge to protect someone weak, like him. In any case, Long Chen's arrival caused a large wave, and everyone's gaze concentrated on him. However, once they confirmed it was him, many jeers and curses flew his way. Some people even made provoking gestures to him. Long Chen had long since gotten used to this kind of sight, so he just ignored their childish display. If he paid them any attention, he would appear just as childish. On the other hand, Gui Zhu's expression was extremely ugly. He couldn't accept people insulting his idol. In his heart, an expert like Long Chen should be worshipped wherever he went. The strong should open a path for him, while the weak prostrated themselves toward him. It shouldn't be like this. One expert shouted, "You filthy mercenaries, scram back to wherever you came from. You are not welcome here. Don't dirty this sacred martial stage." The ones accompanying Long Chen to fill these seats were the mercenaries from Mercenary City. Long Chen had directly booked half the seats for them. Initially, he hadn't planned on attending after securing the seats for the mercenaries. However, they didn't dare come without him, so he had no choice but to show up. The first shout against the mercenaries led to a wave of others following suit. They cursed the mercenaries, calling them dirty pigs and even insulting their ancestors. The mercenaries, accustomed to low status, felt a surge of fear and panic in this environment. Without Long Chen's presence, they wouldn't have had the courage to come at all. The mercenaries sat down anxiously, careful not to step out of line, yet they still faced a barrage of endless insults. They felt extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Long Chen raised his hand. Black spots appeared in his eyes, merging into a tiny whirlpool. Hundreds of whirlpools then appeared throughout the seats, surrounding the people who were cursing the most ferociously. Startled cries rang out as those whirlpools effortlessly devoured them. Their struggles were in vain. Space quivered. Hundreds of people screamed as they found themselves sucked into black spheres, unable to escape. When Long Chen clenched his fist, the black spheres instantly shrank, releasing a rain of blood. Everyone on the martial stage fell silent. The Long clan's disciples and the mercenaries alike were stunned, their previous anger and tension replaced by sheer shock. In front of death, no one is higher or lower than anyone. Your so-called nobility means nothing, said Long Chen with a touch of scorn. His voice wasn't loud, but within the silence, it penetrated every person's heart. The bloody scent still hung in the air, a stark reminder that what had happened was not a dream but reality. Those who thought that Long Chen was weak and innocent were struck dumb. This person killed people without batting an eye. Now, they believed that he was Long Chen. Just like his father, he was a ruthless man of few words. Turning to the mercenaries, Long Chen said, "Understand that no one is born noble, nor is anyone destined to live a life of servitude. Your future is yours to decide. No one, not even a god, can stop you from moving forward. Your lives belong to you, and you must fight for your own futures. Every step you take in life matters. Even if they seem like the same footsteps, they are unique. The hardships we face are not for nothing. Every bit of effort is repaid, even when it seems meaningless. Behind every expert lies a foundation built through their blood and sweat. It's this gradual buildup that allows them to soar one day. You might see people suddenly rise and think they're outstanding, amazing, enviable. But when they make one misstep, they won't even have a cushion to fall back to. They'll directly fall and break their bones, with no chance of coming back up again. Most people don't understand these things because they are always looking forward, but never backward or below. They don't see the painful lessons the weak people received. When those who fell quietly die without a word, they are quickly forgotten. But those who strut around, looking flashy and confident, remain in your sight like these people before you. The experts on the martial stage shuddered. Just what was Long Chen talking about? He couldn't be thinking of killing them all, right? Long Chen, you show no respect for the Long clan's laws. How dare you randomly kill the disciples of the Long clan here? Just then, 4 heaven saints appeared in front of Long Chen, sending 4 chains toward him. At this moment, the martial stage quivered, countless lightning runes flowing into the chains from the stage. Are you only making your move now because you weren't ready before? Long Chen sneered. He then waved his hand, and a streak of black lightning shot out. It was Evilmoon. Long Chen didn't even look back as he casually sheathed Evilmoon. It was only after this that people witnessed the 4 chains and 4 heavenly saints being severed. The chains in their bodies exploded. The entire sequence of events happened so swiftly that onlookers couldn't grasp what was happening until it was all over. Evilmoon was no longer bound by its former limitations. Its power was steadily awakening. Despite the chains, apparent special abilities, they were effortlessly sliced apart. At that moment, blood mist and lightning runes floated through the air, marking the aftermath of a devastating attack that had slain 4 heaven saints. All the disciples of the Long clan felt terror wash over them. Just then, a cold shout pierced through the air. A wild pressure crashed down, so strong that everyone felt like they were being suffocated, on the verge of being crushed to bits. Chapter 4963, Taking What Belongs to You. A one-armed elder appeared in the air, emanating a terrifying pressure that seemed to crush those below. The focus of this intense aura was Long Chen, who stood calmly with Evilmoon in hand, staring coldly at his new opponent. Black chi began to seep slowly from Evilmoon. This elder was Long Zai. At this moment, startled cries erupted from the Long clan's disciples. They hadn't expected Long Zai to appear here. Long Zai immediately locked onto Long Chen and unleashed a palm strike, not giving Long Chen any chance to dodge. Long Zai's intention was clear: to kill Long Chen. Sensing Long Zai's killing intent, Long Chen accumulated his dragon blood energy. Just as he was about to ignite that power, an icy-faced woman appeared in front of Long Zai. The eyes of the Long clan's disciples bulged as they recognized her. She was the 3rd heavenly saint, Long Chenshui. After all, even inner disciples of the Long clan rarely saw any of the 4 heavenly saints. "What are you doing?" demanded Long Zai furiously. Long Zai clenched his teeth upon hearing Long Chinzu's response. Clearly, Long Chenshui had come to stop him, but he couldn't fathom why she would go against him to protect an outsider like Long Chen. Despite his frustration, Long Zai refrained from voicing his thoughts. He gritted his teeth and sat down on the spectator stands. The surrounding Long clan disciples hurriedly distanced themselves from him, leaving him in a wide-open space. Seeing that Long Zai had stopped, Long Chenshui turned to Long Chen. Her tone was cold and probing as she questioned, "Why have you come here?" Long Chen narrowed his eyes, perplexed by the question. "Why can I not come here?" Long Chinzu's gaze remained chilly as she replied, "I asked the same question to your father. He said that he came to take what's rightfully his. It seems that your goal is different." Long Chen was puzzled by Long Chinzu's statement. He still didn't understand her meaning, but before he could ask further questions, she disappeared abruptly. "Take what's rightfully his," Long Chen repeated to himself, still grappling with confusion. His father had never come here before. What could he be claiming as his own? "Actually, your goal in coming here is also to claim what should be yours," mentioned the Earth Cauldron at this time. "What? But I barely have any connection with the Long clan," Long Chen asked, still not comprehending. "This place is the Long clan's territory, and you are from the Long clan. How can you say that you have no connection with them?" asked the Earth Cauldron. "But I've never done anything for the Long clan. How could I take their things?" retorted Long Chen. "Do the items in the Phoenix Cry Empire belong to the imperial family or the commoners? Does the Martial Heaven Alliance belong to Ku Jianying or the people on the continent? The Long clan's ancestors left behind their treasures for their descendants, to rejuvenate the human race, yet their descendants used them to curry favor with their enemies. They have long since forgotten their ancestral teachings. However, the Long clan's blood also flows in you, and you have always been fighting for the human race. Why wouldn't you have a right to take back what belongs to you?" explained the Earth Cauldron. Long Chen was stunned. Now, he felt like he understood the question that had been nagging him all this time. Why had his father visited this cold and uncaring clan? Now with the Earth Cauldron's speech, Long Chen felt enlightened. "I can't say some things of my own initiative, but your father's words are essentially a hint for you, so I can explain it. Do you still feel conflicted about this?" asked the Earth Cauldron. "I understand. Many thanks, Senior," replied Long Chen. Although Long Chen didn't know what secrets the Long clan had, with the Earth Cauldron's reminder, he truly felt foolish. Even his father had come here to take what was rightfully his, so why did Long Chen have to reject it? Did he have more pride than his father, or did he not trust his father? Clearly, Long Zontian knew far more than Long Chen, but he hadn't shared anything. He must have had his reasons. He had left behind so many hints for Long Chen, but Long Chen took a long time to understand their meaning. If it weren't for Long Chenshui, Long Chen still wouldn't have understood. Everything in the Long clan's possession existed thanks to the contributions of their ancestors, not just the efforts of its present members. As a descendant of the Long clan, Long Chen had a rightful claim to what his ancestors had left behind. Did he need to be courteous to take back what his ancestors had left for him? Did he need to be embarrassed? Naturally, he did not. As for the secrets the Earth Cauldron was still keeping from him, Long Chen didn't ask. Although he was curious, he knew that, just like his father, the Earth Cauldron would only say what it could. If it couldn't say it, there was no point in asking. Thinking of that, Long Chen instantly felt much more relaxed. It was as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. A slight smile even appeared on his face. "Hey, you old fogey!" shouted Long Chen suddenly as he turned to Long Zai. In return, Long Zai glared at Long Chen darkly but remained silent. "Is Long Qingyan following your instructions? Was his increased cultivation base a new weapon thanks to you?" asked Long Chen. "Shut your mouth. What are you trying to say?" shouted Long Zai. Long Zai hated Long Zontian to the bone. Seeing Long Chen's face, Long Zai felt like Long Zontian was standing in front of him. The humiliation of having his arm cut off and his foundation broken made him want to tear Long Chen to pieces. If it weren't for Long Chenshui, he would have killed Long Chen, no matter the cost. Even if Long Zontian came back to kill him, he'd feel it was worth it. In any case, as long as he could make Long Zontian suffer, he was willing to do anything. "I will suggest that you prepare the next item. For example, a coffin," sneered Long Chen. Long Chen could tell that Long Zai had a special relationship with Long Qingyan from the trace of Long Zai's aura lingering on Long Qingyan. Moreover, it wasn't a bloodline connection. It seemed Long Qingyan's rapid cultivation growth was due to Long Zai using his heaven vein energy to boost him. Thus, part of Long Zai's aura lingered on Long Qingyan. The fact that Long Zai sacrificed his dragon vein energy to help Long Qingyan proved that their relationship was far from ordinary. "As the coffin for Long Zaiwei," sneered Long Zai. "You'll know soon enough." Long Chen smiled, his expression even more savage than Long Zai's. At that moment, the martial stage's barrier activated. Two figures appeared simultaneously on top of it, Long Zaiwei and Long Qingyan. The tension in the air was palpable, and everyone's heart instantly tensed. Chapter 4964 Killing Long Qingyan. When Long Zaiwei and Long Qingyan appeared on the martial stage, everyone was shocked to see that Long Qingyan was in peak condition, while Long Zaiwei's wounds had yet to heal. What is Long Zaiwei up to? He should have enough time to heal from the last battle. Did he just give up because he realized he stood no chance? Countless confused voices rang through the air. People were unable to comprehend what they were seeing. Upon seeing Long Zaiwei's condition, Long Qingyan laughed after a moment of surprise. "What, after becoming his dog, did your master not help you heal?" Long Qingyan's words were indeed toxic, each one like a poison arrow aimed at Long Zaiwei. Long Zaiwei's face turned frosty. Previously, he had still been the slightest bit hesitant, but that hesitation now vanished without a trace, thanks to Long Qingyan's venomous words. Long Zaiwei's heavenly fate ring emerged behind him, and his blood qi ignited. Seeing the flames burning around him, the crowd let out startled cries. Long Zaiwei was resorting to the most barbaric method of burning his essence blood for power. Roaring, Long Zaiwei swung his saber with full force, seemingly determined to decide victory or defeat with a single stroke. Long Qingyan had initially suspected Long Zaiwei of devising a trick to defeat him after their previous encounter. However, Long Zaiwei had instead chosen to ignite his essence blood and unleash an all-out attack. Their weapons clashed with a resounding impact, shaking the entire martial stage. A tiny nick appeared on Long Zaiwei's saber where it met his opponent's weapon, and he was sent flying backward. Sighs and murmurs filled the air. Long Zaiwei had not fully recovered, and he was also at a disadvantage with his weapon. It seemed that the disparity in their strength was stark, evident from the very first exchange. "Is this all the power you have? Then you can die." Long Qingyan sneered and stamped on the ground, chasing after Long Zaiwei like a bolt of lightning. Long Qingyan was indeed powerful. His speed was astonishing, and he launched a decisive strike, leaving Long Zaiwei no room to evade or counterattack. Just as Long Qingyan's weapon neared Long Zaiwei's chest, Long Zaiwei's saber surged toward Long Qingyan's head without hesitation. Gasps erupted among the spectators. Was Long Zaiwei giving up on life? He was clearly launching a suicide attack. Long Qingyan, taken aback by this unexpected move, realized that while his weapon would strike Long Zaiwei first, he couldn't evade the impending deathblow from Long Zaiwei. Forced to react swiftly, Long Qingyan altered his attack trajectory by twisting his saber, aiming to deflect Long Zaiwei's incoming strike. Their weapons collided. Long Qingyan's strike was forceful, while Long Zaiwei's was a desperate last-minute block. Long Qingyan grunted as he was pushed back, each step he retreated causing the martial stage to tremble. At that moment, 8 wings sprang from Long Zaiwei's back. Alongside them, a fin-like wing emerged, adorned with blazing runes. These runes, originating from all 9 wings, streamed into Long Zaiwei's arms. As the runes transferred, the wings swiftly withered and faded away. Seeing that, Long Zai shouted, "Qingyan, watch out." However, Long Zaiwei's saber already hurtled toward Long Qingyan. This one attack harnessed the full power of his body, representing the pinnacle of his power. Devil Dragon weeps blood, 9 wings slash the heavens. Long Zaiwei bellowed, unleashing his saber with unbridled ferocity and determination. In the midst of flying back, Long Qingyan was horrified. He had never seen such a terrifying attack before. With a roar, he concentrated all his power into his saber. The martial stage sank. People saw Long Zaiwei's saber explode, transforming into millions of fragments flying through the air. Countless runes exploded within the twisting space. A weapon came flying out of that twisting space, spinning wildly before falling into a corner of the martial stage with a thud. Pupils shrank. That was Long Qingyan's divine weapon. It had flown out without its master. Long Zaiwei slowly emerged, covered in blood and swaying, as if on the verge of collapse. His aura was also unstable. The surroundings fell into deathly silence as the twisting space gradually settled. Long Qingyan never reappeared, only a dispersing cloud of blood mist remained. "You bastard! How dare you be so heavy-handed?" A furious roar split the silence. Like a phantom, a figure materialized on the martial stage. He seized Long Zaiwei by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. This figure was none other than Long Zai, who was consumed by raging killing intent. Long Qingyan was his great-great-great-grandson, which was why Long Zai was willing to sacrifice his heaven-vein power to increase Long Qingyan's realm. His goal had been to test out Long Chen, but unexpectedly, Long Qingyan was slain by Long Zaiwei. In a state of complete fury, Long Zai was determined to kill Long Zaiwei to avenge Long Qingyan. Long Zaiwei was already completely powerless to resist. Just as Long Zai was about to kill him, an uproar exploded in the crowd. Suddenly, Long Zai felt a cold sensation at the back of his head. A sinister black saber was pressed against his skull. "If you dare to kill him, I'll reunite you with Long Qingyan." Long Chen's voice was icy, like that of a death god from hell. The spectators gasped in shock, their hands covering their mouths in disbelief. When Long Zai shot after Long Zaiwei, they barely managed to see his movements. Yet, none of them had seen how Long Chen appeared behind Long Zai. "Boss, kill him, even if it costs me my life, it's worth it," Long Zaiwei shouted, his life now hanging in the balance, yet he displayed no hint of fear. Everyone remained frozen, too shocked and frightened to even react. The scene unfolding before them was beyond anything they had ever imagined. "Do you think you can kill me?" sneered Long Zai. "Why don't you try to find out?" asked Long Chen lightly. Long Zai didn't dare to move rashly, and Long Chen remained still. Everyone was frozen in place, the tension palpable. "Long Chen, aren't you going too far?" A voice broke the silence. A middle-aged man with a sword on his back walked in. His mere presence caused a ripple of shock among the Long clan's disciples. The First Heavenly Saint, Chapter 4965, Long Qihua. The First Heavenly Saint, Long Qihua, was an existence whose name shook the entire Long clan. Even beyond the heavenly desolation domain, his name struck like thunder. Long Qihua was like the Long clan's golden signboard. He had killed countless experts in his lifetime and had never failed to carry out his mission. Throughout his life, he had created an untold number of legendary stories. Among the Long clan's disciples, he was viewed as an idol, the one surrounded by the greatest halos of glory. Perhaps some of the Long clan's disciples didn't know the clan leader's name, but they surely knew the First Heavenly Saint's name. Now that he appeared, everyone was taken aback, including the wild Long Zai. "Too far," Long Chen laughed. Those words sound incredibly ironic coming from your mouth. Is it even possible for me to have gone as far as you have? This immense pressure shocked Long Chen. Indeed, Long Chihua was the most formidable expert he had ever encountered. Just looking at him caused a prickling pain in Long Chen's soul. Long Chen knew that he definitely couldn't win against Long Chihua. However, Long Chen remained fearless, even particularly bold. His father had paved the way for him, and he did not believe the Long clan really dared to kill him. Of course, a brainless fool like Long Zai was an exception. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid of him as he was well aware that Long Zai couldn't do shit to him. With a cold tone, Long Chihua said, "Under what status have you come here? If you think you are a guest, you need to abide by the rules. If you think you are a disciple of the Long clan, then you need to follow our laws. You cannot continuously challenge the Long clan's dignity." Well said. This old fogey was continuously ignoring the Long clan's laws and challenging the Long clan's dignity. Anyway, did you see me break any of the Long clan's rules? Or are you selectively enforcing your laws? Responded Long Chen. Even against the Long clan's #1 heavenly saint, Long Chen did not retreat in the slightest. His arrogance and defiance left the disciples and mercenaries present in shock. Long Chen was truly fearless. Long Chihua might be the #1 heavenly saint with terrifying power, but his power lay in his fists, not his mouth. He couldn't compare to Long Chen in this regard. With so many holes in his own words, Long Chihua had no room to retort. Indeed, Long Zai had broken the rules first and was guilty of bullying juniors. Even if Long Zaiwei had intentionally killed Long Qingyan, the decision on his punishment would rightfully belong to the disciplinary hall, not Long Zai. In any case, this incident could be easily portrayed as accidental due to its suddenness and swiftness. Long Chen had long since calculated this outcome for Long Zaiwei. He knew that if Long Zaiwei couldn't kill Long Qingyan in 3 moves, Long Zaiwei would no longer have any chance. After 3 moves, even if Long Qingyan suffered severe injury, Long Zaiwei would lack the strength to continue the fight. He also couldn't try to kill Long Qingyan at that moment, or the nature of the incident would change. One could be said to be an accident, but the other would be intentional murder. As a result, Long Zaiye's act of trying to kill Long Zaiwei was a grave violation of the rules. Even if Long Chihua were 1,000 times stronger, he wouldn't be able to change this reality. At this moment, Long Chihua's complexion darkened, and he didn't respond for a long time. When he did, he completely ignored Long Chen's point. "Nonsense. Answer my question. Under what status have you come to the Long clan? Does that have anything to do with you? Do you think you're the patriarch of the Long clan? Or are all matters of the Long clan decided by you? Who are you trying to scare? A child? Do I look scared of you?" mocked Long Chen. At first, Long Chen had thought the Long clan's #1 heavenly saint should be powerful and intelligent. However, unexpectedly, this fellow wasn't much better than Long Zai. In truth, Long Chen was unaware that Long Chihua had been brooding over not being able to fight Long Zontian. During their brief encounter, their clash of auras had yielded no decisive advantage before they were stopped by the patriarch. As a result, a rumor circulated within the Long clan, suggesting that Long Zontian could be considered equal to Long Chihua, perhaps even capable of surpassing him. This rumor greatly displeased Long Chihua. However, he could still control himself, unlike Long Zai. Even if he didn't like it, he didn't express it, as that would only show how small-hearted he was. In reality, Long Chihua's heart was far from magnanimous. Since that incident, though he never voiced his discontent, he was extremely unhappy with it. Long Chen's arrival in the Long clan also irked Long Chihua. The latter simply didn't say anything about it because he didn't want others to know that he was resentful of the son because of the father, which would just show his pettiness. However, with Long Chen having slain their disciples and heaven saints, even threatening a former member of the 4 heavenly saints, Long Chihua could no longer stay silent. Originally, Long Chihua had believed that his presence alone would be enough to intimidate Long Chen. At the very least, he had thought Long Chen wouldn't dare to continue acting so brazenly. However, as someone who had seen the world, Long Chen wasn't intimidated at all. He showed no regard for Long Chihua's status, refusing to yield even an inch. "Are you not afraid that I will kill you?" A spark of killing intent flashed in Long Chihua's eyes. "Senior, kill him," shouted Long Zai. Just then, Evilmoon pushed in ever so lightly. Its sharp tip easily pierced an inch into Long Zai's scalp and the bone. Long Zaiye's expression changed. He had believed his defenses were impenetrable, and had been more concerned about Long Chen's power threatening his Yuan spirit through his skull. However, his confidence shattered when Evilmoon effortlessly pierced through his defenses. Long Chihua's expression also changed. He had not expected Evilmoon to be so sharp. Prior to Long Chen's journey into Heaven Screen Mountain, Evilmoon would have struggled to breach Long Zaiye's defenses. Yet, having absorbed the blood-soul energy of numerous heaven saints, Evilmoon had grown exceedingly sharp. Evilmoon said, "Don't get emotional. Endure it and don't kill him. I'm not done refining everything I absorbed before. If you kill him now, I won't be able to absorb all his energy, and that would be a waste." In this tense situation, Evilmoon was actually the most anxious one here. It didn't want Long Chen to waste a natural treasure. Luckily, Long Chen wasn't planning on killing Long Zai either. He was just scaring this old fart, demonstrating his capability to end his life if necessary. Looking at Long Chihua, Long Chen said, "In this world, everyone fears death, including me. But I have a principle I'd rather break than bend. My head can be severed, but not bowed. Don't try me. What if I want to?" Long Chihua's expression sank. When his killing intent erupted, a vast pressure enveloped Long Chen. The martial stage beneath Long Chen's feet shattered. Chapter 4966, Compete in Ruthlessness. No one had expected Long Chihua to unleash his power here. A terrifying aura locked onto Long Chen, causing him to feel as if the weight of the entire universe bore down on him. Cracks spread in every direction through the martial stage. This scene shocked countless people. After all, this martial stage was designed specifically to withstand the mightiest attacks from the top 10 experts of the heaven rankings. Even Long Zaiwei's final attack, which obliterated Long Qingyan, couldn't damage the martial stage. Yet now, beneath Long Chen's feet, the martial stage was crumbling. What unfathomable pressure was Long Chen enduring? While Long Chen resisted the urge to spit out blood, he furiously shoved Evilmoon forward a bit more, causing Long Zai to scream in agony as he clutched his head. Long Zai couldn't bother with Long Zaiwei anymore and just let him slide out of his hold. As Long Zaiwei staggered away, he coughed up blood, feeling as though the pressure might crush him to death. Although the pressure was primarily directed at Long Chen, with less than 1% affecting Long Zaiwei, it was still unbearable for him. "You want to see who's more ruthless? Come at me, I'll slaughter him. If you kill me, my father will return and ensure all of you join me. If you dare, just try it," taunted Long Chen, his bloodlust boiling. Indeed, Long Chihua's power far surpassed Long Chen's, but relying solely on this pressure to immobilize Long Chen and save Long Zai was unrealistic. Long Chen boldly used his father's name as a shield, refusing to believe they would dare to kill him. Back then, Long Zontian had deliberately threatened everyone in front of the gate to the ninth heaven, knowing the heaven overseer would relay his words back to the Long clan. As a result, Long Chen believed the old foxes would hesitate to act against him, as it contradicted their profit-oriented nature. In large clans like the Long clan, emotional ties weren't the most important thing, so Long Chen knew they wouldn't kill him due to Long Qingyan's death. The Long clan didn't have the guts to do so. After all, if Long Zontian could slaughter his way into the Long clan once, he could do it again. Long Chihua was taken aback by Long Chen's boldness and got increasingly angry. He had given Long Chen a high estimation, so he exuded enough pressure to crush disciples like Long Zaiwei and Long Qingyan to pulp. Even Heavenly Chosen would be unable to move or even lift a single finger under this pressure. Long Chihua had thought that he could break the deadlock like this and save Long Zai. Despite his disdain for Long Chen, Long Chihua had no intention of killing him. As Long Chen had calculated, that wasn't the Long clan's style. Killing him offered no tangible benefits, and the clan's regulations would not condone it. On top of all that, there was also the threat of Long Zontian's vengeance. The fact that Long Chen could still threaten Long Zai under this pressure was unexpected. He still maintained precise control over his movements, only pushing his saber in deeper without delivering a killing blow. Long Chihua was now caught in a difficult position. The air was filled with Long Zai's wailing, a result of Evilmoon secretly extracting his blood-soul energy. This process was akin to forcibly draining his life force, causing him agony 100 times worse than any torture. With each scream, the Long clan's reputation took a hit. Although Evilmoon could only extract a bit of his blood-soul energy and could not store it, that didn't stop it from carrying out the torture. Just then, another figure walked over. It was someone with only an Earth Saint cultivation base, the Heaven Overseer. Despite his lower cultivation, Long Chihua had no choice but to retract his pressure. The moment Long Chihua stopped, Long Chen sighed with relief. It had felt like a hand squeezing his throat, suffocating him. Now, he could breathe again. Although Long Chen harbored no goodwill toward the Long clan, he also didn't have any bad feelings about the Heaven Overseer. This person didn't seem as foolish as the others. Long Chen then pulled Evilmoon out of Long Zai's head. Freed from this threat, Long Zai suddenly turned and launched a fist at Long Chen. Everyone gasped, and even Long Chihua's expression changed. Long Zai had gone crazy, daring to ignore the Heaven Overseer's words. As Long Zai turned, a hand covered in dragon scales viciously slapped his face. It was as if he had intentionally turned into the slap for a perfect hit. Long Zai was sent flying like a shooting star, smashing into the spectator stands around the martial stage and leaving a large hole in them. He vanished amidst the rubble, and no one knew where he landed. Everyone's jaws dropped. This outcome was something none of them had even imagined. Long Chen seemed to read the future, predicting exactly how Long Zai would move and striking at the perfect moment. Even Long Chihua was stunned by the flawless timing of the attack. After slapping Long Zai, Long Chen sensed his aura fleeing into the distance. He had clearly run off somewhere. Staying here would only embarrass him further, so running was actually his wisest decision. With the Heaven Overseer present, there was no way he could fight Long Chen, and complaining about it would only cause him to lose even more face. For once, Long Zai actually made a smart choice. After a moment of shock, the Heaven Overseer smiled awkwardly. Long Chen, it's been a long time. Since the last time in front of the gate to the ninth heaven, your power has once more grown. Very admirable. Thanks to your blessing, between the struggle to gain and lose face, I can barely live with dignity, said Long Chen with a slight smile. Long Chen then pulled Long Zaiwei up. Noting his broken bones, Long Chen directly fed him a medicinal pill and lightly said, surviving this ordeal with only broken bones is a testament to your resilience. You should thank the first heavenly saint. Now you can say you've clashed with an expert of his caliber. It's an honor you can carry for the rest of your life. At this moment, Long Zaiwei's soul had practically fled his body. Unlike Long Chen, he could not resist that pressure, which weighed not just on the body but also on the soul and will. Long Zaiwei knew that Long Chen was taking a dig at Long Chihua. He should cooperate and say thank you, but he couldn't force those words out of his mouth no matter how he tried. He could only admit that he was a coward. Heaven Overseer, I still have business elsewhere. Goodbye. Long Chihua cupped his fists to the Heaven Overseer and vanished. It was best to leave this kind of place as fast as possible. Otherwise, Long Chen's mouth would burn him alive. Come, let's find a place to chat, said the Heaven Overseer as he gestured to Long Chen. Long Chen then brought Long Zaiwei along with them. Following that, a series of news exploded like bombs within the Long clan. Chapter 4967, Julie Tower. If Long Chen's arrival in the Heavenly Desolation domain was a shocking piece of news, then the news that Long Zaiwei became his little brother was a significant shockwave. As for what Long Chen had done on the martial stage, that was more like an earthquake. The news rapidly spread in the entire Long clan's territory, and everyone swiftly learned his name. In comparison, the news of Long Qingyan's death at Long Zaiwei's hand was nothing. Far more surprising was Long Chen's ability to hold the former fourth heavenly saint hostage and withstand the first heavenly saint's pressure until the martial stage shattered. The shockwaves caused by Long Zontian had yet to settle, and his son already arrived, stirring things up again. Just what was this father and son duo thinking? Long Zontian had cut off Long Zaiye's arm, and this time, Long Chen almost killed him. Last time, Long Zontian had faced Long Chihua evenly, and this time, Long Chen, with an early divine venerate cultivation base, directly withstood the divine pressure of the first heavenly saint. The two of them were absolutely terrifying. There was an uproar throughout the Long clan as people tried to confirm the veracity of this news. When they learned that it was true, they couldn't close their mouths for a long time. A tall, precipitous mountain had a single pavilion built on top of it. From this spot, one could see the unending mountain range in the surroundings. The rise and fall of the land, the immortal mist swirling around the peaks, the flow of auspicious light through this land, the pavilions and palaces that seemed to fade in and out of the surroundings, all these things appeared grand and mysterious. This place had one of the best sceneries within the Heavenly Desolation domain. There were only two such places, one where the patriarch went into seclusion, and this one, the immortal wonderland unique to the heaven overseer. The four heavenly saints had their own mansions. However, in terms of scenery and location, their mansions were a far cry from this place. Even Long Ziwei was not qualified to come here. After all, the number of people who had been invited to the heaven overseer's domain definitely did not surpass 5. Once they arrived at the ancient pavilion, Long Chen and the heaven overseer sat down. Looking at Long Ziwei, the heaven overseer said, "You can sit." "Disciple does not dare." "Disciple is happy to be standing here," answered Long Ziwei hastily. Even this hot-headed guy was completely polite toward the heaven overseer. The heaven overseer was in charge of the Long clan's laws and management. He was an honest and upright man whose character had won over everyone in the Long clan. Because of this, while Long Ziwei might dare to argue with the clan leader, he couldn't say anything in front of the heaven overseer. Long Chen said, "Sit. Cultivators shouldn't bother with trivial things. If you really respect the heaven overseer, you should try to learn from the heaven overseer's actions, working hard to become someone humble like him. A cultivator doesn't bother with convoluted etiquettes." Since Long Chen had said this, Long Ziwei reverently bowed to the heaven overseer before slowly sitting down. However, he didn't dare to sit like a normal person, his butt barely touched the edge of the seat. The heaven overseer looked at Long Chen and sighed, "The heavens truly like to toy with man." Long Chen couldn't help but ask, "Senior, what do you mean? Although the two of you prefer to keep a low profile, the two of you are very prideful inside. No one in the Long clan can enter your eyes. I owe your father for being willing to speak to me. In truth, at that time, he hinted to me that I should give you as much help as possible before you entered the sovereign emperor heaven. I also took his advice seriously and tried, yet I could only watch as the chance slipped away. I waited at the gate to the 9th heaven, but by then, you had everything under control. I couldn't offer any help. When the High Firmament Academy needed assistance, I returned to the Long clan and tried to persuade them, but once again, I failed. Now that you've come to us, I tried to secure an opportunity, but that too ended in failure. The Long clan has repeatedly pushed you away. Perhaps once a person is seated high up, they gain a broader perspective but lose clarity on closer matters." The heaven overseer once more sighed, gazing out at the mist-covered scenery. It was truly beautiful, yet nothing was clearly visible. "The Long clan has countless heavenly geniuses. Why are you so fixated on me?" asked Long Chen curiously. "Because you have kindness in your bones," replied the heaven overseer as he looked at Long Chen profoundly. Long Chen's heart shook. Other than the spirit race, no one else had ever said such a thing to him. With a bitter smile on his face, Long Chen shook his head. "This time, Senior might have misjudged. I am not some kind person. I've slaughtered more lifeforms than there are in the heavenly desolation domain." Long Ziwei was shocked when he heard that. He knew Long Chen wouldn't lie, but if Long Chen had truly killed so many, shouldn't he emit an aura of bloodlust and resentment? "The kindness I speak of extends across all the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It is virtuous, but not merciful. When people speak of a merciful heart, it's often fake, foolish, and at times, even evil. Sometimes, killing can also be a form of redemption. In times of chaos, when the boundary between good and evil blurs, and when the world is turned upside down, using violence against violence becomes the necessary means to save the world," explained the heaven overseer. Long Chen was deeply moved. "Senior, I didn't expect your insight to be so profound." This little one was rude. Long Chen hadn't expected the heaven overseer to possess such wisdom. This time, Long Chen was the one to misjudge. Hearing Long Chen's praise, the heaven overseer shook his head. "Sometimes, even if you can see things clearly, it's still meaningless. Only those who can shape the future of this world are true heroes. People say the Long clan is filled with talented geniuses of unprecedented power. However, they fail to see that the Long clan has already veered off the right path. If they do not correct their course now, there may be no going back from their mistakes." "Going back?" probed Long Chen. The heaven overseer did not reply and just murmured, "When you first arrived in the heavenly desolation domain, I urged the Long clan to give you your birthright. It belongs to you, and it would even count as a favor. Unfortunately, they feel like the Long clan's things belong to them. When the master raises a dog to look after the house, after a while, the dog starts to think it's the master and everything in the house belongs to it." Long Chen was surprised by the heaven overseer's words. As for Long Ziwei, His jaw dropped. He couldn't believe these words came from the Heaven Overseer's mouth. Things have progressed to the point of no return. That's why they let me come out to clean up their mess. Really, why bother? Instead of being good people, they just had to be villains. Now, they'll need to hand over what's yours while being hated by you. Are they stupid? The Heaven Overseer shook his head. His tone was calm, but Long Chen could detect anger and resentment beneath it. Long Chen was at a loss for words. As the Heaven Overseer's eyes met Long Chen's, he said, "This time, there are 2 places you have to visit in the Long clan. One is the Heavenly Fate Divine Pool, and the other is the Julie Tower." Julie Tower. Long Chen's heart shook when he heard that name. Chapter 4968, Julie Descendants. The Julie Tower. How come I've never heard of it? Asked Long Zaiwei, surprised to hear of it. Despite being ranked 10th in the Heaven rankings and growing up in the Long clan, he had no knowledge of such a place. The Heaven Overseer replied, "You aren't strong enough. Normally, it's only open for eternal experts, and each opening has limited spots. Amongst the Divine Venerate disciples, only Long Tianrui has entered the Julie Tower. The others aren't qualified." Hearing this, Long Zaiwei was shocked. Long Tianrui, ranked first in the Heaven rankings, was a legendary existence. Up until now, Long Zaiwei had never seen anyone capable of challenging her. Her position as rank 1 remained unassailable. Sealed since the ancient era, this heavenly genius was cloaked in mystery. No one knew her true power. Rank 2 and 3 were already heavenly chosens, yet no one had ever seen them fight her. As for the rank 4, he didn't even have the courage to challenge those above him. He was just fighting to keep his position. Even once rank 2 and 3 became heavenly chosens, they never dared to challenge Long Tianrui. Thus, Long Tianrui was synonymous with the word unrivaled amongst the Long clan's junior generation. She was an untouchable existence. "Is this why you told me I had to visit the Long clan?" Long Chen asked the Earth Cauldron. "Yes, it is very important to you. Furthermore, it originally belonged to you and your father," replied the Earth Cauldron. At this moment, the Heaven Overseer explained, "The Julie Tower is our Long clan's highest level secret. Zaiwei, it's enough for you to know. Don't tell anyone else." "Disciple understands," promised Long Zaiwei hastily. The Heaven Overseer continued, "The Julie Tower is a divine object from the primal chaos era, a tower where the Julie race's disciples trained in. Although the passing of countless eras means we no longer know how to perfectly maintain it, causing much of its divinity to fade, its power is still shocking. Someone not strong enough would be heavily injured by the broken laws inside. They might even be killed. In any case, the era has changed. Using the primal chaos era's cultivation standards to judge this era's disciples is naturally biased. Thus, the Julie Tower, which used to be for divine venerate disciples to train in, is now for disciples of a higher level." "The Julie race?" asked Long Chen, staring at the Heaven Overseer in disbelief. Looking at Long Chen with a solemn expression, the Heaven Overseer responded, "That is right. Within you flows the blood of the Julie race. Furthermore, it is the purest main bloodline." The Heaven Overseer's words hit Long Chen like bolts of lightning, triggering a flood of memories. Long Chen had discovered the primal chaos bead in the Julie secret realm, and when he studied Julie immortal runes, his comprehension speed was astonishing. Moreover, when Long Chen encountered the expert from the Heavenly Eye race, that expert stared at him oddly when he mentioned never having seen anyone from the Julie race. It became clear that the expert from the Heavenly Eye race had recognized his Julie lineage long before Long Chen himself realized it. "Are we really descendants of the Julie race?" Long Zaiwei asked, astonished. This was the first time he had heard such a thing. This secret is normally only revealed when one reaches the eternal realm. However, telling you a bit in advance is fine. Just keep it secret, advised the Heaven Overseer. Long Chen couldn't believe it. So, he and his father were descendants of the Julie race. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Back in the mortal world, they had been nothing more than ants. How could they be descendants of the Julie race? The Julie race was the strongest branch of the human race. Just how did the strongest end up like this? If this was the case, was there any hope left for the human race? The Heaven Overseer said, "I know it's hard to believe. But that's fine. You can just act like it's not true if you wish. In truth, the Julie race's light has long since faded, and its descendants are barely surviving. You cannot randomly reveal this secret, or you will draw a calamity onto yourselves." Long Chen took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. No wonder his father had said that coming to the Long clan was nothing more than taking back what was his. Hence, Long Chen needed to live up to his father's convictions and should not feel indebted to the Long clan. These things were left behind by the Long clan's ancestors for their descendants. Any descendant of the Long clan had a right to those things. Taking them would not make Long Chen indebted to the Long clan. At the same time, Long Chen understood why his father would directly charge into the Long clan. That saved him a great deal of time that would have been wasted on worthless words. Many thanks, Heaven Overseer, for telling me all this. I will remember this kindness, said Long Chen. The Heaven Overseer was truly someone worthy of respect. Just this knowledge and magnanimity were deserving of respect, but even more so was how sincerely he was treating Long Chen. Shaking his head, the Heaven Overseer said, back then, I really hoped to pull you into the Long clan so that you would grow up in the Long clan. Once you matured, you would lead the Long clan and guide the others back to the correct path. Now, I find that it was nothing more than a delusional dream. The Long clan has long since become rotten to the core. There is no way to free it from its corruption. I am only helping you because I don't want the Long clan's resources to be dominated by a group of fools. Unable to use them themselves, they are also unwilling to share them with others. They simply waste those opportunities. I must say, your father is the one with true wisdom. Last time, he showed unprecedented killing power and decisiveness. Through his bloody means, the Long clan finally felt fear. What the Long clan is afraid of is his rapidly climbing power. His potential is limitless. Your father has paved the path for you. If the Long clan had the slightest brains, they shouldn't stop you. They should give what should have been yours to gain a favor from you. Unfortunately, the higher-ups are unimaginably stupid. They're still raising their own factions to fight for more authority in the Long clan. They're as short-sighted as rats. This time, the situation on the martial stage has reached a point of no return. They didn't dare to kill you, nor could they let you kill Long Zai. So they brought me in as a mediator. But be prepared mentally. The Long clan won't give in easily. Luckily, you hold the strongest card. I don't need to tell you what to do, right? Long Chen nodded. It was that simple. Regardless of their terms, all he had to do was refuse. He came here to claim what was rightfully his. If they resisted, he would take it forcefully. If they had the guts, they could try to kill him. Long Chen said, just say my father told me everything, and anyone who doesn't like it can go find him. He. The Heaven Overseer chuckled, as expected of a dean. You grasp it well. With this approach, Long Chen would shift all responsibility to Long Zontian, not implicating the Heaven Overseer. At that moment, a melodious bell chimed across the entire heavenly desolation domain. The Heaven Overseer rose to his feet. Let's go. They're waiting for us. Chapter 4969, Parliament Hearing. Within the Long clan's parliamentary hall, everyone who should be present had gathered. The one who shouldn't have been there was also in attendance, Long Chen. The moment Long Chen entered, all eyes turned sharply toward him, their gazes piercing like swords. The air grew thick with palpable tension and brewing hostility. Just days ago, this very hall had hosted an assembly to determine the Long clan's stance toward Long Chen, yet no conclusive decision had been reached. Now, with an even heavier atmosphere, it felt more akin to a trial. Every member present stared at Long Chen in stony silence. 3 of the 4 heavenly saints had come. After the Heaven Overseer entered alongside Long Chen, he sat down in his own spot. Long Chen's gaze swept over the elders, a sardonic smile on his lips. It seems that I have no choice but to be here. Otherwise, you won't be able to carry out the assembly. Who would have guessed that I, Long Chen, hold such a crucial role in your affairs? After saying that, Long Chen swaggered in, completely ignoring everyone's murderous gaze. Trying to apply mental pressure on him. The Heaven Overseer had long since exposed their tricks to him. Just who was afraid of who? Everyone had their own seat, except Long Chen. They were clearly planning to hold the assembly as if Long Chen was on trial. However, if they thought this tactic would unsettle Long Chen, they underestimated him. Without hesitation, Long Chen approached Long Chenshui and took a seat beside her. Turning to the clan leader with an innocent expression, Long Chen remarked, "All right, everyone's here. We can start." Long Chen spoke with such authority that an outsider might mistake him for the clan leader holding a trial for someone else. Long Chenshui stared at Long Chen with an odd expression, but a trace of admiration appeared in her eyes. His courage and insight set him apart from all other Long clan disciples. Other than Long Tianrui, she didn't know anyone else this bold. Who do you think you are to sit there? Long Zai's furious roar echoed through the hall as he stood up in protest. That seat had originally belonged to Long Zai, but it had been taken by Long Zontian. Now, Long Chen occupied it. Glancing at Long Zai, Long Chen's eyes widened in mock surprise. Oh, it's you. That day on the martial stage, your disappearing act was quite impressive. Long Chen directly touched a nerve. On that day, when Long Zai had vanished from the stage, it was evident to everyone that he had fled. Of course, some brainless people thought that Long Zai had been obliterated into a mist of blood, much like Long Qingyan. Hearing that rumor, Long Zai was seething with fury but felt powerless to dispel it. Now, as Long Chen brought it up again, he trembled with anger. Long Zai pointed at Long Chen, his voice shaking with fury. Do you know that at this distance, I can slap you whenever I want? What, have you gotten addicted to being slapped after last time? Is your face itchy now? Asked Long Chen. Did I stab you too deeply last time? Do you not even know how to speak anymore? Asked Long Chen. Long Zai's face turned red and inflated like a pig's head. Suddenly, blood sprayed out of his mouth as he coughed up blood from anger. As if expecting this, Long Chen opened an umbrella that had appeared in his hand. The blood landed on the umbrella, not a single drop missing. With a casual wave, Long Chen sent the umbrella back into the primal chaos space. This was the pure essence blood of a heaven saint imbued with heaven vein energy, too valuable to waste. Evilmoon could absorb it. I'll kill you. Long Zai snapped, his rage boiling over as Long Chen mercilessly tore his old wounds. He had never experienced such humiliation, especially in front of so many people. As he lunged forward, several individuals restrained him. To tell the truth, with your power, your life must have been miserable. If you can't vent your rage, you should just swallow it, Long Chen solemnly advised him. Telling someone to swallow their rage was akin to telling them to choke on their own bile and die. Even a person with a calm demeanor would struggle to endure such an insult, let alone someone as hot-tempered as Long Zai. That is enough. This is the parliamentary assembly. By cursing each other and causing a clamor like you don't know the rules, do you not respect me? The clan leader finally spoke, his voice thundering through the hall. His reprimand was so intense that Long Chen's ears shook. This wizened old man's pressure was not inferior to the first heavenly saints, causing Long Chen to feel a moment of lightheadedness. When Long Chen saw the clan leader glaring at him, his anger surged. I'm not the only one causing a ruckus, nor am I the only one cursing. What are you staring at me for? Shouldn't one of your eyes be on him? Beside Long Chen, Long Chenshui burst into laughter. Realizing this wasn't the appropriate place for such a reaction, she hastily turned her head. When she faced forward again, her smile was gone, replaced by her usual icy appearance. However, the mirth in her eyes could not be concealed. Long Chen's words were truly lethal, catching even the icy Long Chenshui off guard. This tense atmosphere was instantly shattered by Long Chinzu's laughter. Although she quickly covered it up, the atmosphere grew a bit odd. The clan leader looked at Long Chen, and Long Chen looked back at the clan leader. Neither was willing to concede. The clan leader's gaze was like a blade. Although his combat power was inferior to Long Chihua's, his cultivation base was on the same level, and his gaze contained his will. No disciple dared to meet his eyes. However, Long Chen's strongest point was his indomitable will. Countless brushes with death had forged his will into an unbreakable foundation. He was not afraid of anyone's attempt to intimidate him. The assembly hall grew quiet. Long Zai gritted his teeth in his seat, knowing he couldn't continue acting recklessly after the clan leader's intervention. After a while, realizing he couldn't suppress Long Chen, the clan leader sat back down, his expression gloomy. Tell me, Long Chen, why have you willfully slaughtered so many disciples of my Long clan without reason? Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.